Charles Shafiq, a scion of the Shafiq family cursed by Helbo, lingered in obscurity within the wizarding world until his birth. The blood of the lake nymph awakened within him. Could a pair of eyes that pierce through magic also unveil the depths of the human heart? Secrets from the mythic era began to surface quietly, and the true Dark Lord could only emerge as a revolutionary within the wizarding realm. Chapter 1. The Origins of Shafiq. On July 31st, 1980, Harry Potter was born. On this day, the Savior arrived in the world with his grand mission. On October 31st, 1981, Voldemort struck the Potter family, taking the lives of Lily and James. That day, the Savior Harry Potter became an orphan. What none could foresee was that on November 11th, 1979, the eldest daughter of the pure-blood Shafiq family fled the chaos of dark magic with a Russian giant, giving birth in Moscow to the future Third Dark Lord, Charles Shafiq. In June 1989, in distant England, Dumbledore gazed at the student roster with astonishment. The ancient roster pulsed with magical energy, revealing a surname that had long been absent from the wizarding world, Shafiq. As a member of the Sacred 28, the Shafiq family had not appeared before the public for ages. It was uncertain when this choice to remain hidden was made, perhaps during the era of the First Dark Lord or even earlier. Throughout history, discussions surrounding this family were always shrouded in mystery. Some wizards claimed that the Shafiq family descended from the last dark wizard's apprentice of ancient Greece, Helbo, making them a true lineage of dark magic. Others suggested that the Shafiq family was a magical entity born of the union between ancient elves and humans, preferring to dwell deep within the forests. This sacred pure blood family, like an underground river, concealed its visage within the annals of wizarding history. Dumbledore rapped his gnarled yet robust fingers upon the table, recalling his past encounters with his family. At that time, he was a spirited youth, striving alongside his dear friend Grindelwald for grand aspirations. It was he who took me there. Dumbledore reminisced, realizing that Grindelwald had led him to America, where he met the contemporary head of the Shafiq family and encountered the Elder Wand. That wand held a fatal allure for magic. Yet, the Shafiq family had inexplicably gifted it to Gregorovic, the German wand maker. That Grindelwald's fury was palpable. He perceived this as a provocation from the Shafiq family. Soon after, he had stolen it. Did you know then of Grindelwald's lurking madness? The Shafiq patriarch in his memory appeared diminutive, indeed bearing a trace of elven lineage, for those emerald eyes sparkled even more brilliantly than lilies. Subsequently, the family vanished once more, as if their sole purpose in revealing the Elder Wand to Grindelwald had been fulfilled. Perhaps I should seek someone to inquire? Dumbledore mused, coughing lightly as magical energy surged at his fingertips, transforming the previously tranquil office into a cacophony. Oh, Dumbledore, you ought not disturb the sleep of the elderly, grumbled the red-nosed Fortescue. Yes, how dare you disrupt the slumber of an 800-year-old man, lamented the bald portrait of Esne, the oldest existing image, so ancient that he could vanish at any moment. What a ruckus! Dumbledore must have urgent matters to discuss, interjected the wise Madame Delacour, who had served as the chief healer at St. Mungo's Hospital from 1722 to 1741 and simultaneously held the title of Hogwarts headmaster. Dumbledore, with an apologetic expression, spoke, I deeply regret interrupting your rest, however. I require information. Does anyone have any recollections of the Shafiq family? In an instant, the office fell silent. Shafiq. They are mongrels, descendants of elves, Phineas Nigellus Black declared without hesitation, as if pure blood families could harbor such disreputable entities. Oh, they are born dark wizards. Fortescue chimed in, baselessly speculating, having never encountered this family. The other portraits exchanged glances, each one at a loss aside from mere hearsay and conjecture. Did this family truly exist? Shafiq. Oh, poor Shafiq. Surprisingly, Esne began to weep, unable to suppress memories of sorrowful events. In the year 997, 7 years after Hogwarts was founded, the four founders received the Shafiq family during the Dark Middle Ages, a time marking the end of ancient wizards and the division between the wizarding world and muggles. The four founders welcomed the Shafiq family, thereby learning that this pure blood lineage was cursed. That curse originated from the ancient wizard Helbo. He condemned the Shafiq family to transform into grotesque elves on nights of the full moon, while their bloodline would not survive beyond the age of 40. Despicable Helbo loathed the Shafiq family because their ancestors had destroyed the dark sanctuary he had crafted alongside Alexander. Helbo never perished. He integrated himself into the bloodline of the Shafiq family, creating Esne's voice trailed off, his weathered features tinged with a semblance of dread. Dumbledore and the other headmasters understood precisely what he implied, yet silence reigned. Helga Hufflepuff, one of the founders, believed that if the Shafiq family continuously intermarried with muggles, they could dilute the magical bloodline, thus vanquishing Helbo. Oh, poor Shafiq, forced to hide in solitude while combating the malevolent dark wizards. This weighty history evoked heavy sighs from all present. An ancient pure-blood family, spanning millennia, had severed ties with magic in their struggle against dark sorcery. Suddenly, a thought struck Dumbledore, prompting him to inquire. 800 years ago, did the Shafiq family possess emerald eyes? Albus, what nonsense are you spouting? Surely they were blood-red, tainted by the corruption of dark magic. Esne shook his head, convinced that Dumbledore's mind had begun to falter with age. Yet, I have encountered a member of the Shafiq family. He possessed elfin features and eyes of vivid green. Once again, silence enveloped the room. It was evident that little was known about this family. Albus, perhaps you should consult your old friend, Nicholas Flamel. The astute Madame Delacour consistently offered timely suggestions. Perhaps she knew more than she let on. Regardless, Albus, the errors of history should not burden an innocent child, should they not? Madame Delacour's final remark left Dumbledore pondering. He nodded slowly, resolved not to repeat the mistakes of Tom that very moment. On the streets of London, a 10-year-old boy dressed as a newsboy was distributing newspapers, his captivating emerald green eyes gleaming. The young paper seller weaves through the bustling streets of London, his catchy melody and charming visage irresistibly drawing passers-by to pause and purchase a newspaper. What a delightful child! Is he participating in a scouting activity? In response to the plump lady's heartfelt inquiry, the newsboy beams sweetly indeed. 6 pence. After selling the last paper to the rotund matron, he melts into the crowd, disappearing from sight. Oh, how exhausting it is. I, a noble traveler from another realm, find myself surviving in the crevices of this world. The young paper seller removes his beret, revealing a cascade of raven-black hair, and lets out a sigh. Ever since his arrival in this world, he has lived a life of evasion, learning that he has entered the fanfiction universe of Harry Potter. He is the sole scion of the pure-blood family Shafiq, and one would expect him to be showered with boundless affection from his kin. However, his mother, Piria Shafiq, had the audacity to marry a muggle. Though he is now blessed with the blood of a dragon, the family's rigid doctrine forbids intermingling with muggles. Damn it, this backward family still indulges in discrimination. Charles Shafiq, as the sole host of the muggle lineage, utterly rejects such foolishness. His father perished early, a casualty of the Shafiq family's vendetta to conceal his birth. Piria, fearing her child's upbringing would lack paternal love, took him to seek refuge with her brother, hoping he might provide Charles with some male influence. Little did she know, the diminutive body of Shafiq housed a grand soul. The trace of his biological father's influence on Shafiq was meager at best, aside from his dark hair. He bore a striking resemblance to a typical Western child. His uncle, a robust Russian man of pure blood, introduced Charles to rigorous training from a tender age, and by 10, he possessed the strength of a child much older than himself. The young newsboy Charles tousled his hair and resignedly pushed open the door to a run-down little house. "Mother, I have returned." Charles gazed at the fragile beauty before him, letting out a deep sigh. The moment he stepped inside, the acrid scent of burnt food assaulted his senses. "Charles, I've done it again." Piria, a stunning beauty with an unfortunate knack for culinary disasters, stared blankly at him, clutching a blackened frying pan. "Allow me." Charles deftly showcased his culinary skills, quickly preparing 2 plates of stir-fry. "Charles, your father must be smiling down from the heavens. You possess an innate talent for Chinese cuisine." Piria's eyes brimmed with tears as Charles' ease in the kitchen reminded her of her late husband. "Mother, since we've come from Moscow to London, will we truly be safe? Is Uncle still living alone?" Charles couldn't help but worry that his stepfather might suddenly appear and unleash his brute force upon them. Piria stepped forward, embracing her child. "I am sorry, Charles. I deceived you. Your uncle is not a muggle unaware of magic, because your uncle is somewhat of a misfit, not favored by the family. He is willing to assist us. Mother, I am truly sorry for you. Otherwise, you would not be enduring such hardships." Charles embraced his mother, gently patting her back with his small hand, and said, "Mother, we're doing quite well." Compared to the impoverished residents of the slums who are weathering the financial storm of this era, Charles lacks for nothing in terms of food, clothing, and shelter, albeit most of it is secondhand. Just look at the Weasley family crammed into their dilapidated home. The place they call a hovel surely pales in comparison to the modest abode he shares with Polia, though their dwelling is also old and worn. It is cozy and equipped with all necessary furnishings and decor. By the way, Charles, you have received a letter from Hogwarts. Polia joyfully fetched an envelope from the small window and handed it to Charles. Charles momentarily lost his focus. It was from Hogwarts. Where's the owl? Upon receiving the letter, Charles quickly recalled that the owl, which should have delivered it, might have been in a hurry and left immediately after dropping off the letter. He remembered that owls were typically designated for specific recipients. Polia merely found this somewhat contradictory to her knowledge, but did not dwell on it. Charles, on the other hand, was indifferent. As a time traveler, he knew little of such conventions. Suddenly, the emerald hue of Charles's eyes brightened. The previously unremarkable envelope now appeared to shimmer with interwoven magical lines in his perception. A faint identification spell adorned the envelope, likely intrinsic to it. Charles was not in haste to open the envelope. His mother's magical aptitude was remarkably poor. To be precise, aside from her adeptness at the disillusionment charm and the apparition spell for escape, she could scarcely perform any other incantations. Thus, Charles seldom relied on his own sight. These eyes, brimming with magical prowess, could perceive the flow of magic and discern the flaws in spellcasting, thus earning the name the Eye of Magic. Perhaps this was his unique advantage as a time traveler. Furthermore, Charles's magical amplification was quite evident at the age of 6. His magical outburst had terrified his robust Russian uncle. The surge of magic had nearly torn the house apart, but fortunately, it was at that critical moment that his Eye of Magic awakened, allowing him to contain the uncontrollable power. The envelope was crafted from thick parchment, its yellowed surface exuding an ancient aura. The address was inscribed in emerald green ink, clearly stating 7856 Green Square. There was no postage affixed. Instead, a wax seal adorned it, featuring a crest with a capital letter H encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. With an inexplicable thrill, Charles hurriedly sought a letter opener, carefully prying open the envelope while ensuring the wax seal remained intact. Polia watched him with gentle eyes, noting how rarely she saw him so animated. Indeed, the more excited Charles became, the calmer he remained, a clear distinction from other children. This trait mirrored that of his father, both being naturally composed wizards. He retrieved the letter and cautiously unfolded it. The contents read as follows: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. International Federation of Magic, President of the Wizarding Association, Sir Merlin's Order First Class Mage. Dear Mr. Shafiq, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We shall await your owl's response by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. Charles carefully tucked the first sheet of parchment back into the envelope and then extracted the accompanying page. His eyes were immediately drawn to the bold lettering proclaiming Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Further down, extensive details outlined the uniforms, textbooks, and other necessities for enrollment. A brief section diverged from the previous content, stating that students may bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. And it specifically advised parents that first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. Mother, we don't have an owl, do we? Charles suddenly realized that their household seemed quite lacking in magical means. Despite being a family of wizards, their lifestyle leaned more toward that of muggles. As for an owl, he mused, he indeed did not possess one. Polia spoke earnestly, explaining that the Shafiq family has always distanced themselves from the mundane world. This magical lineage is entirely self-sufficient, with no family members pursuing formal education. Were it not for the curse, their frequent intermarriages with muggles would have long since diluted their pure blood heritage. Then how do we send the letter back? Charles inquired, tilting his head in confusion. Polia replied seriously, there is an owl postal service. You can send a letter to the school for just a few nuts. Charles, my dear, you're the first child in our family to attend school. Polia suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, for in her view, schooling was an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Mother, how much money do we have now? Charles blinked. All his earnings from selling newspapers had been handed over to Polia, as she lacked any social means to earn herself. Polia shook her head, saying, do not worry about money, Charles. If need be, you can seek assistance from your uncle, although he is not particularly affluent either. I am quite curious, Mother. Why is Uncle Russian, yet you claim not to have any Russian ancestry? Charles was always puzzled. The Shafiq family seemed like a tangled web, with exceedingly intricate blood relations. Well, your uncle, my brother, and I are merely siblings in terms of lineage. The Shafiq family differs from others. We do not distinguish between cousin relationships. After all, we have less than 40 years to live. Polia held a pragmatic perspective. The Shafiq family has never feared death, for it is a reality they must confront from the moment of birth. Charles, having lived 2 lives, viewed death with a greater calmness. He knew little of the family's secrets, as his mother, though beautiful, was somewhat lacking in the ability to navigate such complex familial ties. An intriguing circumstance unfolds. For Charles is, by all accounts, the sole offspring born into the Shafiq family during this generation. Yet the family is reluctant to acknowledge his existence. Moreover, the very reason he and his mother have managed to survive is due to a bargain struck at the cost of his father's life. Mother, are you certain we possess the means to acquire the necessary items for my education? Charles pondered, realizing that the earnings he had accumulated over the years barely sufficed to meet their basic needs, leaving no surplus for luxuries. Upon hearing Charles's concerns, Puria remained silent, quietly retreating to her room, where she retrieved a leather pouch, its opening gleaming with gold. Is that an abundance of galleons? Charles exclaimed in astonishment, discovering that their home harbored such a fortune. The pouch, enchanted with an undetectable extension charm, likely contained over 40,000 galleons. Will this be sufficient for school? Puria expressed a hint of anxiety, as she had never attended school herself and was unaware of the associated expenses. Mother, if we are so affluent, why do you insist on working for money every day? Charles felt a pang of frustration, were it not for Puria's need to earn. He would never have considered contributing to their household expenses. Charles, your father once said, raise sons in poverty and daughters in wealth. As a boy, you must learn to be self-sufficient. I merely seek to occupy my time productively. And besides, have I not repeatedly stated that we lack for nothing? Puria's rationale seemed somewhat flawed, yet contained a grain of truth. Charles chose not to respond, instead activating his magical eye to scrutinize the pouch that had been enhanced with the undetectable extension charm. Truly, it was a sophisticated spell. The intricate lines of magic that materialized before his eyes were dazzlingly complex. After observing for some time, he noticed that Puria had already scurried away to her room to peruse a storybook, trusting implicitly in her son, thus refraining from questioning his actions. Suddenly, those lines appeared to animate, transforming into a memory of the spellcasting. Charles sensed that, had he been wielding his wand at that moment, he could undoubtedly unleash the charm. Instinctively closing his magical eye, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Indeed, studying advanced spells proved far more exhausting than examining simpler incantations. Chapter 3. An Encounter with Cedric. Is this the right way? The Owl Post Office. I recall encountering it during my previous delivery rounds. Charles wandered aimlessly in Green Square, feeling rather frustrated. Having only arrived in London a little over a month ago, he was unfamiliar with the routes. The pathways of the wizarding world differ vastly from those of Muggles, often leading to intersections that are indecipherable to the untrained eye. Hello, friend. Are you lost? A boy, seemingly of similar age to Charles, greeted him with warmth. I can't find my way to the Owl Post Office, Charles admitted, raising the letter in his hand with a hint of exasperation. The boy's friendly demeanor was undeniably reassuring. Upon hearing Charles's plight, the boy's face lit up with genuine delight. No worries, I can guide you there. Charles's eyes brightened with joy as he replied, that would be splendid. I've been quite troubled trying to find the way. Follow me. By the way, I'm Cedric Diggory. And you, what is your name? Cedric was delighted to encounter a companion of similar age on the street, displaying a certain enthusiasm. Upon hearing Cedric's self-introduction, Charles took a moment to assess the boy before him. He appeared somewhat slender, with a few freckles adorning his face, and his pair of brown eyes radiated warmth and friendliness. His overall visage was striking, making him quite a handsome youth. In the original narrative, this rational and talented Hufflepuff was regarded by his Hogwarts peers as embodying all that was expected of a student from Hogwarts. Regrettably, his fate was far from favorable, as he fell victim to the treachery of the traitorous Peter Pettigrew, leaving many a Harry Potter enthusiast with a lingering sense of injustice, particularly given the youth's remarkable good looks. Unexpectedly, Charles encountered Cedric while wandering lost. Grasping Charles's hand, Cedric realized he had not yet heard Charles's introduction, and he paused, turning to look at the dazed boy. Hey, friend, what is the matter with you? Cedric mused, surprised that the companion he met today seemed quite different from those he had known before. Huh? Oh, I just think your name is lovely, Charles replied with a chuckle. Then continued, Charles Shafiq, soon to be a new student at Hogwarts. Wait, you're also a new student at Hogwarts? So am I. Young Cedric was taken aback to meet a future classmate. This will be easy. I've got you covered. Charles was aware that Cedric was enrolling this year, as he was in his 6th year when Harry was in his 4th. However, his memories were fragmented, and he could hardly recall the details surrounding Cedric's demise or anything else pertinent. Charles Shafiq, quite an uncommon surname. May I call you Charles? Cedric's friendly demeanor surprised Charles, who found the natural warmth and sincerity of Hufflepuffs refreshing compared to the boldness of Gryffindors. Of course, and I shall address you as Cedric, Charles readily agreed. In no time, Cedric was leading Charles at a brisk pace toward the Owl Post Office. The cacophony of owls hooting was somewhat disconcerting. How should I send a letter to the deputy headmaster at Hogwarts? Charles politely inquired of Cedric, who smiled and guided him through the mailing process. First, one must clearly label the envelope with the address and recipient's name, then insert 5 bronze nuts into the green mailbox at the entrance of the post office, after which the large mailbox would open its mouth to accept the letters. All that remained was to wait for the postal worker to sort the letters for the owls to deliver them. Charles, don't you have an owl at home? Cedric asked amiably, knowing that virtually every wizarding family owned an owl. It was rare for wizards to rely on the owl post office for sending letters. The owl post office was typically used for deliveries. Well, I recently moved to Grimmauld Place, and didn't he live in England before? I was in Moscow, Russia. Charles explained casually, but Cedric seemed to have heard something remarkable. Russia? Shouldn't it be the Soviet Union? He pondered. Though the situation is tense now, it should still be called the Soviet Union, right? Charles finally realized something was amiss. His mother seemed oblivious to it, while others possessed a clear understanding of history. After all, it was 1989, and the Soviet Union had yet to dissolve. Oh, perhaps my spoken language isn't very good. Charles was more proficient in English than in Russian, yet at that moment, he could only deflect with such words. No, it is I who failed to notice. After all, you must have predominantly spoken Russian before. Upon hearing this, Charles awkwardly smiled, recalling his robust Russian uncle, who often spoke in English. Cedric, are you familiar with Gringotts Square? Charles shifted the topic. To be candid, he was not well acquainted with the wizarding world's pathways. It's decent enough. Gringotts Square primarily encircles the Muggle Greenwich Square, where the Muggle population vastly outnumbers that of wizards. Furthermore, it is quite a distance from Hogwarts, as the latter is situated northwest of London, while we are in the southeast. Cedric's explanation was straightforward, and Charles grasped the location of Gringotts Square. As for the school year, it would be best for Parlia to escort him. Otherwise, without the means to utilize the night bus, attending school would prove quite the challenge. Do you live around here? Charles inquired. Yes, I reside at 1425 Gringotts Square. You are welcome to visit. Cedric extended his invitation, which Charles did not take to heart. Nor did he disclose his own address, for his home was not suitable for hosting friends. By the way, Charles, you surely haven't purchased your school supplies yet. Perhaps we could arrange to go together this week. Cedric's suggestion sparked a thought in Charles. Oh, right, I haven't yet checked out the famous Diagon Alley. If I were to go with Parlia, there's a high chance of complications. However, with a reliable companion like Cedric, the journey might prove much smoother. Where shall we meet? Will you come to my house, or shall I come to yours? Perhaps you could come to my place. I'm not very familiar with the way. At that moment, Charles realized he could not even locate his own home. My address is 7856 Gringotts Square. I wonder if you're familiar with it. Upon hearing Charles' words, Cedric was delighted by the trust of a newly made friend. You actually live in the old district. That was once a common area for wizards before the turmoil. Charles tilted his head, finding the wizarding world somewhat absurd. My address begins with 7, yours with 1, and you tell me mine is in the old district? Are you joking? 7 is a number of magic, cherished by the ancient wizards. Thus, the earliest wizards chose addresses that began with 7. Cedric's timely explanation enlightened Charles to the fact that wizarding superstitions ran deeper than those of Muggles. It could only be said that Cedric was indeed a future genius wizard, as he expertly guided Charles through 2 alleys until they turned onto a road familiar to Charles. Is this your home? The exterior of the dilapidated house exuded a sense of history. Cedric was taken aback that such a house could still be inhabited. It appeared rather eerie. London was often shrouded in gray skies, with its weather seldom bright. The crumbling fence, overgrown yard, and rundown 2-story cottage contributed to an unsettling atmosphere. Yes, this is my home. Charles felt no concern regarding his residence. It mattered not to him where he lived, and he remained indifferent to Cedric's sympathetic gaze. Leading Cedric into the house, he noted its tidy yet modest furnishings, which possessed a certain aesthetic simplicity. Hearing the sound of the door, Puria emerged from her room, only to find her son accompanied by a strikingly handsome boy. Who is this? Puria interrupted Cedric's astonishment at the sight of such a beautiful woman. With emerald green eyes that appeared soft and dazed, and a fair complexion that radiated relaxation, the boy's slender figure exuded an innate grace, even in simple attire. Cedric Diggory, my future classmate. This is my mother, Mrs. Shafiq. Charles introduced succinctly, enlightening Puria that this lovely boy was not merely a child he had whimsically brought home. Hello, Cedric. I am Charles's mother. Puria spoke first, causing Cedric's cheeks to flush crimson upon realizing he was in the presence of Charles's mother, who appeared remarkably youthful. Little did Cedric know that the Shafiq family had ancient ties with elves, as Puria's grandmother was one such being. The elven lineage endowed them not only with magical affinity, but also with timeless beauty. Even at the age of 40, their appearances would remain unchanged. This nearly extinct race of elves, through intermarriage with the ancestors of the Shafiq family, still retained a bloodline in distant America. "Greetings, Mrs. Shafiq," Cedric stammered, his face flushed. "I shall trouble you again this weekend. I will accompany Charles to Diagon Alley to purchase the necessary supplies for school." To Charles and Puria's eyes, Cedric fled in haste. Mother, are you familiar with Diagon Alley?" Charles shifted the topic, fully aware of his mother's allure. However, Western children tend to grasp such matters rather early. "I don't know, where is that?" Puria's response was fittingly befuddled, embodying the classic airhead beauty trope. "By the way, Charles, I need to discuss something with you," Puria began, a hint of discomfort in her tone. "My father, your grandfather, will be arriving here tomorrow." "What?" Chapter 4. The History of the Shafiq Family. "Mother, is grandfather coming to eliminate us?" In the early morning of London, a thin veil of mist silently enveloped the surroundings, the occasional shadow and sound cutting through the gloom. "Why would your grandfather wish to harm us?" Puria was perplexed by her son's bewildering remarks. "Wasn't my father murdered by someone sent by grandfather? Isn't he the one pursuing us?" Charles struggled to comprehend the peculiar history of the Shafiq family, growing increasingly distrustful of Puria. Indeed, Puria replied with remarkable calmness, casting a disdainful glance at Charles, as if to say, "Haven't I mentioned this before? How could you be so foolish?" Charles could only respond with a look of shock. "Then why do we need to wait for grandfather to come and kill us?" Suddenly, he recalled the uncle with no blood relation and asked Mother, "How many grandfathers do I have?" After much contemplation, Polia hesitantly remarked, "It seems that I have 14 fathers, which implies that you, too, must have 14 grandfathers." "What?" Charles stared at Polia in utter bewilderment, attempting to discern any hint of jest upon her countenance. Yet all he found was her disdain. "All right then, which of them is your biological father?" Charles began to grasp the peculiar circumstances of the Shafiq family, whose brevity of life seemingly necessitated a convoluted intertwining of lineage and kinship to sustain their existence. "It is the grandfather who is to arrive today, my father, Wellington Shafiq," Polia explained with composure, for in her understanding, blood relations held little significance. This was a tenet deeply ingrained in the Shafiq family's upbringing. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that she felt a closer bond with this father, who shared her blood, than with the others. "Mother, could you share with me the history of our family?" Charles sighed, voicing his thoughts, as his mother had never spoken of the past or their lineage, leaving him entirely ignorant of his heritage. "There is no need. Your father has stated that you need not confront the history of the Shafiq family. After all, you do not possess Shafiq blood." Polia's nonchalant tone left Charles once again astounded. What did she mean by not possessing Shafiq lineage? What is there to be surprised about? "When your grandfather arrives, you may inquire of him. I cannot elucidate it for you." Polia huffed, having never been burdened with so many questions during her own upbringing, finding her son's inquisitiveness quite unbecoming, especially when he displayed that disdainful expression whenever she struggled to cast certain spells. "Mother, I speak earnestly. You frequently read, albeit mostly fiction, yet it is unreasonable to remain oblivious to the lives of the majority." This perplexity resonated deeply with Charles, as he could not fathom how his mother could overlook the moralities of ordinary muggles presented in novels. Upon hearing Charles's inquiry, Polia's cheeks flushed. Indeed, she was not entirely unaware of certain matters, recognizing the vast discrepancies between her past education and societal norms. Yet, she preferred to remain in blissful ignorance, choosing to dismiss such thoughts. "Charles, you are insufferable," Polia exclaimed in exasperation, playfully ruffling his hair, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his revelations. Charles offered no resistance, for he noticed a figure approaching through the mist. The newcomer, tall and youthful in appearance, exuded an aura of maturity. The striking green eyes revealed the identity of the individual, Wellington Shafiq. "Polia, father." Wellington's eyes glistened with emotion as he embraced his equally elated daughter. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wellington turned his attention to the composed Charles. "Charles?" Wellington inquired with a hint of curiosity, receiving an affirmative nod in return. "Greetings, grandfather." Charles felt a familiar tug of kinship coursing through him. "Oh, my dear Charles." Wellington bent down to embrace Charles, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Just look at you. You are no different from a 10-year-old child." Wellington's astonishment rendered Charles somewhat uneasy. What sort of exclamation was that? After all, he was merely a 10-year-old boy. Wellington discerned Charles's embarrassment and smiled lightly. "It seems I ought to share with you the tale of Shafiq." Father, please converse with Charles. I shall take my leave to rest. Rising so early is quite exhausting. Pariah dismissed the two, retreating to her chamber to recuperate. Charles obliged, led Wellington to the parlor and poured him a glass of water, as the household lacked other refreshments. Charles offered an explanation regarding the plain water. Wellington gently ruffled Charles's hair and shook his head, saying, "You have endured much. Nevertheless, allow me to recount the history of Shafiq." The ancestors of Shafiq allied with Alexander to conquer ancient Greece, simultaneously vanquishing the dark sorcerers of that era. It was during this time that the age of the dark sorcerers of Halbo came to an end. However, the formidable dark sorcerers continued to covet immortality. The forebears of Shafiq, in their alliance with Alexander, obliterated the resurrection of Halbo, yet the vile Halbo inscribed a curse upon the objects of resurrection. Those who destroy the resurrected shall be forever plagued by the curse of death. Thus, the Shafiq family became enshrouded in a nearly insurmountable death curse. A millennium later, the contemporary head of the Shafiq family sought the counsel of the four founders of Hogwarts. Under the guidance of Helga Hufflepuff, they resolved to abandon their pure blood status, opting for marriages with muggles to dilute their bloodline. Meanwhile, Rowena Ravenclaw advised the Shafiq family to seek the fabled lake nymph, hoping to weaken their centuries-old wizarding lineage through the nymph's blood. Thus began the Shafiq family's quest for the lake nymph. 500 years ago, they discovered the last remaining lake nymph in America. The Shafiq family exhausted all efforts, and at last, a young man from their lineage fell in love with the lake nymph, resulting in the birth of 4 children. These children intermarried with muggles, gradually diluting the cursed bloodline. Their crimson eyes transformed into the nymph's vibrant green, and their appearances evolved into that of handsome men and beautiful women. Additionally, they experienced early maturation, allowing 3 generations of Shafiqs to coexist for the first time. The women in the family fully matured by the age of 12, a boon bestowed by their nymph heritage. Furthermore, the family witnessed the advent of the mute canon. Nearly all Shafiq members believed they could triumph over the curse. Alas, at the age of 40, death awaited them, until the arrival of a member of the flowering family, who was none other than Charles's father, Lister. Lister, a mysterious alchemist, discovered fractured souls within the bloodline of the Shafiqs. Evil and powerful, even when fragmented, they could not be extinguished. Falling in love with Pariah, Lister resolved to have children with her within the flowering family, utilizing their ancient and enigmatic magical array to prevent the fragments from escaping the bloodline. He succeeded, yet failed. He successfully eradicated the soul fragments from the bloodline, but this resulted in the fragments manifesting as a tangible curse upon him. While Lister's actions appeared to resolve the Shafiq family's plight, they simultaneously plunged them into a predicament, for that was the nature of the flowering family. If wizards are synonymous with magic, then the Hua family embodies the essence of demon extermination. In their realm, no sorcery can be practiced, for it is shrouded by an ancient and enigmatic array that forbids Western magical arts, permitting only the essence known as Qi to flourish. The members of the Hua family refer to this ancient formation as the absolute barrier between heaven and earth. It regulates witchcraft and rituals, allowing only the flow of Qi within its confines. Any land that the Hua family acknowledges with their conviction falls under the protection of this array. Consequently, the Western wizarding community harbors a deep-seated trepidation about venturing into that territory, a fear ingrained in their very bones. This predicament is precisely what the Shafiq family must confront. Once they resolve to lift the curse, they may inevitably relinquish their identities as wizards, with a grave possibility of losing those identities entirely. The more radical factions within the family have assassinated the ailing Lister. At this moment, Charles has begun to grasp the tragic history of the Shafiq family. So, where are the family's sentiments now? Wellington's appearance cannot be without intention. It seems the Shafiq family has made their choice. They decided to split. Those willing to confront the curse will journey to the Hua family, while those unwilling will continue to endure the torment of their cursed, shortened lives. Charles nodded in acknowledgement. I have come to take your mother away. I hope you can persuade her to accompany me to the Hua family. Her reluctance to go likely stems from her concern for you. Wellington's explanation did not sit well with Charles. How could it be that his own mother was worried about him? Wasn't it the other way around? Wellington, perceiving the awkwardness beneath Charles's forced smile, sighed and said, "Child, I understand my daughter better than you do. She may not be the most astute, but she easily becomes dependent on those she trusts." Charles responded with a wry smile. "Grandfather, if my mother were to go to the Hua family, would she gain longevity? Barring unforeseen circumstances, yes. We have already begun to engage with the ancient families there, particularly your father's lineage," Wellington assured him fervently. Charles pondered for a moment. "Grandfather, I believe what my mother needs is not merely my persuasion or dependence on me. Rather, she longs for my father. Charles could sense a striking resemblance between himself and his father. Every time his mother gazed at him, she appeared lost in thought. It must be that she deeply misses his father. I know, Wellington replied, a hint of melancholy in his tone. The Shafiq family should never have existed. If not for this cursed affliction, he would not have to maintain a rift with his own daughter, and she could live the life a wizard ought to have, rather than endure the vile education of the Shafiq lineage. By the way, grandfather, what will happen to me if my mother leaves? Charles timely reminded Wellington that he had a grandson as well. Your great-grandmother will come to keep you company. She is a lake fairy, though her lineage has become less pure over time. How considerate. Chapter 5, The First Wand. You are my great-grandmother? Charles gazed incredulously at the plump old woman before him. Time had sculpted a lake fairy into this shape. Great-great-grandmother possessed a gentle disposition, merely responding with a chuckle. Little Charles, do you think of me as a rotund fairy? An intriguing soul often fosters a more congenial atmosphere than mere physical beauty. No, it's just that my understanding of the magical realm is rather limited. Much of it is speculation derived from Muggle storybooks. Great-great-grandmother shook her head with a smile, acknowledging that her great-grandson exhibited a level of politeness surpassing that of most children. Perhaps I shall accompany you to Diagon Alley today? Great-great-grandmother Furious spoke with warmth, feeling quite pleased with her handsome great-grandson. I have arranged to meet a friend, and I would be delighted if he could join us. To Charles, the absence of a companion to Diagon Alley signified freedom. However, as he was newly introduced to the wizarding world, prudence was paramount. It would be a great honor. Great-great-grandmother graciously took Charles's hand, and together they awaited the arrival of Cedric. Before long, a charming young boy was seen approaching with a similarly featured uncle. Hello, Charles, good morning. Good morning, Cedric. After Cedric's father introduced himself, Furia offered a brief introduction while omitting her identity as a lake fairy. Following some light pleasantries, the group made their way toward the nearest old tavern. The Flu network here connected to the leaky cauldron, making travel considerably more convenient. Amos Diggory took Cedric ahead using the Flu network. Charles, do you know how to use it? Although Furia recognized her great-grandson's intelligence, she noted that he had just stood there, staring blankly as Cedric and his father departed via the Flu network. Charles responded with an O, closing his magical eye, his expression revealing a hint of astonishment. Yes, it's not difficult. I was merely lost in thought. Sensing Furia's concern and curiosity, he flashed a grin. All right, let me demonstrate for you. Remember, you must articulate the destination's name accurately. Furia took a handful of Flu powder from the side, tossing it into the burning fireplace. The flames momentarily surged, then receded, transforming into a vibrant green blaze. The leaky cauldron. Furia stepped into the flames and, looking at Charles, pronounced the destination aloud. In Furia's view, Charles appeared somewhat dazed again. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a flicker of brilliance danced within his emerald eyes. Truly remarkable. The magical framework composed of the lines of apparition is astonishing, and there are elements I do not recognize. However, when great-great-grandmother uttered the destination, the other structures shifted. Magic is indeed wondrous. Charles mumbled to himself, unheard by anyone, but Peter, the tavern owner, mistakenly thought the boy was hesitant about using the Flu network. Come on, Charles, be bold. The owner, having heard Furia's address, encouraged the handsome young boy. Oh, thank you. Charles glanced back at the owner in gratitude, then emulated the motions he had observed, taking a pinch of Flu powder and tossing it into the fireplace before stepping into the flames and exclaiming, "The leaky cauldron." His actions were executed with remarkable proficiency, as though he had done this countless times before. I would have thought you would struggle. Yet, how adept you are. This truly is your first time? Peter was astounded. It was his inaugural experience with the Flu network, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Alas, his head spun. Charles had initially opened his magical eye, but the flames that enveloped him thrust him into a bizarre realm, inducing a wave of dizziness. Thus, he had no choice but to close his magical eye. Oh, Charles. At the leaky cauldron, the moment Freya spotted Charles, she rushed over and pulled him from the flames. The first experience with the Flu network often left one feeling disoriented, a fact Cedric could attest to from his own initial bout of dizziness. Amos, ever the amiable soul, chimed in, teasingly referencing his own son. Ah, great-grandmother, I am quite well, Charles reassured, his robust constitution aiding in a swift recovery from the disconcerting sensation. Let's procure some school supplies for the young lads. Amos took the lead. Charles surveyed his surroundings. The bar appeared quite dilapidated, and the proprietor seemed amiable enough. The patrons were garbed in attire that seemed antiquated, reminiscent of the aesthetic of the last century. Most were absorbed in their own drinks, with only a handful of less inebriated wizards noticing Charles's scrutiny, offering friendly smiles to the newcomer. It seemed the wizarding world harbored many kind souls. In the small courtyard behind the bar, Amos produced his wand and gestured at a particular brick, which soon retracted with a clatter, revealing a door. "Welcome to the wizarding world." A voice seemed to resonate within Charles's heart. Upon stepping through the threshold, he was met with a wondrous sight. The air was alive with fantastical, magical lines, indicating a place where sorcery flourished. "Let us first acquire robes for school," Amos suggested, glancing at Freya, who remained silent, awaiting Charles's thoughts. "Yes, that sounds good." Amos navigated effortlessly towards Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, while Cedric hurried over, taking Charles's hand and chattering animatedly about the fascinating spots in Diagon Alley. "Oh, are you two young wizards preparing for school?" Madame Malkin, a short and plump woman with a warm demeanor, beamed at Charles and Cedric, whose faces were alight with smiles. "Look at these splendid young wizards. Let me see. Considering you both still have some growing to do, the robes might need to be a tad loose. How about this style? Is the most fashionable design at Hogwarts this year." Madame Malkin presented a simple robe adorned with subtle patterns at the cuffs. Charles was not particularly discerning when it came to clothing, yet the advantages of good looks were undeniable. After donning the robes, both Cedric and Charles appeared quite splendid. Complying with the Academy's requirements, they acquired 3 sets of robes along with other garments. It seemed Madame Malkin took a liking to the 2 charming boys, for she generously gifted them a pair of rabbit fur gloves. "I shall accompany Madame Freya to procure the remaining supplies. You two should head to Ollivander's." Amos handed Cedric 20 gold galleons, and Freya mirrored this gesture with her own 20 coins. Cedric, brimming with excitement, grasped Charles's hand and dashed towards Ollivander's wand shop, pulling Charles inside before he could fully register the entrance. The shop radiated warmth, yet it felt desolate, its cramped space filled with boxes of wands. "Ah, welcome." The silver-haired, slender Ollivander scrutinized the 2 visitors, attempting to glean something from their appearances. "Mr. Ollivander, do you remember me? I am Cedric Diggory." "Of course I remember. Your father." Amos Diggory wielded a wand of ash wood with a core of dragon heartstring. That was a remarkable wand. Ollivander's acuity regarding wands was always impressive. "And who might this young wizard beside you be?" Charles, hearing Ollivander reference him, politely replied, "Greetings, I am Charles Shafiq." "Oh, Shafiq." Ollivander reacted as if he had heard a name of great significance. Being pure blood, he was well aware of this ancient yet reclusive family. Indeed, Charles refrained from sharing the tragic fate of his lineage. "Ah, the Shafiq family. Quite the intriguing history. I do not recall anyone from your family crafting a wand." Ollivander expressed his surprise. He first measured Cedric's right arm, forearm, and height, then handed him a wand. Cedric waved it gently, and the magic shimmered steadily. The wand measured 12¼ inches, crafted from ash wood, with a core of unicorn tail hair. An ash wand is loyal to a single master. Should it be given or sold to another, it would lose its potency and skill, a trait that is particularly pronounced when the core is from a unicorn. The owner of an ash wand is unlikely to be swayed from their beliefs and plans. They may be obstinate, but they are neither arrogant nor rude. Ollivander's words unveiled the profound bond between a wand and its master. "Now, it is your turn, young wizard. Which hand do you favor?" "The right hand." After measuring, Ollivander presented Charles with a wand, yet before Charles could even wave it, Ollivander snatched it back. "Oh, not this one. Try this one." "Ah, no. That is absurd." After 3 attempts, Ollivander had yet to find a match, as Charles had not waved a single wand. "Silver limewood. This will surely be suitable. It is a favor to the seer." Ollivander's words made Charles raise an eyebrow instinctively. "The seer?" Upon receiving the wand and waving it gently, the light flickered but remained unstable, oscillating erratically. What could be amiss? Ollivander pondered, perplexed, as he tried several more wands, all yielding the same flickering light. "Is the core unsuitable?" Ollivander murmured, encountering such a discerning client for the first time. "This one, Hollywood, with a tail feather of a night steed." Ollivander offered another wand, speculating whether the legends surrounding the Shafiq family were indeed true, hinting at a connection with the Grim Reaper. Undoubtedly, the wand did not flicker. Instead, it conjured a tempest that sent chaos swirling around the room. Charles felt embarrassed. Surely, not all travelers face such a tumultuous wand selection process. "It seems this must be the one." Ollivander swiftly ascended the stairs, and amidst a cacophony of clattering and clinking, he unearthed an ancient box. The wand measured 11½ inches, crafted from English oak with a core of nightmare tail feather. "This wand, over a century old, was fashioned by my great-grandfather," yet it had never chosen a master. "Give it a try," Ollivander urged, presenting an olive-hued wand to Charles. The latter accepted it and waved it gently, causing the magical light to flicker steadily. The English oak wand is renowned for its reliability, whether in times of fortune or adversity, akin to its possessor, serving as a most faithful companion. The ideal owner of an English oak wand embodies strength, courage, and loyalty. Lesser known is the fact that wielders of this wand often possess profound intuition, exhibiting an extraordinary affinity for nature-related magic and the myriad creatures and plants of the magical realm. The nightmare's tail feather is rarely employed in wand-making due to its instability, making the process prone to failure. Furthermore, the nightmare, as a harbinger of death, is rarely resonated with by mortals. Thus, this unique wand combination had remained undiscovered for so long. Ollivander's description caused Charles to furrow his brow. "Well, it sounds rather ominous. And regarding courage, do I possess it? It certainly resembles Gryffindor." Charles's jest did not escape Ollivander's notice, who chuckled and remarked, "Courage is not exclusive. Remember, is the wand that chooses its master." "Then 18 galleons," he concluded. Charles raised an eyebrow, bemused. "What is this? Cedric's wand was only 12 galleons. Yet mine demands 18. Mr. Ollivander, I believe you could offer a discount, considering this has been in stock for over a century." "Ah, well, 16 galleons then. I cannot lower the price further, as nightmare feathers are exceedingly difficult to procure." It was Ollivander's first encounter with a customer attempting to haggle. Yet indeed, the wand's antiquated style had hindered its sale. After bidding farewell to Charles and Cedric, Ollivander immediately jotted down a note in his ledger. The Shafiq family might, like the nightmare, be embraced by death. Chapter 6, The Portly One. After parting ways with Cedric's family, Freya led Charles to Gringotts to retrieve the gold stored by the Shafiq family. Unexpectedly, the diminutive yet astute goblin exhibited utmost reverence towards Freya and her grandson. "Esteemed Lady of the Lake, we extol your benevolence. Your generosity has forged the sword of kings." The goblin, Grak, meticulously guided them, occasionally elaborating on Gringotts' security measures, eager for the lady's commendation. Later, while studying the history of magic, Charles came to understand why goblins displayed such humility. Among all sentient magical beings, aside from those lost to myth, the goblin race is undoubtedly the most intelligent and magical. Within the goblin lineage, the forest goblins, moonlit goblins, and lake spirits are regarded as the wisest. Notably, the tales of the lake spirits have spread widely in England, thanks to the wizard Merlin. In the mystical realm of Avalon, the goblin race forged the exquisitely sharp sword of kings, the steel cutter. The lake nymph safeguarded it within the waters of her dwelling. And later, with the assurance of the wizard Merlin, King Arthur borrowed the fabled sword Excalibur, embarking on his legendary journey. The nymph Vivian in the tale has since become the archetype of lake nymphs, embodying formidable magic, extraordinary wisdom, and breathtaking beauty. Glac, the embodiment of a bygone mythical era, has long since faded. Living in the present is of utmost importance. Freya, discerning the mischievous intentions of the fairy, realized that she sought to exploit the nymph's renown. What a foolish endeavor. Esteemed nymph, I harbor no such intentions. Since the advent of humanity, heroes have expelled the divine, and the once mighty magical beings have suffered the consequences of their past transgressions, especially the fairies, even when suppressed, as evidenced by the fairy rebellion near Hogsmeade in 1612, which was a clear indication of humanoid magical beings resisting oppression. The fairy Glac, trembling in fear, knelt before Freya, though she was not a pure-blood nymph. The potent elven lineage coursing through her veins exuded an extraordinary aura of intimidation. This was sufficient to instill fear in a fairy. Enough, Glac. The age of myths has concluded. We must now look forward. Freya possessed a far clearer insight than the fairy. The internal conflicts among humans were equally severe. So why sacrifice oneself for the sake of so-called glory? Charles remained silent, quietly observing it all. The phrase mythical era was indeed intriguing, and it seemed the wizarding world had much to teach him. Glac cautiously rose and continued to lead the way, this time without the incessant chatter of introductions. We have arrived. Esteemed nymph, this is the vault where the Shafiq family has entrusted their treasures." Glac produced a key from within his garments and unlocked the heavy iron door, revealing the opulent contents of the vault. Truly, as an old pure-blood family, they were indeed wealthy. Yet, why had his mother not come to retrieve it? At that moment, Freya took the key from Glac's hands and turned to Charles, explaining, "When the Shafiq family deposited this wealth, they left no receipt. Only the lake nymph can directly access the vault to claim their riches." Charles was taken aback. Had they stored a fortune before heading to America? Freya then retrieved a pouch from her sleeve with a wave of her right hand. The pouch emitted a powerful suction, instantly devouring over 1,000 gold galleons. She rummaged within the pouch again, producing a small suitcase and opening it. Charles, this is a magical suitcase. It has been enchanted with a seamless extension spell, roughly the size of a bedroom. Now it is yours. You may fill it with whatever you desire from here. After speaking, Freya took Glack and departed, leaving Charles alone in the vault. Ah, do you trust me so readily? Unaware that this was Freya's test, Charles first wandered around the vault, finding nothing of particular interest. Activating the magical eye, he noted the meager magical lines on the items within, indicating a lack of magical artifacts. Sighing, Charles began searching again, packing all the books into the empty suitcase, and took 100 galleons. Only then did he lift the suitcase and begin to inspect it. The style was antiquated, enveloped in a muted brownish hue, with edges and corners draped in an unknown beast hide, lending it an air of preciousness. The suitcase was not large, perfectly suited for a young lad. Great-grandmother. I've got it, Charles declared as he stepped outside, eager to share his discovery with her. However, the amusingly gentle great-grandmother promptly took him away without a moment's pause. It's getting late. We've missed lunch. I didn't expect our first meeting to leave us hungry. Utilizing the fireplace at Gringotts, they returned to the old tavern near Grimmauld Place. Shortly thereafter, Freya hurriedly brought Charles back home, and amidst his astonished expressions, she executed a dazzling array of culinary feats. The freshly baked pastries and richly colored sausages were undoubtedly the finest meal Charles had ever enjoyed. With no regard for decorum, he devoured the food, prompting Freya to laugh heartily. Little Polaire, you seem utterly inept in the kitchen. It must be quite a struggle for you. Oh, it's not too bad. I can manage a bit on my own, Charles replied, his words muffled by his feast. Once they finished their meal, Charles reclined on the bench, basking in the satisfaction of a hearty repast, when Freya produced a cage wrapped in black cloth. What is this? He inquired, gazing at Freya, who stood before him with the cage in hand, a look of curiosity etched on his face. The size of a birdcage. Could it be an owl? You could never guess. Freya observed the growing delight on Charles's face, knowing he was inching closer to the truth. She unveiled the black cloth, revealing a most peculiar avian creature. Its feathers were a mottled blue-gray, with a long, broad beak, slightly blackened at the tip, adorned with a red dot. Its wings were diminutive, and its stout legs were yellow, culminating in a tuft of curled feathers at its rear, giving it a rather rotund appearance. Is this a dodo? Charles exclaimed, remembering that this rather unattractive, plump bird was the national bird of Mauritius and believed to be extinct. Extinct. That's a muggle notion, and besides, it's a snidget, the emblem of the Shafiq family. Freya dismissed Charles's muggle interpretation, understanding that he had only recently entered the wizarding world. Charles accepted the cage, lifting it to observe the resting plump bird within. Great-grandmother, you can't possibly expect it to serve as my owl. He frowned, noting the bird's short wings, which clearly indicated it could not fly. Of course, the Shafiq family must utilize the snidget as a messenger. Quickly, sign a contract with this newly matured snidget. It will forge a connection between you and it, fostering affection. Freya produced an ancient parchment made of sheepskin, inscribed with a lengthy passage in a script incomprehensible to Charles, like runic. He was instructed to sign his name on the left side, while the right required the bird's claw print and a drop of blood. As soon as he completed the signing, the parchment ignited spontaneously. Emerald flames that bore no heat transformed in Charles's eyes into a peculiar magical conduit linking him to the rotund bird. I'm so hungry, Charles mused as he observed the bird, a thought bubbling up from within. Great-grandmother, it seems this plump bird is saying it's hungry. Well then, feed it some fruit. It can eat anything, and remember to give it a name. Upon finishing her words, Freya donned her coat in preparation to depart. Great-grandmother, where are you going? Charles inquired immediately upon witnessing Freya's intention to leave. Hee, just tidying up. I shall return shortly. The plump fairy stepped outside, then produced a wand. Directing at the door, exclaiming bind swiftly, a surge of magical energy enveloped the entire house. Meanwhile, Charles observed the plump bird, carefully lifting it from its cage and placing it before a platter of fruit. The seemingly lethargic bird abruptly opened its brown eyes, its broad beak eagerly snatching at the fruit, devouring it with gusto. In no time, the platter was entirely cleared. Indeed, you are quite the voracious eater. Understanding Charles's mild disdain, the bird squawked twice in protest. Then, with a swift motion, it vanished and reappeared elsewhere. Instantaneous movement. Do it again. Charles activated his magical eye, fixating on the plump bird, which squawked in displeasure, took a few steps, and then reappeared at Charles's feet. Such intricate lines and frameworks. Charles marveled. At the moment of the bird's movement, its form and the surrounding magical essence produced an extraordinarily complex transformation, far surpassing mere illusion, yet exhibiting some overlapping traits with it. Let's call you Chubby. In his recollections, there had been a game in a previous life featuring a similarly rotund character who could not fly. Chapter 7. A display of power. Elsewhere, Freya regarded the two figures cloaked in black with a frigid gaze. Are you truly intent on proceeding with this? Aside from venting your cowardice, I see no purpose. Freya's tone was icy, yet the subtext was unmistakable. She was reluctant to engage in combat with the dark-robed individuals before her. Freya, you have overstepped. This is a matter concerning Shafiq's household. The Lake Fairy has a covenant with Shafiq and must not meddle in domestic affairs. The figure on the left replied, his voice deep and raspy, gripping his wand tightly. I am the great-grandmother of that child, and the blood of our Lake Fairies flows through him. Freya's gaze remained cold. There was no doubt these two had come to pursue Charles. Heart-piercing. The figure on the right launched the first attack, but Freya merely smiled faintly. An invisible barrier before her deflecting the spell. The protection of a fairy. The figure on the left, well aware of the Lake Fairy's innate magical prowess, recognized that unless an exceptionally powerful force was summoned, it would be nearly impossible to breach the invisible shield that enveloped her. Swarm of bees. The left figure had his own countermeasures, waving his wand to conjure a swarm of bees that flew towards Freya, stingers poised. The figure on the right followed suit with another heart-piercing strike. In an instant, Freya wielded her wand, disappearing before the attack could reach her, only to reappear behind the left figure. Flames ablaze. A dragon of fire erupted from Freya's wand, charging towards the dark-robed figures. Armored protection. The cloaked figure, seasoned in battle, managed to block Freya's onslaught, while the other crouched low, preparing to unleash another heart-piercing strike. Transmutation spell. The fire dragon did not vanish under Freya's command. It transformed into two fiery ropes binding the two figures in black robes. Damn it, can't you utilize any other spells? Observing the rebound of the excruciating drill, the black-robed man to the left felt utterly speechless at his comrade's incompetence, especially since he had demonstrated how to dismantle the barrier with a sustained magical attack. Armor shield. The black-robed man on the left adeptly maneuvered, casting an ironclad spell upon himself. However, his companion was far less fortunate, crouching on the ground. He had no time to evade and collapsed, ensnared completely. The fiery ropes tightened around him, emitting a sizzle of scorched flesh, while he let out a low, agonizing cry. You cannot escape. Disarm. Freya swiftly cast a disarmament spell at the other black-robed figure attempting to teleport away. The latter crouched and narrowly evaded Freya's assault. Subsequently, the two engaged in a back-and-forth battle for 4 minutes, with Freya maintaining the upper hand, while the black-robed man could only dodge and cast protective spells. Transfiguration spell. Suddenly, the ground beneath the black-robed man's feet morphed into a quagmire, causing one careless black-robed figure's weapon to be flung away by Freya. Petrify them all. An ancient voice resonated once more, and the black-clad figure was struck by a petrifying spell, gradually sinking into the mire. You're Albus Dumbledore, Freya exclaimed in awe as she beheld the tall elder, who had appeared only after unleashing 2 spells, covering her mouth in astonishment, reminiscent of a youthful demeanor. Esteemed Lady of the Lake. The elder responded with courtesy, his tone respectful. Petrification incoming. The ensnared black-clad man was drawn from the mire by Dumbledore's magic and landed upon solid ground. Restored to its former state, the mire vanished, reverting to solid earth. Truly the most formidable white wizard of this century, Freya mused, acknowledging that although her magical reserves exceeded Dumbledore's, her finesse and application were lacking by comparison. You flatter me. What is this? Dumbledore was perplexed regarding the appearance of the Lady of the Lake. Had it not been for the repeated sensing of the excruciating drill, he might not have materialized at all. After all, the 3 unforgivable curses were the favorites of Death Eaters, and he initially suspected Voldemort had resurfaced. Merely the troubles of the Shafiq family. I shall handle them. I must entrust my great-grandson, Charles Shafiq, to you. Freya smiled gently, and Dumbledore nodded, realizing the Shafiq family indeed had an extraordinary connection with the Lady of the Lake. After a slight bow to Freya, Dumbledore vanished with a disillusionment charm, unconcerned about uncovering all the details regarding Shafiq. Now, it is time for me to deal with you. Freya chuckled, brandishing her wand as she and the 2 figures vanished with a disillusionment charm. Upon returning to his office, Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes in contemplation for a moment before sighing. Voldemort has yet to reveal himself. Tom, Where on earth are you? Off to buy groceries, I see. It seems great-grandmother is aware that the plump one has quite the appetite. Charles observed Freya, returning with an array of vegetables and fresh produce in tow. Shouldn't you lend a hand to your great-grandmother? Listening to Freya's playful complaints, Charles stepped forward to take a portion of the fruits and vegetables, which he then placed into the storage cabinet. The storage cabinets in the magical realm possess built-in preservation features, making them seemingly more environmentally friendly compared to Muggle refrigerators. This was the first time our storage cabinet had been so full. Charles exerted all his strength to close the cabinet, which was bulging with its overflowing contents. Beside him, the rotund creature tilted its head, scrutinizing the cabinet, pondering how this fellow could possibly consume more than he did. The name Fatty is indeed uniquely whimsical. For some reason, Freya also found the name Fatty quite amusing. Indeed, it had grown quite plump, haha. Charles, of course, would not reveal that it stemmed from memories of his previous life. He merely offered a brief explanation of the name's origin. Everyone tends to name their pets with human names: Leaf, Fox, Annie, and so forth. Yet yours stands out distinctly. Freya, having encountered few human children, noted that the offspring of the Shafiq family were generally cut from the same mold, save for a few with striking personalities, making this well-behaved yet thoughtful child a rarity. Haha, if you like it, then let us stick with it. Shall we, Fatty? Upon hearing Charles call its name, Fatty turned around, staring blankly at him with its head tilted, as if to say, "What do you want?" The Quibbler bird can deliver messages anywhere, and if it weren't for its elusive nature, alls would have long been replaced. This cage is specially designed, so the Quibbler cannot vanish while inside, Freya added as she set the cage on a stool. Thank you, great-grandmother. Charles felt compelled to express his gratitude. Everything Freya did made him acutely aware of the power of familial bonds. What are your plans for the final holiday before school starts? I intend to read. I want to thoroughly peruse the family's cherished historical tomes and prepare for the first-grade curriculum. Charles replied without hesitation, finally having the opportunity to truly comprehend the entire wizarding world and secretly outshine his classmates. How utterly thrilling. Chapter 8. The Transformation of the Magical Eye. After 3 weeks of study, Charles languidly leaned against the window, basking in one of the rare warm, sunny days of the foggy city. He had garnered a general understanding of the entire history of magic, which could be broadly categorized into 4 significant epochs. Before the rise of wizards, there was the mythical age, a time abundant with magical creatures where muggles and wizards cohabited, seeking the protective powers of magic beings through worship and sacrifice. The ancient Flower family was exceptional, having unraveled the essence of magic. Generations of great wizards devised an unparalleled magical array that expelled magic itself, thereby establishing their kingdom. Ancient Egypt attempted to conspire with the Grim Reaper to construct pyramids, only to face rebellion from magical beings, leading to failure. Ancient Babylon endeavored to build the Tower of Babel, aspiring to create a heavenly realm on earth, yet ultimately succumbed to a wizard uprising and failed. Ancient India barely had time to act before the Aryans invaded, obliterating wizarding civilization. Of the 4 great wizarding civilizations, only one remains, and that one forsook its magical power in exchange for another form of strength. The demise of the 4 great wizarding civilizations heralded the conclusion of the mythological era, as wizardry blossomed worldwide like mushrooms after spring rain. Following the mythological age, the Enlightenment era emerged, characterized by the chaotic and uncontrollable nature of wizarding power, devoid of systems or incantations. The number of lives claimed by wizards surpassed those taken by magical creatures. Among the prominent wizards of the Enlightenment was Merlin of England, who surreptitiously appropriated the arcane runic script, thereby acquiring the formidable ability to wield magic. In addition to runes, various Enlightenment wizards drew strength from ancient scripts across the globe. Nevertheless, among all magical writings, the runic script stood out as the most potent. Hence, Merlin earned the title of the Enlightener of Magic and the Terminator of the mythological age, revered by all wizards as the most formidable sorcerer in history. As the Enlightenment era unfolded, the rift between wizards and muggles deepened, giving rise to a religion aimed at balancing the 2 factions, thus marking the advent of the Judgment Age. This era was aptly named as, initially, wizards exerted control over muggles through religion, erecting numerous wizarding palaces. However, a faction of awakened muggles allied with the enslaved magical creatures, ultimately dismantling wizarding dominance. This phenomenon explains the prevalence of knights in various civilizations, embodying the union of humans and enigmatic beings. The muggles' overthrow of wizarding rule ushered in a dark medieval period, known as the post-judgment age. Although wizards were individually powerful, their numbers were scant, and even a union of two wizards could yield a muggle. In a bid for self-preservation, wizards retreated to a realm undetectable by muggles. A remarkable wizard, Martin Luther, declared war against those who indiscriminately executed both wizards and muggles. The 95 Theses, propelled within the wizarding world, gained traction in the muggle realm, gradually bringing the dark medieval period and the post-judgment age to a close. Subsequently, a chasm formed between wizards and muggles, rendering the two worlds almost entirely isolated from one another. At this juncture, wizards realized the foresight of the ancient practices of their ancestors. Rather than birth uncontrollable magic, it was more prudent to cultivate the universally accessible chi. Thus, wizards entered the modern age, often referred to as the Age of Isolation. It is noteworthy that the founding of Hogwarts is frequently regarded as the commencement of the Age of Isolation, although some argue it merely marked the opening act of this era, leading to a diversity of opinions. The formal answer posits that the publication of Martin Luther's 95 Theses serves as the standard response. Alternatively, one might cite the establishment date of Hogwarts as an answer. Although, at times, the grading instructors at Hogwarts may err, they might compensate in other evaluations. Impression points hold significant weight, do they not? Currently, the first-year history of magic curriculum at Hogwarts is authored by one of the most distinguished historians of magic, Bashida Bahat, and it encompasses the history of the magical world prior to the 19th century. This tome was first published in 1947 by the Little Red Book Publishing Company. To be candid, this book is quite substantial, with an excessively detailed account that strives for thoroughness, rendering it rather tedious. While Charles considers it suitable as a reference, he finds it burdensome as a text to be memorized. Transfiguration, spells, potions, the history of magic, defense against the dark arts, astronomy, and herbology, along with the mandatory flying lessons on broomsticks, constitute the curriculum. To be candid, the breadth of knowledge imparted in a year is rather scant. Charles gazed at the tomes before him. 8 books, yet only 7 subjects, which struck him as rather amusing. Particularly, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them seemed exclusively designed to enhance the reputation of Hogwarts' illustrious alumnus, Newt Scamander. However, compared to the textbooks, this volume possessed a more vivid prose, especially when detailing magical creatures, including methods of subjugation and intriguing behaviors. His wandering thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the hurried entrance of Freya, who pushed the door open. "Great-grandmother, is this a gathering of fairies in England? You seem quite busy," Charles remarked, unable to suppress his exasperation. Since returning from Gringotts that fateful day, Freya had been perpetually occupied. Aside from the timely breakfast, both lunch and dinner were prepared in advance. Upon hearing Charles lament, Freya offered a slightly apologetic expression. Her primary task involved managing the mess left by the Shafiq family, reaching out to other pure-blood families to forge useful connections. "I should have included you in those gatherings, but I heard from Pola that you detest attending such events," she explained with a resigned smile. Without bringing Charles along, the value of these relationships seemed diminished, as they were fundamentally intended for the future of Charles Shafiq. Nonetheless, Freya preferred Charles's comfort, which perhaps epitomized the wisdom of a fairy. After all, the Shafiq family was not lacking in wealth. While I could attend, though not attending would be preferable, Charles had not been entirely absent from such gatherings. Pola had once taken him to an event in Moscow, where the excessive drinking nearly led to his premature demise. "Ha, you little rascal," Freya chuckled, deeply fond of her great-grandson, intelligent, polite, and possessing an extraordinary capacity for empathy, even offering unique yet compassionate perspectives on her anecdotes. Little rascal was a term Pola had adopted from Liszt. As half a month slipped by, time stealthily ushered in July. After reviewing the lessons on spells and defense against the dark arts, Charles held his wand before a small stone and declared, "Wingardium Leviosa." The simple levitation charm caused the stone to wobble and rise, hovering over a meter above the table. In Charles's eyes, the stone was adorned with the inherent magical lines that constituted the framework of a levitation spell. Suddenly, his mind drifted blank, and he realized that he had not perceived the wizards while mentioned in Transfiguration. Consequently, his proficiency in the subject was abysmal. He could not even transform a button into a needle. While lost in thought, Charles failed to notice that the levitating stone began to spin ceaselessly, drawing surrounding dust toward it to form a somewhat irregular sphere. As the sphere continued to spin, it absorbed and adjusted, gradually taking on elliptical shape. Once the elliptical sphere was formed, the eye of magic shimmered, casting a resplendent golden light that traced an unusual magical array in its depths. Transfiguration's spell, Earth, Charles instinctively waved his wand at the floating, spinning sphere. As his magical energy surged, the sphere astonishingly morphed into a scaled-down replica of Earth. This, recovering from his astonishment, Charles gazed in disbelief at the spinning globe, blinked to confirm the reality of the phenomenon, and murmured to himself, "I cannot believe I am a genius." Mastering the transfiguration spell without any formal instruction, and achieving such a formidable feat. It must be noted that despite the crude replication of Earth, this macro construction was beyond the grasp of an ordinary wizard. Suddenly, the Earth reverted to its original form, plummeting from the air into stones and scattered dust. Cough, cough. All clean. Charles waved his wand, causing the stones and dust to vanish without a trace, save for a few specks of dust that remained. Closing his eyes to attune himself, he felt a heightened finesse in his control over magic, and then nothing further transpired. When he activated the Eye of Magic again, the golden glow was absent. It seemed that this time, an empty mind had merely enhanced his command over magical energy. Ouch! A disgruntled owl delivered a bundled newspaper, unceremoniously dropping it atop Charles's head before flapping away in a huff. This fellow lacks perception, as if he is blind to his own existence. Fat Eye, you just sit back and enjoy the show. Charles could only grumble while glancing at his rotund companion, who merely tilted his head in the opposite direction and emitted a caw. What is this nonsense? Charles lamented, covering his face, exasperated by the foolishness of the bird. Chapter 9. The columnist. Recently, Charles encountered a perplexing dilemma, prompting him to seek counsel from his great-grandmother, Freya. The will of the wizard? Freya was initially delighted by her great-grandson's inquiry, yet found herself at a loss in addressing his question. What is your perspective on the will of the wizard? Freya's counter-query left Charles momentarily stunned, but he soon delved into contemplation. From his previous life, he perceived the wizard's will as ethereal, akin to a muggle's fantasy that forever remains just that, a fantasy. Yet, wizards are different. Their imaginings can indeed affect the tangible world. The will of the wizard embodies their thoughts, while magical energy serves as the conduit to transform those thoughts into reality. Charles felt confident in his response. The historical knowledge he had acquired supported the notion that magical energy acted as a bridge. However, he sensed a flaw in his reasoning, for the phenomena observed through the Eye of Magic manifested as structured lines and frameworks. Absent the Eye of Magic, his answer would be perceived as mere fact. Upon hearing Charles's reflections, Freya's eyes sparkled with approval. A commendable answer. For a young wizard, your insights already surpass those of many. Aside from a select few researchers of magic who ponder the essence of such questions, few take notice of this matter. Charles, can will be altered? Freya's inquiry compelled Charles to ponder further. Indeed, will is subjective and mutable, while reality is objective and, in principle, immutable. Rather than asserting that magical energy alters reality, it would be more accurate to say that wizards influence the reality before them. Charles's contemplations grew increasingly metaphysical, a transformation spurred by the unique perspective bestowed upon him by the Eye of Magic. While great wizards might perceive the threads and frameworks of magic, they could not discern them with such clarity. Shaking his head, Charles admitted his ignorance, acknowledging that the question exceeded his current reservoir of knowledge. Charles, you grasp spells with remarkable ease, as if they flow effortlessly through your fingers. Yet you lack your own will. Freya's words struck him like a bolt of lightning. Unlike Freya, who did not contemplate her own will and magical prowess, much of it being innate, Charles's innate abilities seemed to render him a mere puppet. Although he mastered spells swiftly, it felt as though he was merely replicating something rather than originating it. The Eye of Magic. Charles recognized the crux of the matter. While the eye enabled him to master spells, it also solidified his wizarding will. Typically, a wizard wields their will to influence the world through their magical power. In contrast, Charles influenced his own will through the magical frameworks he perceived, thereby affecting the world in reverse. Thus, his wizarding will acted as a bridge. The last successful transfiguration was a first for him, as his will had actively altered the world, which explained why subsequent attempts at transfiguration had faltered. Understanding both the what and the why was crucial. With a flick of his wand, he directed it at the teacup before Freya and declared, "May your wishes come true." With a surge of magic, the teacup twisted into a mouse, which then began to scurry about. Transfiguration undone, Charles waved his wand again, returning the mouse to a teacup. Yet the teacup, now transformed from the mouse, inevitably shattered upon hitting the floor. "Oh dear, my apologies, great-great-grandmother," he chuckled sheepishly, though the spark of excitement in his eyes was undeniable. "All right, let us refrain from using such peculiar terms," Freya said, performing a wandless spell that restored the teacup to its pristine state. You still struggle to wield magic with agility. Charles laughed awkwardly at this observation. Indeed, simply restoring it was sufficient. But it seemed he had a considerable way to go before he could wield magic with finesse. Are you heading to your aunt's house? Cedric approached Charles, informing him of his plans to visit his aunt over the summer in France, which meant he would be unable to visit Charles before school commenced. I'll bring you a gift. Did you know that Beauxbatons Academy of Magic in France is on par with Hogwarts? He exclaimed, particularly excited about the legendary alchemist, Nicholas Flamel. Charles smiled at Cedric's enthusiasm. Indeed, it was no surprise that a native-born wizard of his caliber was already acquainted with Flamel even before delving into the history of magic. In contrast, the trio's homegrown Ron could hardly be described as well-read or knowledgeable. By the way, Cedric, how much do you know about enrolling at Hogwarts? I've heard from others that we must face a troll upon our arrival. The odorous troll was notoriously detested, ranking among the top 3 most loathed magical creatures. It is hard to believe, but my father informed me that one must memorize the entire volume of Hogwarts, a history. Cedric, upon hearing Charles' casual remarks, felt a tinge of concern. He, too, considered his father's explanation overly simplistic. Perhaps it was through confronting a giant that one would uncover the true potential of a young wizard. Cedric, suppressing a laugh, observed the sudden worry etched on his face, as his previously carefree mood dissipated. How could one find joy in such thoughts? I shall inquire with my father, for he graduated from Hufflepuff and should possess some knowledge, though I fear the entrance examination may have changed. Cedric bid farewell to Charles, hastily returning home to consult Amos about the enrollment matters. Amos, wishing to tease his son, deliberately suggested that the entrance examination might have been altered. It was not until a week later, observing his son's discontent during their time in France, that he revealed the true nature of Hogwarts' enrollment ceremony. Consequently, Cedric, belatedly realizing he had been outwitted by Charles, attempted to intimidate him through a letter. Yet, Charles found himself too pressed for time. On that very day, the editor of the Daily Prophet, Balthazar Page, visited Fleur, introducing the renowned columnist, Kalen Hansen, as a guarantor of the house's unwavering loyalty. Kalen Hansen, during his visit, intended to extol Charles and flatter the Shafiq family. Instead, he stumbled upon Charles' manuscript on the history of magic. Name, Merlin Ambrosius. Alias, the Enchanter, Mulin. Gender, male. Occupation, Wizard, Legendary Wizard. Skills, proficient in foresight and masterful in transfiguration. Family background, son of a nun named Carmelitas and an elf. Some even claim he is the creation of a dream spirit. Dates unknown. Primarily active during the twilight of the Mythic era and the midst of the Enlightenment. Motto, some are born to till the soil, some possess remarkable healing skills, and others are destined to be rulers. As for me, I was born to serve you, Arthur. I take great pride in this and cherish it immensely. The origins of all things are beyond estimation. The great Merlin must have entered the world during an extraordinary time. Upon finishing the manuscript on Merlin, Kalen Hansen was invigorated. The witty and vivid prose narrated the history of magic in a storytelling manner, interweaving the twilight of the Mythic era with the Enlightenment. Distinctly different from the traditional chronicles of past events and biographies. This innovative style of writing is nothing short of revolutionary. The wizarding world is indeed antiquated. In fact, similar narrative techniques had already emerged in the Western world at that time. Editor Page could easily create a column for Charles, with only minor modifications needed for the manuscript. Unlike Kalen Hansen's enthusiasm, Balthazar Page harbored his own ulterior motives. The resurgence of the venerable Shafiq family's wealth would undoubtedly usher in significant changes. Rather than engage with Fleur, the cunning old fox, it would be wiser to invest in the future leader of the Shafiq family, Charles Shafiq. Charles, I wonder if you would be willing to become a columnist for the Daily Prophet? All that is required is for you to contribute one such character piece each week. A dedicated editor will review your submissions. Freya gazed gently at the scene, remaining silent. Charles scratched his head in confusion. What does this mean, bribery? Isn't this just notes? Written in such a manner, it's quite easy to memorize. One person per week, entirely feasible. However, I cannot guarantee quality. Charles found it amusing and decided to pursue it. In his entire life, he had never written a column, and perhaps he could even attain the identity of a journalist. How modest he is! I have never encountered such a remarkably gifted young wizard. I believe you are destined to become a new star in the wizarding world. Peggy showered him with compliments. Charles's good rapport with the Daily Prophet means that the Shafiq family has a favorable relationship with the paper, making this transaction quite advantageous. A biography fetches 6 galleons, only 4 less than a freelance journalist. Peggy rubbed her hands together. In truth, This price is neither high nor low. Few columns have been published without a wizarding response that can command such a rate. Following this, aside from preparing for his studies, Charles had to dedicate time each week to writing a biography, a task he took very seriously. One might say it stems from his enigmatic passion for history. Chapter 10. The Weasley Twins. Charles, you haven't stepped outside for over a month. Freya exclaimed. In 2 weeks, school will commence. Yet you persist in staying home every day. Unable to tolerate Charles's reclusive behavior any longer, Freya finally erupted today, sending him out with 50 galleons tucked into his pocket. You may wander about, perhaps even explore Diagon Alley, but do not go to Nocturne Alley. Freya was aware that Charles's studies included the dark arts, which the world regards with trepidation. She did not prevent him, but would not indulge him either. I wouldn't go near dark wizards. That sounds dull, Charles replied, shaking his head as he reluctantly stepped outside. During this period, he led a remarkably fulfilling life. The sensation of mastering magic, the joy of absorbing knowledge daily, and the satisfaction derived from the acclaim of his magical history column were profoundly rewarding. In summary, his great-grandmother completely misunderstood the joy of staying indoors. He had already completed his first-year coursework, grasping most of the knowledge points. Transfiguration and spells came easily to him. And the enchanting potions class had ignited a fondness for the yet-to-be-met potion master Snape. In every respect, Charles presented himself as an exemplary Ravenclaw. Perhaps this isn't so bad after all, is it? After being ushered out, Charles meandered to the leaky cauldron, utilizing the Flaw network to reach the 3 broomsticks. Unfortunately, the Flaw network at home had yet to be installed. Freya deemed the old fireplace too filthy, and her busy schedule left her with no time to tidy it up. Today, the Flaw network might finally be installed, as Freya, having just found a moment of leisure, expressed her disdain for Charles' as constant presence at home. Traversing the 3 broomsticks, Charles began to explore Diagon Alley. Florin's ice cream shop. Splendid. On this hot August day, a serving of shaved ice is just perfect. He crossed the street, pushing open the door to enter the shop, where the cool air invigorated his senses. Florin Forsco watched the young wizard enter alone, his eyes glimmering with a trace of empathetic understanding. My dear child, what would you like to purchase? Florin began to introduce himself to Charles. I'll have this snow cone, the mint flavor, please. After glancing at the other options, he concluded that mint was the most conventional choice. Florin skillfully prepared a mint snow cone and handed it to Charles, who promptly offered a gold galleon in return. Florin raised an eyebrow instinctively. This elegantly dressed child did not appear to hail from a poor family. A gold galleon, no less. My young friend, here's your change. A mint snow cone only cost 26 nats. Collecting a handful of silver sickles and copper nats, Charles stuffed them into his pocket, seemingly indifferent to the money. Florin could not help but speculate about the young wizard's background. Perhaps he belonged to a prominent family. As he enjoyed his snow cone, Charles surveyed his surroundings. Most of the time, his gaze was fixed on Florin's hands as he crafted the cold treat. The intricate, peculiar magical lines forming the framework resembled a lifeless body suddenly animated. It seems my snow cone-making skills are quite captivating, Florin thought with a smile, sensing that Charles feigned nonchalance while watching him create the ice. Hey there, young one. This is bubble water, a product of my exclusive ice-making technique. Florin approached slowly, offering Charles a small cup of clear liquid, exuding a delightful fragrance. Is this rose? Charles inquired, taking a careful sniff. Indeed, but there's more to it. You should give it a try. Just as Charles was about to gulp it down, Florin anxiously intervened. Not so fast. You must sip it slowly, under Florin's guidance. Charles took a small sip, and the liquid unexpectedly expanded into bubbles the size of his fingers in his mouth, cascading down his throat. Ah, how delightful! The subtle explosion of bubbles in his esophagus released the fragrance of roses, leaving an irresistible essence that echoed from his stomach. This is a potion made with the blood of bouncy fish, known as sea pearl essence. The dilution ratio is quite challenging to master. Sea pearl essence creates large bubbles in water, which burst to create a flowing cascade of sea foam, specifically used for maritime purposes. Impressive. Florin was astonished that such a young wizard possessed such knowledge, and he generously bestowed his praise. Are you exploring Diagon Alley on your own? There isn't much of interest here. Hogsmeade is far more exciting. Florin surmised that the young wizard had ventured out for amusement, yet likely did not often partake in such outings, hence his choice of the Wizarding Supplies commercial street. Hogsmeade. I'll visit there someday. Thank you for your hospitality, Charles replied, showing little interest in the remaining bubble water, as the sipping method felt rather unfamiliar to him. All right then, farewell, young wizard. Florin was left with a favorable impression of Charles, despite the fact that he had not finished the bubble water. After Charles departed, Florin swiftly finished the sparkling water he had sipped, refusing to waste even a drop. How refreshing! The bubbles surged through his esophagus, the effervescent aroma of roses enveloping his stomach. Typically, a young wizard would not indulge in such a manner, as their esophagus might not withstand it, leading to a swift trip to St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies. Charles decided to peruse the junk shop. Perhaps he could unearth a hidden treasure through his own keen eyes. With this thought in mind, he slipped into the aged junk shop located in Diagon Alley, where the proprietor was a portly gentleman. "Welcome to Vaughn's junk shop," he declared, "where you can acquire anything your heart desires." Jim Vaughn feigned mystery, stating, even within rubbish, gold can be found. Charles shrugged, disinterested in such NPC-like banter. It was as though he were in a game. He wandered silently through the shop, casting glances here and there, exhibiting no particular interest in any item. Regardless of Jim Vaughn's eloquence, Charles continued to feign deafness, as if he were impervious to the chatter. "Humph, little rascal," Jim muttered under his breath, parched and weary from his unreciprocated efforts, his expression souring as he pondered whether Charles was merely a destitute child. Just as Jim was about to deliver a snide remark, the door swung open again, revealing a short, plump woman with a kindly demeanor and reddish hair. Behind her trailed two twin boys, playfully tussling with one another, their fiery hair betraying their identity. Even Charles, who did not possess a vivid recollection of the original tale, could instantly recognize the mischievous twins, the Weasley twins. The Patronus was a magpie. In British folklore, a magpie signifies that one's sorrow accompanies two joys. Perhaps fate dictated that Annie Rosie would pen the Weasley twins' tale, foreshadowing an imperfect conclusion. "Oh, Mom, don't pinch my ear." It was Fred who started it. Molly paused, realizing she had mistakenly pinched not Fred but George. "Oh, George," she exclaimed, gently rubbing the boy's now red ear before glaring at the other twin, ready to admonish him. Yet, she heard the boy who had just been complaining stifling a laugh. "Fred, you!" she exclaimed, her voice trembling with indignation. With a swift motion, she pinched him harder, eliciting a yelp of pain that echoed throughout the shop. Jim's expression darkened further. It was the impoverished Weasley family. How was he to profit from this? Charles refrained from engaging in conversation, as he had discovered an intriguing magical item, a peculiar finger of an otherworldly creature. He picked it up, examined it briefly, and then tossed it back, opting instead for a similarly shaped palm nearby. The texture of the hair was identical. Although devoid of life, it remained remarkably soft, the joints appearing nearly indistinguishable. Yet one was imbued with magical lines, while the other exuded a lifeless aura, its magic dissipating. Charles feigned reluctance as he placed the palm down, then scurried over to the book section, oblivious to Jim's observation that this lad had a penchant for the curious. Molly inquired of Jim if he had any affordable second-hand cauldrons, as her mischievous child had damaged the one Bill had left behind. "Indeed, madam, however, I believe that such a mischievous child is most suited for our second-hand cauldron." Jim calmly produced a well-preserved, albeit slightly worn, second-hand tin cauldron. "It is perfect for the new students at Hogwarts, originally priced at 15 galleons, but here it is merely 6 galleons. Jim conveniently omitted mentioning that the cauldron had undergone repairs, with a simple patch covering a hole at the rim. "Not bad, not bad." After a moment of contemplation, Molly resolved to make the purchase. This price exceeded her expectations, as she had anticipated spending at least 8 galleons. After settling the payment and acquiring the cauldron, Molly departed with the Weasley twins, though George glanced back at Charlie, who was engrossed in a book. This young wizard was rather handsome. Once Molly was gone, Jim turned his gaze towards Charlie with a long face, the latter also feeling that there was nothing of interest to be found. Most of the books here were Hogwarts textbooks, lacking in allure. However, one on defense against the dark arts contained some intriguing spells. There were a few old tomes being sold by wizarding families, presumably old diaries, suitable for leisurely reading. Charlie handed over the books, and Jim's expression lightened as he began to assess their value. 11 galleons. These tomes are quite rare. Charlie rolled his eyes in response. "Come on, this is merely a personal diary." Charlie approached Jim, extending a finger. "Then let this serve as a sweetener." Jim's eyes sparkled with delight. "Ah, my boy. Wait here for me." "Absolutely not. This is the hand of a magical creature, imbued with mysterious powers." Charlie replied in disappointment. "But I only have 12 galleons." Jim's mind raced with a clever idea. "Ahem, to be honest, that finger is of the same kind. Though small, it too possesses mysterious powers." He stepped forward, enticing Charlie. Charlie, however, wore an expression of skepticism. "Hey, don't underestimate my intelligence. Am I so easily deceived?" Let me tell you, this finger and the hand are a pair. If you spend an extra galleon on the finger this time, next time you can acquire the hand for merely 20 galleons. Charlie, ever cooperative, beamed. Really? Don't you dare trick me. Of course. Jim assured him earnestly. Charlie paid 12 galleons and left with the books and finger, bidding farewell to the beaming Jim. Upon returning home, Charlie showed the finger to Freya. She was astonished and, after confirming several times, laughed and scolded. That shopkeeper is going to suffer a loss. This is the finger of an elder monkey, a magical creature. Though it resembles an ordinary red-haired monkey, it is entirely different. Elder monkeys are highly intelligent magical beings, and in some legends, they are teachers to wizards. The most valuable part of the elder monkey is its middle finger, which possesses mysterious powers and is one of the top materials sought after by premier alchemists and potion masters. You are indeed fortunate, Charlie inwardly muttered. This is not luck at all. Chapter 11. School begins. Charlie, I have never seen such a childish side of you before. Since last night, Charles had been eagerly anticipating the beginning of term, and for the first time, he found himself unable to sleep. Upon waking, he bore the unmistakable signs of fatigue. Yet his spirits soared with exuberance. Grandmother, I am merely a child, Charles protested, playfully asserting his identity as a genuine 11-year-old wizard. Then let us depart for King's Cross Station, Freya declared, using her magic to transport them to the vicinity of the station. Hand in hand, they approached the space between Platform 9 and Platform 10, poised to cross over. Stop, grandmother. I wish to do it myself, Charles insisted, firmly gripping Freya's arm to halt her advance. Freya raised an eyebrow, noting the childlike demeanor that Charles displayed today. Oomph. Do you think I would tell you that the essence of this ritual must be experienced personally to be meaningful? With his eyes closed, Charles charged directly toward the wall marked 9 3/4, and after a brief moment of darkness, he emerged into the light. Yoo-hoo! Charles exclaimed, clenching his right fist against his chest and whistling joyfully. Indeed, he felt elated. This ritual was something that those watching from behind a screen could only envy. All right, it's time for you to board, Freya said, effortlessly stepping through the wall toward Charles. Traveling to the academy will greatly enhance your safety, allowing us to momentarily relax from the persistent pursuit of Shafiq. Charles nodded, intentionally refraining from looking back. Instead, he waved behind him, his heart brimming with delight that threatened to overwhelm his composure, reminiscent of the pure joy felt upon casting magic for the first time. As he boarded the train, he made his way to the rear, exploring the entire carriage. Wow, what an adorable little wizard. Hey, little wizard, which house do you belong to? Genevieve, a 6th-year Hufflepuff, and Ledora, a 6th-year Slytherin, beamed at Charles as he searched for a seat. Who could resist the charm of a beautiful child? Hello, senior sisters. Charles greeted the 3 lovely upperclassmen with politeness, quickly becoming acquainted. Ledora was a 6th year from Slytherin, Hannah Riss from Hufflepuff, and the quiet Winnie Boyle hailed from Ravenclaw, also in her 6th year. Ah, it seems the Gryffindor house has been overlooked. Senior sisters, is the sorting ceremony truly a challenge akin to confronting a giant? Charles playfully followed up on Ledora's teasing remark, inquiring about the houses amidst their laughter, each sharing stories filled with allure. Hogwarts, a history, have you not read it? Wendy, usually reticent, was compelled by the amicable atmosphere to chime in. Her flushed cheeks revealed a hint of regret for having spoken. Not yet. The historical texts I am currently perusing primarily focus on the history of magic, from the mythic era to the Age of Judgment. Charles did not perceive any offense, though some might interpret Wendy's earlier tone as sardonic. Speaking of history, do you know who the most renowned historian is at present? Of course. According to the Daily Prophet's magical history column, the most celebrated historian currently is the Elven Prince. Rumor has it he possesses elven blood. As Charles listened to the animated chatter of the 3 girls discussing him, he raised an eyebrow, finding this veiled attention rather enjoyable. Charles, they pressed. Do you think the Elven Prince is a dashing middle-aged gentleman? One must be a scholar of considerable depth in the history of magic to articulate it with such captivating charm. To his astonishment, the usually quiet Wendy unleashed formidable combat prowess, single-handedly subduing Lou and Hannah. The interplay of power among the 3, rife with exposed allure, prompted Charles to avert his gaze and mutter to himself, I am still but a child. Perhaps his youth allows him to depict history through a lens distinct from the present. He could very well be a prodigious talent. Charles's retort was one of authenticity, a testament to his uniqueness. Lou scrutinized Charles with a mischievous grin, speculating, you wouldn't happen to know the genius boy who signed as the Elven Prince, would you? The other 2 girls fixated on Charles, their eyes ablaze with fervent desire, imploring him to confirm their suspicions. Indeed, that would be me, Charles declared, raising his chin, drawing eye rolls of exasperation from the trio. Charles, one must draft a script when boasting, Hannah quipped, echoing the sentiments of her companions, though they found the jest rather amusing. Observing the trio's renewed playful banter, Charles quietly gathered his suitcase and slipped away. Indeed, honesty does not always yield favorable returns. As he traversed the carriage, he was unexpectedly intercepted by Cedric, who was in search of the lavatory. "Charles, how could you not seek me out? We all agreed to embark on this journey together. Yet you have left me hanging." Cedric's complaints left Charles feeling slightly embarrassed. He had intended to invite Cedric along, but had forgotten in his excitement. "Cedric, I was merely testing the strength of our friendship. Look, I have come bearing all my belongings to find you." Charles's jest brought a touch of sentiment to the simple-minded young wizard. "Our friendship has withstood the test of time. Truly, you embody the spirit of a future Hufflepuff. A proud representative of Hogwarts, championing sincerity," Cedric remarked. After Cedric returned from the restroom, he ushered Charles into his compartment. Inside sat a girl from the Land of Flowers. Her round face radiated the gentle warmth of her homeland, and her striking black eyes bore an uncanny familiarity. "Qiu Zhang, this is Charles Shafiq." "Charles, this is Qiu Zhang." Cedric introduced them with ease, while Charles fixated on the girl, making her feel somewhat bashful. "The Land of Flowers?" Charles feigned ignorance. "Yes, indeed. Far from home, yet surrounded by compatriots. Hello, you may call me Charles, and I shall call you Zhang Qiu. Is that agreeable?" It had been a long time since anyone had addressed him by that name. Following his grandfather's passing, and with his family's relocation, his name had been all but forgotten. "Certainly," Zhang Qiu replied, her gaze gentle yet tinged with curiosity. What was it that made this individual so familiar with the surname from the Land of Flowers? "Zhang Qiu, is that how they refer to those from the Land of Flowers?" Charles inquired, further probing the topic and igniting a lively conversation between them. Unbeknownst to them, evening was fast approaching. "Oh no, I must change my attire quickly," Cedric exclaimed, recalling that he had yet to don his wizarding robes upon seeing other young wizards pass by the compartment. Charles demonstrated what is known as the 5-second dressing rule for university students. In the blink of an eye, the wizardess robe was donned. Cedric and Zhang Qiu could only internally mutter a silent acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, a tall figure at the train's entrance proclaimed, "Young wizards, you may follow me. Remember, do not lag behind." Chapter 12. The Sorting Hat is a Fool. Hagrid led the first-year wizard along a path to the Black Lake beneath Hogwarts Castle. Alongside the lake lay a series of tethered small boats, capable of accommodating 3 or 4 young wizards. The bows of the boats were adorned with dim yellow lanterns, emanating a comforting warm glow. Standing on the shore, one could already glimpse the Hogwarts Castle across the lake. Each boat was designed for 4 young wizards. Exceeding that number would surely cause it to sink. It is imperative not to splash about in the boat, for the Black Lake harbors a giant squid. Such warnings rendered the young wizards hesitant to embark. At this moment, the Weasley twins, accompanied by 2 girls, boarded a boat first. The small vessel glided smoothly across the water towards the opposite shore. The other young wizards followed suit, each taking their place in the boats. It seemed that one's house could be revealed by a mere choice. Charles was eager to forge a connection with Hagrid, although the giant appeared formidable. Beneath his thick beard lay a heart that was both simple and kind. Moreover, both he and Charles shared a commonality in their wands, crafted from English oak. Unfortunately, he had to share a boat with Cedric and the others. As the 4 were about to board, a small wizard, weeping at the shore, caught their attention. "I don't want to ride alone. I'm scared." This year, without Charles, the numbers would have perfectly balanced. Now, this sobbing boy had become the odd one out. "Hey there, little one, you can ride in this boat. I'll take the last seat." Charles, amidst the puzzled gazes of his companions, pulled the young wizard over and volunteered to ride alone. "You better stay close to me. I worry you might be unsteady on your own," Hagrid grumbled, his voice booming. "All right then, you'd better keep me safe." Charles' smile momentarily stunned Hagrid, who then nodded vigorously. For the first time, a young wizard did not mind Hagrid's appearance and requested his protection. Charles' boat closely followed Hagrid's, during which he took the opportunity to engage in conversation. The social butterfly, Charles, effortlessly extracted information from Hagrid, who was genuinely pleased by the young wizard's chatter. Hagrid even extended an invitation for him to visit his hut for rock cakes once school commenced. The mere mention of the name made Charles feel a bit daunted. Yet his upbringing in the great celestial empire had instilled in him a fearless attitude towards food. Before long, the fleet of boats crossed the Black Lake and came to a halt at the shore. "All right, stay close to me. It's time to enter the school." They traversed the shoreline and ascended the steps, where warm yellow light spilled from the castle, adding a touch of warmth to the night's eerie darkness. Following the staircase led them to the grand entrance of Hogwarts, where an elderly witch stood to welcome them. She wore square glasses, her dark hair elegantly arranged in a bun, and donned a deep green robe complemented by a Scottish plaid shirt, exuding an air of solemnity. Undoubtedly, she was Minerva McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor and deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. Compared to her cinematic portrayal, McGonagall appeared somewhat younger at that moment, yet her expression remained as stern as ever. Prior to the commencement of the school year, it was time for the sorting. "Follow me." Professor McGonagall led the anxious young wizards into the Great Hall, which was already brimming with students, all of whom turned their attention to the newcomers. True to its reputation for warmth, Gryffindor erupted in raucous cheers upon seeing the little wizards enter. Slytherin responded with pointed rivalry, while Hufflepuff observed quietly, and only Ravenclaw found the commotion bothersome. At the center of the hall stood a circular platform, upon which rested an ancient, patched, and exceedingly dirty pointed wizarding hat. Perhaps the incessant chatter of the young wizards drew attention away from the sorting hat, for it suddenly sprang to life. "You may deem me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. If you can find a hat more intelligent than I shall gladly consume myself. You may belong to Gryffindor, where courage lies deep within. Their boldness, spirit, and generosity set Gryffindor apart. You might find yourself in Hufflepuff, whose members are known for their integrity and loyalty. Hufflepuff students are steadfast and honest, unafraid of hard work. If you possess a keen intellect, perhaps you will be sorted into wise old Ravenclaw, where the learned and sagacious gather. You might even end up in Slytherin, where you may find true friends, yet be wary, for the cunning and sly will stop at nothing to achieve their ends. Come, dummy, fear not. Do not panic. In my grasp, though I possess no hands, you are entirely safe, for I am a thinking magical hat." For Charles, the latter part of the hat's song resonated profoundly, as it formed the foundation of his sorting. It was often remarked in a previous life that Hermione should have been sorted into Ravenclaw rather than Gryffindor, for intelligence and recklessness are inherently distinct. Nevertheless, Hermione never lacked courage, often exhibiting bravery surpassing that of any Gryffindor. Whether engaging in the trio's adventures or erasing her parents' memories, her courage was evident in knowing the futility of her actions, yet persisting regardless. True courage is embarking on a journey knowing you may fail, yet committing wholeheartedly to see it through. It is rare to achieve victory, yet occasionally one does. Charles found himself curious about which house he would join. Fred Weasley. Gryffindor. Without question, the Weasleys were born Gryffindors. Cedric and Cho Chang were sorted into Hufflepuff, while the eager Charles was called last. Charles Shafiq. Professor McGonagall's demeanor was serious, yet her eyes sparkled with interest as she observed Charles excitedly rush forward. As she lifted the sorting hat, it shouted before it even touched Charles's head, "Slytherin." Hagrid's expression was one of astonishment. "Blimey, a Slytherin so polite? This hat must be faulty." Cedric stared in disbelief, his mouth agape, as he realized that his amiable companion was, in fact, a prospective dark wizard. A few professors, who had only recently fostered favorable relations with the Shafiq family, regarded this revelation as perfectly reasonable, for they were indeed a lineage of true purebloods. To the professors at Hogwarts, Shafiq's admission into Slytherin posed no issues. Their pureblood status was well established. Only Charles knew in his heart that he was not a pureblood. His father did not hail from a lineage of wizards, and the Shafiq bloodline he was meant to inherit had been entirely eradicated. Instead, his very being was a fusion of the lake nymph and the Eastern Flower family. Soon regaining his composure, Charles leapt from the bench and whispered to the sorting hat, "I shall give you a bath when I have the time." Startled by the young wizard's threat, the sorting hat shivered unexpectedly. Before it could respond, Charles was welcomed into Slytherin. Just as he took his seat at the table, a rather unimpressive-looking peer inquired about his family lineage. Charles chuckled lightly. The Shafiq family has a rich history as a wizarding lineage. Surely the pure blood registry must record it. Now, it was the other S turn to feel awkward. He, whom he had met on the train, shifted seats to sit beside Charles and introduced him to those around them, then whispered, "We even wagered that you would be sorted into Hufflepuff. After all, you possess no distinguishing traits." Charles shrugged. Perhaps the hat was a fool. Chapter 13. Perhaps the sorting hat made an error. Barely a week had passed since the sorting hat's deliberations, and already the name Charles Shafiq had begun to resonate throughout the school. Some claimed he was unorthodox in his friendships, kind-hearted, and devoid of arrogance, embodying the genuine spirit of Hufflepuff, notably due to his good relations with Hagrid, Cedric, and others. Others asserted that he was exceptionally wise, a voracious reader, the epitome of Ravenclaw. Still, some believed that Charles displayed remarkable courage, engaging with all his professors, and even mediating a dispute between Gryffindor and Slytherin during flying lessons. Undeniably a brave Gryffindor at heart. Yet, he bore no resemblance to a Slytherin. A faction of younger Slytherins harbored considerable disdain for Charles. Yet his exceptional social skills and magical prowess endeared him to his peers and even the second-year Slytherin students who were eager to follow him. The resistance against Charles primarily came from fifth years, especially the current head boy, Balacaro, an exemplary youth from the pure-blooded Caro family. Amicus Caro and Electo Caro were proudly acknowledged as Death Eaters by their family. Being a Death Eater was a mark of honor, one that Voldemort had openly recognized. And the Caro family was surreptitiously lauded for its pure-blood credentials as champions of the Dark Lord. Thus, how could Balacaro allow himself to be overshadowed by a newcomer who bore no trace of the dark times? At the center of public scrutiny, Charles ought to have boldly participated in the Slytherin pure-blood gatherings to amass significant prestige, paving the way for his ascendance as the next leader of Slytherin. Yet, Charles remained resolute in his own path, currently roaming the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid. Come now, your courage is rather lacking. A mere giant toad has frightened you. Charles gazed at the Neapolitan Mastiff, cowering behind Hagrid, a source of inexplicable amusement. Fierce in appearance, yet timid in nature, a cowardly creature indeed. Hagrid erupted into hearty laughter. Charles often teased Yaya, yet he could sense the warmth of Charles's heart. If you ask me, Charles, you truly ought to belong to Gryffindor, or perhaps Ravenclaw. If all else fails, Hufflepuff would suffice. Hagrid genuinely believed that the Sorting Hat had erred. How could such a kind-hearted and amusing young wizard be sorted into Slytherin? To be frank, Hagrid found this somewhat bothersome, even though Charles was quite different. Hagrid, what matters is not the house you belong to, but who you truly are. Charles did not perceive Slytherin as inherently evil or villainous. On the contrary, during the past week, he had met many Slytherins. Above the third year, most appear to be rather empty-headed, seeking only the so-called ideals of pure-blood supremacy. Particularly his arch-nemesis, fifth-year Barlow, who constantly targeted him, frequently searching his dormitory, and even confiscating his pet, Fatty, for not adhering to the prescribed categories. Fortunately, Charles possessed a handwritten note from Professor McGonagall permitting him to keep a Snidget in the house. The first and second-year Slytherin students blindly pursued unknown glory and power. Hagrid, I think you need to understand, you have encountered the noblest of Slytherins. Charles pointed to himself, leaving Hagrid somewhat astonished by such self-praise. You may also have encountered the most despicable of Gryffindors. In the future, you shall meet the infamous Gryffindor, Wormtail Peter. Hagrid was taken aback by Charles's bold assertion, delivered with such conviction. Yet, driven by a steadfast desire to defend Gryffindor, he interjected, Charles, you cannot tarnish Gryffindor's name. Gryffindors are brave. Traitors are never found among us. This is the consensus of all Gryffindors. However, bravery does not equate to integrity. Among the four houses, only Hufflepuff could confidently claim to be free of traitors. All right, Hagrid, I concede my error, but you cannot discriminate against me simply because I am in Slytherin, assuming I am a villain. Can you? Charles, the social butterfly, was met with Hagrid's innocent belief in the sincerity of his words. Even if feigned grievance, it made Hagrid feel it was his fault. Oh no, Charles. It is I who should not have misunderstood you because of the Sorting Hat's misjudgment. All right, let us blame the Sorting Hat. Hagrid remained simple-minded. Having long resided outside the Forbidden Forest, lacking social interaction, often appearing a bit dim-witted. I was supposed to take you to see Fong today, but the weather is poor, and Fong might not be happy. The sky was overcast, accompanied by flashes of lightning, threatening rain. Is that your three-headed dog? I would love to see it, you know. In our muggle world, a three-headed dog guards the gates of hell, quite a formidable sight. Charles never minded his muggle identity. In fact, he took pride in it. Muggles, devoid of magic, could unravel the mysteries of the universe and explore realms beyond. Yet, wizards, despite their powers, could not chase the vastness of the stars. However, to the Slytherin students, such notions seemed utterly heretical. We are noble wizards. How could we be regarded as lesser than muggles in your eyes? It is precisely because Charles shows complete indifference towards muggles, even cultivating a certain camaraderie with them, that Hagrid finds himself more inclined to accept him, though regrettably. He belongs to Slytherin. Observing Charles as he meticulously collects the slime from the mouths of the giant toads into test tubes, Hagrid has never wished more fervently for the Sorting Hat to reassign Charles to another house. Today he has gathered 6 test tubes of toad slime, a pint of Kneazle fur, along with some plant juices and leaves. This should suffice for my potion practice. Watching Charles fumble with these troublesome vials and containers, Hagrid cannot help but exclaim, "Isn't what we learn in class sufficient? Is Professor Snape not teaching well enough?" Professor Severus Snape, the potions master at Hogwarts and a recipient of the second-class Merlin Award, possesses unparalleled talent in potions and magic, yet he is somewhat of a romantic. A rumor persists that had Harry Potter been a girl, Snape would have unleashed his potential to confront Voldemort single-handedly. Charles raised an eyebrow. Amused, "You both are critiquing Snape?" "Of course not. It's merely that the pace of instruction is painfully slow. I estimate we will only cover 4 potions this semester, when we are clearly capable of learning more. Potions are fascinating." To Charles, every surge of magical energy represents a transformation in magical lines, undeniably intriguing. "You truly are a Ravenclaw," Hagrid mumbled in jest, to which Yaya chimed in with a couple of affirmations. As the sun set and twilight descended, Snape finally yielded to Charles. He could not refuse a student who was utterly unafraid of him, and even sought his company, particularly one from his own house. In truth, Snape harbors disdain for all students, feeling both favoritism and aversion towards them equally. However, the old bat is a staunch adherent to principles and rules, leaving him powerless in the face of Charles' earnest pursuit of knowledge, which disregards Snape's bitterness and sarcasm. Against a shameless adversary, Snape, who still possesses a modicum of pride, finds himself defeated. The consequence of this defeat is the provision of weekly potion guidance on Saturday evenings, along with the use of Charles' potion classroom. Exiting Snape's office, Charles took some time to locate the entrance to Slytherin. Pure blood supremacy. This password is utterly foolish. As he approached the Slytherin common room, the previously subtle chatter ceased. The young Slytherins turned their gazes toward Charles, their expressions a mix of jealousy, disdain, admiration, and reverence, yet none bore sincerity. "Charles Shafiq, how could you associate with a half-blood giant? You are a disgrace to our pure blood lineage." Barlow charged forward, baring his teeth, though his demeanor betrayed a sense of pride. "I am Slytherin, not merely a pureblood. Are you certain you wish to debate me on this?" Barlow replied, utterly confused. "What do you mean you are Slytherin, not pureblood? What nonsense is this? Slytherin pursues eternal glory. Only fools chase after pureblood status. By distinguishing Slytherin from pureblood identity, one renders the half-bloods within the house unable to target him, while also setting traps for the opposition. You, utterly foolish, believe that Slytherin embodies pure blood, and pure blood signifies Slytherin." Upon hearing Charles mock him as a fool, Barlow retaliated vehemently. Now, the mixed bloods in the common room wore expressions of complex emotions. Are we to be cast out of the house? We emerge from the mire, yearning for power, brimming with ambition, exhibiting strength and composure, and maintaining grace and restraint. We harbor no regrets. We are Slytherin. Charles proclaimed loudly, his gaze growing ever more composed as he fixed his eyes on Barlow. We pursue eternal glory, and thus, we shall employ any means necessary. Yet you, if I may be blunt, cling to the notion of pure blood solely to assert your status, thereby forsaking eternal glory. Grindelwald once stated, for the greater good, much like Slytherin's pursuit of everlasting glory. What of you? Apart from incessantly uttering pure blood, what else do you possess? You are unworthy of being a Slytherin. Charles confronted him directly, challenging him. Who fears whom? Chapter 14, The Spirit of Slytherin. You speak utter nonsense. Slytherin is about establishing a pure-blood dominion over the world. Charles, observing Barlow's furious demeanor, retorted sarcastically that is Voldemort's ambition, not Slytherin's. Do not tarnish the spirit of Slytherin. The uproar of this statement incited far exceeded Charles's expectations. Some young wizards were astonished that Charles dared to speak the Dark Lord's name so openly, while others, unclear about Slytherin's objectives, yet skeptical of the Dark Lord's intentions, looked forward to his words. The mainstream pure-blood families were taken aback. This Shafiq was a greater traitor than all pure-blood turncoats combined. You have betrayed the glory of pure blood. Barlow could hardly believe that some young wizards were indifferent to the sacred secrecy established by the Sacred 28. Mutual support, pure blood supremacy. Even the Weasley family has never claimed to abandon their principles. The spirit of Slytherin is the relentless pursuit of unchanging glory, and for this, one may resort to any means necessary. When your aim is absolute justice, the means become irrelevant. Charles did not voice this last thought. In truth, he recognized its inaccuracy. Yet he also found merit in the notion. What is this unchanging glory? A second-year wizard inquired, his eagerness for an answer palpable. Not just him. Those Slytherins who internally disapproved of Voldemort's actions also sought an answer. Charles sighed. This Voldemort had utterly destroyed a house's spirit. A figure of immense charisma had twisted a profound essence. Friends, what is eternal glory? It is the enduring pursuit of self-improvement, the strengthening of oneself, the unification of others, and thereby the quest for everlasting glory. Charles shifted the concept, explaining that he did not possess a profound philosophical foundation. Yet to regard it as an eternal pursuit for self-betterment was indeed commendable. The young wizards appeared to grasp the essence, while Barlow, witnessing how Charles's words had cost him nearly half his friends, felt an anger simmering within him. Petrify them all. Barlow was the first to strike. Yet the magical eye Charles had invoked had long anticipated Barlow's assault. Slightly turning aside, he calmly evaded Barlow's magical assault, causing the eyes of the other young wizards to sparkle with admiration. This is Slytherin elegance personified. Barlow, retract your wand. This is the Slytherin common room. Charles frowned, aware that even a victory here would result in punishment, and that infighting was the most foolish of behaviors. Barlow, unable to contain his fury, felt further humiliated by Charles's stern and just demeanor. Behold, this is what is termed pure blood, an embodiment of Voldemort's distorted Slytherin. They have forsaken even the basic instincts of survival and self-preservation, and calmness has become the kindling for their rage. Barlow brandished his wand once more. But before he could cast a spell, Severus Snape arrived just in time to disarm him, accompanied by Professor McGonagall. What is happening here? What on earth transpired? McGonagall inquired. Without hesitation, Barlow pointed at Charles, exclaiming, "He distorts the Slytherin spirit. He is a traitor." Charles remained silent, merely greeting Snape and McGonagall with a nod, choosing to say nothing further. At that moment, a young wizard shouted, "No!" Charles accused Voldemort of twisting the Slytherin spirit. Upon uttering these words, the young wizard was astonished to discover that he no longer feared Voldemort. The expressions on McGonagall's and Snape's faces were remarkable, with McGonagall regarding Charles with a peculiar gaze. Truth be told, Snape harbored a strong dislike for Charles, for he had once been captivated by Voldemort's ideology at such a young age. Had he not fallen under its spell, Lily might have been spared. After the young wizard's declaration, Charles finally spoke. Only a foolish and selfish wizard would regard pure blood as a mark of honor. Inbreeding causes everlasting harm. Voldemort's impaired faculties may very well be a result of such unions. Though Snape disapproved of this sentiment, McGonagall found it appealing. For Charles, a Slytherin that felt comfortable was far preferable to one poised to become a Death Eater. Barlow glared at Charles with rage, vowing to make him pay dearly for his words. After McGonagall and Snape assessed the situation, they deducted 20 points from Slytherin due to Barlow's infighting and the unauthorized use of magic in the common room. Snape, with a scowl, added another 20 points for Charles's adherence to principle and his critique of Voldemort, politically correct. McGonagall did not intervene, yet harbored dissatisfaction regarding Snape's favoritism. Once the matter was resolved, Charles was surrounded by a throng of young Slytherins eager to learn about the Slytherin spirit. As midnight approached, the young wizards remained exuberant, while Charles began to feel overwhelmed. "I propose we form a Slytherin team, electing one captain and 2 vice-captains. We will then divide into 3 groups, with each group selecting a leader and a deputy. Our team shall embark on a journey of exploration, supporting one another and striving for progress in understanding the essence of Slytherin, in pursuit of everlasting glory." This proposal ignited a fervor among the young wizards. As this sense of belonging was profoundly distinct, Charles could hardly fathom that this spontaneous act would, in due course, stir considerable ripples in the future. In the future, when discussing the ideologies of the 3 generations of dark wizards, the most noteworthy aspect is the act of undermining one another. The first generation, led by Grindelwald, pursued a grand vision for the greater good. The second generation, represented by Voldemort, espoused the doctrine of pure blood supremacy, and the third generation, embodied by Charles, sought an eternal and unchanging glory. Essentially, the discourse revolves around the rivalry of ideals between the 3 generations and the first, with the second generation often derided for its foolishness, while the Death Eaters are labeled as mindless brutes. This dynamic is largely due to Charles rewriting history in the future. The following day, during class, Charles entered the classroom surrounded by 3 roommates. As he stepped inside, the first-year Slytherins erupted in cheers, hailing him as their captain. The Gryffindors in the same class were bewildered and shocked, with the Weasley twins even suspecting it was a prank orchestrated by the Slytherins. Professor Binns, in Annie Rowena's eyes, was stubborn and pedantic. However, to Charles, he embodied the qualities of an esteemed historian, focused on facts, grounded in evidence. The monotony of the history of magic class primarily stemmed from the dullness of the textbooks. Yet, Charles listened with rapt attention, occasionally posing questions, particularly about the transition from the mythological era to the Age of Enlightenment. Other young wizards, bewildered and fearful, could not comprehend his unusual inquiries. Even the Slytherins, eager to learn, struggled to fathom Charles's peculiar approach. How do you manage that? They wondered. Nonetheless, there were those among the young wizards who held a genuine passion for history, including some loyal readers of the Daily Prophet's magical history column. The questions Charles asked were often ones that even the column's author would find difficult to verify, yet Professor Binns was able to provide answers to most of them. He awarded Charles 5 points, confessing that he held a particular fondness for the boy, who demonstrated a unique emotional connection to history and culture. Charles could not explain to Professor Binns that this sentiment stemmed from the ancient history of his homeland. As the history of magic class concluded, Charles, amidst a throng of Slytherin companions, made his way to the Great Hall, only to be halted by the grim-faced Snape. The other students were dismissed, leaving only Charles behind. Dumbledore has summoned you to his office. He has matters to discuss with you. The password is cockroach cluster. Upon hearing this, Charles expressed his gratitude earnestly and proceeded towards Dumbledore's office. Snape watched Charles's departing figure with an uncontainable disdain, yet his adherence to principles prevented him from acting upon it. Chapter 15. You bear a striking resemblance to him. The Griffin statue regarded Charles with a piercing gaze, seemingly attempting to penetrate the essence of the visitor. Cockroach cluster. Charles uttered the incantation, prompting the statue to unveil the door to the headmaster's office. Good day, Headmaster Dumbledore, Charles greeted with politeness and grace, while Dumbledore appeared somewhat distracted. The portraits on the walls scrutinized Charles, none of the headmasters speaking initially, until, with a quivering voice, the red-nosed portrait of Fawkes interjected. I have a fondness for this child. This remark opened the floodgates for a discussion, with numerous portraits sharing their opinions on Charles. Eventually, Dumbledore removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes before finally speaking. Charles, forgive me. I am but an old man. It takes me a moment to gather my thoughts. Clearly, this was a falsehood. Dumbledore was evidently preoccupied with his own considerations, likely related to his own affairs. It seemed I had been rather mischievous, especially since Slytherin was so discordant. It was likely a first for such a situation. Charles cautiously probed, eager to discern Dumbledore's thoughts. Should the headmaster decide to intervene, he would acquiesce, recognizing the futility of offending such a formidable wizard. Ah, it seems you are awaiting my perspective? Charles felt a shiver as Dumbledore's words pierced through his thoughts. Could it be legitimacy? Dumbledore chuckled softly. It is not as you imagine. Having encountered many individuals, one naturally develops an aptitude for reading expressions and nuances. Charles offered an awkward smile, skeptical of this notion. In the realm of wizards, especially among the powerful, such abilities were instinctual. I harbor no objections to your interpretation of Slytherin within the Slytherin house, just as each house possesses its own brand of courage. Initially, I believed the Sorting Hat had erred, yet in your dealings within Slytherin, no one embodies its essence more than you. You remain composed and rational, adeptly wielding power for appropriate retaliation, while never neglecting your personal growth. I have met your grandmother. It appears she has raised you exceptionally well. Dumbledore's praise was sincere, indeed. Possessing strength and wisdom at such a young age was remarkable. In his memories, he recalled 2 individuals strikingly similar to Charles, his dear friend Grindelwald and his student Tom Riddle, who would become Voldemort. Ah, my grandmother's indeed a remarkable woman, wise, calm, and compassionate. Charles held great respect for her. In comparison to Tom, you're more akin to him, for you still possess love. Dumbledore's gaze softened. A child nurtured in a good family would not harbor the distorted worldview of Tom. Tom? You mean Voldemort? Forgive my candor, but he is hardly an intelligent individual. Brutality is synonymous with ignorance. Authority built upon cruelty is destined for destruction by its own violence. Charles lifted his chin defiantly, harboring disdain for Voldemort. Perhaps he was a powerful dark wizard, but what of it? Dark magic was inherently lethal. Being adept in it could hardly be deemed extraordinary. In his recollections, Voldemort's appearance was far from appealing. Excessive ugliness equated to evil. Dumbledore regarded this student with keen interest. Indeed, he shared a striking resemblance to him, particularly in their low appraisal of Voldemort, whom they deemed a detriment to the reputation of dark wizards. How amusing. It seems you would willingly oppose Voldemort. Charles shrugged, offering no definitive answer, for he currently lacked the capability to confront Voldemort. You truly resemble him, Dumbledore murmured, leaving Charles perplexed. You should be familiar with his name. Prince of Elves, considering you pen a biography about him. Merlin? Charles's immediate reaction was one of surprise. Dumbledore's lips twitched. No, how immodest you are. Gellert Grindelwald. The first Dark Lord, Dumbledore retorted, somewhat exasperated by the student's lack of humility. Charles scratched his head in response. Completely different. I bear no animosity towards Muggles. And I have no interest in domination. Dumbledore paused momentarily after hearing Charles's words, seemingly indifferent to the formation of a Slytherin squad or any internal strife within Slytherin. I believe I comprehend your reasoning, Headmaster, Charles replied with a hint of resignation. I fail to understand why individuals are so intent on establishing hierarchies. Shouldn't wizards endeavor to explore their magical prowess and pursue the mysteries of our craft? Yet, there are always those who seek to impose some inexplicable objectives upon us. Slytherin appears to be merely a breeding ground for Death Eaters. It is utterly absurd. Upon my arrival at the academy, I was invited to listen to upperclassmen teach dark magic, which I initially found quite appealing, a collaborative discussion of magic. However, these individuals offered a mere 3 minutes of genuine instruction, spending the remainder of the time espousing pureblood supremacy and denigrating other houses, occasionally expressing admiration for the dark arts curriculum at Durmstrang. I find this bewildering and profoundly shocking. Dumbledore, amused by Charles's grievances, quipped, "But Slytherin has won the House Cup 5 times, has it not? With your remarkable ability to accumulate points, this year's cup should undoubtedly belong to Slytherin." His underlying message suggested that Slytherin's academic performance was commendable, was it not? Charles shook his head, stating, "Headmaster, aside from Professor Snape's favoritism, Slytherin's performance is rather peculiar. They are willing to stand up for honor, yet often they do not grasp the true meaning of honor." Implicit in Charles's words was the notion that their ignorance of honor drives them to pursue lofty, intangible ideals, culminating in the development of a pure-blood ideology. Clearly, Salazar Slytherin was the root of the problem. "You're also a pureblood. Are you a traitor as well?" Dumbledore chuckled, eager to hear Charles's response. "My grasp of history is commendable," Charles replied modestly, causing Dumbledore to raise an eyebrow in surprise. "Your understanding of history is hardly adequate," he countered. Among the 4 founders, the closest relationship was likely that between Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor. Historically, their paths diverged due to Salazar's pureblood theory. Yet in truth, Slytherin and Gryffindor are akin to 2 sides of the same coin. They both possess courage, yet they tread upon different paths. Gryffindor's courage is one of exploration and initiative, while Slytherin's is one of survival and allegiance. Among all the houses, Slytherin appears the most united. But this unity stems merely from a shared pureblood affinity and a desire for survival. Charles's words were incisive. Harry Potter was initially recommended for Slytherin, as he embodied all its characteristics. However, upon his rejection of Slytherin, he was promptly placed in Gryffindor, rather than Ravenclaw or the compassionate Hufflepuff. You are correct. Slytherin and Gryffindor share a close relationship. Dumbledore, as the headmaster and a former Gryffindor head, understood the parallels between the 2 houses through his own experiences. After all, his closest companion was even more Slytherin than Slytherin itself. Truly, you are the Prince of Elves, well-versed in history. Perhaps Ravenclaw would also take a liking to you. Dumbledore smiled, observing Charles's performance, which rivaled that of any Ravenclaw. While houses are sorted by traits, individuals have the capacity for continuous growth and self-improvement. Charles's demeanor was far beyond that of an ordinary first-year wizard. Although Dumbledore possessed the ability to read minds, Charles remained remarkably composed. After all, one cannot extract thoughts from a tranquil mind. Dumbledore attributed Charles's maturity to his profound understanding of history. A wise sage from the East once imparted the wisdom that history serves as a mirror to discern the rise and fall of civilizations. After bidding farewell to Charles, Dumbledore reclined in his chair, listening to the portrait's assessments. "This child is extraordinary. I am fond of him. He truly belongs to Ravenclaw. He must be the reincarnation of a sage." Only Dumbledore murmured, "You are so similar, both possessing extraordinary talents." Chapter 16. The Duel and the Defense Against the Dark Arts Teacher. "Boss, Barrow has issued a challenge to you. He says he wants a duel at the end of the first year." The messenger was Quinn Wright, a half-blood wizard, who firmly believed in the eternal glory that awaited Charles. Charles blinked in disbelief. "Are you certain he isn't jesting? He's in the 5th year. Even if his seniority is inflated, he is still a 5th year. It's true. He has already posted the challenge in the common room." Quinn Wright admired Charles immensely, exclaiming, "Look, even a 5th year wants to take you on. That's quite a reputation. What other young wizard would dare to challenge a 5th year?" Charles furrowed his brow. To be honest, he didn't regard a typical duel as significant. Yet when potential interests were at stake, such a duel could not be taken lightly. Why not refuse? He pondered. Because one cannot. That is the nature of Slytherin, unyielding and unscrupulous. as long as one is shameless. Even a fifth year can duel a first year. This unconventional challenge stirred considerable commotion throughout Hogwarts. This is unfair, Cedric proclaimed, his voice firm. The justice-loving Hufflepuffs could not condone such a provocative duel. Foolish Slytherin, Ravenclaw echoed, deeming both Barrow, the instigator, and Charles, the acceptor, as equally foolish. Oh, Charles must be a Gryffindor. The Weasley twins, champions of bravery, regarded this as valiant. See, both Slytherin and Gryffindor resonate with such outrageous behavior. Only these two houses would endorse it. The following day, first-year Slytherins and Gryffindors attended their defense against the dark arts class together. Amidst the whispers and chatter, Hunter Myers approached the podium, prompting the young wizards to settle down. They scrutinized the new defense against the dark arts teacher. With brown curls, a chiseled face revealing the marks of time, and a sturdy physique indicative of vigorous activity, he presented an athletic demeanor. Greetings, young wizards of Hogwarts. I am your new defense against the dark arts instructor, Hunter Myers. Ah, it is the great adventurer Hunter Myers. In an instant, the young wizards were abuzz. The New Year's defense against the dark arts instructor is none other than a renowned adventurer in the wizarding world. An adventurer is one who seeks out magical relics and delves into the ancient secrets of magic, typically possessing a wealth of historical knowledge, exceptional combat skills, and remarkable survival techniques. Among them, a great adventurer must have conquered at least one magical relic from the Age of Enlightenment to earn such a title. It appears I am quite popular, though there is no need for such flattery, for you too can achieve greatness. Before Hunter Myers could finish his thought, he was interrupted by the eager responses of the excited students. The next great adventurer. In that moment, the entire classroom was filled with a jubilant atmosphere. I must apologize for having to delegate last week's class to my old friend Professor Pomona Sprout, as I was occupied deciphering an ancient inscription. With that, Hunter proceeded to write the text on the blackboard. This is a derivative of the Etruscan script, and this civilization flourished around the Aegean Sea. If anyone can decipher this text, I will grant them a passing grade for this year's defense against the dark arts course. Should one be able to interpret and utilize it, I will undoubtedly award an excellent mark. Charles raised an eyebrow, perceiving a challenge. Activating his magical eye, he began to scrutinize the inscription. He was not alone, as other young wizards attempted to solve it as well. Fred mischievously declared, "Great Aegean Sea, grant me an unforgettable romance." Instantly, laughter erupted, although the Slytherins mocked him for his foolishness. Yet Charles raised an eyebrow, retorting, "You're just guessing, aren't you?" Hunter laughed heartily. "Not bad. You're on the right track. This is indeed amusing." This undoubtedly spurred the young wizards to fervently speculate, with a myriad of nonsensical answers emerging. Comparing his limited knowledge of Etruscan magical transformations, Charles deduced that this was an enchantment spell, likely designed to temporarily befuddle the mind. If used on muggles, the effect might last for some time. Charles raised his hand, instantly silencing the previously boisterous young wizards. The Slytherin students respected their leader, while the Gryffindors honored strength. Hunter, for the first time, witnessed such authoritative presence in a young wizard. "Please, would you be so kind as to provide an answer? But first, do introduce yourself, so I may become acquainted with an exceptional young wizard." Charles stood, his tone composed. "I am Charles Shafiq, a first-year student from Slytherin." Hunter recognized the name. During discussions with other professors yesterday, they had spoken of this outstanding student's accomplishments. To his surprise, this remarkable young wizard also possessed striking beauty. As for this text, I cannot accurately convey its meaning at present. Its purpose seems to be a transient enchantment on adversaries, similar to that of a love potion, though its efficacy is inferior. Essentially, it conveys, "Love me, obey me, trust me." Charles's response elicited applause from Hunter, who could not help but exclaim, "Remarkable. At your age, I certainly did not possess such profound mastery of Etruscan. You truly do not resemble a mere first-year wizard." Charles shrugged. He certainly could not master the intricate nuances of runes. While he might recognize individual characters, a combination of them conveyed an entirely different meaning, which was difficult to articulate with mere words. However, he was distinct. He perceived the essence, the most primal lines of magical allure. Interestingly, had Charles not been previously acquainted with the sedative potion, he might not have discerned this as enchantment, but merely viewed it as an unfamiliar framework. The gist was accurate, albeit not entirely correct. There was still a slight discrepancy. Nevertheless, the effectiveness was described with remarkable precision. This was what astonished Hunter. To elucidate the effects beyond the mere casting of spells was a skill reserved for masters of charms. Hunter was privy to more than his fellow professors at the academy. The young wizard before him was also a distinguished historian. His friend, Kieran Hansen, an adventure columnist for the Daily Prophet, had once remarked that the much-lauded elfin prince was merely an 11-year-old wizard, a prodigy, an unparalleled genius. Truly, he was like Merlin reborn. Very well, Charles. Please take a seat. In our first lesson, we shall delve into the realm of dark arts. It is well known that within the magical world, we refer to spells that yield beneficial effects on individuals as white magic. For instance, the Sunshine Charm and the Encouragement Charm. Conversely, spells that inflict harm or have negative consequences are classified as black magic, such as the 3 unforgivable curses. Spells that neither confer positive nor negative effects on the recipient are categorized as gray magic, examples being the Silencing Charm and the Stupor Spell. Our course on defense against the dark arts will primarily cover common black magic and the counterchance to dispel them. Chapter 17, Inquiry. The fundamental defenses against commonly used black magic can essentially be countered with the Shield Charm, making the learning of this charm quite invaluable. Now, let us wave our wands together. Shielding Charm. The eager voices of the young wizards rose in excitement. Aside from 2 Slytherins and 1 Gryffindor, the rest were unsuccessful. Among the 3 who succeeded, only Charles had managed to conjure protection. This was due to Fred inciting the others to unleash an incantation that caused the bewitched to experience an itch, a prank charm favored by the young wizards. The 2 young wizards grimaced and dropped their wands to scratch, while Hunter waved his wand, declaring, "Spell stop." 2 beams of yellow light struck the bewitched, restoring them. It appeared that some had already grasped the concept. Thus, Slytherin gained 5 points. Oh, the young Slytherins could not contain their cheers, while the Gryffindors looked somewhat dejected. All right, in this lesson, we shall familiarize ourselves with the Shielding Charm. Hunter clapped his hands to garner everyone's attention and then meticulously explained how to perform the Shielding Charm. The young wizards were quite satisfied with this defense against the dark arts lesson. After class, during lunchtime, Charles informed the young Slytherins that he had matters to discuss with Professor Hunter, which spared him from being mobbed as they headed to lunch. Truth be told, being surrounded in such a manner was rather overwhelming. It seemed that the Slytherin meeting this week would need to establish some regulations. Seizing the opportunity while Hunter returned to his office to retrieve teaching materials, Charles followed him and initiated a request for guidance. "Professor Hunter, I hope you can teach me some commonly used spells for dueling." Hunter was not surprised by Charles's inquiry. He had learned of Charles's impending duel just the day before. In fact, when it comes to dueling, your charms professor and the head of Ravenclaw, Phileas Flitwick, is truly a dueling prodigy. If you seek my guidance, you may be overlooking a true master. Charles did not doubt Hunter's words, yet it was difficult to associate the diminutive Professor Flitwick with the title of dueling master. Phileas Flitwick, a wizard of fairy lineage, was quite short, resembling a gnome. With his round spectacles and a light-hearted tone, he appeared to be quite the amiable gentleman. "Thank you for your advice, Professor. I shall seek out Professor Flitwick." Charles bid farewell to Hunter and hurried off to Ravenclaw's territory, where Flitwick's office was located. After inquiring with several young Ravenclaw witches and wizards, Charles finally found Flitwick's office. As he knocked on the door, he thought to himself how wonderful it would be to obtain a map of Hogwarts. "Come in." Flitwick's voice was loud and powerful, a stark contrast to his stature. Charles entered the office and greeted Flitwick. "Good afternoon, Professor Flitwick." Charles, what brings you here?" "Your performance in Charms class has been exemplary. I find it hard to believe that someone as clever as you could have any questions." Flitwick was impressed by Charles's flawless execution of the Levitation Charm, a textbook-level demonstration. "Professor Flitwick, Professor Hunter in defense against the dark arts informed me that you are a dueling master, and I hope you can teach me the skills of dueling. I am quite surprised that you were able to learn that. I did not expect you to seek my counsel, especially since Professor Snape is also skilled in dueling." Flitwick was taken aback, but pleased that Charles had come to him. "I have been consulting Professor Snape regarding potions, and Professor Hunter emphasized that one must learn the art of dueling from master. You, indeed, are a dueling master." Charles showered Flitwick with praise, although he genuinely believed it. "Each discipline has its own specialists. Well then, when do you think would be suitable for you to seek my instruction?" "I generally have no classes on Wednesday afternoons and weekends." Flitwick provided Charles with 3 options for their sessions, clearly indicating his willingness to accept Charles's request for guidance. He understood why Charles was eager to learn the art of wizarding dueling. If Charles could defeat the 5th-year Barlow in a one-on-one match, it would surely earn him a place in Hogwarts history. Formal wizard dueling follows strict ceremonial protocols. Prior to the duel, both parties must raise their wands to their faces or bow as a sign of respect. Subsequently, they each take their positions at opposite ends of the arena to commence the duel. In standard dueling, both parties must employ spells to incapacitate the other until one loses their wand and the ability to retaliate. Some illegal duels, however, can result in death. After determining the victor, both participants must salute each other. Thus, dueling is indeed a sport. This was knowledge Charles had gleaned upon learning of his challenge. Dueling at Hogwarts is always conducted under the supervision of professors to ensure safety and control. In the afternoon, Professor McGonagall's lesson on transfiguration continued. In the previous class, we had learned to transform buttons into needles, and now we were to learn the art of transforming buttons into beetles. With a flourish of her wand, Professor McGonagall directed her magic towards a button on the table, commanding, "Transfigure swiftly." In an instant, the button morphed into a brownish beetle, scuttling across the tabletop. "Transformation complete," she declared, concluding the spell. "You need not animate the beetle. Merely conjuring it is sufficient." The young wizards began to cast their spells. Most buttons remained unchanged, while a few gifted students managed to produce outlines of beetles. Charles, true to form, did not disappoint. He successfully transformed his button into a beetle, though it regrettably remained motionless. Why could it not move? Ever since his initial success in transforming a mouse at home, he had struggled with other transformations from inanimate objects to creatures, and this instance was no different. "This is the most beautifully patterned beetle I have ever seen," Professor McGonagall remarked as she approached to observe Charles's spell, unable to suppress her admiration. "Slytherin gains 5 points." She added, "Ah, another point added just like last week." Charles noted, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with the immobility of his 7-spotted ladybug. Determined, he inquired of Professor McGonagall, "Professor, how can I make it move?" Rather than chastising him for his lofty aspirations, she pondered for a moment before replying. "Transforming inanimate objects into living creatures requires a wizard's will to transcend boundaries. I cannot articulate it clearly. It is a feeling. Indeed, the realm of magic is profoundly subjective." "Very well, I shall practice diligently," Charles resolved, attempting to discover that elusive sensation through repetitive training. As the lesson drew to a close, Charles felt a wave of frustration. Despite the increasing intricacy of his beetle's details, there were no signs of animation. His fellow young wizards expressed their disbelief at his relentless dedication, questioning the necessity of such fervor. If it were not for his limited magical power, Charles could have cast the transformation spell throughout the entire class. Alas, he managed only 15 transformations in 1 hour, while others had chanted their spells hundreds of times without success, with some producing creations that resembled beetles but bore buttons on their backs, rendering them motionless as well. Only George Weasley managed to conjure a button that could move, sporting 4 beetle legs, earning him points from Professor McGonagall. It seemed that George and Fred possessed a commendable aptitude for transfiguration, while Charles remained steadfastly focused on mastering every detail. As the class concluded, Charles continued to ponder the feeling Professor McGonagall had mentioned, questioning why he could not perceive it. Perhaps, he mused, he should refrain from using his magical eye for an entire day and rely solely on his intuition to cast the transformation spell. With newfound inspiration, his spirits lifted, and he hastily finished his dinner before seeking out Hagrid for some potion ingredients. Learning to concoct wondrous potions would also enhance his dueling abilities. The magical eye could not directly bridge the nearly 4-year gap in his magical education, but hard work could. This year's main objective was to triumph over Barlow in a duel. Additionally, this week's historical figure could be the renowned dueling master, Fiddler, a legendary dueling wizard who thrived during the Age of Enlightenment. He was a figure of mythic proportions in the world of wizard dueling. It is said that subsequent duels among wizards were inspired by his indomitable spirit, calm and unyielding, wield the wand towards greater strength. Chapter 18. The Art of Duel Instruction. On a bustling Wednesday afternoon, amidst the lively rhythm of campus life, Charles knocked on Professor Flitwick's office door. "Professor, is this your office?" Flitwick had entirely rearranged the shelves, stacking them in one corner, while shifting his desk to the other side, thus creating a circular dueling platform roughly 4 meters in diameter in the center of the room. The diminutive Professor Flitwick beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Have you arrived already?" This dueling platform is a scaled replica of the wizarding duel stage, making the learning experience much more engaging. This week's Daily Prophet featured my idol Fiddlesticks. He stands alongside the modern dueling pioneer, Diriclet, as one of my inspirations. Professor Flitwick, though small in stature, was a masterful wand wielder, and his youthful agility was commendable. First, we shall learn the etiquette of modern wizard duels. Flitwick meticulously guided Charles through the opening and closing ceremonies of a wizard duel. Remember, a wizard duel is a sport. In formal dueling, the use of unforgivable curses and outside assistance is strictly prohibited, as is the casting of black magic without counter curses. Charles inquired, "Professor, is it a violation to use potions beforehand or during the duel?" Flitwick burst into laughter in the heat of battle, the circumstances evolve rapidly. How could one possibly have time to utilize potions? Even the potion master, Snape, may find it challenging to administer potions promptly. As for using potions beforehand, Flitwick implied that it is permissible, but rarely practiced. To stand idly and consume a potion is akin to becoming a target. He reminisced about a past instance where someone had preemptively ingested a Felix Felicis, but despite their survival, they did not emerge victorious. A spell had struck the ceiling, shattering the chandelier, and falling glass had injured them, though perhaps the potion had aided in avoiding more critical damage. Thus, preemptive potion consumption is indeed a violation. Flitwick provided illustrative examples to clarify, making the risks of dueling more tangible. It seems dueling carries its own perils, he chuckled. Charles, however, remained unconcerned. The use of potions during the duel was permissible. Potions can be thrown as well. He mused, contemplating the creation of a potion that could inflict area damage upon being hurled. Now, on to the main event, dueling technique. Charles shared the excitement of Professor Flitwick, the former eager for growth, the latter enthusiastic about imparting his cherished skills. Next, I shall teach you 4 categories: spell prediction, evasive maneuvers, entrapment techniques, and disruption tactics. Today, we shall focus on spell prediction. Thus commenced an extensive 2-hour session dedicated to the theory of spell prediction. It was tedious and monotonous, predominantly revolving around insights drawn from dueling experiences, analyzing opponents' intentions and wand movements. Although some analysis was indeed necessary, for Charles, who possessed the magical eye, nothing was more convincing than the delineated lines of magic. Nevertheless, he patiently absorbed Professor Flitwick's shared wisdom, recognizing that while he might not utilize this dueling knowledge, it would undoubtedly benefit the younger Slytherins in their studies. After today's lessons concluded, Charles inquired, "Professor, may I compile the content of your teachings into written form and share it with the members of the Slytherin team? I will provide you with a list of your students." He promptly added, much to Flitwick's surprise, as he had not anticipated that a young wizard would contemplate such matters. Compiling the material into writing would serve as a personal reference for Charles to ascertain what had been taught, while providing the list of Slytherin members would indicate to himself whom he had imparted knowledge to. This meticulous approach demonstrated not only consideration for his own learning, but also a commitment to benefiting his team. Truly, he was a remarkably charming young wizard. Since you wish to proceed in this manner, do as you see fit. Professor Flitwick offered his utmost support. Rather than burdening Charles with the task of managing the knowledge imparted to him, it was wiser to allow him to act according to his convictions, such as the wisdom of old Ravenclaw. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, he had scarcely settled before being urged by the rotund figure of Hagrid. "Oh, I completely forgot about my appointment with Hagrid." He had arranged last week to accompany Hagrid to the Forbidden Forest in search of potion ingredients for the Felix Felicis. Indeed, he had become so preoccupied that it had slipped his mind entirely. "All right, let us set forth to find Hagrid." The stout figure tugged at Charles's pant leg until he heard Charles's words, at which point he released his grip and stood there, somewhat dazed. Charles bid farewell to a few fellow young wizards who greeted him and hurried toward Hagrid's hut. The other young wizards exchanged glances, somewhat perplexed by their leader's unconventional behavior, yet found themselves unable to voice any objections. "I say, perhaps our leader's actions are indeed justified." They regarded the typically dim-witted guy Jean, who without hesitation proclaimed, "It is clear, our leader harbors grand aspirations to conquer the world." The others merely shook their heads, finding his reasoning rather foolish. Hagrid's hut appeared quite antiquated, with a stone bow and a pair of rubber boots gracing the entrance, suggesting a rather imposing owner. Hagrid stood at the doorway, his initial disappointment transforming into hearty laughter upon spotting the hurriedly arriving Charles. The stout figure had swiftly positioned himself atop the head of the timid Yaya, who dared not protest against the intrusion. Gasping for breath and wiping the perspiration from his brow, Charles finally spoke, "Apologies, Hagrid. I lost track of time while practicing dueling with Professor Flitwick." Hagrid shook his head with a chuckle. "No matter. I've gathered some of the materials you requested over the past few days. I have a small vial of wormwood and a bundle of flowing herb stems. Now we only need the 4-leaf clover." Upon hearing Hagrid's inventory, Charles realized their next task will be to search the open glade on the right side of the Forbidden Forest, where they could scour the extensive field of clovers for the elusive 4-leaf variety. "I recall that area is home to numerous magical creatures, particularly the smaller varieties," Charles sighed. As dusk approached, he reflected that venturing out to collect 4-leaf clovers at this late hour would be unwise. "If you're in a hurry, we can purchase it." Hagrid noticed Charles's disappointment and kindly reminded him. Charles had considered buying it. With his financial resources, acquiring the entire set of Felix Felicis ingredients would not be a significant expense. However, he relished the joy of crafting it himself. Regardless, the creation of Felix Felicis took precedence. Then please assist me in making the purchase, Hagrid. Here are 100 galleons. You should be able to acquire several. Charles fished out a handful of galleons from his pouch and handed them to Hagrid, far exceeding 100 coins, perhaps around 120. Charles, we are friends. You need not offer me extra, Hagrid said seriously, feeling that Charles was being disrespectful. No, Hagrid, the remainder is for Fong's food. I must trouble you to keep an eye out for some sunfruit while patrolling the Forbidden Forest. It is not easy to find, especially fresh ones, and Fong particularly relishes them. Fong was quite satisfied, teleporting to Charles's pant leg and nuzzling it with his large snout. Hagrid still wished to decline. It was not a burden for him. Hagrid, you know I write for the Daily Prophet. I am quite affluent. If you refuse, it would sadden me. This is not a transaction, but a token of goodwill. Charles was aware of Hagrid's soft spot, particularly under the guise of his identity as the Prince of Elves. Very well then. Chapter 19. Barrow's Indignation. Upon returning to the dormitory, Charles found himself cornered by 3 individuals. Leading the group was Barrow, flanked by his 2 lackeys. Munro Avery, notably stout, and Jorrell, with a broad forehead, were both members of the 28 sacred pure-blood families. What? Do you wish to resort to underhanded tactics? By 7 o'clock in London, darkness had begun to settle, and Barrow appeared conflicted in the shadows. My father reprimanded me. He believes I should not be your adversary. However, he cannot comprehend the essence of pure blood, Barrow declared angrily, his eyes ablaze with fury over his father's weakness and the dishonor brought upon pure blood prestige by Charles's actions. Charles would not foolishly provoke this individual. Facing 3 alone would be unwise. Moreover, the Slytherin common room permitted the use of magic. Only Slytherin and Gryffindor common rooms allowed for such practices. Salazar and Godric were unrelated. Who would believe that? His father would surely dissuade Barrow, as the Carrow family was currently in dire financial straits, desperately needing an influx of funds. Coincidentally, Shafiq was quite wealthy. Barrow, I hope what I learned in my first year will prepare me for a true confrontation with you. Charles feigned seriousness, successfully deceiving Barrow, who had no intention of engaging in combat. I look forward to it. The 2 companions of Barrow bared their teeth, glaring menacingly at Charles. Let's depart. Barrow led his group away. Charles sighed in relief as he returned to the dormitory, where 3 anxious young wizards hastily gathered around him. His calm response was indeed commendable for a Slytherin striving for survival. I was afraid Barrow would strike. Yes, it is truly a relief that you are unharmed. After addressing his roommates, Charles approached his desk, ready to document what Professor Flitwick had discussed that day. After more than 3 months of writing and submission, Charles has now become adept at swiftly recording his thoughts. It appears that the invention of rapid sketching magic must be prioritized. After spending over 3 hours, he finally completed his manuscript at 11 o'clock at night, while the other young wizards were already asleep. As he turned in bed, he reflected on the recent encounter with Barrow. In truth, aside from the gap in mastering spells, the most significant disparity lies in the difference in magical power. At merely 11 years of age, even with the enhancement of the magical eye, his magical capacity only aligns with that of a 13-year-old wizard. Below the age of 11, one experiences a latent period of magical potential, as well as the awakening phase, characterized by a minimal amount of power. From 11 to 19, there's a rapid growth phase, during which one's magical capacity peaks around the age of 20. Thereafter, while there may be some increase, it is not substantial. Only a select few exceptionally gifted wizards, such as the aging yet still formidable Dumbledore, manage to continue growing. However, it is undeniable that the elder Dumbledore does not possess the same vigor as his younger self. Currently, while both are in the rapid growth phase, Barrow has experienced 4 years of development, whereas Charles has had less than 1. Even though his magical strength is nearing that of a 13-year-old wizard, the gap compared to Barrow remains considerable. A prolonged contest is not feasible. Thus, external assistance is imperative. Crafting a potion for area damage is essential. With a solution in mind, Charles closed his eyes to rest, his breathing steady and robust, akin to one in deep slumber. This is the fairy sleep method. The lake fairies of his elven lineage can access profound levels of sleep through a unique process, allowing them to rejuvenate their spirits. This also explains Charles's remarkable appetite. For this method rapidly restores mental clarity but requires physical energy, thus necessitating sustenance. Fortunately, Hogwarts provides meals. The following morning, after 6 hours of sleep, Charles awoke to the rumbling of his stomach, while the other young wizards still slumbered. The entire hall was empty save for him. After finishing a large plate of sausages, his hunger was somewhat alleviated. He then drank a substantial cup of milk. English breakfast can be rather monotonous. However, the meat is filling. After breakfast, Charles summoned Fatty and played with it for a while before heading alone to the herbology classroom. While referred to as a classroom, it resembled more of a garden. The first-year herbology class is taught by Professor Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House. She's a short, plump witch with flowing gray hair and a kindly demeanor. To his surprise, Professor Sprout had arrived early and was tending to the plants. Mimbulus Mimbletonia, Wolfsbane, and Angel's Trumpet, immersed in organizing the various herbs. Her farmer-like essence always endears her Charles. Frankly, among the four houses, he harbors a particular fondness for Hufflepuff. His approach tends to be straightforward, favoring open strategies and direct confrontations with opponents, while still maintaining a reserve. This is also why he feels he has a slight disparity with those who are more upright. One organizes while the other observes, comparing the memories of herbs in his mind, which proves to be an effective learning method. An hour later, Professor Sprout wiped the sweat from her forehead, turning around to finally notice Charles. "Oh, Charles, you have arrived quite early. Are you here to find Cedric?" Pomona inquired. "No, I simply woke up early and wanted to come to the classroom to observe the flora," he replied. It is essential to directly observe and familiarize oneself with the herbs, especially as I aspire to create my own potions. It is not entirely unprecedented. I possess memories from my past life that include methods for crafting certain chemical weapons, which can serve as a valuable reference. Truly diligent. The early bird catches the worm. Pomona admired his industriousness, a trait beloved by Hufflepuffs. Today's class would be attended by both Slytherin and Hufflepuff, while astronomy would be shared with Ravenclaw. Most other classes were taken alongside Gryffindor, a rivalry steeped in both affection and conflict. Charles suddenly recalled the Slytherin hourglass, which had already distanced itself from the other houses. Aside from large events where other houses might gain some advantage, his presence would further bolster Slytherin's already dominant position. Pomona then requested Charles's assistance, to which he readily agreed. Under her guidance, Charles felt the knowledge from the textbooks manifest into reality. Their industrious efforts made time pass swiftly, and the incoming young witches and wizards entered quietly, diligently taking their seats. Ding! The abrupt ringing of the class bell jolted them from their reverie, reminding them of the day's lessons. Pomona mused to herself how articulate Charles was, and how insightful his questions made her feel validated in her role as a teacher. In turn, Charles recognized Pomona's extensive knowledge of herbs and envisioned using certain plants to concoct a slippery substance that would cause opponents to slip and fall when thrown onto the ground. Cedric sat beside Charles and greeted him, expressing concern. "Are you truly committed to accepting dual challenges? That seems rather unfair." This sentiment echoed the thoughts of all Hufflepuffs. "Brother, I am a Slytherin, thus I must adhere to the customs of my house," Charles responded, leaving Cedric feeling somewhat defeated, for indeed, he was a Slytherin. Chapter 20. The mysterious Miss Know-It-All. Today, we shall learn how to subdue the frostgrass. Pomona's gaze was gentle, her tone soothing. Yet the plant she held in her hands conveyed a different sentiment. The grass was a deep green, adorned with 3 deep blue, spherical fruits dangling along its stem, resembling a stick that bifurcated into 3 fruits. The fruits swayed like lanterns. Should one attempt to grasp the fruits directly, they would explode, releasing a cloud of icy mist that could frostbite the hand. To approach it, one must first soothe it by caressing its roots. Only then would it gradually lower its defenses. A swift hand motion along the stem would allow one to pluck the 3 fruits, though the outer skin was resilient. The juice within was a crucial ingredient for crafting a refreshing remedy. After demonstrating this technique, Pomona instructed the young witches and wizards to harvest the frost fruits. The Hufflepuffs were renowned for their patience. Unlike the Slytherins, who would rush to act after a brief caress, the Hufflepuffs remained dedicated to their gentle stroking of the plant. Quinlight sensed that the moment was ripe and immediately took action. However, just as he was halfway through, the frozen herb erupted in fury, resulting in 3 fruits simultaneously detonating, shrouding the vicinity in a chilling mist and forming a delicate layer of ice. Half of Quin's body was nearly encased in frost, but Pomona appeared just in time to administer a potion to him. Soon, the rigidity of his frozen form dissipated, yet one side remained drenched, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. This was merely the beginning. Shortly thereafter, Slytherin faced a series of explosive mishaps. Cedric, who had already gathered the herbs, could only assist Pomona in administering potions to the young wizards. The potion, fervent as a blazing fire, could dispel the cold within, albeit its taste was bitter with a hint of decay. Char, oblivious to the world beyond, focused solely on the frozen herb. Even upon opening his magical eye, he could not discern the current state of the herb. In that moment, The explosion was not merely a surge of magical energy, but rather an instinctive defense mechanism of the plant. Char resolved to take action. With a swift motion, his hand moved rapidly, but the frozen herb reacted even faster. Bang! The enraged frozen herb detonated its fruit, unleashing a wave of icy mist directly at Char. Although Pomona was quick to administer the potion to him, the few seconds of delay brought Char face to face with the specter of death. The icy mist erupted before him, seemingly freezing his thoughts in an instant. His instinctively open magical eye glimpsed something, yet felt as though it captured nothing at all. Days from his thawing, Char stood motionless, having brushed perilously close to death. Concerned that Char's mind had suffered frostbite, Pomona dispatched Cedric to escort him to Madame Pomfrey's infirmary. Char! Cedric called into Char's ear, supporting him as he stumbled forward. You can't be harmed. Cedric was deeply worried for his friend. The frostbite from the frozen herb was more a scare than a real threat. Typically, a potion imbued with fiery enthusiasm would suffice to dispel it. Yet Char seemed as if his mind had been frozen. At that moment, Char was entirely unaware of the changes around him. His consciousness remained in a state of suspension, as if something had halted his thoughts. Madame Pomfrey was astonished upon receiving Char from Cedric. After using magic to assess Char's condition, she repeatedly inquired if it was indeed the result of frost. Good heavens, how could this be? It's as if his mind is frozen. Petrification? No, it does not resemble freezing. It feels more akin to a mishap with a time-turner. Madame Pomfrey helped Char onto a hospital bed and then set about consulting her medical texts, instructing Cedric to remain by his side. The clock ticked steadily, and in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore seemed to sense a disturbance, murmuring time. Meanwhile, the door to the infirmary swung open, revealing a striking woman whose presence exuded an extraordinary aura. Her gentle and serene features, coupled with an air of scholarly grace, showcased her delicate and refined beauty. A faint smile graced her lips, as warm and inviting as the gentle afternoon sun. Before Cedric could turn around, he was rendered unconscious by her sudden spell. She approached Charles, her eyes reflecting an enigmatic emotion, a blend of restraint and exuberance. It seemed that my expertise as the all-knowing miss would come to the rescue of this daring adventurer. Her light-hearted tone concealed a delight, devoid of any anxiety. After all, he rarely caused her concern. Had she not stumbled upon his secretly hidden magical notes, she might have remained oblivious to the fact that a frostbite incident in his first year had left him unconscious for an entire week, and even upon awakening, he had remained somewhat dazed. If your writing is commendable, consider it as a dose of solar elixir. This potion, known as the solar elixir, is concocted by taking a piece of polar ice, placing it in a cauldron, sealing it with glass, and allowing it to melt under the sun. Its purpose is to rejuvenate the spirit. After administering a dose of solar elixir to Charles, the all-knowing miss bestowed a secret kiss upon his forehead. Truly, how beautiful you were even as a child. Her tone carried a playful note, and then she silently recited an incantation, vanishing as if traversing through time. As soon as the all-knowing miss departed, Dumbledore sensed a peculiar magical disturbance and hurried to the scene. It was not apparition, but rather a newly developed mobility charm. Hogwarts strictly prohibited apparition. Shaking his head, Dumbledore left, inadvertently overlooking the slumbering Cedric and Charles, only realizing this oversight upon reaching his office. Had she left a confusion charm? Was this a prank involving a time-turner to revisit her unconscious self? Dumbledore surmised part of the truth, yet not all of it. History had never truly been altered. If one believed it had been, perhaps it was meant to be that way. Cedric was the first to awaken, shaking his head in frustration. How could I have fallen asleep so suddenly? At that moment, Charles slowly opened his eyes, experiencing a strange sensation, as though he had been in slumber for an entire week. Charles, you're awake. You've been unconscious for over an hour, Cedric observed sternly, glancing at the clock. An hour? That was inconceivable. It felt as though he had slept for a week. Why did time seem distorted? An icy chill surged through him. He had nearly faced death. Cedric, I can't believe I'm still alive. Charles exclaimed in disbelief. Truly, he had never been so close to death before. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey entered. Incredulous. How is this possible? I had just prepared the solar elixir, and now you awaken. Solar elixir? Charles had never heard of such a potion. It was an ancient brew known to wizards, designed to nourish the spirit. Madame Pomfrey explained the preparation process, indicating the laborious effort involved in concocting the potion. Your symptoms are quite peculiar, as if your spirit had been frozen. Remarkable. You must understand, only improper use of a time-turner could lead to such a spiritual freeze. Otherwise, the spirit would never become frozen. Charles felt his ignorance weigh heavily upon him. Spiritual freeze? Well, it's quite complex. Perhaps you should consult the text yourself, Madame Pomfrey concluded, declining to elaborate further. Now, let me check if you suffer from any lingering effects. Perhaps feeling that she could not squander the precious elixir. Madame Pomfrey administered the sun holy water to Charles. Little did she know, he had just consumed another dose, leaving him rather dazed, with a warm sensation enveloping his mind. Behold, history has never altered. Chapter 21. The First Assembly. The captain has convened. This marks our inaugural team meeting, and for reasons unbeknownst to me, I feel an inexplicable sense of pride. Amidst the clamor of young Slytherins within the defense against the dark arts classroom, Charles Shafiq donned his wizard's robes and ascended the podium. Today, we are utilizing the school's classroom for our first Slytherin assembly, primarily to deliberate on some regulations. It was Charles's first time assuming such a solemn role, and he found it unexpectedly engaging, particularly the exhilarating sensation of wielding power. Oh, the young wizards could not contain their cheers. To commence, he formally proclaimed the mission of the Slytherin team. We pursue glory. We chase the stars. Upon his declaration, the young wizards instinctively responded in unison. We pursue glory. We chase the stars. Now, let us proceed with the formal appointments. The inaugural appointment list for the Slytherin team is as follows. Captain of Slytherin, Charles Shafiq. Vice Captain of Slytherin, Jada Darwin. Vice Captain of Slytherin, Ella Greenglass. 1 half-blood, 1 pure-blood. 1 male, 1 female. The Slytherin team currently comprises 52 members, nearly a quarter of the entire Slytherin house. We shall now divide into 2 groups, redistributing the uneven numbers from the previous 3 groups. The 2 group leaders will initially be 2 fifth-year Slytherins, with a subsequent evaluation to formalize the roster. Should the team remain established for an extended period, any potential removal may breed resentment. However, the Slytherin team has only been formed for a week. With personnel finalized, we now turn our attention to the Slytherin team regulations. The first rule: all wizards are equal before magic. This provision dismantles the bloodline hierarchy upheld by wizards. The second rule: internal conflict is prohibited, though dueling is permitted. Slytherin wizards are often too fixated on their ambitions to entirely eliminate internal strife. Yet we can channel these conflicts through dueling to alleviate tensions. Honor shall guide fairness, ensuring that procedures remain just. The third rule: Charles proceeded to articulate 5 rules in total, establishing the foundational regulations for the Slytherin team. Are there any objections? The young wizards exchanged glances, feeling as though they were participating in a ministry meeting, yet this gathering was infinitely more captivating. This time, the young wizards themselves were the focal participants. For those who yearned for power and glory, this was crucial. Ella Greenglass's eyes flickered. She had initially joined due to Charles's earlier persuasion, yet even after joining, she felt no profound allegiance. As a pureblood, glory lingered deep within her. However, witnessing Charles command the podium with authority, she was momentarily struck by the illusion that he was not merely a young wizard, but a titan of the magical realm. Especially the interlocking regulations, seemingly simple yet fundamentally designed to restrain ambition through honor, stand in stark contrast to the true essence of Slytherin. Ironically, it diverges from the core ideals of Slytherin itself. Salazar, akin to Godric, harbored a disdain for rules, yet found himself compelled to wield the pure blood customs to uphold purity. What, then, distinguishes Charles's actions from those of Salazar? Ella suddenly recalled her sister, Astoria Greengrass. Her exquisite beauty seemed well suited to Charles, or perhaps Daphne was a more fitting match. Aside from Ella, several young Slytherin witches had already begun to stir with excitement. Had it not been for Charles's age, he would have long since fallen victim to the charms of that group of young Slytherins. The meeting progressed, culminating in an agreement to hold the General Assembly biannually, alongside the routine work and evaluations of the small teams. An hour passed. As the meeting concluded, the young wizards could hardly contain their exhilaration, for Charles was to report the legitimacy of their squad to the headmaster. This was a remarkable advancement compared to the clandestine Slytherin dark magic group that excluded half-bloods and muggle-born wizards. Charles first sought out Snape, and under his cold gaze and frigid tone, learned that Dumbledore was currently in his office, with the passphrase being honeydew. Upon entering the headmaster's office, it appeared that Dumbledore had been expecting him for quite some time. "Good morning, Charles." "Good morning, headmaster." Charles speculated that Dumbledore had likely noted the earlier meeting, possibly due to Hunter's report, but it was of little concern. Here are the minutes from today's meeting, along with our self-crafted club application form. Clubs at Hogwarts were largely considered unofficial entities, typically organized by professors, such as Slughorn Slug Club or Flitwick Charms Club. Charles had no intention of joining. Those clubs primarily focused on social interaction and knowledge training. It was far better to pursue studies through independent courses. Clubs? That seems more akin to Muggle schools. Dumbledore possessed an additional understanding of Muggles, particularly regarding school management. Fortunately, the portraits had vacated, or else there would have been quite a cacophony. Indeed, I lived in a Muggle world for a considerable time and attended school there. I believe that clubs, as student organizations, can cultivate healthy interpersonal relationships and wizarding skills among young witches and wizards. Charles succinctly articulated the philosophy behind clubs. With Hogwarts housing merely 1,000 students divided into 4 independent yet exclusionary houses, the environment was not conducive to club formation unless initiated by someone like Charles within the house itself. I see no issue with that. Dumbledore pretended to peruse the meeting minutes and application form. He had already eavesdropped on the conversation and genuinely questioned whether Charles might be the illegitimate son of Grindelwald. Well, how should I acknowledge your legitimacy? Dumbledore was quite amiable with his students, though he remained wary of Charles, a sentiment stemming from his own past misjudgments. You should provide an official seal or signature as the headmaster, granting us your consent and facilitating the gathering of the young witches and wizards, thereby announcing the establishment of our Slytherin squad. Well, can we proceed? If possible, please post the school's consent notice in prominent areas and on bulletin boards where foot traffic is high. Yes, of course. What else is there? Dumbledore intended to probe Charles. Yet Charles shook his head and replied, "This is sufficient. We are not lacking in anything. Surely, we cannot request financial assistance. In accordance with your stipulations, I shall assign Fairchild to handle it. I appreciate your assistance, Headmaster." Charles slightly inclined his body in salute before departing, leaving Dumbledore in a daze, his gaze lingering on Charles's retreating figure. "Perhaps I should inquire of you, but do you still wish to see me?" Dumbledore mused, pondering that the snow of Newmontgard might not be as frigid as his own actions. Chapter 22. The Thief Under the Moonlight. With the Slytherin team recognized as a club by Hogwarts, the heads of the other 3 houses could no longer remain idle. If Slytherin could form a team, then so could we. Thus, it was not the unifying Hufflepuff that was the first to form a team, but rather Gryffindor. The reason for their swift assembly was amusingly trivial. They could not allow Slytherin to bask in the glory alone. Charles paid little mind to the stir he had caused. For earlier that morning, the Daily Prophet had announced an explosive piece of news. The Ring of Merlin, securely stored within the Ministry of Magic, had been stolen. The thief not only absconded with the ring, but had also left a note within a magical vault where the ring was kept, stating, "On the night of the full moon, reclaim the staff." The breakfast table at Hogwarts buzzed with excitement as young witches and wizards eagerly speculated about the identity of the Moonlight Thief. How could such a significant event transpire? The Ring of Merlin, while not a magical artifact, held immense value, being one of the most treasured items in the wizarding world. It is said to be a testament to the love between Merlin and Vivian. Additionally, the legend claims that the ring serves as the key to Merlin's treasure. In any case, the ring, particularly associated with a legendary wizard like Merlin, holds an irrefutable worth. Look, this year marks the ministry's transition, and candidates are competing. I have high hopes for this. The Medow family is renowned amongst wizarding families. Slytherin wizards place great emphasis on lineage and the history of magic. True wisdom is the ultimate wealth, and none are more suited than Pierre. The young Eagles believe that Pierre, having modified spells to earn the 2nd-level Merlin medal, is the ideal candidate. Hufflepuff's choices are varied. They perceive all as suitable, yet simultaneously unsuitable. At that moment, Fred and George, unable to contain themselves, exchanged knowing glances before shouting, "Why not Dumbledore?" Instantly, Dumbledore's name was echoed loudly by all the young wizards. Indeed, who could be more fitting than Dumbledore? If Dumbledore were to run, 60% of the votes from the British wizarding community would surely be his. Ella turned to the disinterested Charles and asked, "Captain, what do you think? Will Dumbledore be elected as the Minister of Magic?" Upon hearing Ella's inquiry, Charles set down the newspaper and chuckled softly. Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts, and indeed, he is the most suitable candidate for Hogwarts. Dumbledore, in his illustrious career, is indeed a distinguished academician. Moreover, in the original texts, he is not the Minister of Magic. Although many details may elude memory, this fact is well known to him. Indeed, Dumbledore stands as the finest headmaster of Hogwarts. It must be said that living legends inevitably evoke a sense of reverence, even when the subject is Dumbledore, hailing from Gryffindor. I find this portly gentleman with his cherubic face quite fitting, especially in an era of peace among wizards. Cornelius Fudge seems most suitable to serve as Minister of Magic in the time before Voldemort's return. Ordinary, seemingly affable, and capable of being a mere puppet for pure blood families. How could this be, Captain? It seems almost implausible. Ella is incredulous that Charles selected the least remarkable candidate among the five. Who knows? Perhaps I am mistaken. This face is familiar, having appeared in his memory. Even if he is not the Minister of Magic, he remains a character within the narrative. Had it not been for the busyness of the past 2 weeks and indulging in a leisurely morning, this raucous breakfast moment might have been avoided. The morning holds the key to the day, and Charles values the early hours, yet the noisy atmosphere only prompts him to mutter under his breath. This morning's potions class will likely involve crafting the most basic fever-reducing potion. As he approaches the classroom, his predictions are confirmed. This week's lesson mirrors last week's potion. Charles inadvertently notices that Severus Snape's right hand appears injured, concealed within his voluminous robes and remaining still, and today, his acerbic remarks are notably fewer. When did he sustain this injury? How could he be hurt? And, as a master of potions, why has he not sought treatment? Charles contemplates this, but is soon caught by Snape's discerning gaze, who exclaims in exasperation, "Charles, what are you thinking? One must not be distracted while brewing potions." This is not the first time Charles has faced reprimand. He holds the singular honor of being the only student in Slytherin to receive such attention. Generally, Snape prefers to verbally chastise students from other houses, rarely reprimanding his own, except for Charles. Unfazed, Charles reasons that his house points are safe, and he resumes his focus on the potion in hand. After class, he is retained while the other students regard him with sympathetic glances. "Professor, is there something you require of me?" Charles takes the initiative in conversation. "This week's potions tutorial will be suspended. I have matters to attend to," Snape replies, pausing before adding, "If you venture to Hogsmeade next week for Halloween, could you check the post office for any letters addressed to me?" "Certainly, Professor. It would be my honor to assist you." Hogsmeade, the only village in all of Britain entirely inhabited by wizards. Bidding farewell to Snape, Charles returns to his dormitory, only to discover that his roommates have been replaced. What is the meaning of this? Quinn Wright, Aaron Van Ney, and the exceptionally bright Guy Jean have taken the places of his previous companions. Had they not all gotten along rather well? "Boss, we are here to protect you. We unanimously believe that those 3 lack the courage to safeguard you," Wright exclaimed with enthusiasm. The bruises adorning the faces of the 3 individuals revealed much. If all proceeded as expected, it appeared they had engaged in a non-magical brawl, emerging victorious against their opponents. I had previously stated that internal conflict was not permitted. Charles' 3 roommates were also members of the Slytherin team. "Boss, this is not infighting. It was a duel conducted under public scrutiny." Aaron, concerned that Charles might misunderstand, produced a document certifying the duel and its outcome. On the reverse side was a signature from nearly all the Slytherin team members. It seemed they had observed a scuffle in his absence. To his surprise, one signature belonged to Ella. According to the rules, at least one vice-captain's approval was necessary for the application to be valid, and evidently, Ella was eager for some excitement. "Well, I don't quite understand why you all had to switch roles," Charles said, rubbing his temples, maintaining a distance. "Boss, we understand you dislike being followed, so we privately discussed that moving forward, we won't crowd around you for no reason. We 3 shall serve as your primary guardians." Wright exclaimed with fervor. Charles twitched at the corners of his mouth. These 3 jesters were indeed the source of his headaches. Before bed, Charles suddenly pondered a matter. What was the staff that the moonlit thief intended to steal? Could it be the Pope's staff from the Vatican? The crucifix staff from the Muggle world had vanished, but that was because the Vatican had hidden it away. The top was crafted from wood, said to be made from the materials binding Jesus to the cross. The staff itself was forged from mithril and other rare magical materials, possessing the might to repel thunder. In the wizarding world, aside from that staff, no other wand could match its prestige. If that thief could indeed purloin the staff, it would be remarkable. Unlike the Ministry of Magic, the adjudicators of the Vatican were unparalleled wizards, still active in the extermination of dark forces. Chapter 23. The King's Treasure. Unbeknownst to him, over a month had already passed. Charles lay beside Hagrid's hut, staring vacantly at the blue sky and white clouds. He finally recognized the holiday schedule. Aside from the upcoming Halloween break, there were 2 weeks for Christmas and the Easter holiday. The remaining time was merely an endless stretch of classes. He found it exceedingly disconcerting to be devoid of winter and summer breaks. Furthermore, after more than a month, he discovered that class schedules were not fixed. For instance, last week's potions class with Snape lasted a grueling 2.5 hours, akin to a prison sentence. Now, Charles questioned whether it was truly wise to spend such an extended period indulging the young wizards in their games. Perhaps he should accelerate his studies? Or perhaps it was time to consult with the headmaster. Thus, Charles sought out Snape to request the password for the headmaster's office. "Oh, Charles, what brings you here?" Dumbledore expressed surprise at Charles' arrival, noting that nothing significant had transpired recently. "Headmaster, I am quite troubled. I have mastered the majority of the first-year curriculum, but the pace of instruction fails to keep up with my learning speed." Charles preferred to be straightforward, engaging with intelligent individuals without the need for subterfuge. Dumbledore was quite taken aback that a student would come to him with such matters. Charles' behavior bore a striking resemblance to that of his favorite pupil, Newt Scamander, albeit with a greater inclination to express himself. "Well, what do you wish me to do?" Dumbledore tossed the conversation back to Charles, eager to discern his thoughts. "Headmaster, I have no choice but to seek your counsel," Charles replied, unconvinced. He would much prefer to skip class. Was that even a possibility? "I can only urge you to adhere to the rules, can't I?" Dumbledore was unwilling to grant Charles any privileges, nor would he entertain the notion. "Very well. I shall merely endure," Charles lamented, his expression sour. School was exhausting, and he longed to escape the confines of the classroom. Unbeknownst to him, such sentiments alleviated some of Dumbledore's concerns. A child who despises attending lessons is, after all, a rather normal child. In the month since Charles' enrollment, his behavior did not align with that of a budding wizard. Upon his return to the common room, he encountered Barlow, the Slytherin prefect, assisting Snape with distributing application forms for Hogsmeade to the 1st through 3rd years. When Barlow handed Charles his form, his gaze was icy, and he muttered, "As we approach the end of term, you're doomed." Charles received the application form, his interest piqued. Was this akin to unlocking a new map? It seems Professor Snape asked me to retrieve something for him." He filled in his name, folded the letter into an envelope, and entrusted it to the fat friar, requesting that he deliver it to his grandmother, Freya, for her signature. He wondered how his mother and the others were faring. The following morning, upon acquiring the latest edition of the Daily Prophet, Charles' eyes widened in astonishment. The papal staff of the Vatican had been stolen. Once again, it was the moonlit thief. The staff had been taken, and the crown was next. Charles quickly pieced together the thief's intentions. The crown of Alexander. In that moment, he grasped the significance of the royal treasures. Merlin's ring, the papal staff, the crown of Alexander, and the cloak of the North Sea were all referred to in numerous legends as keys to the royal treasures. Whoever possessed all 4 artifacts could unlock the secrets of the king's treasure. Charles was skeptical. The 4 items hailed from different eras, and apart from the papal staff and the cloak of the North Sea, the other 2 were mere figments of myth. Moreover, the crown of Alexander had long since been lost, while the cloak of the North Sea was rumored to be sealed deep within the northern waters, its whereabouts unknown. At that moment, the fat friar returned, pecking at Charles insistently before tossing the unsigned application form back at him. Before Charles could fully comprehend the situation, he was summoned by a visibly distressed Dumbledore. "Charles, come quickly." Confused, Charles was led outside by the somber-faced Dumbledore. "Headmaster, is something amiss?" "Your grandmother has been injured and is currently at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies," Dumbledore explained as they walked. "Fortunately, her injuries are not severe. We shall speak once we arrive." Upon reaching a clearing, Dumbledore cast a disillusionment charm, transporting himself and Charles to St. Mungo's. At the hospital's entrance, Dumbledore guided Charles to the emergency room on the 2nd floor, where they awaited further news. "Do not worry. Your grandmother's injuries are not as grave as you fear. Only the potion needs to be configured for the dispelling." Charles took a deep breath and inquired with concern, "What has happened?" Dumbledore hesitated for a moment, biting his lip, and ultimately decided to reveal the matter. The root of the issue lay in the embarrassment felt by the Ministry of Magic and the Vatican concerning the recent judgment, which led them to seek out the lake nymph, Vivian, to obtain clues regarding the crown of Alexander. As loyal magical servants of Alexander, the Shafiq family had guarded the crown for generations. The crown was housed within the vault of the Shafiq family at the Goblin Bank. Thus, a group, accompanied by Freya, set forth to retrieve the crown, only to unexpectedly encounter a band of cloaked thieves. To everyone's astonishment, the nocturnal thieves were not merely individuals, but an organized group. The entire party seeking the crown fell victim to a surprise attack. Upon finishing his account, Dumbledore was met by a physician emerging from the infirmary. "Headmaster Ms. Freya has regained consciousness and will soon be transferred to a regular ward," the physician informed. The casualties were severe. Aside from Ms. Freya, 2 of the 4 exorcists from the Judgment Office had perished, while 2 others were injured. Of the 5 Aurors from the Ministry of Magic, 4 had lost their lives, leaving only 1 survivor. This toll represented the highest casualties in peacetime. Such devastating losses, Dumbledore murmured, recalling that it had been a decade since he had heard of such grim numbers. Had it not been for Freya's elven heritage providing her with protection, the outcome might have been dire. In truth, the physician's role was minimal. It was the formidable recuperative powers of her elven lineage that were the primary reason for Freya's survival. Charles, feeling anxious, understood far more about the lake nymph than the others. An ambush against the lake nymph would prove futile, as she would be shielded by the constant protection of her kind, unless, of course, a spell of extraordinary penetration was employed or a concentrated assault was executed. The former indicated that this group was equipped with powerful wizards, far from being insignificant. The latter suggested that they possessed considerable secrets. Otherwise, how could they have anticipated the Shafiq vault? Regardless, Freya's injury was a cause of grave concern for Charles. Charles, do not worry. Your grandmother is all right. As a physician has stated, Dumbledore's attempt at reassurance, though lacking in strength, did provide some solace. The wizarding world had rarely been so unsettled. It had only been a brief period of peace before such an organization emerged. For what purpose, he pondered, while Charles noted his furrowed brow in silence. It is the king's treasure. This group must be coveting the king's treasure. The realization struck like a clarion call. Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of enlightened understanding as he regarded Charles with a look of admiration. To possess knowledge of such obscure secrets. You are indeed the Prince of Elves. Very well, we may now visit Mrs. Freya, announced a petite nurse in a white dress as she approached Dumbledore and Charles with a form to fill out. After completing the admission paperwork, Charles inquired about Freya's room number 307 and hurriedly made his way there. Upon opening the door, he found Freya reclining in bed, reading a newspaper. Hearing the door open, Freya turned her head and was met with the sight of Charles, whose initially anxious expression gradually transformed into one of joy. "Oh, my Charles!" Charles approached with concern, standing by Freya's bedside, inquiring about her well-being. Freya's complexion was somewhat pale, revealing a hint of weakness, yet she bore no severe injuries. It was merely that 4 wizards had ambushed her from the shadows. In the heat of the moment, she had been unable to evade their attack. The intervention of the Aurors and the Ministry of Magic had been timely, yet they had not anticipated the adversary's meticulous preparation. 2 alchemical bombs had been planted nearby, which detonated amidst the fierce battle. Furthermore, it seemed the foes had foreseen our numbers and possessed considerable knowledge about me. Freya relayed the entire incident to Charles, hoping to heighten his vigilance. "We had failed to safeguard the crown," she lamented. "It is of no consequence. The crown is not important," she added with a sigh. Charles had never regarded the crown as significant. Even now, he remained skeptical of the existence of the king's treasure. At that moment, Dumbledore entered, his expression tinged with regret. "I must trouble you, madam, to cooperate with the Ministry of Magic and the Aurors for inquiries. The casualties this time have been devastating. Such a tragedy was rare since Voldemort's demise, especially involving the Aurors." "It is my duty," Freya replied. After a moment's contemplation, she continued, "Perhaps, headmaster, you could escort Charles back to the school. It would be far safer there." Turning to Charles, she said, "Once this matter is resolved, I must return to America to consult Vivian about certain issues. Something about this situation feels amiss." Dumbledore interjected, "Charles suspects that their motive pertains to the king's treasure. A possibility I find quite credible." After a moment of silence, Freya responded, "I still sense something is wrong, though I cannot articulate why." Chapter 24, The Marauder's Map. In the hospital, Freya sought Dumbledore's assistance to ensure that Charles could enjoy Halloween festivities. Upon returning to the dormitory, Charles belatedly realized, "Did I mention to grandmother about signing the application?" However, tomorrow was Halloween. From morning until 3 in the afternoon, young wizards would roam freely in Hogsmeade, returning by 4 for the Halloween feast. Consequently, the excited young wizards were already restless, particularly the Weasley twins, who were caught by Filch in the corridor late at night while making their marks. From the shadows, the Slytherins chuckled sinisterly. Had they not lured Filch away, the Weasley twins might not have been apprehended. Filch, with a scowl, locked the 2 young wizards in his office, warning through the door, "You two be careful. I still have to catch others." He then cheerfully strode away, lantern in hand, to continue his hunt. A pitiful individual, consumed by obsession yet unfulfilled in reality, was indeed a figure to be despised. The Weasley twins gazed at the gleaming handcuffs and other instruments of punishment hanging from the ceiling of the office, their hearts racing with trepidation. "George, do you think Filch will use those on us?" Fred asked nervously. Although Dumbledore had forbidden corporal punishment, the mischievous duo was not entirely fearless. "I believe the headmaster will intervene," George reassured Fred, voicing the very sentiment his brother longed to hear. They exchanged a knowing smile, their anxiety transforming back into their usual irreverence. "Perhaps there are tools left by predecessors here." Fred encouraged George, who brightened at the prospect. After all, what mischief maker does not yearn for more experiences in their craft? At that moment, Peeves peered down from the ceiling, exclaiming, "Look, the Weasley brothers are wreaking havoc in Filch's office. I must inform Filch." Fred chuckled. "Peeves, we shall find a way to tease you." George, meanwhile, rummaged under Filch's bed and unearthed a large trunk, but alas, it was empty. Is this merely a collection of newspapers? Why has Filch hoarded so many copies of the Daily Prophet? George pondered as he shook his head, continuing to search through the desk with Fred. They discovered a few prank toys, but regrettably, they were outdated. "Look, George, I have found a treasure map," Fred exclaimed. "No, it's merely a blank parchment," George retorted. Fred took the parchment, and instinctively, they both felt it concealed some secret. "Perhaps we could burn it?" suggested Fred. "I believe we should find a way to escape." George rejected Fred's notion, prioritizing their escape before Peeves could alert Filch. Meanwhile, in Hufflepuff, Cedric was engaged in a lively discussion with several restless young wizards about where to play the following day. "By the way, Cedric, how did you become so close with Charles?" inquired one of the Hufflepuff students, while others blinked eagerly, wishing to hear tales of the Academy's recent legend. Cedric scratched his head, contemplating his rapport with Charles, which seemed almost instantaneous. In fact, Charles treated everyone equally. "You know, I believe Charles is even more suited for Hufflepuff than I am." Why? The students pressed. "I once asked Charles which of the 4 houses he preferred. I expected him to say Slytherin, but he told me he emotionally favored Hufflepuff, for its unity brought him closer to others. Yet, he believes that all 4 houses are interconnected and should not be divided. Each house is a vital part of Hogwarts." Cedric's words evoked gasps of admiration from his peers, exclaiming, "What a magnanimous individual." For Charles, this perspective was innate. His education had instilled in him the values of national unity, making divisive thoughts foreign to him. This is also why he held disdain for Voldemort. Ancient Eastern civilizations have repeatedly demonstrated through history that the path from division to unity is the sole route forward. A dark wizard, who clamors for division and espouses hierarchical superiority, is destined for decline. On the following morning, unlike many young wizards who had spent a restless night in excitement, yet awoke somewhat fatigued, Charles slumbered soundly and rose early. Since Charles wished for peace, his 3 companions, aware of his desire for tranquility, also kept quiet and slept. The 4 Slytherins made their way to the empty hall for breakfast, where only Charles sipped milk while perusing the newspaper. "Ah, a vampire uprising in Ethiopia. The ministry has been deployed to suppress it. This news appears to cast a shadow over an already tumultuous situation, akin to a feint intended to divert attention while simultaneously restraining the demon-slaying wizards in their quest for the North Sea Cloak." Charles found himself lost in thought, pondering that Alexander's laurel might indeed be the silver crown he had glimpsed in the treasury, crafted entirely from mithril and other magical materials. However, the introduction of additional metals had diminished its magical properties. The North Sea Cloak, as legend has it, was woven by the ancient Frost giant clan using the mystical fabric of night elves, with its fur derived from the hide of the colossal wolf Fenrir and its leather torn from the skin of a behemoth. In truth, the North Sea Cloak was likely an alchemical creation of a legendary alchemist active during the Enlightenment, utilizing the pelts of ancient magical creatures. When donned, it could ward off common curses, though its primary attribute was its resistance to cold. Beyond that, it bore no remarkable features. The 4 royal treasures each took shape at different times, crafted by distinct hands, and were never collected by that renowned king. Yet, the tales of these treasures grew increasingly legendary, especially during the medieval period, becoming particularly renowned. It is probable that as time passed, these tales evolved into myths, leading to their gradual obscurity. Boss, are you daydreaming?" Wright noticed Charles, who had been absorbed in the newspaper for quite some time, and could not help but call out, "Oh, I was a bit distracted. By the way, is there anything interesting in Hogsmeade?" Charles was intrigued by the prospect of unlocking new maps, yet he was not well acquainted with Hogsmeade. "Oh, boss, there is so much fun to be had there." Aaron chimed in eagerly, his round face brimming with anticipation. Jean, however, remained silent, merely focusing on his meal. Coming from a modest background, he had limited pocket money and thus stifled his desires. After finishing the newspaper, Charles pulled out a book on runic language to continue his studies. As of today, he still struggled to accurately decipher Hunter's spell, a challenge rooted in his insufficient foundational knowledge of runes. Professor Snape S. Potions class and Professor Flitwick S. Dueling class. This year, I can't expand into other subjects at all, otherwise I'll have no personal time left. Life is more than just magic. From June until the end of October, Charles had begun to feel a tinge of aversion to his studies, burdened by the intense pressure of academic demands. Chapter 25. The Honeyduke's Candy Shop. Little Wizards. Please follow your prefects to the platform by the Black Lake to board the express train to Hogsmeade. You must arrive at the Hogsmeade platform by 3 o'clock to find your house and return to Hogwarts for the Halloween feast. Those who do not adhere to the schedule will face penalties and point deductions. Professor McGonagall announced loudly, after which Dumbledore stepped forward, declaring, "Children, you may set off now." Excitedly, the little wizards made their way to the Black Lake station. However, not all were departing. The fifth-year students, apart from the prefects and a few others, remained behind to prepare for their OWL's exams. Ordinary wizarding examinations are closely linked to future employment opportunities, and even the less academically inclined must exert their utmost efforts. In the 4th grade, a few young wizards were prepared for the unexpected, while those in the 6th and 7th grades were even fewer. Thus, the primary contingent comprised students from the 3rd grade and below. Let us indulge in our own pursuits for a while. "I have a matter to attend to at the post office in Hogsmeade," Charles remarked within the express train compartment. Wright and Aaron made their way to the leaky cauldron, leaving only Jean, who stubbornly trailed behind Charles despite the advice to the contrary. "Jean, you may explore on your own. I do not require company," Charles stated, reluctant to have anyone accompany him to collect the letters assigned by Snape. "But I have no desire to play. Please allow me to accompany you," Jean replied glumly, a hint of yearning in his eyes. "Since you have expressed such a desire, what choice do I have?" As they turned a corner, Charles caught sight of the renowned Honeyduke's sweet shop. "Shall we venture inside and procure some sweets?" he suggested, initially intending to hasten directly to the post office. But considering the presence of a child, he felt compelled to indulge in some treats. But you have matters to attend to. Let us first complete those," Jean replied, lacking the funds to indulge in his sweet cravings despite being of an age fond of candy. Charles, sensing a semblance of the truth, laughed heartily. "I have heard that the confections here are exceptionally delightful, and having lived in a Muggle world, I find the candies of the wizarding realm quite fascinating." Jean, interpreting this as genuine curiosity, nodded and accompanied Charles into the Honeyduke's sweet shop. "Greetings. Welcome to Honeyduke's." Ambrosius Flume, a middle-aged wizard of stout build and wide face with curly hair, greeted them, clad in an English-style short shirt, presumably for the ease of handling the candy-filled crates. He continued, "We offer an array of the most delectable confections, from fragrant nougat to a plethora of chocolates. Additionally, we feature some enchanted candies, such as this super bubblegum that fills an entire room with bluebell-flavored bubbles. And we cannot overlook the rather peculiar and easily breakable toothache mints. There's also the mischievous black pepper imps that breathe fire and the lively cream mints that frolic in your stomach." Ambrosius enthusiastically described several renowned candies within the shop, his seasoned eloquence winning the favor of both Charles and Jean. "It seems you have a plethora of enticing candies worth purchasing," Charles complimented, revealing his fondness for sweet treats, though not particularly for candies. "Excuse me, is this also a candy?" he inquired, gazing at the glistening pink cube, a familiar coconut aroma wafting through the air. "Indeed, this is a coconut ice, a new creation of mine." Flume promptly produced a piece and offered it to Charles for sampling. Upon tasting the coconut ice, the coolness and intense coconut flavor burst on his palate, the chewy texture distinctly different from regular candies, perfectly suiting his taste. "It resembles Eastern pastries quite closely. How long can this be stored, good sir?" Charles asked, pointing at the coconut ice. "If properly made, it can last for 3 days. Beyond that, it loses its freshness." Froome conducts his business with integrity, particularly when dealing with fellow Slytherin students. Ambrose Froome, a Slytherin alumnus himself, developed a fondness for confectionery and excelled in potions, which naturally earned him the admiration of the then potions professor, Slughorn. Consequently, he became a member of Slughorn's Slug Club. After graduation, Froome's first job was also arranged by Slughorn. To express his gratitude, Froome sends Slughorn a gift basket filled with candied jackfruit every year on his birthday. It is worth noting that Tom Riddle procured the candied jackfruit to curry favor with Slughorn from Froome. Additionally, Froome holds a particular affection for Slytherin. "May I purchase a box of coconut ice cream weekly?" Charles Shafiq, a first-year Slytherin, inquired. "You could send it via owl every Monday." Froome nodded, contemplating, however, this arrangement might not be cost-effective. You could join forces with others to place an order, thus reducing shipping costs. "It's not far. The postage won't be substantial." "Very well. Let's start with a month of deliveries. If you wish to continue after that, you can either inform me on Saturday or send a letter to the shop," Froome suggested, not wanting to take advantage of the younger student. "That sounds great," Charles exclaimed, pleasantly surprised by the shopkeeper's amiability. A coconut ice cream costs 27 nuts, and with shipping, The total comes to 41 nuts. Froome quickly calculated the price, and Charles nodded, packaging some sweets and handing over 2 galleons. Froome returned 17 nuts, cheerfully saying, "Thank you for your patronage." Charles paused, then responded with a smile. "Thank you, kind sir." He then took Jean by the hand and offered him a few sweets, saying, "Give these a try. They should taste delightful. I may have overindulged on my first visit." Jean accepted the candy, murmuring his thanks. Though he was quite clever, he appreciated the concern of others. "Jean, do you know the way to the post office?" Charles thought it wise to seek Jean's help rather than asking around. "Yes. Follow me." Jean eagerly obliged, thrilled to assist his idol. After turning a couple of corners, the 2-story owl post office came into view. "I am here to collect a letter for Professor Severus Snape," Charles declared, producing a retrieval letter from his wizarding robe and handing it to the guard at the entrance of the post office. "Very well, I will fetch it for you. The package is rather heavy." The guard entered the post office and returned in less than a minute, carrying a well-wrapped cardboard box. What was inside? Charles wondered. Receiving the box, which exceeded his expectations in weight, approximately 17 kilograms. The absence of sound, when shaken, indicated that its contents were of similar dimensions to the box itself. He passed the bag of sweets to Jean and remarked, "It appears we ought to return promptly. We need to register at the station and then write to Professor McGonagall to inform her of our situation. Although it would typically be best to return with everyone, managing such a large box would be quite inconvenient. It would be prudent to explain the situation to the school administration." Chapter 26. The Mysterious Woman. Charles and Jean returned to school, carrying a cardboard box to Professor Snape's office, but alas, he was not present. They had no choice but to leave a note on Snape's desk, informing him that the items he was expecting had been delivered. Charles bid farewell to Jean, deciding to seek out Hagrid, as a grand adventure in the Forbidden Forest awaited them with Halloween approaching. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins stumbled upon a most extraordinary event in Hogsmeade. Professor Snape was engaged in a duel with 2 cloaked figures on the outskirts of the village. "What you seek has long been lost." Snape spoke coldly, wand at the ready, eyeing the 2 dark figures with vigilance. "Severus Snape, your mother was Eileen Prince, a renowned master of potions, and the Prince family has always been steeped in potion-making tradition, and the Cloak of the North Sea is a relic of your lineage." The cloaked figures asserted with certainty, having spent decades tracing the whereabouts of the 4 treasures of King. "I know nothing of this Cloak of the North Sea, and the Prince family is no more." Snape's gaze was frigid, prepared for an imminent confrontation. The Weasley twins, observing from a distance, arrived just in time to witness Snape already embroiled in combat with the 2 cloaked figures. The bat is surprisingly formidable. The twins marveled as Snape held his own against 2 adversaries, even managing to suspend one of them in mid-air. Impressive. They exchanged glances, astonished by Snape's prowess. Avada Kedavra! The suspended cloaked figure did not relinquish his wand, retaliating with a lethal curse. Snape deftly dodged, countering with a precise spell aimed at the dangling assailant. Sensing the tide turning, the other cloaked figure fled, using apparition. Heal swiftly. The injured figure struggled to maintain his grip on his wand, but Snape quickly cast a counter curse. Unconscious, another spell ensnared the cloaked figure, allowing Snape to exhale in relief. Grasping the captured figure, he vanished with apparition, executing the entire ordeal with remarkable elegance, leaving the Weasley twins utterly reformed in their perception of him. Who would have imagined Professor Snape was so capable? I certainly did not. The 2 felt a sudden urge to refrain from calling him the Bat any longer. Snape then transported the cloaked figure to a secluded cabin, binding him securely and tossing him inside, stating, "I have captured one." No sooner had the words left his lips than an old wizard emerged from the shadows, surveying Snape with keen eyes. At last, a live one. Indeed, only by drawing the snake out of its hole can one catch these ruffians unawares. The rest is your department. I trust one will not be summoned again. This is merely a transaction. Snape's tone was icily dismissive, showing no regard for the newcomer. "No problem. We will send your mother's wand by post. That will be your reward. Hagrid, I am not particularly keen on accompanying you to see that giant spider. I find it rather unsettling, you understand." Charles intercepted Hagrid's intention to visit Aragog, the Acromantula, fully aware that the spider, which should not have lived for so long, was on the verge of losing control over its offspring. He could sense the restless stirrings of those spiders. "Ah, very well. I shall visit next time. Why do you harbor such disdain for Aragog? He is undeniably adorable." After listening to Hagrid's ramblings, Charles could only remain silent, for he failed to perceive any charm in that creature. According to the classification of the British Ministry of Magic, its danger level is equivalent to that of a dragon. While meandering through the Forbidden Forest to gather materials, Charles returned to Hagrid's hut at noon, politely declining Hagrid's kind offer. He simply could not manage the rock-hard rock cakes, which were even tougher than a baguette. Thus, he returned to the dormitory to snack on some tidbits to quell his hunger, and then proceeded to the common room to peruse a compendium of runes. It is noteworthy that Hogwarts had undergone a transformation. All the decorations had been replaced with pumpkin heads, and a swarm of lifeless bats fluttered above the Great Hall. This Halloween held little interest for Charles. A month later, he arrived at Honeyduke's sweet shop in Hogsmeade, as scheduled, to sign for Dumbledore, as his grandmother had yet to return. However, he had received a letter indicating that matters were still pending and that she would be busy for some time yet. Should he continue the reservations? Very well. Then let them extend until the end of May next year. Charles nodded, retrieving a handful of gold galleons to hand to Flume, and, upon his suggestion, ventured to the 3 broomsticks. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by a warm and inviting atmosphere. Approaching the bar, Charles ordered a glass of milk. Madame Rosmerta, a graceful lady of striking appearance, regarded him with interest as he requested milk. Oh, the little wizard only drinks milk? The teasing remark was neither too loud nor too soft, eliciting laughter from the patrons around. Some mocked Charles, while others praised his good behavior. He had never been fond of alcohol in his past life, and certainly, during his growth spurts, the consumption of alcohol was ill-advised. What a well-behaved little wizard. Madame Rosmerta mused, assuming Charles' choice was a reflection of his good nature. As he sipped his milk, Charles scanned his surroundings, eventually settling his gaze upon an elderly woman seated in a corner. The spot was not shadowy. Rather, the lighting was soft, and it was slightly distanced from the other tables, lending an air of tranquility. The woman's visage suggested she had been quite beautiful in her youth. Her gentle brown eyes, filled with the tenderness of years, radiated a calming presence that was impossible to resist. For reasons unknown, Charles found himself drawn to her table and sat directly across from her. "Grandmother, have we met before?" he inquired, hearing Charles address her thus. The woman initially lowered her gaze to conceal her amusement, then slowly shook her head. "We must not have met," she replied, her tone serene yet tinged with an odd smile. "Oh, it is peculiar. I cannot shake the feeling that I have encountered you," before Charles mused inwardly, though his expression remained impassive. "I come here every Saturday at this hour. Perhaps you have seen me at some point," the elderly woman offered as an explanation. "Is that so?" Charles thought to himself. This is indeed my first visit. Merely spending time with the elderly woman has significantly soothed Charles's spirits, providing him with a sense of tranquility during this period of stagnation in his dueling progress. "It appears that you are quite diligent, as one would not otherwise appear so fatigued." The elderly woman's genuine concern made Charles feel somewhat embarrassed. "Well, it's just that I've recently encountered some difficulties and have been plagued by nightmares," he confided, perhaps a reflection of his mounting stress. His research on potions had reached an impasse, and he frequently dreamt of that fateful explosion, awakening in fright. He had scarcely slept well for several days. "Oh, that must be a result of exhaustion. Here, take this talisman. It may aid in your quest for restful slumber." The elderly woman produced a wooden charm from her pocket and offered it to Charles, her kindness rendering him momentarily speechless. "Please accept it. I am of an age where I no longer require it," she smiled, encouraging him to take it. "I truly appreciate your generosity," Charles replied, flabbergasted by the encounter with such a kind-hearted stranger, a promising omen indeed. "You remind me so much of my late husband from our youth," she said warmly, leaving Charles momentarily at a loss for words. "I imagine you and your husband shared a profound bond," he remarked, eliciting a nod from her. "Indeed, we were very happy together, though alas, death has claimed him." The wistfulness in her gaze was palpable. Charles hesitated, struggling to find the right words. It felt inappropriate to respond. "My condolences," he finally managed to utter, a stark contrast to his usual loquaciousness. "It is nothing to fret over." He departed peacefully. "Death is, after all, merely another grand adventure," she articulated with clarity, her eyes aglow with nostalgia. Charles felt a surge of admiration for her unique perspective on life and death. Such wisdom could only belong to someone of remarkable distinction. Just as he was about to inquire further about her late husband, the elderly woman seemed to anticipate his question and abruptly rose. "It's getting late. I must take my leave. Until we meet again." Charles bid her farewell and returned to the bar, where he asked Miss Rosmerta, "Who was that grandmother?" She shook her head. "I've never seen her before. She seems like a lady from a prominent family. Is this her first visit? Doesn't she come every Saturday?" Charles was astonished, realizing he had been misled. Chapter 27, The Paradox of Time. Upon returning to his dormitory, Charles examined the wooden talisman in his hand. Its surface was smooth, and its shape resembled the symbols for peace found in ancient texts. Activating his magical eye, he nearly dropped it in astonishment. The talisman bore a series of magically inscribed frames, unmistakably akin to the freezing spell he had vaguely perceived during his nightmares. Each time he dreamt, the explosion replayed, with outlines sketched in the shadows, yet he could never discern them clearly. But on this talisman lay the very incantation he could not decipher in his dreams. How could she possibly know what I was dreaming of? I never disclosed anything to her. Could it be that she possesses this magical eye as well? Is she another wielder of this extraordinary sight? Thus, is the magical eye not merely a golden key to traverse dimensions, but rather a manifestation of some miraculous phenomenon? As Charles lay awake, his mind raced with thoughts of the enigmatic secret of the talisman, the mysterious old woman, and the magical eye. It felt as though someone had cast a riddle upon him, intricately tied to his most profound secret. Tossing and turning, he struggled to comprehend the situation. Perhaps the magical eye did not belong to the old woman, but rather to her deceased husband, which would explain why he felt a sense of nostalgia upon seeing his own eye. Yet, how did she discern that he possessed a magical eye? Furthermore, if this hypothesis were true, how could she produce a rune that he so desperately needed at that moment? The following day marked the first time Charles experienced such severe insomnia, sporting dark circles under his eyes and baffled by his thoughts. Thus, he spent the weekend engulfed in excessive worry. When Monday arrived, his 3 roommates, concerned that something might have happened to him, insisted on taking him to Madame Pomfrey. Is it merely sleep deprivation? Are you suffering from insomnia? Madame Pomfrey inquired with genuine concern, recalling that this little wizard had encountered trouble 3 months prior. Could it be some lingering after effects? No, it's just that I'm troubled by some matters and can't seem to sleep, Charles replied, scratching his head. He admitted that if not for his roommates dragging him along, he would not have come. Then make sure to rest early tonight. Here, a tonic. Drink it before class, Madame Pomfrey said, handing him a vial of purple potion. Charles grimaced as he downed it in one gulp. Indeed, it was quite unpalatable. The thick, viscous liquid carried an odd, sour taste that was undeniably invigorating. He swallowed hard, shivering at the sensation, and his intuition told him that Madame Pomfrey had intended it to be so. How does it taste? She asked, feigning ignorance. Charles gave a thumbs up, a wry smile on his face. The effects are remarkable. He dashed out without a moment's pause, leaving his 3 roommates behind. Madame Pomfrey, his lifelong adversary, forcing him to drink such foul potions. What a peculiar sense of humor. Eyes that can see through magic. Dumbledore furrowed his brow at Charles's inquiry, perplexed. What do you mean by eyes that can penetrate magic? Are you suggesting that someone in history possessed the ability to perceive the flow of magical energy merely with their gaze? After reiterating Charles's question and finding no clarity, he candidly admitted, Charles, I do not comprehend what you are referring to. Have you encountered something? Perhaps I can offer you some guidance. Charles nodded, quick-wittedly responding, last Saturday, I visited the 3 broomsticks in Hogsmeade and met a rather kind-looking old woman. I've been struggling with sleep lately, plagued by nightmares of the freezing curse. That old woman even drew the freezing curse for me. It was as if she knew precisely what I needed, yet I had never spoken to her. Charles felt a surge of anxiety. The matter involved his greatest secret, and how could he not be concerned? So you believe this old woman possesses eyes that can see through magic, and not only that, but she can also peer into your heart? Dumbledore expressed surprise. It seemed he grasped something underlying. Charles, I have an opportunity for you to study alchemy. Would you be interested in pursuing it? Dumbledore's words seemed to deliberately shift the topic, but without hesitation, Charles nodded in agreement. Indeed, alchemy. How could one possibly refrain from studying it? Upon hearing Charles's words, Dumbledore smiled and remarked, I believe I have discerned the reason. You are troubled by nightmares concerning the freezing spell, are you not? Indeed, the old woman providentially provided you with what you needed at just the right moment, did she not? Yes. With this exchange, Dumbledore surmised that he was correct. This situation bore a striking resemblance to Charles's previous state of unconsciousness. It was likely that someone connected to Charles had employed a long-range time-turner. Perhaps it was the result of Charles's future alchemical endeavors, or it could be the hidden treasures of the lake nymph. In any case, time had completed its necessary loop. Headmaster, you seem to know something, Charles remarked, sensing Dumbledore's contemplative demeanor, which implied knowledge of the situation. Perhaps I know a little, but it is not appropriate for me to disclose too much, Dumbledore replied, patting Charles on the shoulder. Do not worry. I shall send you a letter via owl later. After bidding farewell to Charles, Dumbledore sighed. There had been others in the past who had attempted to alter history using time-turners. Yet in truth, history is immutable. For instance, Dumbledore himself had utilized a time-turner to save Ariana, but each attempt, each rescue, merely propelled Ariana further toward her destined fate. Thus, history cannot be changed. And Dumbledore hoped to impart this wisdom to Charles, urging him not to repeat the same mistakes. There are no great wizards, merely unfortunate souls who believe they can rectify their missteps. As night fell, Charles, still burdened with anxiety, wore a furrowed brow, leaving the three young wizards exchanging glances, uncertain of how to comfort him. Charles, confident in his dual existence and his experiences of traversing time, expected to remain unperturbed. Little did he know, he was quite the opposite, unsettled by an old woman's influence. Just as Charles was about to drink some water to quell his agitation, an owl suddenly appeared, clutching a letter, tapping at his window. He welcomed the owl inside, offering it a morsel of food before retrieving the letter. The three young wizards remained silent, hesitant to disturb their leader in his moment of distress. The letter contained a narrative penned by a Muggle author, imparting a profound truth. History cannot be altered. In 1962, a female infant was abandoned in a hospital. In 1983, a 21-year-old woman fell in love at first sight with a man in a park, only to give birth to a baby girl a year later, after which the man and child vanished. Devastated, the woman underwent gender reassignment surgery and succumbed to alcoholism. In 1988, he passed by a small tavern, where the owner recruited him into a mysterious unit for time travel. He was sent back to 1983, where he fell in love with a young girl, ultimately leading to the birth of another girl. At that moment, he received a new mission. In order to prevent the girl from becoming an unwed mother, he traveled back to 1962 to abandon the infant in a hospital. His new task required him to return to 1988 and pose as the tavern owner, seeking to recruit personnel. The narrative is brief, yet impactful, even somewhat familiar. Is It Not All You Zombies by the British author Robert A. Heinlein? It delves into the intricacies of time paradoxes. Suddenly, Charles conceived an improbable possibility. I have ensnared myself. Chapter 28, The Big Fish. A week later, in Hagrid's humble abode, Charles meticulously ladled the deep blue liquid from the cauldron into a potion vial the size of a hearing aid, using a wooden spoon. Charles, what are you concocting? Hagrid yawned as he emerged from the cabin, his eyes still glazed with sleep. Oh dear, Hagrid, do keep your voice down. You nearly startled me. Charles carefully corked the potion vial, exhaling in relief before turning to Hagrid with a hint of irritation. My apologies, I just woke. What have you been up to these past few days? Arriving each morning at dawn. Hagrid, having roused himself at 8 o'clock, still had an hour before classes began, while Charles had been diligently concocting potions since 6, often resulting in explosive outcomes. On one occasion, he had even managed to freeze the grass within a 6-meter radius into a solid block. Behold, my innovative potion will revolutionize wizard duels, Charles proclaimed, holding aloft the vial, a product of his simulation of the freezing charm. Wizards dueling? Hagrid shook his head. You're still but a fledgling wizard. Such perilous pursuits are ill-advised. Charles countered. Evil has yet to be vanquished. I cannot afford to lower my guard. He struck a pose, attempting to appear nonchalant as he flung the vial with fervor. Bang! The vial shattered upon impact, and the deep blue liquid instantly vaporized, forming an irregularly shaped frost pattern centered around the point of breakage. Marvelous! ISNT impressive? Hagrid clapped enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling with delight. Is there more? I wish to partake. This is far more entertaining than a snowball fight. Charles repeated the process, handing Hagrid another vial. Hagrid, filled with excitement, prepared to hurl it immediately but paused, recalling Charles' earlier pose. Although his own attempt at mimicking it was rather awkward, he reasoned that it must be part of some magical ritual. Thus, Hagrid twisted his hefty frame into a semblance of Charles' pose before casting the vial. Once again, a resounding bang echoed, and another patch of frost blanketed the grass. Charles opened his mouth, wanting to express something, but hesitated, unsure of where to begin. You see, our potion does not necessitate a ritual. Also, your physique is rather distracting. Oh, this is exceedingly amusing. What is this, a prank? Hagrid recalled that prank toys had similar functions, yet the specifics eluded him. No, this is a potion. Charles insisted with conviction. How could it be a prank? However, this revelation sparked a realization within him. If he could only produce this particular potion or a limited category of them, then it bore little distinction from a prank toy. It was imperative that he develop a systematic approach to potion making, for only then could he truly pioneer the realm of innovative potions. Potions could serve not only as sustenance, but also as instruments of combat. Charles was preparing to gather his belongings and set off for Hogwarts Castle when he noticed 2 flickering flames of red hair at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. He hoped Hagrid wouldn't catch them. Stealthily, Charles followed the Weasley twins, keenly observing that they weren't wandering aimlessly through the forest but seemed to be searching for something. Scanning the surroundings, he sensed no magical disturbances. So he leaned forward and, seizing the moment when they were distracted, asked, "What mischief are you up to?" The Weasley twins were startled. The ever-alert Fred collapsed onto the ground, feigning a dramatic pose as if he were incapacitated. "Oh, my Fred." George immediately played along, adopting a woeful expression. "What are you two pretending for?" Charles crouched down, exasperated. "What brings you into the Forbidden Forest?" Young wizard shouldn't he venture here unaccompanied? Fred and George exchanged glances, raising their eyebrows at one another. Should they share their secret? After a brief pause, George finally spoke, retracting a large bat, namely Professor Snape. Charles was taken aback. Had Professor Snape fallen so low as to forage for potion ingredients in the Forbidden Forest himself? Let me tell you, about a month ago Fred rose to elaborate, embellishing the story of Snape's encounter with two mysterious dark wizards in Hogsmeade. After listening to their back-and-forth recounting, Charles found it hard to believe that the wizarding world was so chaotic behind the scenes. Professor Snape had always aspired to teach defense against the dark arts, so he must possess considerable skill. Connecting the dots, Charles wondered why, if Snape had ventured to Hogsmeade, he still required him to fetch that package. Could the two events be related? Today, we saw Professor Snape stealthily carrying a large cardboard box into the Forbidden Forest, and then he vanished nearby, Fred added, affirming Charles' suspicions. The dimensions he gestured mirrored those of the box he had seen that day, suggesting they were indeed the same. Snape ventured into the Forbidden Forest with a cardboard box? Charles pondered where within the forest such a box could be concealed. It seemed ill-suited for hiding. Could it be buried? No, there was a place, the Centaur tribe. Though their relationship with Hogwarts was somewhat tenuous, they maintained a generally favorable attitude towards certain Hogwarts inhabitants. However, Snape would likely not be among those favored. I believe the box contains something extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so cautious. Fred concluded. We must find the box and excavate it. Charles, puzzled, asked, why do you both think it might be buried? Given their unfamiliarity with the Forbidden Forest, the notion of treasure led the twins to consider only the possibility of it being buried. How could it not be buried? Fred insisted, convinced that treasure must be hidden away, and George concurred wholeheartedly. If it were not buried, how could they possibly find it? Originally, the plan was to search the Forbidden Forest for signs of land disturbance. At that moment, an explosion resonated from a certain point in the Forbidden Forest, resembling some form of blasting spell. That direction pointed towards the Centaur tribe. Charles, confirming his suspicion, said to Fred, I suspect the professor has come across an extraordinary treasure. Quickly return and inform Professor McGonagall, and it would be best to notify Headmaster Dumbledore as well. I shall hasten to investigate the situation. With those words, Charles seized his wand and sprinted towards that direction, casting a brief acceleration charm upon himself. Swiftly he sped onward. Meanwhile, Snape, with a grim expression, faced 2 centaurs and 5 cloaked figures. Snape, hand it over. That is not something you should conceal. The leader's voice was somewhat aged, yet vaguely familiar to Snape. The centaur Firenze bore a look of concern, sensing death in the presence of these individuals. Keen Orlando, it is you. Snape's countenance darkened further, realizing that just days prior, Fudge had come to inform Dumbledore about a significant traitor within the Ministry, initially believing it to be a ploy by the dullard to undermine his rivals. He now grasped the truth. I do not understand. You are well aware the rumors are false. This was the first time Snape spoke so much, for he was pleased to see Keen Orlando elected, a former Auror who had participated in the Second War. He was indeed suited to lead the Ministry in facing the anticipated return of Voldemort. Keen Orlando removed his hood, revealing a weathered face marked by bitterness. No, you do not comprehend. Voldemort is surely not dead. We must use the king's secret treasure to lure him out. Keen Orlando's gaze was fierce, filled with animosity towards Voldemort. Chapter 29, Chaos and Assistance. Without further ado, Keen Orlando raised his wand, directing it at Snape. Hand it over, or you know the consequences. Snape smirked coldly, placing a box on the ground. You know this is a fake. As Keen Orlando and his associates prepared to advance, Snape unleashed a silent spell aimed at the cloaked figures beside Keen Orlando. Unarmed magic. Unfortunately, Snape's attack was both fierce and stealthy, toppling 2 cloaked figures first. The tides of battle shifted, 3 against 3. True to his Auror heritage, Keen Orlando wasted no time. As one of his own fell, he sent a bone-breaking curse towards Snape. Snape narrowly evaded, only to be struck by another centaur, causing an explosion in the centaur's chest as he toppled to the side. Quickly, potions. Snape tossed a potion from his sleeve to the fallen centaur, then turned, drawing his wand to cast another silent spell. Firenze also reacted swiftly, leaping aside while drawing his bow to target an approaching cloaked figure. Snape. Keen Orlando unleashed another bone-breaking curse, this one swifter and more cunningly aimed than before. The green light shot forth, and knowing he could not evade, Snape cast an armor charm upon himself and lunged aside. Keen Orlando, a seasoned veteran of World War II, possesses a wealth of combat experience. His strikes, capable of inflicting devastating damage, can easily incapacitate a centaur with considerable magical resistance. In a fit of rage, he becomes even more terrifying. Bang! Severus Snape was unable to evade the blast, leaving his right foot shattered. Snape, with a low growl, managed to roll aside, just in time to avoid another of Keen's crushing blows. A true man, Charles, hiding nearby, couldn't help but commend his headmaster for enduring such excruciating pain while still managing to evade. Such unwavering will is truly commendable. Meanwhile, Firenze shot an arrow that felled a cloaked figure, but another's explosive spell struck his equine form, causing him to collapse. It's over, Snape. Keen was preparing to cast a spell when a sudden sense of caution overcame him, prompting him to dodge. 9 small vials plummeted towards Keen's position, exploding upon impact, and the unfortunate cloaked figure, poised to finish off Firenze, fell victim to the collateral damage, instantly encased in ice. Who did this? Keen gazed incredulously at the scene, directing a crushing spell at Charles's position. Charles had already scurried to safety, evading the blow, yet the explosion's force still ravaged a small patch of shrubbery, revealing his hiding spot as leaves were blown away. At that moment, Snape had ingested a potion for rapid recovery. Seizing the opportunity while Keen was distracted by the assailant, he unleashed a spell with precision. "You pitiful, short-sighted wretches," Keen roared, only to find that the spell had ricocheted off his dark robes. "Alchemical creations. It's time for you to behold the treasures of kings." Keen waved his wand toward a cardboard box, commanding box fly forth. "Break apart." As the box soared to his side, he gestured with his wand, and it disintegrated into fragments, revealing a shimmering silver cloak of the North Sea. In a mere 4 seconds, Keen accomplished this feat, while Snape initiated his magical assault against him. Charles, emboldened by his skills, leapt from the underbrush, launching a petrifying spell at Keen. Yet Keen donned the North Sea cloak with a flourish, effortlessly deflecting both magical attacks. The cloak is coming, Snape thought quickly, but to his chagrin, the cloak remained motionless. Behold the power of the treasures of kings, you pitiable, short-sighted fools. Keen at some point had transformed his wand into a cross staff, adorned with a royal crown and an ancient ring upon his finger. "Fall before me." A tremendous force bore down upon Charles and Snape. Charles, feeling the lesser weight of the power, was merely thrown high into the trees. However, Snape's fate was far grimmer. He was hurled aloft, and the immense force flattened his already injured leg upon impact. Snape could no longer contain himself, as the overwhelming pressure instantaneously ruptured his blood vessels. "Snape, you Death Eater, you must perish." Keen unleashed a formidable strike towards Snape. Yet this time, it was intercepted by the sudden appearance of an elderly wizard clad in white robes. "Keen Orlando, you are blinded by hatred." The newcomer was none other than Dumbledore, his eyes filled with remorse and anguish. He had never anticipated that a once brother-in-arms would commit such heinous acts in the quest to vanquish Voldemort. "Dumbledore, you should not have come. You cannot shield the Death Eaters. If not for your weakness, Voldemort would not have succeeded." Keen harbored a degree of reproach towards Dumbledore, yet in that moment, such accusations morphed into an overwhelming fury. "Fall before me." Keen unleashed an immense force directed at Dumbledore. "Armor, protect." A colossal barrier of armor enveloped a 4-meter radius around Dumbledore, standing resolutely against the onslaught. Meanwhile, Charles shook his head, emerging from the daze induced by the recent blow. He opened his magical eye, his mouth agape as he gazed at Keen. "What the hell?" he muttered, unable to contain his disbelief. What he witnessed was impossible. Surrounding Keen was a vast expanse of magical lines forming an intricate framework, continuously encroaching upon him and his surroundings. That overwhelming force was, in fact, a manifestation of countless spells amalgamated together. It could be said that whatever damage Keen intended to inflict upon his adversary, that very force would realize it. Dumbledore ultimately withstood Keen's assault, but as Keen prepared to retaliate in wrath, a flicker of red light flashed through his eye sockets, and then he vanished without a trace before the astonished crowd. Yet Charles saw it. Behind Keen stood a faceless figure clad in platinum robes. Dumbledore gasped for breath, the exertion nearly having taken his life. Had it not been for his desire to protect Snape, he could have easily teleported beside Keen and delivered a powerful blow to incapacitate him. Snape. Dumbledore lifted the unconscious Snape, administering a restorative potion he had prepared in advance. He then administered 2 centaur potions before approaching Charles, bringing him to the now conscious Snape. This is impossible. It must be an illusion. Snape was bewildered. The king's treasure possesses such miraculous effects. It seemed they had misunderstood. It was not a mere treasure, but rather a formidable magic. Dumbledore spoke slowly, while the awakened Firenze remarked, "An ancient demon has awakened." Charles finally pieced together the historical clues and exclaimed, "I understand now why the tribunal placed such importance on this. It's Gregory the Great." The others turned their heads, and Snape displayed a sardonic expression. "What are you babbling about?" Gregory the Great ushered in the dark era of the Middle Ages, and he was the only wizard who could potentially gather all 4 pieces of the king's treasure. He was the most fervent believer in power and wealth among all popes. Moreover, he acted upon this belief, establishing a theocratic government. As a hermit, he had the time to secretly collect the king's treasures. Charles had deduced from the figure in the platinum robes that it was unmistakably the attire of a pope. In retrospect, only Pope Gregory I possessed such potential, as he was one of the few in history endowed with formidable magical power. Chapter 30. I see. Dumbledore harbored no doubts about Charles's conjecture, instead regarding it with admiration and contemplation. The centaur Firenze suddenly understood. This elucidated why Taurus was in turmoil and why Mars and Saturn were also disturbed. The noble was awakened, while malevolence seeped in, bringing calamity. Charles, pondering Firenze's explanation, reflected that had this been a previous life, he would have dismissed it. Yet, within the realm of magic, divination and prophecy undeniably existed. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to study tarot and astrology. Snape snorted derisively, but refrained from contradicting. Dumbledore's approval and the centaur's affirmation indicated that Charles's hypothesis was nearly correct. Where had he gone? Snape was keenly interested in the whereabouts of the individual who had ruined his right leg. It was not difficult to deduce. Dumbledore teased the suspense, while Charles, piecing together Firenze's words, had already surmised the answer. Voldemort. Charles and Snape spoke in unison, after which Charles heard Snape's disdainful snort, seemingly sharing the same dissatisfaction with the notion. Perhaps we shall soon reap the results, Dumbledore mused. Voldemort's whereabouts were unknown to him, but the nearly unhinged Keen would undoubtedly find him and reduce him to ashes. However, I suspect that Voldemort is indestructible, Dumbledore murmured, audible to Charles and the others. Saturn, representing calamity and demons, appeared dim yet still flickered, while Mars, as a tower, had already issued a warning. Soon, evil might return. Charles comprehended the centaur's ramblings entirely, perhaps having some inkling of the plot. Yet, if one possessed the gift of prophecy, why not illuminate it? Therefore, next semester, I shall confidently enroll in divination, Charles declared, estimating that it was akin to the despicable Hellbow, who had utilized Horcruxes. The Shafiq family was undoubtedly the most familiar with the nefarious Hellbow, the last sorcerer and one of the earliest wizards. Horcruxes. Dumbledore's eyes revealed profound concern. Should it truly be that dark and vile magic, it would spell trouble. Very well. I shall first escort you back. I must take Snape for treatment. Dumbledore inhaled deeply. Panic served no purpose. He must attend to the task at hand. Meanwhile, Voldemort had finally completed his parasitic resurrection through a wild wizard in Albania. He. Voldemort's sinister laughter echoed. I, Voldemort, have returned. At that moment, a fissure appeared in the air, through which emerged an elderly man clad in a white cloak, adorned with a silver laurel and ring. His cold red eyes fixed intently upon the recently revived Voldemort. At this juncture, Voldemort's eyes glowed a fierce red, his pupils narrow slits like a cat's, his flat nose with nostrils like thin slits, and his hands resembling pale, large spiders. Yet, his form exhibited little change. He still appeared as the malnourished wild wizard. A repugnant laughter erupted. Upon hearing the newcomer's words, Voldemort seethed with rage. What nonsense was this, to insult him upon arrival? Ah, is that not Keen Orlando? My dear friend, have you not yet visited your family? Voldemort has just been revived, and his magical perception has yet to return. Moreover, Keen's peculiar state renders him unable to sense any magical energy. Instead, Keen's current demeanor amuses Voldemort. What a foolish guise it is. Keen's family, after all, fell victim to Voldemort's Death Eaters. At this moment, Keen has transformed into a cold, unfeeling machine, his humanity reduced to a singular hatred for Voldemort. There exists not a trace of superfluous emotion, only the divine judgment of Gregory the First. Keen, is this how you greet the great Dark Lord? Voldemort's eyes sparkled with delight as he waved the wild wizard's wand, unleashing a killing curse. The dark, malevolent light surged toward Keen, who merely raised his wand. An overwhelming force shattered the incoming curse and bore down upon the newly revived Voldemort. You are not Keen. Voldemort, not a fool, comprehended the anomaly the moment the killing curse was destroyed. Voldemort, Keen roared, the immense power pressing down on Voldemort, who deftly evaded by vanishing to another location. Boom! A 6-meter-wide pit was forcefully created, and Voldemort gazed at Keen in disbelief. What is this? I must flee. Voldemort waved his wand, preparing to disapparate, only to collide with an unseen barrier just 30 meters away. What? Voldemort could hardly believe it. An unknown magic had ensnared the surroundings, preventing his escape. Who are you? Voldemort lamented the ill timing of his revival. Keen Orlando. Upon uttering this, Keen waved his wand, and a series of explosions erupted around Voldemort. Even though he hastily cast the shield charm, he was still left disheveled by the blasts. When, pray tell, had he ever been so disheveled? Voldemort retaliated with a killing curse. This curse, imbued with even greater malice, was more sinister than the last. This time, Keen could not completely defend himself. The residual force of the curse struck him, injuring his soul and causing it to begin to dissipate. Hee. Voldemort perceived Keen's weakening, yet in the next moment, he grew frantic, desperately attempting to disapparate, but was thwarted, thus unleashing a torrent of attacks upon Keen. The weakening of Keen's soul stirred the unseen shadow of magical energy behind him, gradually replacing his essence while inheriting the hatred that Keen could not dispel. Simultaneously, Voldemort sensed an increasingly potent magical force emanating from Keen. He had never encountered such overwhelming power, nearly limitless. Voldemort's every assault was deflected by an invisible barrier, and then Keen, no, Gregory the First, wielded his wand, causing thick, dark green vines to erupt from the ground, ensnaring Voldemort. Fire! A platinum flame seemed to emerge from the brilliance of the sun, engulfing Voldemort. Though his body remained unscathed, his soul was ablaze. This fire! Voldemort had never seen such flames, more potent against the soul than even fiend fire. Act now! As Voldemort felt the impending destruction of his soul, hundreds of exorcists and priests from the Judgment Office, along with 3 cardinal archbishops, suddenly appeared around him. The surroundings were sealed off. Under the lead of the 3 cardinal archbishops chanting incantations, a radiant golden array rose from all sides, ensnaring Gregory the First. Voldemort immediately sensed a drastic reduction in pressure, and his wounded soul transformed into a plume of dark smoke, fleeing swiftly, while the wild witch collapsed, devoid of life. The members of the Judgment Office paid no heed, fully concentrating on confronting the formidable Gregory the First before them. Your Majesty, please return to the embrace of death. As Voldemort fled, he was overcome with regret and despair. How could he be so unfortunate? After painstakingly reviving much of his power and exhausting all his treasures in Albania, he was met with this fate. No, if souls could weep, Voldemort would surely have shed tears of remorse, wishing he had fled from the very beginning. Chapter 31. The Slytherin Test. I believe Charles' conjecture may indeed be correct. Undoubtedly, it pertains to the Horcruxes. Dumbledore's face reflected concern as he observed Snape, leaning on his cane, darkened in countenance, hesitating to speak. I don't believe you trust me enough to confide in me about these matters. Snape's tone was irritable, unaware of Dumbledore's intentions to uncover how many Horcruxes existed and which they were. But this was Voldemort, the enigmatic Tom Riddle. I know. News from Albania has arrived, confirming Voldemort's survival. Fortunately, Voldemort had been driven out of his corporeal form by the furious Keen. The unfortunate news was that the Judgment Office had to focus all efforts on confronting Gregory the First, who had completely seized Keen's soul, leaving Voldemort's shattered essence unaddressed. Dumbledore sighed, recognizing that the indestructible remnants of a soul and the parasitic methods were among the characteristics of Horcruxes. Horcruxes? Snape pondered this concept once more. Had he not heard it from Charles, he might never have encountered such obscure dark soul magic. Suddenly, Dumbledore shifted the topic, inquiring with concern, "How is your leg faring?" Snape's right leg was nearly lost. Thankfully, he had consumed a restorative potion in time, preserving the vitality of the cells in his leg, which allowed Madame Pomfrey to work her magic and restore it to its former state. Nevertheless, he still required a cane to walk. To avoid further injury during the recovery period, you must be wary not only of Voldemort, but also of Charles Shafiq. Snape sardonic in his response to Dumbledore's concern. Yet undeniably, he had begun to harbor different sentiments towards the young wizard, a sense of vigilance. Why do I say this? Charles is a good child. Dumbledore was quite curious about Snape's perspective. This profound individual might perceive others with greater clarity. A good child, huh? Dumbledore, you have grown quite senile. This child was not only knowledgeable, but also adept at deduction. Through Keen's predicament, he had surmised about Gregory the First, a feat beyond that of an ordinary young wizard. What Snape truly wished to convey was not merely this, but a young wizard, merely 11 years of age, possesses an extraordinary ability to win hearts and forge alliances. Not only is he remarkably industrious, but he also exhibits an unparalleled fervor for the vast knowledge of the wizarding world. Furthermore, his unorthodox methods in potion-making are truly remarkable. While recuperating in Madame Pomfrey's infirmary from an injury, he once again unveiled his miniature potion vials. Never before has anyone dared to tread such unconventional paths. One cannot help but speculate about the immense ambition that drives this young wizard to achieve such feats. Dumbledore smiled slightly and remarked, "Perhaps you are unaware of the rising star within the realm of magical history, the Elven Prince." Dumbledore's words were perplexing. He seemed to be cautioning about Charles, yet spoke of an Elven Prince. Joe in a sack. Severus Snape contemplated a possibility that transcended astonishment, leaning instead towards disbelief. How can an 11-year-old wizard possess such extensive historical knowledge? Dumbledore sighed, recognizing that even during his own era, Grindelwald could not match Charles's brilliance. He had indeed worried that a prodigy gifted with such extraordinary talent could stray from the path. However, how could one who understands love inflict harm upon others? Furthermore, the precocious intellect bestowed upon Charles did not render him haughty or disdainful. Instead, it imbued him with a serene disposition, perhaps a trait inherited from his Eastern father, an innate kindness characteristic of his heritage. Even though he bore a striking resemblance to Grindelwald, he was distinctly different. Simultaneously, it was Saturday, marking the commencement of a new week for the Slytherin team meeting. Friends, I have an important announcement. Starting this week, our team will implement weekend assessments. These assessments would be divided into 3 categories: a theoretical examination, a spell mastery test, and a wizard duel challenge. The theoretical exam would be crafted by the captain and the 2 vice captains, focusing on the material learned during the week and month, aiming to assess everyone's grasp of the subject. The spell mastery test would evaluate prescribed spells within the group, graded as excellent, good, satisfactory, or unsatisfactory. The wizard duel challenge would pit participants against one another in a one-on-one format, restricted to non-harmful spells such as bubble charm and paintball charm, lasting 2 minutes, with scores calculated based on the frequency and placement of successful spells. In an instant, the young wizards began to murmur among themselves, expressing their discontent at the thought of additional tests on the weekend, lamenting the lack of leisure. Silence, please. I understand that many of you may feel this encroaches upon your time, so we will strive to minimize the duration of our meetings. All activities will be conducted simultaneously to ensure we do not occupy too much time, at most a morning or an afternoon. Naturally, we will also establish a system of mobile badges. Each week, 3 outstanding wizards will be recognized, 2 each month, and 1 each year, awarded with the Copper Serpent Badge, Silver Serpent Badge, and Gold Serpent Badge, respectively. Friends, this is a prime time for learning and growth. Do not wait until you're older to look back and realize that glory has faded. Charles instantly ignited enthusiasm among his peers. We pursue eternal glory. Let's rally together. This decision by Charles inadvertently cultivated a cohort of wizards who far surpassed their contemporaries. These individuals have become the cornerstone of a future that will radically transform the wizarding world. Years later, when Charles is dubbed the Third Dark Lord, he realizes, with a sense of hindsight, that those seemingly insignificant changes have been impacting the aging wizarding realm. After a busy Saturday morning, Charles was the first to slip away. He preferred to delegate rather than involve himself directly. Unfortunately, the 2 head students were unable to meet his expectations, lacking both means and authority. Cedric caught up with Charles and inquired, "Charles, what have you been busy with lately? Why haven't you come play with me?" Charles sighed, "I am researching a potion that differs significantly from the current ones." "So, is that why you've been taking the Weasley brothers to Hagrid's every day?" Cedric felt a twinge of jealousy, unable to comprehend why Charles was breaking the rules with the Weasley twins. Even though they had not been caught, their nightly escapades around Hogwarts were frequent. Primarily, Cedric felt a growing distance between them. It wasn't he entirely so. He found the Weasley twins to be quite imaginative, and he genuinely appreciated their unconventional ideas. Charles was always straightforward with his thoughts. Cedric, feeling somewhat disheartened, refrained from saying much more, merely hoping that Charles would find time to visit him. "All right, my brother, I certainly will." Charles, now on the cusp of adulthood, believed that friendships would not falter due to brief absences. However, children perceive friendship differently. They believe that sticking together inseparably is the essence of companionship. Chapter 32. I am solemn. When Charles arrived at Hagrid's hut, the Weasley brothers were already engrossed in crafting their prank props. Just a week prior, the three of them were merely acquaintances, but due to the Snape incident, their bond had rapidly deepened, especially since the Weasley twins had promptly reported the matter. Earning points for Gryffindor for the first time, the two were typically known for losing points, found themselves drawn to the mischievous Charles. Inspired by Charles's potion research, they had ignited their interests and talents, creating a pair of freezing gloves. These seemingly ordinary gloves would freeze the wearer's hand upon being put on, making for an excellent prank gift. Charles, on the other hand, recognized the twins' unique alchemical talents. Although they might not concoct legendary alchemical products, they could undoubtedly become unparalleled prankster alchemists. Primarily, Charles could not afford to invest time in alchemy at this stage, as potion making and wizard dueling already consumed much of his time. Fred waved at Charles in greeting as he approached, then returned to his focused examination of the parchment in his hands. Why did this parchment sometimes display words and at other times remain blank? Fred and George had been investigating this stolen parchment from Filch's office for quite some time, yet had yielded no results. Occasionally, the parchment would reveal phrases such as moonface, bugtail, bigfoot, and pointed fork. Meanwhile, George was experimenting with how to create freezing toothpaste, a prank that would stand out distinctly. Charles cast a glance at the two individuals engrossed in their tasks, choosing not to engage in further conversation. He made his way to the modest workspace beneath the makeshift rain shelter that Hagrid had constructed for him. The shelter, measuring approximately 3 by 2, was rather rudimentary, a design that Charles had specifically requested. Under the shelter, a workbench was situated. On one side lay Charles's cauldron set, while the other was cluttered with calculation papers and similar items. Scattered across the ground were various tools for the Weasley twins' mischievous endeavors. The freezing charm had reached a standstill. Without alternative means, there was little hope of amplifying its destructive potential. Charles muttered to himself, noting that the current freezing potion, aside from creating a countercharm, had only marginally increased in potency. Very well. The next step is to develop a flame spell, with templates adorned with fiery magical patterns and experience in crafting freezing charms. Charles was now engaged in a relentless quest to discover the appropriate potion ratios. Despite having received supplementary instruction from Snape, mastering potion making was not a task to be accomplished in a day or two, particularly since many potions were rooted in experiential knowledge, with more complex calculations often being quite rudimentary. If only I excelled in mathematics and chemistry, perhaps I could truly become a potion master who rewrites history. But alas, I am but a humanities student, he sighed, resorting to the remnants of his mathematical knowledge to calculate the ratios, which at least helped eliminate a number of erroneous formulations. As the night deepened, Charles lit a lamp, and Hagrid returned from the Forbidden Forest with Fong, noticing the three and grumbling. "You really shouldn't be out at this hour. It's already past 8, and you ought to be resting." His displeasure only elicited a cheeky grimace from the Weasley twins, who would have long since ventured into the Forbidden Forest were it not for Charles's oversight. The allure of Charles's unconditional financial support for their prank research was simply too tempting. Rubbing his temples, Charles replied, "Hagrid, it's quieter here, and you know just how raucous the common room can get. Besides, as long as we avoid Filch, we won't lose any points." His tone bore a hint of fatigue. After 3 hours of experimentation and 5 attempts, he had only succeeded in concocting a potion that rendered its target charred. George, however, was quite enamored with the result, likening it to a dumb bomb. Hagrid shook his head and led Fong back indoors, intent on enjoying a delightful rock cake. In a sense, Hagrid was willing to indulge Charles. After about 10 minutes, Fred exclaimed joyfully, beckoning the others over. You would never guess what this parchment is. A map of Hogwarts." Charles raised an eyebrow. Could it be the legendary Marauder's map? The two approached, and under the dim glow of the lantern, Fred waved his wand, declaring, "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." Suddenly, the parchment seemed to come alive, ink lines appearing and extending to reveal a map of Hogwarts, complete with secret passages. The map displayed the current locations of every wizard within the castle, and moreover, indicated how to access those concealed pathways. In the lower right corner, a small, inconspicuous inscription read, "Mischief managed." It sounds remarkably akin to an incantation for sealing a map. Wow, how splendid. George could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming that this map was nothing short of a formidable tool. From this moment forth, they would possess knowledge of all the teacher's whereabouts, including that of Filch. This signified that they would evade capture. The craftsmanship of this map was truly exquisite, Charles affirmed, candidly admitting that he lacked the skill to create such a marvel. Us? Fred began to speak, and George instinctively knew the mischief he was about to propose, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Charles nodded, urging go, go, go. Thus, the three young wizards, lanterns in hand and map at the ready, embarked on a journey to verify its authenticity. Meanwhile, in distant Albania, Voldemort cursed under his breath, harboring resentment towards Keen. He had witnessed, from afar, that even with the deployment of a significant portion of the Vatican's wizarding might, Keen had still managed to escape. When had Keen become so formidable? And how had he discovered his location? Voldemort found himself perplexed and tormented. After painstakingly toiling for 7 or 8 years, he was back at square one. Unbeknownst to Voldemort, at that very moment, a wizard named Quirrell had caught wind of some intriguing rumors and sought to capture Voldemort, intending to confine him within Azkaban to dispel the perception of his cowardice. However, the wheels of fate were destined to render his search fruitless. For Voldemort was currently gripped by fear that Keen would reduce him to ashes, compelling him to conceal himself in the deepest shadows. Naturally, Quirrell would not be deterred by this single attempt. The goddess of fate had favored the timid bravery, although, more often than not, bravery was driven by greed. In a far-off, ancient eastern land, Pariah suddenly felt a pang of longing for the child who had accompanied her for so long. Yet, she had now completely lost her magical abilities and was forced to join the Shafiq family in investing in coastal light industry workshops. That year, the line shook off its dust. On another isle, in the Imperial Plaza of Tokyo, a mere square mile of land bore an economic value equivalent to that of California's sprawling 42 million square kilometers. Such an economic bubble inspired the Ashiya family, lineage of Onmyoji, to contemplate migration to the west. As a descendant of Ashiya Toman, the formidable Onmyoji regarded by Abno Saimai as a lifelong rival, they continued to uphold the traditions of the Onmyoji, the Japanese wizards. Chapter 33, The Half-Blood Prince. An ancient mist enshrouded the path ahead, and Charles had wandered for what felt like an eternity through this dimly lit, eerie forest, where only a sliver of moonlight pierced the gloom. The mist appeared dense from a distance, yet seemed to dissipate upon closer inspection. This peculiar phenomenon compelled Charles to remain ever vigilant. He had lost all recollection of how he had arrived here, nor did he know his destination. The strangeness of the environment inexorably urged him onward. The following morning, as dawn broke and the thin fog enveloped Hogwarts, Pomona, seated at the teacher's table partaking in breakfast, noticed the listless Charles descending from the Slytherin staircase. "Good morning, my little gentleman." "Good morning, Professor." Charles let out a sigh. He had not rested well the previous night, as peculiar dreams had kept him awake. "Is it that you look rather fatigued? Perhaps your roommate's teeth grinding kept you up?" Pomona jested, genuinely fond of Charles for his considerate demeanor and diligence. Charles shook his head, recalling his past life where insomnia was common. A friend studying psychology once suggested it stemmed from his cluttered thoughts. Ever since his transcendence, he had embraced the life he had long yearned for. "Did you manage to catch some sleep?" "Not really, just experienced some bizarre dreams." Charles was forthright, never one to conceal the truth. "Dreams? Perhaps they could be interpreted," the divination instructors remarked, "for a wizard's dreams are never without purpose." Pomona was one of the few professors at the academy who believed in divination, which likely explained her friendship with the adventurous hunter. A great adventurer must possess knowledge of both astronomy and divination. Even if not an expert, familiarity with such subjects is essential due to the ancient magical relics they explore, which were once believed in by ancient seers. Charles felt it was necessary to learn divination, yet he found himself unable to muster the energy at present. Mastery in divination certainly requires substantial time and dedication, and currently, he lacked both. His aspiration to study magic was purely driven by an innocent wonder, having lived 2 lives. He found magic utterly fascinating, and the sense of achievement from learning was a constant source of endorphins. This feeling of accomplishment was indescribable. Moreover, he felt none of the trepidation others experienced when facing Voldemort. For one, he remembered the original tale where Voldemort was defeated, and secondly, he held a certain disdain for him. Noticing Charles' weariness, Pomona produced a slip of paper from her possession and waved her wand, causing a list of names and addresses to materialize. Paracelsus, 221B, Baker Street. Charles' mind snapped to attention, incredulously gazing at Pomona. What is this? The name Paracelsus typically referred to the great wizard, von Hohenheim Paracelsus, a prominent figure in both the Muggle and wizarding worlds. The magician in the major arcana of the tarot was designed based on him, although that could not possibly be true, as tarot cards predated him. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that this great wizard was regarded as the quintessential magician, mysterious, enigmatic, and prophetic. Furthermore, 221B, Baker Street, did not exist. It was the residence of Sherlock Holmes. While it was known that a new building was constructed at that address decades ago, its significance was anything but ordinary. Look at that. You are quite informed. Pomona was surprised that such a young wizard possessed such extensive knowledge. Are you suggesting that this great wizard is still alive? Charles was increasingly incredulous. Isn't that akin to Nicodemus? Pomona shook her head, saying, "Oh dear, you misunderstand. Paracelsus is a title. Nowadays, any descendant of Paracelsus who possesses prophetic talent can claim the title. As for Sherlock Holmes, he is her favorite character, which is why she rented that place. If you require divination, she would be a suitable choice. Hunter can take you to her, as he consults her for divination before every adventure." Upon hearing Pomona's explanation and recommendations, a vivid image of a wise, white-haired elder clutching a deck of tarot cards lingered in Charles's mind. He felt immensely grateful to the professor. This spark of inspiration ignited a flicker of energy within him, and he no longer felt so lethargic. After a modest breakfast, he made his way to the classroom to engage in the intricate calculations of potion making. Coincidentally, this class was indeed potions. After a brief period of calculations, fatigue washed over him once more, compelling him to set down his quill and massage his brow. He had slept poorly the previous night. If a wizard's dreams are always purposeful, what meaning could this particular dream hold? Rising from his seat, Charles began to wander the potions classroom. Interestingly, he had never taken the time to examine it closely before, perhaps due to Professor Snape's intimidating presence. Behind Professor Snape's desk stood several large cabinets side by side, filled with jars and vials that appeared to be frequently used. Only the old cabinet in the corner was dust-laden. On a whim, Charles cast a cleaning spell towards it. In an instant, the once dusty cabinet was considerably cleaner, save for a few stains left by the passage of time. Upon opening the cabinet, he was greeted not by a musty odor, but rather a scent reminiscent of insect repellent. To his surprise, in the lower left corner of the cabinet sat a small jar that once contained an insect-repelling potion. The cabinet also housed a haphazard collection of books, among which an old black leather tome caught his eye. As he pulled it out, he noticed the hasty yet elegant handwriting on the cover, half-blood prints. Flipping through the pages of the book filled Charles with exhilaration. Although the book was somewhat outdated, it contained notes from a potion prodigy. Despite the scrawled handwriting being difficult to decipher, it was undoubtedly superior to what Snape had taught him. Had it not been for the signature, spell, sectum sempra, inscribed within, he might have remained oblivious to its author. Blast it, my professor is utterly devious. With such talent and mastery in potion making, he still resorts to mere book summaries during our supplementary lessons. Charles fumed, a shiver of indignation coursing through him. Yes, he had indeed learned potion making under Snape's weekend tutelage. Yet the lessons were either a tedious recitation of the fundamental principles, essentially reading from the text, or a relentless barrage of potion concoctions. Damn it. I to become a child laborer? Thus, he decided to keep the book. Tucking it into his waistcoat pocket, Charles felt a surge of delight and enthusiasm as he resumed his calculations for potion ratios. With these notes at his disposal, he was certain his skills would ascend to new heights. Meanwhile, Alyama Sweetflower, a sprightly 8-year-old girl, had been studying the art of yin and yang for 4 years. Today marked her first day in London, residing at 12 Hollyhock Lane with her parents. Overwhelmed by the unfamiliarity of her new surroundings, her curiosity surged. Before she could step outside, her grandfather intercepted her. Originally, they had intended to move to America, but after a disagreement with the previous household, they decided it was wiser to relocate here instead. With a sigh, Aoyama's grandfather pulled his granddaughter back into the room and consulted with his son and daughter-in-law. There's a malevolent force in this vicinity that makes me feel ill at ease, and I doubt we possess the means to resolve this issue. He produced a letter and continued, "This is correspondence from an old friend of mine, a renowned alchemist. Perhaps a journey to France would be more beneficial. Not only can we introduce a splendid job opportunity, but we can also assist Tianhua in enrolling at the Busbarton School of Magic." Clearly, this news does not bode well for Tianhua, who relishes her solitude as a little witch. Thus, our dear Miss Tianhua stealthily opened the window. With a flick of her wrist, she invoked the escape spell. The talisman in her hand harmonized with her burgeoning magical energy, shattering into 2 ethereal beams, allowing Tianhua to descend safely to the ground. The second-floor height posed no challenge for her. Tianhua resolved to explore the vicinity before her grandfather could retrieve her. After all, she could not return home and tell others. I was confined to a room right after I arrived. Nodding to herself, she took advantage of the sunset, gazing around as she wandered along the path. Chapter 34, Dormitory Conversations. In the Slytherin dormitory, Charles opened the Half-Blood Prince's textbook, once again captivated by the youthful Severus Snape. The more succinct potion calculation formulas were far simpler than those in the textbook. Utilizing this ratio formula, calculating the herbal fusion trends proved significantly more efficient and straightforward than my previous methods. Charles couldn't help but exclaim that, ultimately, the calculations in the wizarding world were rather antiquated. The enactment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy in 1689 had irrevocably severed the ties between wizards and muggles. Even with the existence of cohabitation, most wizards distanced themselves from muggles. There is no denying that this law protected wizards from muggle encroachments. For the Dark Middle Ages were essentially a catastrophe for wizards. The immensely inflated ecclesiastical authority could not suppress the desires nestled within human hearts, leading to a deluge of calamities from which wizards had to retreat. However, this legislation ultimately rendered many theories within the wizarding world severely outdated, particularly for modern wizards. Muggle mathematical tools have evolved to level 40, while wizards remain stuck at level 30, often unable to fully grasp even that. Furthermore, aside from their wondrous magic, wizards lag significantly in all other foundational fields of development. One might ponder, if wizards were to embrace scientific inquiry and explore magic through scientific means, would they not have already ventured into the stars and seas? Charles shook his head. It was a commendable thought, yet impractical at present. Perhaps exploiting loopholes in wizarding law to establish a company bridging both worlds? Yes, the Flowering Family. The Flowering Family's environment is perfectly suited for a venture that merges technology with wizardry, especially as the colossal Soviet Union is on the brink of dissolution. Moreover, Charles's maternal lineage is rooted in the Flowering Family. But that is a matter for another time. For now, Charles remained focused on potion studies. As night fell and the stars twinkled, around 8 o'clock, 3 of his roommates returned from the common room. "You are far too serious, right?" Endowed with a natural aptitude for combat, preferred action, and found sitting still to read utterly torturous. Aaron and Jean shared similar sentiments, although Jean, being exceptionally clever, had a limited social circle. Aaron enjoyed wizard chess, while Wright reveled in Quidditch. Only Jean seemed to delight in interpreting others' words, often misinterpreting them. Perhaps his skill tree had gone awry, for Charles played wizard chess moderately well. After all, it was akin to chess in his past life. Charles exhibited little enthusiasm for the Quidditch sport involving flying broomsticks, partly due to a mild fear of heights. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from triumphing over 2 still immature children, utilizing the wisdom of adulthood. To his 3 devoted followers, Charles was omnipotent and all-knowing. "What do you think the boss is researching?" Wright inquired with a hint of curiosity. Aaron shook his head, revealing his disinterest in the subject, as his focus was solely on entertainment. What the boss was studying must surely be extraordinary. Indeed, it could be said that Jean believed in Charles more than anyone else in the world, more than Charles believed in himself. Throughout life, one is bound to encounter individuals who possess unwavering faith in you. If such encounters have not yet occurred, it simply means the time has not yet come. Aaron and Wright shook their heads in dismissal of Jean's enthusiasm, returning instead to discussions about recent events unfolding in the newspapers and at the academy. "It's terrifying. The Vatican has come under attack. That asks the Pope," Wright exclaimed, showcasing his awareness of current affairs, while Aaron chose not to burst his bubble, knowing full well that it was the boss who had been reading the news and had grown weary of Wright's incessant chatter, ultimately tossing the newspaper to him as a cue to quiet down. "As for the Pope, I believe the boss is more legendary than Jesus," Jean proclaimed, his fervent loyalty leaving the 2 others at a loss for words. To disagree would be tantamount to betraying the boss, while to agree would require a level of reasoning that was decidedly normal. Nearby, Charles, having prepared a cup of warm water, shook his head with a sigh. "That is Jesus. I have not yet attained such noble sentiments, nor do I possess his innate magical prowess." Numerous speculations within the wizarding world surround Jesus, this legendary figure who is believed not only to have existed, but also to have been a natural-born wizard endowed with formidable magic. The exact circumstances of his birth remain shrouded in mystery, with opinions varying widely. One theory posits that Jesus was a quietly controllable entity. Young wizards, striving to escape misfortune, may suppress their magical abilities. However, lacking guidance, they fail to learn how to harness and control their powers. resulting in the emergence of a parasitic dark magic known as the Silent One. This form of magic is powerful, yet exceedingly unstable and difficult to manage. Capable of moving rapidly and detaching from its host, the Silent One, to attack others. In summary, the Silent One represents a formidable dark magic. Legend has it that Jesus had 12 of these Silent Ones, which he could manipulate at will, while Judas inadvertently gave rise to the 13th, leading to his demise. Yet, these remain mere conjectures. Apart from Vatican's confidential scrolls, no one truly knows the real identity of Jesus. No, boss, you are far more gifted than Jesus. At least he may not even exist. Upon hearing Jean's heartfelt declaration, Charles, with a resigned expression, replied, "Jean, such statements should not be uttered publicly. I cannot contend with the Vatican." Charles, understanding the concealed power of the Vatican more than Jean, cited the instance of Gregory, the first possessing King Orlando, indicative of the Vatican's long-standing history with magic. Why is it that as technology advances, its power increases, while magic, rooted in antiquity, also holds greater potency? This is because the history of wizards differs fundamentally. Technology emerges from nothing, while magic evolves from possession to control. The earlier the practice, the more primitive it remains. Bo invented the soul artifact, yet his successors have made little progress in the realm of souls. At most, they have merely propagated the use of the soul artifact. Furthermore, ancient magic sought power. How do you think the deities ever came into existence? They were birthed from the formidable spells unleashed by those sorcerers who pursued strength. The Tunguska event marked the last manifestation of potent magic, equivalent to the explosive force of 1,000 atomic bombs. Of course, the identity of the sorcerer who unleashed such magic remains a mystery, eluding even the most astute minds in the wizarding community. Thus, for a sorcerer, a rich historical background signifies a profound foundation in magic. Coupled with the modern refinement and democratization of magic, there is scant research into harmful applications. And the Ministry of Magic also prohibits the study of particularly powerful spells. This is a significant reason for the limitations placed upon magic. Otherwise, why wouldn't T. Charles leverage his innate talent to explore destructive spells instead of pioneering a potion system? A small vial of potion invariably inflicts limited damage. My dear friend, why assert that one can triumph in battle? Greatness is not solely defined by martial prowess. Jean's astute insights compelled Charles to regard him with newfound respect. Even the cleverest can exhibit wisdom at times, and the charm of the leader is unparalleled. Upon hearing Jean's final declaration, Charles could only smile wryly, recognizing that he had perhaps overestimated the situation. While he took pride in his handsome visage, he would never equate his appearance with a divine comparison. Chapter 35, Barrow's Thoughts. In the flying class, Roland de Hawk remained stern-faced, her fairness and justice complemented by keen intuition. Among the first-year wizards, the best performer in flying was Charles Shafiq. Yet, paradoxically, he was also the least gifted. The training encompassed takeoff, straight flight, S-shaped maneuvers, and the yet-to-be-learned Z-shaped flying techniques, including rapid ascension. Interestingly, the flying class does not teach Quidditch. It resembles a driving test, focusing on fundamental flying skills. Perhaps Quidditch can be likened to racing, a form of stunt activity. Charles completed the mandated S maneuver training with a sense of monotony. His performance was standard, not remarkable, but it was characterized by stability. In stark contrast to several other young wizards with Quidditch talent, those individuals attempted to infuse their own flair into the S maneuvers. Suddenly, someone called out Professor Hawk. She nodded towards the speaker and then addressed the young wizard sternly. Fingo, step forward and accompany me to retrieve the broom maintenance tools. The remaining young wizards were instructed to wait in place. Unauthorized flying was strictly forbidden. After issuing her command, Professor Hawk took two well-behaved young wizards to fetch the maintenance tools. Left waiting for several minutes without Professor Hawk's return, the atmosphere among the young wizards grew increasingly boisterous. Gradually, a squabble erupted between Slytherin and Gryffindor. In today's flying class, we have 5 who completed the required training, while you have only 3. Is every Slytherin a fool incapable of flying? Gryffindor struck first. The Slytherin wizard glared with indignation, acknowledging that initially, Slytherin held the upper hand. However, as the Slytherin team was formed, particularly with the inclusion of all first-year students, leisure time spent on flying broomsticks dwindled. More hours were devoted to mastering spells and preparing for examinations. Only a foolish lion would rely on a broom to soar. We have always been in the skies. The Slytherin retort dripped with sarcasm. Indeed, our flying lessons may not be as proficient as yours, yet in every other subject, you fall short of our excellence. The Gryffindor wizards, stirred by the Weasley twins, donned their new prankster snot gloves. Once infused with magical energy, these gloves would eject a repulsive, snot-like brownish goo. The first to fall victim were the Slytherin front row wizards, particularly a few witches who could not contain their screams. A fresh start. Charles never anticipated the twins' talent for mischief would transform his failed swamp potion into such a spectacle. Originally, Charles intended to concoct a potion that would ensnare anyone stepping on it, effectively immobilizing opponents. However, it had backfired. The twins, intrigued by the viscous potion resembling snot, devised a glove to contain it. Fortunately, the fresh start spell could easily cleanse it. The two relieved Slytherin witches gazed in delight at their restored state, unable to resist casting flirtatious glances at Charles. The other Slytherin wizards were well aware of the remedy, but chose not to cleanse themselves first. Instead, they scooped the goo from their robes and smeared it onto the faces of the Gryffindor wizards. The first to act was the quick-witted Wright. Charles remained at the rear, casting the fresh start spell on any Slytherin hit by the goo. The Weasley twins had already fled, for if they lingered, Professor McGonagall would undoubtedly apprehend and punish them. Approximately 10 minutes later, the commotion drew Professor McGonagall back in haste. Her eyes widened in horror at the chaotic and repulsive scene. "What on earth are you doing?" Then, whether it was a Slytherin or a Gryffindor, it was unclear, but a glob of snot struck the target perfectly, landing right in the astonished mouth of Fingo, who stood to Professor McGonagall's left. Gulp! Amidst the terrified gazes of all, Fingo swallowed the goo from his throat. He then appeared horrified, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just occurred, collapsing to the ground to retch. Charles swallowed hard. Could this substance be ingested? If not for the odorless nature of the goo, perhaps the young wizards would have already vomited. "You, Slytherin and Gryffindor, each lose 20 points. Professor McGonagall bellowed, narrowly escaping being struck herself. As the class concluded, the young wizards left dejectedly. This round was a victory for Hufflepuff. Initially, Slytherin had merely a 5-point lead over Hufflepuff. Yet now, Hufflepuff boasted a 15-point advantage over Slytherin. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Barlow erupted in fury. "You have cost us our top position. Never before have we Slytherins found ourselves in such a dire position." The House Cup sees Hufflepuff and Slytherin locked in a relentless contest for points. Occasionally, Ravenclaw may even rise to the occasion. However, it is not as grave as Barlow suggests. With the opportunity to learn from Charles, how could he possibly relinquish it? "Charles, are you not the captain of the Slytherin team? How can you lead such a lackluster group?" Foolishness and arrogance. Barlow pointedly rebuked Charles, who remained unfazed. Were it not for the prefect system, he would not even be present. It is absurd. Last month, Hufflepuff was ahead of Slytherin by 30 points. And it was Slytherin's younger wizards, not the upperclassmen, who managed to close that gap. Thanks to Charles' weekly training, their classroom performance surpassed that of other houses. While the upperclassmen were preoccupied with their own affairs, it was the lower years that proved to be the backbone in accumulating points. Yet Barlow did not share this perspective. Under his so-called brilliant leadership, he believed Slytherin could reclaim the top spot. He would never concede to Charles' contributions. Barlow glared at Charles, interpreting his impassive demeanor as mockery. "Charles, will you not admit your faults? Is this your idea of Slytherin spirit?" Barlow, feeling emboldened, attempted to coerce Charles into apologizing to him and the house. The young wizards were not fools. They recognized the situation, yet no one dared to confront Barlow. Slytherin, after all, was not Gryffindor. The older wizards were indifferent, dismissing the incident as just a collective point deduction due to a skirmish with Gryffindor. Slytherin could hardly be deemed the loser in that context. Barlow, however, held a different view, as did some pure-blood wizards who still held out hope for Voldemort's return. Charles' defiance was seen as a betrayal of Voldemort. His potential apology would signify a failure of the Slytherin spirit. At that moment, Charles was acutely aware of their motives, even knowing who had provoked Professor Hawkes' ire. "My fault?" Charles scoffed. "Barlow, show me your noble pure-blood lineage, and tell me how many points you have earned this year." A resounding slap to the face. Barlow, as a prefect, was not held in the same regard as the current head of Ravenclaw, and had even lost 20 points due to his conflict with Charles. "You." Barlow seethed with rage. He was determined to force Charles to kneel and apologize. Charles was taunting him, reminding him that he had already incurred a deduction of 20 points for misusing magic during their altercation. Was he truly so foolish as to continue this path? Chapter 36. Grindelwald's Evaluation. Why does Barlow harbor such animosity towards Charles? To understand this, one must consider Barlow's background. Both of his parents were Death Eaters and have been slain by the Resistance. His brother and sister are currently imprisoned in Azkaban. Raised by an uncle who held little affection for him, he bore a striking resemblance to his Death Eater brother. evoking painful memories of the past each time his uncle laid eyes on him. Most significantly, his brother had always been favored by their father. The favored pastime of the Death Eaters is to confine Muggle wizards within enclosed spaces, subjecting them to the torment of the Cruciatus Curse until they perish from the agony. Once lifeless, their bodies are cast into the swamps, signifying a soul bereft of a resting place. In truth, the Cruciatus Curse is an affliction of the spirit. A wizard who succumbs to such torment, according to the ancient wisdom of the East, loses a soul and 4 of the 7 spirits. Without their entirety, the soul cannot enter the cycle of rebirth. Moreover, the Death Eater's act of submerging the corpse into the mire serves to bestow upon it a curse of degradation, ensuring eternal inability to rise again. This encapsulates the essence of the Death Eaters. They revel in the suffering of Muggles and adversaries alike, treating life as a mere jest, with fear as their sustenance. Thus, wizards find themselves in a state of trepidation, and it is no wonder that his aunt harbors disdain for him. Does Barlow not perceive this? As the object of such disdain, he can see the loathing in his aunt's gaze and comprehend why she treats him poorly, refusing to buy him new clothes or toys. Yet, the more she acts thus, the more he yearns for his parents, venerating them as paragons of virtue, their beliefs becoming his own. Especially after he enrolls at school, his long-held belief in blood supremacy quickly finds acceptance within the Slytherin circle, further affirming his conviction that he is in the right. After all, why else would he be embraced? Having lacked friends throughout his life, he finally finds acceptance. I, Barlow, shall not cease until our fates are entwined in conflict. Thus, Barlow harbors animosity towards Charles, who seeks to obliterate everything he holds dear. Charles remains silent. What could provoke such radical thinking in a mere youth of 16 or 17? Is this not the hallmark of a troubled child? Had Charles perused the original texts, he might have discerned the psychological struggles inherent in young wizards. The most egregious case is Voldemort, a being intent on annihilating his own childhood throughout his existence. Perhaps only by negating the past can he truly feel alive. Ultimately, he is a malevolent soul who has chosen the most sinister path. Barlow, filled with indignation, departs, clenching his fists in a futile attempt to conceal his inner turmoil. In the common room, some wizards shake their heads at Charles and leave, while others ponder in silence. The members of the Slytherin team remain taciturn, reluctant to speak. As night descends, Charles continues to calmly compose biographies of the week's events. His roommates, Wright and Aaron, feel a profound sense of shame. When their leader is reprimanded, their first instinct is to seek survival rather than resist. Thus, these two fellows are caught in a cycle of confession or play in the common room with other members. Meanwhile, Jean busily scribbles at his desk. Today, the immortal Dark Lord has received an unyielding challenge from his adversary. Yet, the Dark Lord remains remarkably composed. In his eyes, this is merely childish play. Jean meticulously portrays the Dark Lord's might, transforming Barlow into a mere buffoon in his narrative. Finally, having completed his work, Jean closes the book, its title boldly reading chronicles of the Dark Lord's ascendance. Indeed, this tome primarily chronicles what Jean perceives as the remarkable deeds of Charles. Unlike other young wizards, Jean does not shy away from action out of fear. However, it is because he is unwavering in his defense of Charles, and Charles's reaction serves as his guiding light. Meanwhile, the events unfolding in the Slytherin common room are being spread by those with ulterior motives, painting Charles as cowardly and inept, while Barrow is depicted as a dark wizard among us. Impossible. You have no idea what kind of person Charles truly is. Fred bursts into laughter, and George joins him. Charles is never cowardly. Cedric, on the other hand, feels a twinge of concern. Being the astute individual he is, he has realized that Charles is entangled in Slytherin's troubles. Unlike Charles, Cedric thrives in the relaxed atmosphere of Hufflepuff, where he enjoys the freedom to learn and is well-liked by the upperclassmen. It is a commonplace notion that those possessing beauty often receive certain privileges. Through interactions with the upperclassmen of Hufflepuff, Cedric has also come to learn of Slytherin's mischief. What Charles is endeavoring to do is to rewrite the distorted history and spirit of Slytherin. Snape sneers, Pomona is concerned, McGonagall can only sigh, while our Dumbledore observes everything quietly. Perhaps it is indeed time to visit Nilmontgard and speak with him about this young man. Beneath the calm surface lies a turbulent undercurrent. As the whereabouts of Gregory I remain elusive, still sought by the Department of Judgment, Dumbledore remains ever vigilant regarding the movements of the Death Eaters and Voldemort. Albania? Why is Voldemort said to be there? Hunter has his suspicions, yet remains uncertain. Dumbledore's words leave him feeling somewhat disoriented. Regarding the Department of Judgment incident, they informed me of Voldemort's potential whereabouts. However, upon my visit, I found nothing. Dumbledore reflects with some sentiment, confident that Voldemort has employed Horcruxes, yet uncertain of how many he has created. If Voldemort is indeed alive, I shall not remain idle. Likewise, the American wizarding community will lend its support. Hunter's parents moved to America when he was young, but now he wishes to return to England to accompany his elderly grandfather, which is why he has come to accept a position as the defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts. What do you think of Charles Shafiq? Dumbledore changes the subject, and without hesitation, Hunter replies, exceptionally gifted, if I may be blunt. I have high hopes for him. He is destined to become a legendary figure. Hunter's high praise surprises Dumbledore, intensifying his eagerness to converse with the individual at Nemontgard. The night is upon us, and the cold ground is thick with snow. The dilapidated tower stands solitary amidst the peaks. Dumbledore ascends slowly to the tower's summit, his complex gaze fixed upon another aged figure. This person, somewhat disheveled and clad in tattered garments, does not exude despair. His gem-like eyes remain clear and sparkling despite his years. Albus, I did not expect you to come. The figure remarks. This man is none other than the first Dark Lord, a dark wizard of great personal charisma, Gellert Grindelwald. Dumbledore's tone is heavy and intricate. Were it not for Charles, he would never have ventured here. Is it hatred? Is it remorse? Or perhaps guilt? It seems even Dumbledore is unaware of the profound complexity of his emotions. Albus, you have always been in flight. You are forever evading. You are evading the death of Ariana, as well as confining me here. Do you intend to avoid this for a lifetime? The seer Grindelwald once foresaw Dumbledore's demise, yet now he finds himself unable to discern it. He is aged, no longer favored by the whims of fate. In the original prophecy, Dumbledore ultimately fled from the very creation he had shaped, Tom Riddle. What compels you to confront rather than evade? Albus, tell me, Grindelwald murmured, his gem-like eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. Dumbledore did not conceal the truth. He objectively articulated the essence of Charles, his lineage, his talents, and his experiences. Grindelwald listened intently, yet the astonishment in his eyes remained undiminished. An otherworldly visitor, the first thought that blossomed in Grindelwald's mind, yet he shook his head. Perhaps it is the influence of the ancient eastern lands, for that venerable region harbors countless secrets. Unbeknownst to Grindelwald, the goddess of fate had continually smiled upon him, even offering subtle hints, which he had chosen to disregard. Exceptionally gifted, surpassing me. Grindelwald discerned the underlying emotions in Charles's pursuit of eternal glory. Though he did not concur, he could not help but admire. Would he tread the same path we once did? Dumbledore harbored doubt, yet what he observed was the sardonic visage of Grindelwald. Shaking his head, Albus, you have aged. Had you remained youthful, you would undoubtedly comprehend him. Grindelwald averted his gaze in silence, while Dumbledore merely regarded him before departing, leaving both men without uttering another word. Watching Dumbledore's retreating figure, Grindelwald softly remarked, "You are the third Dark Lord, as well as the one who will end the title of Dark Lord. Those who came before you cannot compare, and those who follow shall aspire to your heights." Such lofty praise is indeed moving. Chapter 37. An elder embraced by death. Under the cloak of night, gazing at the moon, Charles yearned for his mother. Indeed, in 2 lifetimes, he remained touched by familial bonds. This explains Dumbledore's leniency toward Charles. The birth of Tom Riddle heralded a certain tragedy. His mother, Merope Gaunt, was a descendant of the pure-blooded Gaunt family, one of the 28. Merope had a brother named Morphin Gaunt. Logically, being born into a pure-blood family is noble. However, this was not the case in reality. The Gaunt family was among the rare pure-blood families, relying not on intermarriage with other pure-blood families, but rather on consanguineous unions. The results of such close-kin marriages are well known. The offspring often exhibits certain issues. The problems within the Gaunt lineage accumulated over generations, culminating in Merope and her brother. Let's first speak of Voldemort's mother. At the age of 18, Merope possessed dull hair, a pallid complexion, and an unremarkable, perhaps even unattractive, appearance. With her eyes gazing in opposite directions, Merope's father, Marvolo Gaunt, treated her with extreme cruelty, mockingly referring to her as a dullard and other unflattering names. The domestic violence stifled her magical abilities. Aside from her tattered clothing, Merope wore a gold locket, which her father claimed once belonged to Salazar Slytherin. His brother was even less handsome, and unsurprisingly, he was destined to give birth to a purer offspring of the Gaunt lineage. However, fate granted Merope a choice. The handsome and affluent muggle, Tom Riddle, often rode past the gone estate, and Merope found herself irresistibly drawn to him. She was acutely aware that if she revealed her affection for a Muggle, her family would not only punish her, but would also wreak havoc upon him. Despite the protections afforded to Muggles by wizarding law, yet one cannot hide a fire, especially when a foolish girl is in love. Marvolo and Morphin conspired to attack Tom Riddle, using magic against him. Thanks to the Gaunt bloodline, the wizard's spells inflicted less harm than a mere punch. Undoubtedly, they had broken the law and arrogantly claimed to have killed Tom Riddle. The Ministry of Magic intervened, deeming their actions towards a Muggle illegal, leading to their brief imprisonment. Our protagonist, Glope, transformed into a benevolent maiden, tended to the injured Tom. Not only that, they became intimately involved. Was Tom's affection for Glope born of her kindness? Certainly not. It was because Tom was ensnared by Glope's love potion, an undeniable charm employed by wizards to seduce the opposite sex. If one day you find yourself enamored with someone whom all around you despise, perhaps it is due to a love potion. Yet, fate is never gentle. Every seemingly precious gift bears a hidden cost. When Glope became pregnant, the effects of the love potion waned. Tom Riddle felt as if he were losing his mind. He abandoned the pregnant Glope and vanished without a trace. Thus, on a stormy night, Glope gave birth to Tom Marvolo Riddle in an orphanage. In that moment of abandonment, her heart felt as though it had died, yet she still loved that man, hoping that Tom Marvolo Riddle would inherit his father's striking features. This is the tale of Tom Marvolo Riddle, also known as Tom Riddle, and indeed, the fragment of the birth of the one whose name cannot be spoken, Voldemort. Dumbledore remained oblivious, but Grindelwald knew. Their encounter, though unspoken, led Grindelwald to send a letter after Dumbledore departed. At that moment, Dumbledore not only learned of Tom Riddle's unfortunate past, but also realized that Nurmengard could not contain a prophet. Alas, Grindelwald could see only this. He could have perceived much more, but the emergence of Charles compelled fate to rewrite history. Tom dedicated his life to obliterating his past, while the beloved Charles would not. However, Grindelwald too was capable of love, yet he strayed from his path. In a time devoid of a renewed Dumbledore, how could he thwart the newly risen Grindelwald? Even though Grindelwald insisted that Charles was not his equal, Dumbledore remained unconvinced. For him, it seemed that in his lifetime, he had not encountered anyone who could rival Grindelwald's brilliance. Perhaps this is a form of love as well. Dumbledore's contemplation did not disrupt the quietude of Charles's modest dormitory. "Big brother, do you miss home?" The ever-intelligent Jean unexpectedly uttered such considerate words, which brought a smile to Charles, who had been missing home. Indeed, he felt a longing for it. Jean nodded and remarked that Christmas was approaching, implying that a holiday homecoming was imminent. Jean, at times, found it challenging to express affection. The East is characterized by restraint. In contrast to the passionate exuberance of the West, Eastern love often runs deep beneath a calm surface. Moreover, a social butterfly, when faced with genuine emotions, often finds themselves more flustered than those who are introverted. Charles, possessing both traits, felt this acutely. He missed his mother, but took no action. Or rather, he dare not. It was not only his mother he missed, but also his grandmother, with whom he had spent over 3 months. She had vanished after mentioning she had matters to attend to. For the first time in this world, Charles felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. "Boss, I think I'll miss you during the break too." Jean had a knack for diverting the conversation, successfully alleviating Charles's melancholic mood. "I will miss you too, Jean," Charles replied, effortlessly weaving a lie. Jean shyly remarked, "Boss, I actually know your hidden identity." Charles's heart skipped a beat. Had he inadvertently revealed something? "Boss, you must be the Elven Prince. I saw the biography of Niccolo Mele on your desk last time, and it appeared in the newspapers that week." Upon hearing Jean's words, Charles released a sigh of relief, realizing it was merely a pseudonym for writing, if not for the desire to avoid excessive attention. Revealing the pseudonym would have posed no issue. "Sure, this is our secret. You mustn't tell anyone." Charles had no intention of concealing anything from his roommate. If he was aware, so be it. Life would simply be a tad noisier. However, if tranquility could be maintained, it was preferable. He would be more cautious with his manuscripts in the future. "All right, boss." Jean was overly excited. He now shared a secret with his superior. The following day, Charles, along with Wright and Aaron, privately vowed to keep this secret, revealing it only to one another. Perhaps it was a peculiar thrill, possibly influenced by the Weasley twins. During the afternoon break, Hunter discreetly slipped him a letter, instructing him not to share its contents with anyone. "Dear Charles Shafiq, greetings. I am an elder who once caught the favor of fate, but now stands at the precipice of mortality, ready to depart at any moment. A friend of mine has shared your story with me, and I am intrigued by your thoughts. if you are willing to share some of your reflections with me. It would provide the greatest solace to an old man who is ever on the brink of his final rest, a man embraced by death. At first glance, the letter revealed nothing of the sender's identity. Yet, in the lower right corner, there was a symbol, a triangle encasing a circle that touched each side, with a vertical line piercing the circle, connecting the triangle and the circle. The Deathly Hallows, Gellert Grindelwald. This elder was indeed a formidable figure. Having astutely recognized Charles's defining characteristics, his wisdom and erudition. If he had written directly, this young wizard might have shown some interest, but a reply would not have been guaranteed. However, by creating a sense of intrigue and offering a hint, the outcome changes entirely. For an ordinary young wizard, directness would suffice, but Charles is evidently no ordinary wizard. Indeed, Grindelwald successfully captured Charles's attention, prompting him to seek out Dumbledore. A desire for survival is inherent, and the Sorting Hat never errs. Chapter 38, The Meeting. Dumbledore perused the letter in his hands 3 times before turning to the earnest-faced Charles. What do you mean? Are you concerned that Grindelwald might take action against you? Dumbledore could only speculate. Perhaps this precocious young wizard had succumbed to fear. Headmaster, what do you believe the Dark Lord intends? Charles had read a certain book, The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore, which detailed the unspeakable secrets between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. A product of the corrupt nation is bound to be exquisite. Dumbledore was no fool. Charles's inquiries and demeanor unmistakably revealed his thirst for knowledge. I suspect he merely wishes to converse with you. Charles's misunderstanding was trivial. Answering inquiries was the headmaster's duty. Headmaster, I am quite curious about him. Gellert Grindelwald is a seer, is he not? Is he at Nurmengard? I am eager to learn about my own fate. Dumbledore's eyes flickered. Charles's intentions were crystal clear. He did not wish to be a pen pal with Grindelwald, but rather to meet him in person. What remarkable courage! Yet, Dumbledore was gravely mistaken. For Charles, why would he want to correspond with an elderly man he barely respected, especially one with clearly malicious intent? Therefore, it would be far safer to meet him alongside Dumbledore. Survival. This is the essence of Slytherin. It is in Charles's very nature. This weekend, make the arrangements. I will take you to see him. Subsequently, Charles returned to the Slytherin common room and briefed the 2 vice-captains about their responsibilities during the weekend meeting. Charles, is something amiss? Jay inquired keenly. I am to meet an old friend of the headmaster, so I cannot attend a meeting. Besides, it is merely a routine gathering and examination. My absence would hardly matter. Charles shrugged, confident in their capabilities to manage the task at hand. You must return promptly, Captain, Ella remarked, a fleeting glimmer of concern in her eyes. Charles frowned, sensing something amiss in Ella's reaction, yet could not discern the cause, so he merely nodded. After the 3 parted ways, Ella hurriedly rushed into the Slytherin prefect's bathroom, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Soon, as she entered the bathing pool, she transformed into Barlow. How perceptive he is! At the moment Charles frowned, Barlow's heart skipped a beat. He felt exposed. With a frail hand, Barlow slapped his own face, finally believing Professor Snape's words, that Charles was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Damn it, why do so many wish to aid you? Severus Snape, the malevolent serpent, deliberately divulged the amiable teaching methods of other professors while concealing Charles's studies under his tutelage. Is there assistance for Barlow? Perhaps there is. Notably from those Slytherins who disdain Charles, alongside Snape, who supports him only in words but not in action. Snape, the master of potions. How could he possibly neglect his own hair? He typically uses a gentle shampoo, yet his locks are prone to greasiness. And where is Ella? She is the most unfortunate. Summoned by Snape to the potions classroom for additional practice. Why, you ask? As a jest, it is the Greengrass family. They possess nothing but wealth. What has Barlow done? Merely shifted his perspective, his form, to observe his rival, Charles Shafiq. Upon comprehending Charles, Barlow, immersed in the bath, bore an expression of profound complexity. Why? Because he sensed warmth within Charles. To put it simply, time flies, and before one knows it, the weekend has arrived. Let us depart. Dumbledore returned from the Ministry of Magic, holding a key. I thought, Headmaster, you would use apparition to transport me. Charles shrugged. Only Dumbledore could perform such long-distance apparition. I'm growing old. Dumbledore did not grant Charles the opportunity to speak, instead pulling him through the door with the key to a snowy expanse. It was like spring. Dumbledore cast a spell upon Charles, and instantly, the chill dissipated, enveloping him in warmth. You are truly remarkable, Headmaster, Charles exclaimed. The use of potent magic is indeed extraordinary. Yet the adept application of magic reveals one's vast knowledge. Dumbledore smiled. You too can do this. Upon arrival, Charles noticed a dilapidated tower, a castle-like structure devoid of guardians. Nermengard holds but one prisoner. Dumbledore led Charles to the top floor, where they encountered an astonished Grindelwald. You actually came in person? You, my boy, are defying all conventions. Greetings, first generation. Charles chuckled. This elder was intriguing. In his eyes, the elder had ensnared himself with his own magic rather than being bound by external spells. In other words, this elder willingly remained here, perhaps out of love? Charles stole a few furtive glances at Dumbledore, only to be caught by Grindelwald. You are not afraid in the slightest. There was no surprise at Charles's reference to the first generation, as Grindelwald had traveled to Japan. Between the second generation and myself, who do you find more admirable? Grindelwald initiated a bold exchange. One dared to question, the other dared to answer. Are you belittling yourself or overestimating Voldemort? Moreover, I do not favor your theory. I do not believe wizards are inherently superior to muggles. Charles shook his head, his eyes revealing disinterest. At least, I'm stronger than Voldemort, you must understand. Even while I am here, there are rumors circulating. Especially, many believe that the Dark Lord Voldemort surpasses me. Grindelwald compared himself like a child. His persona a stark contrast to the one depicted in tales. In terms of magic alone, he is indeed superior. I have yet to discover how to dismantle Voldemort's formidable power. Charles unabashedly acknowledged his study of dark magic, and Grindelwald observed Dumbledore's expression, which was unsettlingly calm. The three unforgivable curses are formidable in their purity, crafted solely for the purpose of malevolence. Grindelwald sighed. After many years of contemplation, he had come to understand the folly of these curses in the realms of soul and redemption. Charles, I wish to pose but a single question. What is your glory? Do not evade me with trivialities. I have lived for a long, long time. At Grindelwald's inquiry, Charles raised an eyebrow in silence, while Dumbledore awaited with quiet anticipation. I'm afraid I cannot say. I am uncertain of what I desire. I am merely interested in magic and possess a modicum of talent, Charles replied. Do you know, Charles, I have seen your death, looming in the not-so-distant future. Grindelwald's gaze was complex the moment he laid eyes on Charles. He sensed that this boy's demise was inevitable and alarmingly near. I suspect you are cursing me, though I have no evidence to support it. Charles rolled his eyes, asserting his staunch atheism. Perhaps next summer you could visit Dumbledore again. After all, my legs tend to falter in winter, and the pain clouds my judgment. At that moment, Grindelwald resembled a defenseless old man, were it not for the immense magical power he wielded. Chapter 39, Dumbledore's Concerns. After departing from Nermengard, Dumbledore did not return Charles to Hogwarts, but instead led him to a dilapidated alley in London. It appeared Dumbledore was oblivious to the confusion etched on Charles's face, who wondered why they had ventured to such a desolate place. Upon traversing the alley, Charles finally spoke. Headmaster, are we not returning? What purpose could there be in such a forsaken alley? I am old, Charles. Do I still appear to them as the omnipotent white wizard? Dumbledore's aged voice carried a hint of self-doubt, as if Charles resonated more with Grindelwald. Perhaps Charles did not perceive the profound admiration Grindelwald held for him, a dark lord who had spent his life unable to find true kinship among wizards. Yet here he was, admitting his age before a younger counterpart. Headmaster, you remain that all-powerful white wizard. In Charles's eyes, Dumbledore resembled a living source of magic, an intensity of power that even his grandmother, Freya, with her bloodline of magical creatures, could scarcely rival. Dumbledore sighed, visibly disheartened, with a glimmer of sorrow in his cerulean gaze. Charles, I am fearful. 2 generations of dark wizards, one my dearest friend, the other my student. Each more malevolent than the last, each more indifferent to life. Charles, you are different. Dumbledore paused, refraining from elaborating on the professor's faith in Charles, nor the high regard Grindelwald held for him, nor the fact that he too lacked reverence for life. If there was any distinction between him and those 2 dark wizards, it was the possession of love. Principal, I truly did not overthink this matter. If I have erred in any way, I welcome your guidance. I am not one to indulge in fabrications, yet I possess a certain aptitude for them. In truth, my initial desire was to be sorted in a Hufflepuff, but before the sorting hat could even be placed upon my head, it declared me a Slytherin. Charles is remarkably candid. Yet I suspect that had he been conversing with anyone other than Dumbledore, his words would have been quite different. Dumbledore regarded Charles with a gaze that softened gradually, saying, You are different, Charles. You are unique. Do you recall what the sorting hat remarked? It claimed to have seen Slytherin. There was a statement it left unfinished, abruptly interrupted by McGonagall. Charles bore a puzzled expression. What did that mean? Was he to be considered a casualty of the sorting incident? It seemed the hat wished to convey, Slytherin, how did you return? Charles suspected Dumbledore was jesting, though the humor fell flat. Thus, his expression darkened at the implication that he was inherently a Slytherin. Do you harbor dislike for Slytherin? Dumbledore, amused by Charles's reaction, pointed out the irony of his founding a Slytherin squad while claiming discontent with the house. Salazar, as it turns out, is not as you may envision him. Among the 4 founders, Salazar hailed from the most noble lineage, a fact that brought him considerable strife. During the Vatican's extensive purges of witches and wizards, the aristocracy was particularly targeted. Young Salazar lost his parents and, while inheriting a fortune, also faced the wrath of the Vatican's cleansing. Thus, Slytherin became a bastion for survival. Salazar did not recoil from retaliation. He was, indeed, courageous. The tales of the 4 founders are oft-told. Yet I must emphasize that Slytherin has never been a cradle for dark wizards. Slytherin's disdain for those of non-pure blood stemmed from the persecution his family faced for aligning with the Vatican. Perfection is a myth, and this was his flaw. Slytherin never truly rejected those of mixed blood, even during his era. Such nuances escape the written word. In Charles's mind, Salazar appeared as an elderly Mediterranean man, possessing a chilling demeanor and simple attire, akin to a wizard wandering in shadows. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the youthful Salazar was strikingly handsome, embodying the essence of a nobleman, particularly with his 2-headed serpent wand, which added to his allure. His emerald eyes captivated like a serene lake in April, graced by a gentle breeze. How could such an exceptional youth not forge a friendship with the dashing Gryffindor or encounter the other 2 founders? In terms of appearance, Charles could rival Salazar, especially with the noble aura imparted by his elven heritage subtly influencing those around him. Without such qualities, how would the young wizards place their trust in him? In terms of talent, Charles surpassed expectations even further. Character-wise, he mirrored the young Salazar profoundly. Otherwise, how could the sorting hat have made such an error? Of course, Dumbledore offered no commentary, merely observing the contemplative Charles. Well then, I am a loss to prove he is not that kind of person. Charles, at a loss, could only shrug, indicating his unfamiliarity with Salazar. Charles, promise me you won't stray from the path. You understand what I mean? Dumbledore urged, his tone unfathomably gentle. Charles, with a pained expression, placed a hand on his forehead and replied, Honestly, Headmaster, I have no idea what you are worried about. I have no interest in power or in killing. I bear no prejudice against Muggles. In fact, I quite like them. Yet, your continuous concern about my potential actions makes me feel as if I've arrived at Hogwarts with a villain's script in hand. Charles could sense Dumbledore's care and, of course, discern the earnest hope of an elderly man. Forgive me, Charles, Dumbledore acknowledged, realizing he had misspoken, yet his worry consumed him. He had inadvertently birthed 2 Dark Lords into the wizarding world and could not bear the thought of bringing forth a third. Charles shook his head, remaining silent. He was no child and could comprehend Dumbledore's sentiments. This alley, a desolate lane, had once been the site of Grindelwald's assault on the Ministry of Magic in London. Even after all these years, it still instilled fear in the hearts of wizards. Dumbledore expressed his intentions, undoubtedly still attempting to counsel. You see, the birth of a Dark Lord inevitably brings disaster. Headmaster, Christmas is fast approaching. Charles interjected, shifting the topic. A new year is about to begin, and thus life continues. The future still holds promise, does it not? This was Charles's stance. Grindelwald was indeed prophetic. Dumbledore, too, would shift the conversation, for he had already heard Charles's silent vow. So, does that mean I will perish soon? I hope not at the hands of Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Charles's calm demeanor in the face of death was chilling. At such a young age, he possessed such a perspective on mortality. We are all destined to die, are we not? Dumbledore suddenly grinned mischievously, a glint of light dancing in his eyes. Yet, within his heart, he made a decision. Should fate lead Charles to the precipice of death, he would take his place. This was Dumbledore, eternally burdened by his own legacy. Look, it's snowing. Snowflakes drifted down as Dumbledore extended his aged hand to catch them. It had been ages since London had witnessed such pure, white snow. Charles gazed up at the falling snowflakes, smiling genuinely. What a gentle snowfall. Chapter 40, Christmas Eve. The eve of the Nativity, also known as Christmas Eve. In 1989, peaceful snowflakes fell upon London, and Hogwarts had been bustling with preparations since morning. Hagrid had chopped several pine trees to adorn the Great Hall, while the diminutive Professor Flitwick waved his wand, hanging ornaments on the Christmas tree. Charles, did you not sleep well last night? Hagrid inquired, noticing Charles yawning alone on the staircase after arranging the Christmas tree. Indeed, they had been in high spirits the previous night, likely anticipating the holiday break. Charles sighed. Freya had already sent him a letter stating she could not return from America and that he would have to spend the Christmas holiday at Hogwarts. Having submitted the application to remain at school during the first week of December, Charles was somewhat taken aback when his grandmother reminded him once more. The letter from Freya bore a striking resemblance to the correspondence from November, suggesting that matters in America were indeed rather overwhelming. They had all returned home. How did he plan to spend his day? Aside from a handful of upperclassmen who chose to remain for studies, most young wizards had departed for the holidays, leaving Charles to face a sense of solitude. Of course, this was merely Hagrid's speculation. I heard that there's a Christmas gathering in Hogsmeade tonight. Hagrid, do you think the headmaster would permit you to take me to celebrate Christmas Eve in the village? Suddenly, Charles recalled that there was a Christmas gathering on Christmas Eve and wondered how crowded it might be. This event commenced early, from 10 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon. After all, Christmas Eve is meant to be a time for families to gather and share a turkey feast. Hagrid responded with earnestness, expressing his concerns. I doubt it would be possible. You are already staying at school, and it wouldn't be appropriate to venture out. At that moment, Professor Flitwick, having finished with the decorations, approached and suggested, Charles, you might inquire with Dumbledore. He is in his office organizing last semester's materials. The password is Honeydukes. Charles expressed his gratitude to Flitwick and hurried off towards the headmaster's office. Hagrid, however, seemed uneasy about troubling Dumbledore. Flitwick shook his head gently, his gaze warm and his tone light. Hagrid, Charles seldom exhibits childish behavior. While teaching him duel techniques, I sense that he lacks the joys typical of his age. As if nothing but magic captivates his interest. Isn't that rather unfortunate? Though Hagrid found Flitwick's words somewhat perplexing, he too sensed Charles's premature maturity, which starkly contrasted with the essence of an 11-year-old wizard. What should an 11-year-old wizard be like? They are capricious, a bit rebellious, perhaps flawed, yet still innocent. Unlike Charles, who was calm and composed, like water in a deep abyss, serene and profound. Dumbledore was taken aback by Charles's request, expressing his surprise. A gathering? Oh, it has been many years since I last participated in one. Here's what we shall do. You go summon Professor McGonagall and ask her if the other professors would like to join us for the Christmas gathering in Hogsmeade. Certainly. Charles was pleasantly surprised by Dumbledore's swift agreement, and the thought of more companions made the outing seem far more festive. He was quite familiar with the route to Professor McGonagall's office. After all, the Weasley twins often found themselves summoned there for reprimands. McGonagall. Charles rapped gently on her closed door. Come in, Charles, came the somewhat weary voice of McGonagall, sounding slightly hoarse. Had she caught a cold? The door swung open, and Charles entered to find her sorting through papers. Compared to her usual stern demeanor, today she appeared a bit pale and fatigued. Professor, Headmaster Dumbledore asked me to speak with you about whether the other professors would like to join us for the Christmas gathering in Hogsmeade today, Charles said softly. Concern etched on his face. I am quite well, merely suffering from a slight cold. Age brings with it its minor ailments. Professor McGonagall smiled, appreciating Charles's concern for her well-being. A Christmas gathering, you say? It has indeed been over 20 years since I last attended one. With a wave of her wand, a cerulean mist coalesced into 3 ethereal cat-shaped apparitions. I shall inquire with the professors still at the school if they wish to join in the Christmas festivities in Hogsmeade. The 3 white-blue felines glided past Charles, shimmering softly. The Patronus charm? Charles had not anticipated such an advanced application of this spell. You recognize it? Oh, I nearly forgot. You possess a wealth of knowledge. Charles deduced the Patronus charm, which did not surprise McGonagall. This young wizard has a knack for defying expectations. I have attempted it, yet I can only conjure a thin mist. Before McGonagall, Charles raised his wand and declared, Expecto Patronum. A swirl of white-blue vapor emerged from his wand, twisting and turning, yet failing to coalesce into a form. That is quite remarkable. Charles once again astonished Professor McGonagall, who observed the swirling mist attempting to gather into a cohesive shape, now understanding the issue at hand. Charles, the Patronus charm embodies joy and is influenced by one's emotions. It harnesses the power of positive feelings. You are exerting too much effort. Your desire to summon it overshadows your emotional experience. Charles pondered this notion of emotional experience. Retrieving the Patronus charm, he expressed his gratitude to McGonagall, sensing that perhaps if he could tap into a particular emotional experience, the Patronus might take form. Shortly thereafter, the 3 patron muses returned, noticeably depleted of energy and considerably translucent. McGonagall recalled the Patronus, processing the information before stating, Professor Snape has informed me he is unable to attend. Professor Pomona is away from the castle. And Professor Flitwick mentioned he is changing clothes. We shall convene in the Great Hall shortly. The other professors have also returned home, as McGonagall had anticipated. Then I shall speak with the headmaster. We will gather in the Great Hall. Very well. By the time Charles conversed with Dumbledore, Flitwick, McGonagall, and Hagrid had already assembled in the hall. Oh, it has indeed been quite some time since we celebrated Christmas together. Flitwick was attired in a green suit jacket, appearing quite spirited. Professor McGonagall had donned a new ensemble as well, a green aristocratic robe reminiscent of a bygone era, at least from the perspective of 21st century Charles. Hagrid, too, wore new attire, a custom work outfit that made him resemble a laborer capable of withstanding steel reinforcements. Indeed, it has been over 20 years. McGonagall vaguely recalled the joyous times before Voldemort's uprising. Dumbledore, in his new attire, a sky-blue robe, was well complemented by a snowy beard. Only Charles appeared less formal, dressed simply in a vibrant red sweater. The red sweater and plush trousers looked wonderfully warm. Oh, Charles, do you not own formal attire? McGonagall was taken aback by Charles's modern choice of dress. I find it quite uncomfortable. It feels too constricting. Charles held a strong aversion to wizarding robes, which bore a distinctly medieval flair, complete with corsets for men. Haha, it seems we're growing old. Dumbledore chuckled heartily, and both Flitwick and McGonagall understood his sentiment, unable to suppress their smiles. Perhaps this is merely the aesthetic of young wizards. Chapter 41. The Christmas Gathering. Hogsmeade Village was bustling on Christmas Day. The central square was filled with wooden stalls, showcasing an array of food and games. To the southeast stood a circus tent, alive with the sounds of merriment and performances. The western side was lined with food stalls, the enticing aromas wafting through the air. There were honey-roasted chickens, mixed vegetable steaks, caterpillar bread, macarons, and an assortment of peculiar candies. The northern side featured more games from the wizarding world, such as wizard chess, divination games, and Quidditch predictions. Dumbledore allowed Charles the freedom to explore independently, while the professors strolled about together. Look at the white ape from the east. Without a moment's hesitation, Charles dashed toward the circus antics in the southeast. The half-height white ape skillfully balanced on a wooden ball, tossing 6 small red balls into the air. The ape, known for its gentle temperament, emitted a mournful call, showcasing agility and strength. After watching the performance, Charles tossed a few copper nuts into the collection and continued to wander through the circus. The wizarding circus differed vastly from that of Muggles. Inside the tent, there was not an open space for performances surrounded by spectators. Instead, various areas showcased magical creature performances and sales. This was likely due to the smaller wizarding population. Look, a puffskein. It was Charles's first encounter with a living puffskein, a creature widely distributed across the magical realm. Its body was spherical, covered in soft, fine fur. Puffskeins were gentle by nature, welcoming hugs, and remained unfazed even when tossed about. They were easy to care for, being scavengers that feasted on leftovers, as well as small insects like spiders and crickets. When happy, they would emit a low hum. They particularly enjoyed extending their tongues to burrow into the noses of sleeping wizards, feasting on their dry nasal remnants. The gentle disposition of puffskeins made them beloved pets among generations of young wizards, especially for witchlings, who found them utterly irresistible. Then, to Charles's astonishment, a plump witch purchased 10 puffskeins. Surely, she wouldn't intend to eat them. The circus featured many magical creatures, most of which Charles had encountered in the Forbidden Forest. After exploring the circus, he made his way eagerly to the food stalls. Charles spent 13 copper nuts on a serving of corn puffs, resembling Muggle popcorn, but produced in a magical container that hopped about for approximately 20 seconds before landing in a wooden box. Then, the lid would spring open, and the freshly popped corn would cascade out like a waterfall. This magical popcorn, free from artificial additives, was certainly worth experiencing. Filled with curiosity, Charles decided to purchase a serving. Having tasted a piece of the white confection, one might describe its flavor as quite peculiar, reminiscent of the fragrant aroma of perfectly cooked grains, accompanied by the natural sweetness of starch. The black variant, surprisingly, bore the taste of chocolate. Charles proceeded to sample several differently colored morsels, marveling at the wondrous magic that allowed a single pot to produce popcorn with such diverse flavors. Relishing his popcorn, he wandered towards the gaming area. You may wonder why Charles chose not to indulge in the culinary delights further. Quite the jest. For British cuisine is akin to gazing up at the starry sky. Moreover, having experienced the exquisite gastronomy of the East, Charles found the process of crafting magical edibles far more enticing than the offerings of British fare. As he strolled, Observing the magical lines that adorned the surroundings, a small, enchantingly patterned red bird alighted upon his shoulder. However, its magical lines were incomplete, indicating that its abilities had not been fully unleashed, thus much of its essence remained concealed. The plump little bird, round and fluffy, boasted dense, vibrant red feathers. Its eyes sparkled with curiosity as it scrutinized Charles. Its beak, a muted gold, was neither long nor sharp. In essence, it was an adorably chubby little creature. "Ah, you must be a magical being. Whose are you, and are you hungry?" Charles mused, surmising that the bird might enjoy rice. He offered a piece of plain popcorn. The bird sniffed at it, seemingly unimpressed by the flavor, and promptly hopped off Charles's shoulder, settling atop his head in a feigned slumber. "Oh, you're rather unperturbed, aren't you?" Charles found this amusing and did not shoo it away. After all, it was light as a feather. He chose to ignore its presence as he continued to explore. Meanwhile, at the Three Broomsticks, Professor McGonagall expressed her lingering concern for Charles's solitary adventure. "We should not have left him to his own devices, Dumbledore." Professor Flitwick nodded in agreement, having assumed that although Dumbledore permitted Charles to venture forth, he would at least keep him within sight. "Fear not, I have entrusted his care to an old friend. And besides, Charles does not require our constant intervention, does he?" Dumbledore replied with a twinkle in his eye, sipping his drink, his words imbued with trust in his student. After all, Charles was merely a young wizard. The stern Professor McGonagall, despite her severity, harbored a gentle heart, believing that no matter how mature or resolute Charles might be, he should not be left entirely to his own devices. "Rest assured, my old friend is quite dependable," Dumbledore reassured, taking another sip. Under McGonagall's persistent inquiries, he eventually revealed the truth. "You actually sent Fawkes to look after him," Flitwick exclaimed in disbelief, knowing Fawkes was notoriously averse to wizards. "No, it is more accurate to say that he favors those who are powerful and sincere. Fawkes has taken a liking to Charles, whose heart is as pure as Dumbledore's was in his youth. Moreover, Dumbledore had not possessed such magical prowess at Charles's age." Charles halted, furrowing his brow as he observed the throngs ahead. It seemed an overwhelming crowd had gathered, likely due to the stall's arrangement, as the food vendors and gaming booths were clustered together in the heart of the square, resulting in a significant congregation of people. The alley was devoid of any crowds. Charles mused, contemplating that by traversing through it, he could find a way around. He nodded in satisfaction and strode towards the dimly lit passage, which seemed rarely trodden. The ambience suggested a rich history. Rather than feeling trepidation, Charles noted the weathered walls, hinting at many years gone by. After approximately 3 minutes, he emerged from the alley only to inadvertently collide with someone. "My apologies. Oh, how surprising to see you." Chapter 42, A Blank Space. Charles took 2 steps back. Disbelief etched on his face as he regarded the figure shrouded in a black hood. In that fleeting moment, he recognized a familiar visage, Gideon Orlando, also known as Pope Gregory I. "Ah, you remember me. It seems you're the young wizard present that day," Gregory remarked, removing his hood to reveal a countenance radiating kindness. "Indeed, I suppose so. After all, you are the formidable figure who caused quite a stir in the Vatican. One wrong move, and one might find themselves in dire peril." Gregory appraised Charles, casting a glance at the slumbering crimson bird perched nearby. Internally, he was taken aback to discover it was a phoenix. "I am acquainted with Vivian. She instructed me to seek you out, so there is no need for alarm." Charles managed a strained smile, pondering the implications of being entangled in the machinations of powerful beings. "Has someone arrived?" Gregory murmured. Then with a swift motion, he grasped Charles, causing them both to vanish abruptly, leaving the hurried Dumbledore bewildered in their wake. "What is this? The Vatican?" Dumbledore questioned, his expression a mix of confusion as he sensed the lingering aura of divine magic, distinctly different from modern sorcery. "Fawkes, where are you?" Dumbledore silently inquired, awaiting an answer. In the depths of the forest, Gregory observed Charles, who had managed to distance himself from him. "Why the apprehension? Surely, the tales penned about me are rather benevolent," Gregory teased, fully aware of Charles's resilient spirit masked beneath his youthful appearance. "Indeed, your holiness, capturing me serves little purpose," Charles retorted, cautiously retreating, while the little red bird remained undisturbed in slumber. The formidable elder from earlier would not find him easily. Gregory glanced at the slumbering bird, his face lighting up with delight as though he had merely performed a trivial act. "That is our headmaster, the most powerful white wizard of our time, Albus Dumbledore." Charles deliberately divulged Dumbledore's identity, hoping to gauge Gregory's reaction. "Ah, what an amusing little fellow you are." Gregory laughed heartily, his keen perception catching Charles's intentions. How could one not be enchanted by such a delightful young wizard? Initially, I suspected Vivian had lost her discernment in choosing you. However, it appears you possess a far greater charm than Merlin in his youth. Gregory grew increasingly fond of Charles, curious to see how far this election would take him. I am not acquainted with Vivian, truly, not in the slightest. I have never met her, and I am certain that her knowledge of me is merely hearsay. Charles could discern Gregory's ill intentions. It appeared he was drawing a comparison between him and Merlin, all the while engaging in an endeavor that was nearly impossible to succeed. The fact that influential figures were in search of something was, upon reflection, exceedingly perilous. Do you doubt my acquaintance with Merlin? Gregory the First assumed that Charles's distrustful gaze stemmed from his fabrication of Merlin. With a smile, Gregory proclaimed, "Merlin is the Silent One, the 13th of the Silent Sons." This declaration was akin to a thunderclap that pierced through the mists of history, vividly illuminating the once obscure tale. Merlin is indeed the Silent One, and he shares an inseparable bond with Jesus. Ordinarily, such revelations should have been imparted to you by Vivian. However, in light of her having awakened me from my obsession, allow me to share a secret. Gregory continued to smile, yet this benevolent facade ignited a flicker of panic within Charles. The birth of wizards was the result of the first awakeners, who pilfered the essence of magic. Similarly, the emergence of magical creatures followed suit. These first awakeners crafted countless myths and tales upon the earth, only to be gradually distorted by the adoration of humanity. It seemed as though they had transformed from mortals into deities. Yet, death is ever impartial. Even so-called gods must age and perish. Thus, the first awakeners believed that only through the destruction of the world could they gain the favor of the Grim Reaper, thereby achieving immortality. This notion serves as the origin of the cataclysmic tales that permeate all civilizations. Among the first awakeners, one individual was perpetually discontent with the enslavement of mortals by his peers. Consequently, during a gathering of the gods, he betrayed them, leading the offspring of the gods to slay the deities and restore the essence of magic to the earth. This is the tale of the first awakeners. That individual is referred to by some as Prometheus, and by others as the Buddha or Jesus. Gregory's narrative utterly subverted the existing mythological framework. However, upon closer examination, it astonishingly elucidated the contradictions present in the literature of the mythic era, as if someone had intentionally obscured this segment of history. What do you wish to convey? Charles felt he had grasped something significant, yet remained on the brink of a crucial revelation. There will always be beings upon the earth who endeavor to tarnish the authority of the Lord. Gregory the First finally cast aside his benevolent facade, his countenance now imbued with fury in a relentless battle against heresy. Charles's heart seemed to skip a beat as the encroaching dread of death gradually enveloped him. At that moment, the seemingly dormant Little Red broke free from her restraints and began to sing. Her melodious voice, imbued with magic, struck Charles's heart like a potent tonic. The enchanting song not only liberated Charles from his fear, but also softened the previously unruly Gregory I, transforming him once more into a guise of benevolence. Yet, Charles would not be deceived. This Gregory I, who sought to elevate the papal authority, could never be a benign old man. Charles drew forth his wand, vigilantly observing Gregory I. Alas, the time is drawing near. You should inquire with Vivian about the events that followed. In Gregory's eyes lingered a profound melancholy, as the curse's intricate patterns crawled forth from his tranquil gaze, spreading across his skin. "Here, consider this a small gift," he said, producing a blank card from his hand, its reverse resembling a starlit sky. Charles accepted the card, perplexed, yet he felt an inexplicable allure emanating from it. "Child, let the phoenix above guide your path," Gregory I murmured, closing his eyes and surrendering to the encroaching curse. A small red bird? A phoenix? Fox. Charles was no fool. He was aware that Dumbledore possessed a phoenix. This indicated that the headmaster had entrusted Fawkes with his protection. The small bird remained motionless, its sharp gaze fixated on Gregory I, as it recognized the curse it abhorred most, and the caster was not unfamiliar to it. Who else, save for that serpent-faced Voldemort, wielded such vile incantations? Long time no see, Tom, Gregory thought. Suddenly, Dumbledore appeared beside Charles, having sensed Fawkes' presence, and hurriedly arrived. "You are the Lord of the Vatican." Gregory I, Dumbledore declared, his demeanor exuding the grace of a quintessential British wizard. To his astonishment, he discovered that there were still individuals in this world possessing such formidable magical prowess. Indeed, it surpassed that of the current Vatican by far. Gregory I expression turned grave, his warmth dissipating. The white wizard before him instilled a sense of peril, reminiscent of encounters with legendary sorcerers of old. "Fox, safeguard Charles," Dumbledore instructed calmly. Recognizing that Gregory was on the brink of collapse under the weight of Tom's curse, compounded by his inherent flaws. "Speak your name. The Lord will guide the shepherd to you," Gregory said, his hand beneath the black robe waving, summoning a square cross that materialized in his grasp, its divine aura momentarily halting the curse's advance. "I shall return the other 3 artifacts to their rightful owners, but this staff left by the sun shall still serve me." His tone was lighthearted as he raised his eyelids, a beam of sacred light shooting from the staff toward Dumbledore. "Transform at once." Dumbledore responded with a deft transfiguration spell, causing a mound of earth over 4 meters away to rise and block Gregory's beam, though it was subsequently shattered by the light. Dumbledore's magic surged forth, and with a flick of his bone wand, the grass surrounding Gregory morphed into ropes that bound him. Divine protection. A golden shield enveloped Gregory the First, akin to an elven safeguard, rendering the ropes merely capable of ensnaring the shield into a massive lock. "Detonate." Dumbledore raised his hand, triggering the explosion of the lock. A fierce blaze soaring into the heavens, the shockwave causing his robes to billow dramatically. Charles, now at a distance, raised his wand to fortify his ironclad charm, shielding himself against the oncoming gusts. As the tumult subsided, it seemed to adhere to the principle of where there is smoke, there is no harm, for the golden shield remained steadfast. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light erupted from within the golden shield, piercing through Dumbledore. Yet this Dumbledore appeared to be intangible, as if he were a mere illusion, directly traversing the light. The ancient mirror spell, the substitute position, originating from a witch enamored with mirrors. She endeavored to conjure an illusionary doppelganger, perfectly mirroring her own form, while she herself would shift to a corresponding location. Thus, at this moment, Dumbledore stood on the opposite side. The Shattering Curse. A typical shattering spell merely obliterates some physical entities, yet Dumbledore's incantation proved remarkably effective. The golden shield fractured, revealing the breathless Gregory, the great within. Indeed, it was a strenuous endeavor. With a sigh, Gregory felt the curse rapidly enveloping his entire being. Tom's blood curse was rooted in the ancestral blood magic inherited from Nagini, a spell designed to utterly annihilate humanity, directly distorting both soul and flesh, capable of transforming a person into a beast. Although Dumbledore was not fully acquainted with all of Voldemort's methods, he possessed considerable knowledge regarding some of his curses, particularly his signature incantations of the truth spell and blood magic. The former not only cursed his own name, but also placed a curse upon the position of defense against the dark arts professor at the academy. The latter had previously transformed a distinguished Auror into a bloodthirsty python, resulting in the demise of 3 fellow Aurors. At present, Gregory was in a dire state, contending with Voldemort's curse while simultaneously fending off Dumbledore's fluid onslaught. Explosive curses, shattering spells, and transfiguration spells alternated in Dumbledore's hands, particularly the transfiguration spells. Everything around Gregory, the flora, the fauna, even the very soil, became subjects of Dumbledore's transformations, morphing into serpents, projecting spikes, and creating swamp traps, among others. Yet, this relentless barrage was all dismantled by the beams emitted from Gregory's wand. However, the intensity of the beams was dwindling. Why did the headmaster not simply eliminate Gregory outright, but instead choose to wear him down? Charles marveled at the magic unleashed by the two, particularly Dumbledore's fluid casting techniques and movements, which were nothing short of exemplary in the realm of wizard combat. Yet, Dumbledore could have easily unleashed powerful spells to vanquish the beleaguered Gregory, but opted for the more arduous path of attrition. It seemed you were familiar with this curse. Gregory had already discerned its effects upon its eruption. It would obliterate his will and, subsequently, contort him into a serpent. The degree of magical power he possessed would directly influence the size and girth of that serpent. Dumbledore was evidently aware of this curse's ramifications, purposefully exhausting his own magical reserves, presumably intending to render himself as weak as possible when the transformation occurred. Why not resolve the matter in one fell swoop? Clearly, he lacked certainty. Who could ascertain whether this audacious pope had any hidden trump cards? Yet, none present were aware that Gregory's ability to wreak havoc in the Vatican hinged upon his access to certain concealed ancient magical arrays, and moreover, he was all too familiar with the largely unchanged sacred series of spells of the Holy See. Their weaknesses were immediately discernible to him. Dumbledore was oblivious to this, which was why he treated this adversary with such gravity. "Charles, remember my words. The words of Gregory the Great wafted to Charles's ears, unheard by others. Charles swallowed hard, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. The present day, White Wizard was now. A tremendous surge of holy light erupted from Gregory, seemingly intent on shattering the curse that bound him. From the depths of hell came the infernal flames, the wrath of Satan, the curse of fiery destruction. Dumbledore's wand unleashed a sickly green malevolent flame, transforming into a gaping maw that sought to engulf Gregory. Boom! A violent magical reaction erupted instantaneously. Yet Dumbledore swiftly transported Charles away, just in time. The holy light and the infernal fire clashed like water and fire, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion upon contact. A thunderous roar shook the very foundations of London, causing citizens to believe an earthquake had struck. The Ministry of Magic promptly dispatched teams to investigate, only to find that this patch of forest had vanished from the earth, leaving behind a deep pit, with only a charred cross at its center still intact. Who could have imagined that the death of the medieval pope would occur through the serendipitous enmity of a master and apprentice, culminating in a first kill? Headmaster, you are truly remarkable, Charles exclaimed in admiration once they landed safely. If Dumbledore had not exhausted Gregory and maintained relentless magical suppression, it was likely that Gregory could have severely injured Dumbledore first, achieving the initial kill. I merely acted in accordance with the circumstances, Dumbledore sighed softly, turning to Charles and asking, "What did he say to you, if you don't mind sharing?" Chapter 44, The Golden Dawn. Charles divulged everything Gregory had said. At such a moment, any concealment could compromise Dumbledore's judgment. I see, the first initiator. I believe I have encountered such an organization in my past. Dumbledore recalled his life, particularly his time with Grindelwald. If you delve into the world of muggles and seek knowledge of wizards, you will inevitably encounter a certain organization, the Rosicrucians. May your roses bloom upon your cross. The rose symbolizes the spirit, while the cross represents the corporeal form. Charles nodded, somewhat perplexed, as he was unfamiliar with this history. The Rosicrucians were a group of wizards who sought to preserve wizarding civilization amidst the persecution of the church. Over time, however, as the years passed and circumstances changed, the Rosicrucians evolved into a secret organization among muggles, giving rise to brotherhoods, Freemasonry, and more. Dumbledore fixed his gaze on Charles and continued, "But if that were all, it would be one thing. Those muggles who delve into the occult have employed certain means to target young wizards, attempting to siphon their power through dark rituals." Charles shook his head, understanding that even wizards themselves could not explain the source of magical power. Despite possessing the ability to see through magic, he too could not discern the true nature of its source. Thus, no ritual could transfer magic from a wizard to a muggle. In other words, they were merely cultists. Has the ministry not intervened? The muggle world itself would not tolerate the existence of such cults. Charles conducted a calm analysis, deeming this cult as one that must be eradicated. Indeed, the current British royal family still maintains certain ties with the Ministry of Magic. At one time, they collaborated to combat a significant number of cultists. During this endeavor, the royal family believed it necessary to employ sorcery to uphold their reign, thus establishing the Royal Academy of Magic. However, wizards were discouraged from overly engaging in muggle affairs, and the ministry sought to distance itself, compounded by ongoing internal strife within the royal family and the meager efficacy of magic, leading to the dissolution of the Royal Academy of Magic. Among those disbanded were individuals who represented other esoteric groups, with some being renowned wizards. Consequently, they formed a collective known as the Golden Dawn, which comprises 3 major sections. The first sect, the Golden Dawn, studies the classical 4 elements, astrology, tarot divination, and the foundational principles of feng shui, imparting to its members the mystical philosophical thoughts based on Hermetic Kabbalah. The second sect, known as the Red Rose and Golden Cross, also referred to as the Inner Circle, instructs its members in magical knowledge, including crystal ball divination, astral projection, and alchemy. The third sect, the Secret Leaders, is said to possess exceptional magical skills, capable of directing the activities of the first 2 sects through spiritual communication with the leaders of the second sect. This organization spans both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds, having faced relentless persecution from both sides, yet it persists. Eventually, the officials of the Ministry of Magic sought to manipulate the Golden Dawn, leading to its fragmentation amid intensifying conflicts. It was at this juncture that the true aim of the cult became apparent: to attain divinity and become the enlightened ones. Dumbledore finally addressed the crux of the matter, and Charles took note of this organization, sensing he would encounter them again in the future. They hailed from all corners of the earth, representing various sects, with even a cardinal having defected to their ranks. It was only after the collapse of this organization that the concepts of the enlightened ones and deities were revealed. However, I remained skeptical. Dumbledore received the playing cards that Charles offered, unable to discern any particular issue, and returned them. If the brief resurrection of Gregory, the first, was linked to this matter, and if Vivian's choice of Merlin pertained to it, perhaps the wizarding world concealed many unknown secrets. Dumbledore lamented that indeed, the secrets of the wizarding realm are numerous. Headmaster, what should I do now? I feel rather perplexed. Charles sought counsel from Dumbledore, sensing he had unwittingly become embroiled in a significant predicament. Dumbledore shook his head, uncertain, believing this matter exceeded his judgment. Yet, there was surely someone who knew. Perhaps his prophecy regarding Charles's demise was indeed connected to this moment. Are you accompanying me to meet someone? Dumbledore inquired gently, his tone soothing in an attempt to comfort the anxious young wizard. Yes, we are going to see Grindelwald. Aren't we? Beyond him, I cannot fathom anyone else who could possess such knowledge. It is perplexing that, despite the efficacy of consulting Vivian, Charles remains reluctant to do so. He even questions whether the tumultuous years of his childhood, marked by upheaval and suppressed magic, could have been Vivian's attempt to awaken him as a silent one. Indeed, the trials he faced, upheaval, suppressed magic, the loss of his father, and being pursued, are all experiences that could plunge one into despair. If he were truly just a child, and if Polario were not a thoughtless, beautiful fool, and if he had not lived two lives, it stands to reason he would find himself in the plight of a silent one. Hence, Charles harbors doubts about the so-called lake nymph, Vivian. Dumbledore, sensing the young wizard's anxiety, first took Charles to inform the professors at the Academy of their brief excursion before they proceeded to the Ministry of Magic to acquire the necessary key. The snow in Numengard had already accumulated thickly, rendering the dilapidated tower even more desolate. Oh, you have returned? Grindelwald did not expect to see the two of them again so soon. Dumbledore nodded and laid bare Charles's predicament and his suspicions. This trust was instinctual. There was no concern that Grindelwald would harbor any ulterior motives. Isn't Crowley dead? Why then does the Golden Dawn still persist? Grindelwald inquired, somewhat astonished. Aleister Crowley, the renowned British occultist, was often referred to by Muggles as the Beast or the Beast of the Apocalypse, with some even labeling him the most wicked man alive. Crowley had claimed that Hitler had stolen the secret of the swastika from him. This infamous old wizard was a prominent scholar whom Grindelwald had once encountered in England. However, he was undeniably mad and was, in fact, one of the principal architects behind the collapse of the Golden Dawn. The Vatican had branded him a heretic and sought his demise, but he had always been protected by the Golden Dawn and various magical societies, though he continually denied it. He was, in essence, a devotee of Satan, attempting to resurrect the dark entity in this world, convinced that the source of magical power lay within Satan himself. Grindelwald had nearly fallen for his schemes. Had it not been for Ariana's death, he might have truly become one of Crowley's followers. After recounting this tale, Grindelwald hesitated before continuing. I once thought the First Seeker was mere nonsense, but now it appears history is a dress-up doll for anyone to adorn. My advice is to ignore it, to refrain from paying attention. Wait for the fish to bite. It has been so many years, and the existence of the Golden Dawn remains uncertain. I sense that Vivian's discourse with Gregory the Great pertains to something entirely different. Even among the First Seekers, can we assume that every faction shares the same perspective? Grindelwald patiently guided the conversation, unaware that the wizarding world concealed vast secrets. Charles nodded thoughtfully, contemplating that perhaps he should focus his forthcoming biographical work on individuals related to the Golden Dawn and the Church. Go on, you have disturbed my rest, Grindelwald said impatiently. Once the two departed, he sighed deeply. Albus, this time, you cannot evade your responsibilities. In the current wizarding world, only you possess the capacity to bear the weight of these impending troubles. Chapter 45, Christmas Gifts and Ghosts. The following day, as the sun reached its zenith, Charles roused from his soft slumber. Upon rising, he was taken aback to find his bedroom brimming with gift boxes. I nearly forgot. Today is Christmas. The presents for others had long been arranged, predominantly composed of the customary holiday gift boxes. Aside from the copy of the comprehensive Eastern cookbook and a quill sent to Cedric, as well as the Weasley Twins joke toys and some unique gifts for certain professors, most gifts consisted of assorted candies. However, the gifts Charles received were far more imaginative. For instance, Cedric had sent him a special edition of The Elven Prince, contributing to its sales, along with the Weasley Twins joke toys, Wright's leather-bound notebook, and Aaron's matching notebook. Essentially, the young wizards chose gifts they believed Charles would cherish. The professors, on the other hand, had distinct offerings. Pomona sent 4 itching fruits, whose hard shells contained powdery seeds that caused relentless itching upon contact with skin. Hunter gifted him a fragment of bone obtained during his past adventures, reminiscent of a magical creature's tooth. Most other professors contributed candies, indicating a shared thought among them. Interestingly, Professor Snape and Dumbledore's gifts stood out. It seems Snape had not anticipated receiving a Christmas gift from Charles and, wishing to avoid a debt, reciprocated with a vial of Felix Felicis. This potion is rarely found on the market due to its challenging preparation and the prohibition of its use in competitions. Despite its lack of commercial value, Felix Felicis remains coveted by wizards, for who does not desire a stroke of luck? However, its brewing process is intricate and time-consuming, requiring 6 months. Moreover, any misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Furthermore, some ingredients are exceedingly rare, such as the silver ash snake egg shell. Yet, for a master potion maker, these challenges are mere trifles. Today, there are but a handful of potion wizards capable of reliably producing Felix Felicis, among them Snape. Charles was thoroughly pleased with Snape's generous return. He had not expected such magnanimity from the seemingly unkempt professor. Next came Dumbledore's gift, a medal engraved with the emblem of the World Alchemy Association, with Lee inscribed on the reverse side, yet nothing else. What could this mean? Charles sensed a profound significance in Dumbledore's gesture, although he was unsure of any alchemist by that name. Suddenly, he recalled, "Father?" This term had seldom been uttered in this world, as his father had passed away at his birth. To his astonishment, Dumbledore possessed a relic belonging to his father, Lister. In his office, Dumbledore, having tucked away a letter from an old friend, felt a wave of nostalgia. Indeed, that young boy is also an exceptionally worthy heir. Had he not chosen the path of death for life, perhaps he would not have lost the last glimmer of hope. In that moment, Dumbledore was reminded of his own father and Harry's mother. Parental love, at times, is the greatest magic of all. Dear Charles, by the time you receive this letter, it will already be Christmas. I sincerely apologize for not being able to spend this Christmas with you. Please understand that I would have cherished the opportunity to share our first Christmas together. Regrettably, circumstances have not aligned as I'd hoped, and matters here in America remain unresolved. On one hand, I cannot help but lament the inefficiency of the American Ministry of Magic, while on the other hand, I find myself perplexed by the tasks entrusted to me by Vivian. I fail to comprehend why she would engage with those bald-headed figures in black robes, particularly since the ominous sigils adorning their heads and bodies are anything but auspicious. I am neither a purebred lake nymph, nor have I undergone the baptismal rites in Avalon, leaving me puzzled as to why I should be involved in such affairs. Nevertheless, I find myself unable to refuse Vivian's requests. I do have some good news to share. Once I deliver a completely sealed wooden box to Norway, I shall return to our cozy little home. Thus, we will be able to celebrate Easter together. Yours affectionately, Freya, December 21st, 1989. Enclosed with this letter is a feather from a thunderbird, the golden material of which is particularly suited for crafting a quill. Charles composed a reply, but it is likely that Freya will have to wait several days to receive it. After nightfall, Charles wandered the academy with the Marauder's map, discovering a room marked in black, filled with the names of ghosts. Count Nico, nearly headless Nick, the Fat Friar, Barrow, Patrick Delaney Podmore, Peeves, and others resided in this chamber. From a certain perspective, Charles had little interaction with the Academy specters. When he opened the door to this hidden chamber, the ghosts engaged in lively conversation abruptly fell silent. All eyes turned towards Charles, their expressions blank. Who invited the little wizard? Are you a fool? Today is Christmas. How could our exclusive chamber be discovered by a mere child wizard? The last time it was found was over 20 years ago by those little rascals. The ghosts clamored in discussion, but only the bloodied Barrow stepped forward to examine him, saying, "Oh, it's little Charles, the young scion of the Shafiq family." Shafiq? The Cursors? My, what an ancient name. Let's drink to it. The ghosts jested, showing indifference towards Charles. Aside from Dumbledore, there was no specter they feared. Charles, undisturbed by their irreverence, engaged in conversation with a few amiable ghosts. Seeker? I have a vague recollection of that term. Who did I hear it from? Barrow tapped his head, unable to recall. Yet indeed he had heard of the Seeker. Patrick, the leader of the Headless Hunt, exclaimed, "Ah, I know. The British royal family once commissioned me to seek them out alongside the wizards, but alas, to no avail." Upon hearing Patrick's words, Barrow suddenly recollected. Lady Grey once mentioned that finding the Seeker would enable one to create a legacy greater than that of her mother. Charles looked around, but did not see Lady Grey. So he bid farewell to the assembled spirits and set off in search of the wandering Grey at Ravenlock. Are you Helena Ravenlock? In an antiquated collection room, Charles stumbled upon Helena, lost in reverie as she gazed at the moon. "You are a Slytherin wizard, are you not?" Helena recognized the green scarf around Charles's neck, adorned with a serpent. "Indeed, Miss Helena, I have come to seek your counsel," Charles affirmed with a nod. "I detest your kind. You tarnish Slytherin, as well as Ravenclaw." The mention of the deceitful Tom ignited a fury within her, despite her appreciation for beauty, as Charles was undeniably handsome. Charles, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Miss Helena, not all Slytherins are Death Eaters, nor is every Slytherin a Voldemort." Yet, her skepticism and disdain remained unyielding. Nevertheless, the beauty within her refrained from scolding him to depart. "What I wish to know pertains to the Founders." Charles divulged all he knew regarding the Founders, even touching upon the Golden Dawn. Helena fell silent, her thoughts either absorbed in the information or reluctant to respond. Charles waited patiently. "If you can discover a place that grants wishes, it will reveal to you the chamber of Ravenclaw, where all that you seek awaits." After what felt like an eternity, perhaps an hour, or just 10 minutes, Helena, moved by Charles's persistence, disclosed the location, albeit concealing certain details, such as the whereabouts of the wish-granting chamber. Charles nodded thoughtfully, pondering the nature of this place that grants wishes. Chapter 46. The Non-Existent Chamber and the Trail of the Air. In pursuit of the Ravenclaw chamber mentioned by Helena, Charles organized his week as follows: 7:40 to 8:20 for personal hygiene and meals, 8:30 to 11:30 for writing biographies or studying potions, 11:40 to 1400 hours for a midday rest, 14:30 to 17:30 for practicing spells, and 18 to 23:30 for nocturnal explorations in search of the chamber. However, after a week, he had found no trace of the chamber. Yet, his other endeavors progressed, and he successfully brewed a total of 6 potions: frostbite potion, swamp potion, fire oil potion, itch potion, spider swarm potion, and mist potion. With offensive, disruptive, and confinement potions at his disposal, he now only needed to develop a defensive potion to complete a balanced system of attack and defense, thus allowing him to apply for a patent with the International Potion Association. Charles was acutely aware of his limited talent in potion making. Aside from his previous life's imaginative insights and mathematical foundation, he could only aspire to achieve the status of an alternative pioneer in this field. For instance, he found himself incapable of concocting the Wolfsbane potion proposed this year, as it requires a much more complex reaction with the wizard's body compared to the simpler transformation potions. As he passed the 8th floor of Hogwarts, he overlooked the tapestry depicting a troll clobbering a hapless Barabbas. Had he opened his magical eye, he would have glimpsed a fleeting light as he walked by. Once again, after traversing Hogwarts, he found nothing. "This is absurd. Where could it possibly be?" If I were to inquire further with Helena, she would deliberately evade the topic. Charles sighed, pondering why he must unravel this mystery when it could simply be revealed to him. At the very least, some hints regarding the level or any distinctive markers for reference would be appreciated. A week has passed, and yet I remain empty-handed. It feels as though the location of the room of requirement is deliberately eluding me. Charles has indeed inquired with the professor, but the professor is equally in the dark. He suspects that Dumbledore might know, yet that old man merely smiles and remains silent. With only a week left before the school term begins, I find myself in utter despair. Charles turned over in bed, perplexed, utterly confounded. Perhaps I should wait for Cedric and the Weasley brothers? They might, as pivotal characters in the original narrative, possess the means to uncover the truth. Unknown to Charles, deep within the distant Albanian forest, a mass of black mist unconsciously absorbed the surrounding magical essence, striving to awaken itself. This is Voldemort, with his last remnants of power and possessions. He enacted a curse upon Kino Orlando. Originally, that ancient cursed medium was intended for Dumbledore, but it was unexpectedly utilized too soon. One could say that Voldemort is now utterly impoverished, devoid of any resources. Furthermore, he suffers from the backlash of the curse, his consciousness in a deep slumber, existing merely as a fragile wisp of black mist. Bill Weasley paused briefly while transporting the Austrian Akami. The Austrian Akami is an endangered species of dragon, growing to a size comparable to 2 cows and weighing only 230 kilograms upon reaching maturity. Its tail is short, and its wings adorned with peculiar patterns, which can induce drowsiness in those who gaze upon them for too long. Among all dragon species, the Austrian Akami is the smallest and possesses the least aggression, with its endangerment primarily attributed to its somewhat foolish nature. It reacts sluggishly. There have been instances where wizards inadvertently wandered into an Akami's nest and were left dazed by the flapping of its wings. However, the Akami did not harm the wizard, but merely stared blankly, curious about the intruder. Ultimately, this vulnerability led to its demise at the hands of the wizard. Bill transported 3 juvenile alchemies this time, a focal point of the Bavarian Dragon Sanctuary's newly established area for the protection of endangered magical creatures. Bill is unmistakably a Weasley, with flowing red hair that is both soft and ethereal, styled into a long ponytail. Adorning his ears is a silver earring, featuring a small fan-like charm. Exuding a sense of fashion, tall and slender, he bears a striking resemblance to a younger Molly, yet possesses a rugged masculinity as well, his face undeniably handsome. If one were to define Bill in a single word, it would be cool. After tending to the 3 juvenile alchemies in their cage, he fed some fodder to the enormous avian magical creature that had been carrying the cage. Only then did he lean against the cage to rest for a moment, utterly fatigued, having been so busy lately that he scarcely found time for romance. Well, the French ladies are indeed too fiery. I prefer the gentleness of our British witches. A wisp of black mist lazily floated past Bill, prompting him to scratch his head in uncertainty about its nature. Even as an adult, Gryffindor's recklessness remains unchanged. He pointed his wand at the black mist and cast a petrification spell. The struck mist emitted a distorted and terrified shriek, reminiscent of a banshee's wail. The small pterosaur was frightened to the point of tears, while the avian magical creatures hastily grabbed their cages and fled. Fortunately, Bill was quick-witted enough to catch hold of the cage, or it would have been left behind. After approximately 10 seconds of shrill screams, the dark mist finally subsided, awakening the afflicted Voldemort. His voice was feeble, embodying the frailty of one roused from a deep slumber. Yet, despite his weakness, his fury was unmistakable. Meanwhile, in America, Cedric was sharing tales of his school experiences with several relatives. Hogwarts, he mused, is quite similar to our Ilvermorny. We have the horned serpent, the pukwudgie, the thunderbird, and the wampus. Indeed, they represent scholars, warriors, adventurers, and healers. My headmaster is Gilberto Fontana, a descendant of one of the original Aurors. The young wizards from America proudly recounted amusing anecdotes from their academy, along with its storied history. As Cedric absorbed their knowledge, he also enlightened them about the magical institutions in Britain. Hogwarts is one of the oldest magical schools in history, with the most ancient undoubtedly being the enigmatic Snowy Mountain Kingdom. Indeed, all magical literature suggests that there exists an ancient magical academy in the East, alongside Japan's Magical Institute, rumored to have only 40 students, including teachers. The young wizards chimed in agreement with Cedric, showcasing their own knowledge. Cedric nodded and proceeded to share amusing tales from Hogwarts. As their conversation flowed from history to the recently renowned historical figure, the Elven Prince, opinions varied. He is undoubtedly erudite. I wager he is a humorous elder, Vincent countered, asserting that he must be a beautiful and charming lady. For how else could the prose convey such profound emotion? Have you read the recent Golden Dawn series? She consistently shows sympathy for those suffering from their sins. No, it must be a youthful scholar. Otherwise, how could he stand out? Cedric joined the debate, firmly believing it to be a beautiful lady, even nurturing admiration and affection in his heart. Chapter 47. The Chamber of Ravenclaw. Alas, I am the outstanding student of the month. Aaron could hardly believe the news he learned from Darwin, and upon returning to the dormitory, he boasted to his 2 roommates. Surely not. Is it merely because you triumphed in the wizarding duel against the 3rd years this week? Right deduced part of the answer. In truth, Aaron had secured first place for 3 consecutive weeks in examinations. The reason being that the 6th years were exceedingly busy, leading Darwin and Ella to take the easy route by providing only multiple choice questions. Consequently, Aaron's luck shone brightly, allowing him to achieve high scores for 3 weeks running. Wright envied the fact that next month, Aaron would don the flowing silver serpent-shaped honor medal. Alas, next month is Easter. How unfortunate. He would be unable to show off the medal for 2 weeks. Aaron pondered even further, for the first time longing not to have a holiday. Only the gold medal, awarded for annual honors, could be worn permanently as a symbol of distinction. Jean wondered why the less valuable copper and silver medals were flowing honors, while only the gold medal was eternally held. As the year draws to a close, the individual most likely to be awarded the coveted gold medal is none other than Vice Captain Ella. Why must the bronze and silver medals be fluid? This is due to the increased frequency of weekly and monthly assessments. If one were to hold on to these honors indefinitely, their significance would be greatly diminished. Moreover, each grade is entitled to 1 recipient of these 2 accolades, ensuring that every level is represented. In stark contrast, the gold medal, being the pinnacle of honor, is awarded only once each year. It is evident that the upperclassmen are fervently striving to attain this illustrious recognition, thanks to the motivating influence of the Slytherin team. The Slytherin House Cup scores have surged to the top, overtaking Hufflepuff by a remarkable 30 points over the past 3 months. Amidst the fervent discussions among the young wizards, Charles has received a response from the Weasley twins. "You found a room of requirement," Charles exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at the twins. How could it be that while everyone else was searching, they were the ones to discover it? Since the conclusion of the Christmas holiday, upon returning to school, Charles had entrusted the Weasley brothers along with Cedric to seek out the room of requirement. After nearly 3 months of silence, he had nearly abandoned this lead in favor of pursuing other avenues. Yet here were the Weasley twins, triumphant. You wouldn't believe it. Last night, we were cornered by Filch on the 8th floor, with no staircase leading down, only the path we had come. Fred chuckled, exchanging a knowing glance with George. At that moment, we silently wished for a room where we could hide, repeating our thoughts several times. And guess what? Beneath the tapestry of the giant trolls club beating the silly Rebaston, a door appeared. It emerged suddenly, without warning, allowing us to evade Filch. That location isn't even marked on the Marauder's map. I am convinced it is indeed the room of requirement you mentioned. After exiting, we attempted to enter several more times and finally discovered the method. You need to concentrate on the desired space and walk past that tapestry 3 times, and a remarkably smooth door will materialize against the wall. The brothers' tone was filled with exuberance, clearly relishing their adventure from the previous night. Charles pinched the bridge of his nose. They were true to their original character, effortlessly tapping into the hidden secrets. He had visited the 8th floor numerous times. Who would have imagined such conditions were necessary for its activation? Oh, and I almost forgot to mention that once you enter, the wall resets, rendering the door invisible and refusing entry to anyone else. This implied that the room could only accommodate a single individual at a time. As night fell, Charles cast the disillusionment charm and made his way to the tapestry of the giant trolls club beating the silly Rebaston on the 8th floor, focusing his thoughts on the Ravenclaw's chamber. After pacing 3 times, a door, smooth and flush with the wall, naturally revealed itself. Charles was momentarily blinded by its intricate magical patterns. This was a vast complex of spells, an amalgamation of numerous incantations. Rather than merely a spell, it resembled a magical array or an alchemical creation. Stepping inside, Charles found himself in a study, though the bookshelves were barren, save for an ancient scroll laid upon a desk. Perhaps this is it, he mused within. The room was devoid of dust as Charles cautiously unrolled the scroll, which was intact and of considerable quality, likely crafted from the hide of some magical creature. The scroll contained a rather straightforward narrative, a tale of a self-proclaimed archmage who awakened from slumber, endowed with innate knowledge and omniscience. He introduced the initial civilization to the world, bestowing his magical essence upon the first beings, who came to be known as the gods or the archons. Civilization perpetuated through generations, yet the first archmage vanished. The archons he created enslaved all living things, wielding sorcery to satiate their own desires. At some indeterminate point, one archon began to slay and seal away the others, re-establishing civilization. This archon was referred to as Buddha and Jesus. The record was brief, not dissimilar to the accounts of Pope Gregory, yet it somewhat corroborated his assertions. Charles shook his head, pondering that if this was the entirety of the record, Helena had no reason to summon him to this hidden chamber. She could have simply conveyed the information directly, unless there was more to the secret chamber. With this thought, Charles began to meticulously search the chamber. The bookshelves were ancient yet unblemished, likely constructed from some magical wood. Although devoid of dust, not a single book or even a sheet of paper could be found. Suddenly, Charles's hand grazed a series of inscribed letters beneath the shelf. Retrieving paper and pen from his pocket, he pressed the paper against the etchings and delicately traced the letters. This appeared to be Latin. To his astonishment, it was not modern script, but rather classical Latin. Translated, it read, "The love of sacrifice." What is this? After all this effort, just this hint? Charles shook his head and continued to explore the other shelves, but they too were astonishingly bare. He was left with no choice but to investigate the writing desk. Upon opening the drawer, he found it empty. Just as he felt defeated, a light above captured his attention. The lamp was an antiquated oil lamp, yet it bore no traces of smoke. Its brightness had obscured certain details. On the shade of the lamp, standing atop the desk, he could barely reach it, so he precariously placed a chair on the desk, allowing him to glimpse the inscription on the lampstand. The dream of the archons from death to rebirth, heaven and hell, in an instant. This segment was recognizable to him. Another passage, inscribed in a script he was less familiar with, needed to be copied down to consult Professor Flivy. After tidying the items, Charles exited the chamber, clutching the paper as he returned to his dormitory, eager to consult Professor Flivy the following day. The next afternoon, while enjoying his tea, Professor Flivy was startled by Charles's abrupt arrival, causing him to spill tea on himself. "Charles, what is the matter?" Hearing the professor's displeased tone, Charles could only apologize gently before producing the paper and inquiring, "Professor, what does this mean?" "Ah, intriguing script, Flivy replied." If translated literally, it means after dawn, the Archon's return. However, according to the magical interpretation of this script, it conveys, divide and consume, thus one may become divine. This was the first time Flivy had encountered such a script, noting that the magical translation bore no relation to the literal one. Generally speaking, literal translation bears the effect of a spell, while the translation of magical texts serves as a method of incantation. This particular enchantment, however, does not confine itself to a singular scope. It seems to convey a certain message. The Golden Dawn? The timeline does not align. The Golden Dawn emerged in the 17th century, whereas Ravenloft is rooted in the medieval era. Flivy was taken aback by Charles's words. What connection could there be between the Golden Dawn and Ravenloft? Could it be that the Golden Dawn plagiarized from Ravenloft? Flivy's statement cut to the heart of the matter. Charles suddenly realized he had fallen into a cognitive loop, mistakenly believing that disparate eras held no intersections. What if the establishment of the Golden Dawn was indeed linked to Ravenloft? The Golden Dawn is inextricably tied to the Rosicrucians, implying that Ravenloft is also connected to the Rosicrucians. Germany, it seems a summer trip is unavoidable. Alas, if it were not for other arrangements during Easter, a journey to Germany would not be out of the question. However, my grandmother Freya insisted that I accompany her to France to visit an old friend during Easter. Chapter 48, A Visit. Surely not, grandmother. Why must we bring so many items? Charles trudged along, pulling a small cart stacked higher than himself, feeling somewhat dejected. We're going to meet a friend of mine, as well as a friend of your ancestors. Which ancestors are you referring to, Shafiq, or from my father's side? Well, both, I suppose. That family is quite esteemed in their circles. If it weren't for financial constraints, they would not have relocated to France. Freya raised an eyebrow. Who would have thought that a wizard might one day struggle to survive in the Muggle world due to lack of funds? Thus, given such deep ties, the gifts are rather excessive. Charles could hardly fathom what kind of family would warrant Freya's lavish expenditure. 8 boxes of pastries, a box of jewelry, 4 crates of magical materials, and a pair of potted plants. Heaven knows why such gifts are chosen. Charles, this is a matter of etiquette. I have heard that their current circumstances are rather strained. Since there is a connection, it is only natural to express our regard. Freya, carrying a small box, turned back to chastise Charles for his attitude, then led the way in search of the address. This location is quite decent, not far from the newly constructed Eiffel Tower, offering splendid views. Charles looked up to behold the dark, pristine Eiffel Tower, a structure that had recently been completed and gained fame at the World Expo. Still a fledgling in the global spotlight. Are you familiar with this? You seem to know quite a bit about the Muggle world. When we visit that friend S house, you can converse with her granddaughter. He has a granddaughter? Where exactly is he from? Charles inquired again, intrigued, unable to comprehend why Freya consistently avoided the question. Is it really that important? Freya was puzzled by Charles's persistent inquiries about the country of origin. She paused but remained silent. Oh, come on. Should I be mindful of any particular etiquette? Charles merely felt a touch of vanity, wishing to showcase his knowledge. I truly do not remember which country they are from, but I know they have a close relationship with magic. Compared to modern geographical knowledge, Freya was far more familiar with the magical academies. Charles, momentarily taken aback, blurted out, Little Japan? The Magical Institute in Japan primarily employs local onmyodo as its magical methodology. In modern times, wands are commonly used, although traditional families still prefer talismans. The essence of Japanese onmyodo largely derives from the spiritual cultivation practices of the Kyuj, noble families. The predecessor of the Magical Institute was the Onmyodo Bureau, which underwent reforms around the same time as the Meiji Restoration. Notably, due to its proximity to the realm of absolute communication, international wizards do not pay much attention to the Japanese archipelago. Consequently, the imperial lineage of Japan is aware of the existence of the magical world, with some royal members even serving as onmyoji, or practitioners of magic. After the reforms, the Magical Institute distanced itself from the Muggle world. Yet it remains the most frequently intersecting institution with that world for various geographical and historical reasons. Charles, merely due to linguistic habits, inadvertently spoke out in Chinese. Freya looked at him in confusion, wondering what he was saying. Charles, feeling slightly embarrassed, quickly shifted the topic. So, they're Japanese, which means they must be on Myoji. The Magical Institute allows enrollment at the age of 7, making it the earliest of the 11 magical academies. Upon hearing this, Freya nodded, indicating her understanding. However, she had some knowledge of Onmyoji, acknowledging that their practice of magic differs from theirs. As they walked through the neighborhood, a picturesque, independent residence with a garden came into view, not appearing impoverished at all. Charles smirked inwardly, but to his surprise, an elderly man with gray hair and a medium build was already welcoming them at the door. "Ah, Ashiya," Freya exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the prospect of meeting an old friend, especially considering the longevity of elves. Ashiya smiled warmly and respectfully bowed, saying, "Welcome, Freya. And you, young one." "Charles Shafiq." Charles cheerfully greeted him, yet under his breath, he muttered in Chinese, a small courtesy without great righteousness. Although his voice was not loud, Ashiya caught the remark. And coincidentally, traditional Onmyoji are well-versed in the language of the Kyuj. "Your assessment mirrors that of your great-grandfather, Li Dasheng," Ashiya replied, recalling a visit to Longhu Mountain when Charles's grandfather had expressed a similar sentiment. Rather than being offended, Ashiya reflected on Charles's critique with a sense of nostalgia. This made Charles feel somewhat petty, but due to the nature of absolute communication, Onmyoji could not partake in the war against China. Furthermore, in terms of cultural and magical heritage, Onmyoji resemble a Japanese branch of the Kyuj. However, Charles, who was not fully aware of these nuances, instinctively harbored discomfort towards this unfamiliar culture. "Do you think I was wrong?" Charles retorted, surprising Freya, who had never witnessed him being so confrontational. Yet, she refrained from intervening, simply observing. Ashiya chuckled. "You are not mistaken, which is precisely why I have managed to escape." Upon hearing this, a shared laugh erupted between Charles and Ashiya, dispelling any animosity Charles felt towards the family. Freya smiled, recognizing that Charles was not one to lose control over his emotions. This child possessed a steadiness uncommon among young wizards. "Please do come in. I shall forego the formalities that are typically deemed necessary," said Ashiya, smiling as he ushered Charles and Freya inside. The interior was adorned in a quintessential European style, indicating that this family had indeed embraced local customs. "At present, it is merely my granddaughter and I at home, for my son and daughter-in-law are engaged in teaching duties at Busbarton, attending meetings at this hour." Ashiya guided his guest to the dining table and called upstairs, "Sweetflower, it is time to come down. Our guests have arrived." Charles pushed the cart aside and returned to his seat, while Ashiya chuckled at the gifts, saying, "I must admit, Freya, I did not anticipate you would bring so much. I should have arranged for your visit to London, but I was not in the UK at that time. Otherwise, I would have troubled you with such arrangements." Freya felt her efforts were insufficient. Years ago, alongside Wellington, she had ventured to Japan to assist Vivian in acquiring a magical artifact. Had it not been for Ashiya's help, they might not have survived that ordeal. The debt of gratitude for saving their lives could not be dismissed lightly. "We ought to express our gratitude for your assistance back then. Your tireless efforts to suppress the vengeful spirit of Emperor Kitoku ensured our peace. It was indeed a grave error on Emperor Meiji's part to disturb the spirit and take it to Hakuho Shrine, thus sowing the seeds of calamity." From the depths of his heart, Ashiya was profoundly grateful to Freya and her husband for their intervention in subduing the impending turmoil from Emperor Kitoku. Freya smiled, attributing their success to mere chance, primarily due to the formidable yokai that guarded the ancient jade. As they engaged in light conversation, a flurry of footsteps interrupted their dialogue. A little girl in a white dress dashed down the stairs, her eyes instantly alighting on Charles. "You're even more handsome than Kawaii Takumi," she exclaimed. As a fervent admirer of Kawaii Takumi, the boy's brooding charm undoubtedly captivated the young girl's heart. Charles was taken aback by the seemingly demure girl's exuberance. Chapter 49. The Language of Birch Trees. Sweetflower clung to Charles, bombarding him with questions as if conducting an interrogation. "Brother Charles, what wizarding sports do you enjoy?" Her sweet, lilting voice only deepened Charles' despondency, as her inquiries showed no signs of abating. Meanwhile, the elderly gentleman and the little old lady observed the spectacle with amusement, seemingly pleased by the unfolding scene. "I don't particularly enjoy them. Wizard dueling is acceptable, I suppose," Charles confessed, finding much of the entertainment in the wizarding world lacking in cultural depth. Sweetflower had intended to remark on the violence of such sports, but, upon gazing at his handsome visage, conceded, "I don't much care for wizarding sports either." At that moment, Ashiya chimed in, "Oh, I recall you expressing great fondness for the Canadian Quidditch team. claiming they would undoubtedly win the championship this year. Grandfather, Sweetflower protested, stamping her foot in embarrassment. There's no need to undermine me like that. Quidditch, I recall, the Japanese team has performed admirably, Charles suddenly interjected. The Toyohashi Tengu Quidditch team. Our Quidditch practices are arduous. We must navigate through storms while being mindful of the Muggle Air Force bases nearby. Sweetflower remains quite proud. The Japanese Quidditch League has consistently performed well. Though they have yet to secure a championship, they are certainly among the elite. Allow me to share with you that all wizards under the age of 11 are transported to and from school by gigantic sea swallows. Thus, we cultivate our sense of balance from a young age, which contributes to our exceptional flying abilities. Charles has limited knowledge of magic, possibly due to an unconscious desire to avoid it, yet he is familiar with other schools. Why under 11, you ask? Because those over 11 can reside at school. Our education begins at 7 and continues until 11, making our system unique in the world. Ashia continued to jest. There is little to be done. As the Palace of the Magic Institute is situated at the highest point of our volcanic island, South Leoli Island, and the entire edifice is constructed from mutton fat jade, resembling a pagoda, while the number of rooms within is lamentably scant. Grandfather, Sweetflower felt a twinge of annoyance. Her grandfather usually indulged her, but today he seemed particularly irksome. Ashia laughed heartily, recognizing that his granddaughter, who appeared demure, was indeed quite audacious. Just the other time in London, she had sneaked out and boasted in front of that doll residing in the corridor. How audacious! After all those years studying yin-yang divination, the malevolent aura emanating from that doll was nothing short of apocalyptic. I find Sweetflower to be quite the amusing child. Freya unabashedly expressed her fondness for Sweetflower. Who could resist such a beautifully crafted little girl? Meanwhile, in Hogwarts, Snape was utterly furious. Snape, your student shows such blatant disrespect for potions. The newcomer was a tall, stern-looking wizard, his face flushed and skin rough, with short brown hair that resembled steel needles. Gregory Dunlop, a master of potions and a close friend of Snape, had formed a bond through their shared interest in potions. He picked up a certification from the International Potion Association, prominently featuring Charles' S6 potions alongside groundbreaking comments. Snape took the certificate, glanced at it, and sneered, dismissing it as merely a mischievous child attempting to grasp potions. Gregory's face brightened at this, feeling reassured that his good friend still acknowledged him. However, Snape added, it cannot be denied that this expands and strengthens the existing potion system, meaning that potions can not only aid wizards through consumption and topical application, but can also be crafted into tools to assist them. The term tools was astutely precise. Master Snape, a true connoisseur of potions, instantly recognized Charles's potion system's purpose, to serve as tools for wizards rather than traditional potions. Yet, Gregory was dissatisfied with Snape's demeanor, retorting, if potions are not made into elixirs, then what are they? This contradicts the very essence of potions. The notion of tradition was particularly repugnant to Snape at present. His mother had died in pursuit of traditional potions. Lily had perished in the name of pure blood tradition. Now, others were invoking tradition once again. Despite having nothing left to lose, Snape remained silent, his lips curling in a cold smile, unconvinced by Gregory's words. Severus, have you forgotten the very essence of our potion-making endeavor? We strive to uphold the venerable traditions of potioncraft, inheriting the esteemed systems of ancient masters. Greg, taken aback by Severus's apparent amnesia regarding their initial purpose, recalled that it was Eileen Prince who had once guided him. Severus, with eyes tightly shut, scoffed at the mention of the princes. His so-called pure-blood mother, a mere distant relative of that clan, was hardly a paragon of any noble pursuit in potion-making. Her true intent was not the preservation of tradition, but rather a desperate bid to reclaim her family's former glory through the art of potions. Alas, that family had long since relocated to America, even changing their name. From a young age, Severus endured the torment of his parents' discord, their incessant quarrels echoing in his ears. His mother, obsessed with potioncraft yet devoid of talent, shamelessly presented herself as a master of the craft, oblivious to the fact that much of her so-called expertise stemmed from Severus's own childhood concoctions. It was only during the act of potion-making that he felt his mother's fleeting attention. And then there was Lily, the singular light in his existence. Without her companionship in his formative years, he might not have persevered through the trials of his youth, in his quest for maternal approval and to satiate his latent vanity. Severus succumbed to the allure of pure blood ideology, ultimately aligning himself with Voldemort. He even uttered unspeakable words to Lily, the very person who embodied his hope. Severus, speak your mind. What is your stance? I believe we should jointly petition the International Potion Association to rescind this unjust honor. Greg, increasingly agitated, even attempted to pull Severus into his fervor. However, Severus, with a dismissive flick of his robes, replied coldly, "Such matters do not concern me. I have no interest in the traditions of potioncraft. Furthermore, Greg, awakened to reality, you have not developed a new potion in how many years?" Greg, stung by Severus's words, felt his face flush an even deeper crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. Indignant, he retorted, "Severus, you coward! How dare you say such things?" He stormed out, turning back to shout, "Severus, you coward, foolish coward! I, Greg, vow never to see you again." Severus merely turned towards the shadows, silent and unyielding. His wand, gripped tightly in his right hand, was anything but tranquil, birch with the essence of serpent. Apart from the enigmatic elderberry, birch stands as one of the oldest trees in the forest, symbolizing life and death. In rituals, birch is widely utilized for purification. Historically, the tender branches of birch have served to ward off malevolent spirits, embodying both the sacred and the beautiful. The childhood traumas Severus endured, the bullying during his school years, and the admiration for pure blood ideology fostered by Slytherin coalesced to form a nearly irredeemable Death Eater. It was only after Lily's demise, when the light of his life was extinguished, that he truly recognized the depths of his darkness, wandering between life and death. The betrayal he experienced in the shadows illuminated the path to understanding true light. Just as the birch speaks silently of guardianship, Severus became a tormented soul, redeemed from the clutches of death by love, a twilight devotee. Chapter 50, The Maya Adventure Group. Grandmother, there is no need for such concern. I'm still quite young. Departing from the Ashia residence, Charles finally comprehended why his grandmother held such affection for Sweet Flower and her unwavering lack of assistance towards him. This little old lady, having been informed by Vivian's prophecy that Charles would encounter his true love this year, harbored suspicions whenever she saw a lovely young girl. In her eyes, the precocious Charles would undoubtedly confirm his feelings of love at an early age. Sweet Flower was quite a delightful child, and the old lady seemed particularly pleased with this Japanese girl, especially since the young girl was so fond of Charles that she insisted he stay overnight. After all, she was merely a 9-year-old child. Charles rolled his eyes, convinced he was not so desperate as to grasp at straws. "Now, let us pay a visit to my old friend," he suggested. At that moment, Freya's expression relaxed entirely, as if she regarded the forthcoming meeting with the utmost nonchalance. This was a reaction reserved for those with whom one shares a deep intimacy. "Wasn't that an old friend, just now?" Charles teased, noticing that Freya had maintained her composure until then. Freya cast him a sidelong glance, replying, "That was a benefactor, not an old friend. While we are familiar, it does not compare to the level of intimacy I share with this particular friend. I hope this old friend is not some peculiar character." Sharu continued, "Toyist," prompting Freya to raise her hands in surrender. "You've intimidated me, you mischievous rascal. My old friend is not human. Rather, he is a magical being." This revelation piqued Charles's interest. Indeed, having a wise magical creature as a friend seemed fitting for a lake fairy. "Chiron, you know of him, yes? What? Isn't he the hero's mentor, the wise centaur? That is Greek mythology, mere fabrication of muggles. Chiron is a branch of centaurs, yet they resemble humans more closely, possessing horse legs and tails while walking upright." Freya's straightforward explanation intrigued Charles, suggesting that magical creatures too have their branches and can exhibit different appearances depending on their region and climate. The omnipotent Darwin, he mused. He must be exceptionally intelligent. Then, Charles raised an eyebrow, as Chiron was essentially synonymous with wisdom. Freya chuckled and shook her head. "Mediocre, I assure you. He is not as clever as you might imagine." Charles was bewildered, pondering what she meant by "not as clever as I think." Perhaps sensing his confusion, Freya smiled gently. "Centaurs are born seers and prophets, which is why they often appear immensely wise. However, exceptions exist. Even within a majestic pride of lions, one might find a scurrying rabbit. An English proverb," she implied, suggesting that even the most distinguished groups may harbor their share of fools. Charles nodded, half understanding, pondering whether his grandmother's choice of friendship was indeed as absurd as befriending a centaur lacking prophetic insight. To his surprise, Charles had hit the mark. As a centaur, Chiron's prophetic abilities were nearly unparalleled. Even if he could not become a prophet, he was still an excellent seer. Yet Freya's friend, Zachary Richardson, was a bona fide prophetic simpleton. Freya led Charles to a secluded alley and then vanished in an instant. This scene, however, caught the attention of Chilo, who happened to be passing by the alley. It seemed our gentleman, taking advantage of the holiday, was contemplating another trip to Albania. What was that? He mused, dismissing it as inconsequential and not in violation of the wizarding regulations. At this moment, Chilo was brimming with vigor, his striking golden short hair accentuating his extraordinary temperament. His solid theoretical foundation earned him considerable acclaim within the wizarding community. However, he was not without his detractors. Many looked down upon him for a past incident during an adventure when his cowardice led to the injury of a teammate, a stigma he could not shake off. Thus, seeking Voldemort became his most pressing endeavor to redeem himself. Individuals are often burdened by their reputations. A graduate of Ravenclaw, a theoretical talent, could have pursued self-fulfillment through magical research. Yet, due to a moment of timidity during an adventure, he sought to prove himself by joining Gryffindor. Is this foolishness? Is it bravery? Perhaps his future fate will reveal the answer. A sudden whirlwind enveloped them as Freya and Charles apparat to a picturesque farm. This place is truly beautiful, Charles exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. The scenery was indeed like a painting. The distant valley shed its winter cloak, donning fresh green leaves, while nearby, purple lavender flourished in splendid competition. A quaint French-style cottage harmonized with a vineyard sprawling across several acres, indicating that the homeowner was someone who cherished life. Freya seemed to reminisce about such landscapes, inhaling deeply before leading Charles onward, narrating tales of the homeowner, Zachary Richardson. Zachary was a centaur unversed in prophecy, while I was a lake nymph lacking healing abilities. We met at the legendary gathering of magical creatures, a biennial event where I, marginalized by fairies, and he, sidelined by centaurs, discovered our shared passion, the exploration of magical ruins. Although I lacked healing skills, I possessed proficiency in various languages and commendable combat abilities. Zachary, while not skilled in prophecy, was adept in crafting countless magical traps, excelling in mechanisms within ruins, and exhibiting remarkable courage. Your grandfather, Wellington Shafiq, is a wizard well-versed in history and fluent in many tongues. At this juncture, a hearty laugh resonated, warm in tone. Back then, we explored various magical ruins together and even investigated the origins of vampires. Upon hearing this, Charles's eyes widened with excitement, and he eagerly tugged at Freya, exclaiming, "The Maya expedition team. 18 years ago, they uncovered a treasure of magical ruins that revealed the secrets of vampire origins. They had obtained critical evidence regarding the birth of vampires, an ancient mural depicting a wizard's dark magical ritual to transform into a blood demon, wherein a wizard bitten by a blood demon, whose lifespan lasted only half an hour, would become an immortal vampire. Prior to this revelation, theories abounded. Some believed vampires were witches punished for betrayal. Others claimed they were the dark followers of Cain, banished by God, while some even cited the bloodline of Egyptian queens. Countless narratives existed, each more fantastical than the last. The mural documented an ancient wizard's dark magic ritual, illustrating the transformation into a vampire. Charles turned to see a newcomer, a man with a dense beard, tall stature, and dark golden hair styled in messy braids. He appeared to be in his 40s, and though dressed in practical farming attire, his beaming smile belied any notion of exclusion. Such a person hardly seemed marginalized. "Furia, it has been 4 years since we last met," exclaimed Zachary, as the two embraced warmly, their cheeks touching, eyes brimming with longing. "Huh, you've become quite the matron now. It seems Wellington has succeeded." As a close friend of both Wellington and Furia, Zachary was well acquainted with Shafiq's past. During their quest for magical relics, there was no lack of desire to seek solutions. Indeed, success has graced us, aside from the old stubborn ones. Over 40 family members have ventured to the east. By the way, look at my granddaughter. She's absolutely stunning. More beautiful than the elven prince we encountered years ago. Furia proudly drew Charles closer. Charles sighed inwardly, always preferring to be compared to faces. Such a lovely little sorceress. "Furia, how did you come to have such a beautiful granddaughter? You and Wellington are hardly conventionally attractive. One beautiful daughter is one thing, but this granddaughter surpasses even a prince. The elven princes, blessed by the moon, are renowned for their exquisite beauty, yet even they pale in comparison to Charles. Her beauty, a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western allure, radiated an innate charm and vitality. Do elves truly revel in comparisons of beauty?" Charles mused, eliciting hearty laughter from Zachary and Furia. Chapter 51, Odin. Zachary guided Charles through his basement, revealing several remarkable treasures. One was the iron ring of the Lionheart King, entirely gray-black and devoid of embellishments, with the words Lionheart inscribed within, signifying Charles the first title. This ring was exceptional in its abundant magical properties. It functioned as a reservoir of magic, constantly absorbing the subtle magic permeating the surroundings, capable of storing enough power for 3 spells. It was indeed an impressive piece of magical equipment. The second treasure was the fabled Mirror of Deception, which sealed the legendary wizard Michael Scott. This extraordinary sorcerer roamed the world in the 12th century, masquerading as a wandering scholar and priest, fluent in various languages and ancient scripts. It was rumored he aided Fibonacci in creating his remarkable sequence. Dante recorded his entrapment within the Mirror of Deception in hell, were it not for the mirror's reverse. Adorned with imagery of hell and inscribed in Latin with the phrase deception is a self-imposed prison. Charles might not have recognized it. It was truly astonishing that at merely 12 years of age, he possessed such a wealth of historical knowledge, as if he were intimately familiar with these artifacts. Zachary was utterly astounded, even questioning if Charles might be a child of a centaur, for how else could he possess such knowledge? Furia offered an explanation, and upon hearing it, Zachary was even more taken aback. In less than a year, he has grown into a historian. I cannot fathom how he accomplished this. What? The recently renowned elven prince in the academic world is none other than him. No wonder. He has an innate sense for history, truly deserving of being Wellington's grandson. Nay, Wellington himself pales in comparison. Zachary had not anticipated that this little sorceress, so knowledgeable about his collection, was indeed the very elven prince he had long sought after. Freya, perhaps he could take over for us. Zachary suddenly had a thought, his face flushed with excitement and joy. Our Maya Adventure Group has been dormant for quite some time, but perhaps when Charles comes of age, we can revive the Maya Adventure Group. Wellington needs time to find a way to break the curse, while Freya has been requisitioned by Vivian for tasks. And Zachary can only come here to embrace life and soothe his restless heart. Previously, Wellington discovered a relic related to Odin in Finnmark County, Norway, and we can take Charles there this summer. Freya was equally thrilled. She had this notion in mind for her visit. Otherwise, there would be no need to bring Charles along merely to see an old friend. Oh my heavens! This is undoubtedly the best news I have heard in the past 15 years. At that moment, Zachary's animated expression and actions made Charles realize that he truly was a centaur. Zachary was leaping back and forth, his drooping tail swinging excitedly, the sound of his hooves echoing in the basement. Ha ha, Zachary, you are just the same, so exuberant when excited. Freya, seeing her old friend as always, found it hard to articulate her joy, as if time had not taken anything from them. Ha ha, indeed, this is wonderful. Only Charles looked bewildered, wondering how he was the only one left in the dark. It didn't seem right that his grandmother was the last to inform him. Freya approached with a smile, ruffling Charles's hair, and said, Dumbledore told me you were searching for information on the progenitors, so I asked your grandfather, who informed me that he had previously discovered relics related to Odin in Norway. I thought, this Nordic god king must surely be the progenitor you speak of. According to legend, this god king sacrificed his own eye to the guardian of the sacred spring to gain more wisdom, then hung upside down from the world tree for 7 days and nights, receiving the fabled runes. The truth of the myth remains uncertain, but this progenitor must be connected to the runes. After all, these runes are the most noble and mysterious script in the realm of magic, and it is said that to conquer the runes is to become a legend. Charles swallowed hard, astonished to have obtained relevant clues so effortlessly. He had initially aimed to investigate the relationship between the Rosicrucians and Ravenloft, but instead received another piece of good news. By the way, Charles, this ring is for you. I hope you too may possess the courage of Richard the Lionheart. Once calmed, Zachary solemnly presented the ring to Charles, his eyes reflecting the joy of passing on a legacy, as this ring that once aided him would find a new owner. I cannot accept this. You jest. Such a valuable wizard artifact from your collection should not be given away so easily. It is a grand favor. Zachary replied earnestly, Charles, this is the legacy of courage. Once marginalized, I found my way out of loneliness through your grandfather and grandmother. This courage was bestowed upon me by Shafiq, and now I must pass it on to you, for you too shall encounter those who will give you courage. The words left Charles with no choice but to solemnly accept the ring, which he placed upon the ring finger of his right hand. To his surprise, the ring automatically resized, fitting perfectly. The ring finger, closest to the heart, symbolizes that courage emanates from within. Moreover, the right hand is typically employed for casting spells. Ha! Charles, you're wearing it on your ring finger. I remember now that even wizards have adopted Muggle customs. The right hand's ring finger signifies romance. Zachary laughed heartily. Freya smiled silently, contemplating whether Charles was merely being coy while secretly interested in the young lady from the Luya family. What nonsense! We wizards don't indulge in such matters. Although it is customary to wear rings, donning one on the right hand does not imply romantic intentions. In truth, Zachary had initially intended to present the mirror of deception to Charles, but he himself had yet to ascertain its true purpose. He had attempted numerous methods, yet the mirror remained unresponsive. With a sigh, he noted, "That is Michael Scott, the wizard renowned as the magician. Never mind. The mirror seems to possess a life of its own and gives me an unsettling feeling." Charles dared not fully open his magical eye. Previously, when he gazed into the mirror, it felt as if the mirror was observing him in return. This sensation was entirely new to him. The trio ascended the stairs, departing the underground vault, unaware that the seemingly inert mirror had begun to ripple, an ancient voice emerging. Odin. In the cottage, Zachary was poised to pick up the Daily Prophet that had just arrived, intending for Charles to sign the historical figures page, but was captivated by the day's headline. Hogwarts Young Wizard awarded International Potion Association certification, receives second-class Merlin medal. The image accompanying the article unmistakably depicted Charles Shafiq. "Oh, Charles, you've won an award." Before Charles could react, Freya snatched the newspaper, quickly scanning it before turning in disbelief towards her grandson. "Young Charles, you have pioneered a new potion system, Potion Tool Studies. The Order of Merlin is honoring your groundbreaking work with a second-class Merlin medal. At the age of 12, you stand as the founder of a potion system. Throughout history, aside from legendary wizards, none have achieved such a feat." The wizarding community now showered Charles with praise, believing that perhaps a new pillar could uphold the future of the wizarding world. "What? No way, why was I not informed of this?" Charles exclaimed in astonishment. "Is this how it works now? Awarding prizes without the recipient's consent?" Meanwhile, across the coast in England, at Charles's residence, a plump figure stood over a beleaguered owl, delivering a message, the creature appearing to have struggled for quite some time. "Look at you, flying about recklessly in my home. Just wait until I deal with you." Chapter 52. The Evil Third Generation Dark Lord. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Barrow hurled the newspaper far away, not believing a single word of the news. It must be a prank orchestrated by those two little imps from the Weasley family. At that moment, Barrow's uncle, Titus Caro, approached in a bright red nightgown, frowning and expressing his dissatisfaction. "Barrow, how could you waste your time so frivolously during the holidays? Making such a racket, what a disgrace." After speaking, he pulled out a chair, ready to partake in the breakfast prepared by Barlow along with a cup of tea, yet he could not find the newspaper. His fury erupted. "You little brat, where's my newspaper? Who dares to touch my belongings, consume my food, drink my tea, and use my things?" Barlow, initially taken aback and incredulous, quickly subdued his expression, bowing his head to retrieve the newspaper from the corner and silently handed it to Titus. Too intimidated to utter a word. To Titus, Barlow was merely a burden, an impediment to his monopolization of the remaining wealth of the Carlow family. As the younger son, he was never in line to inherit the Carlow fortune, as his father lavished affection upon his elder brother. But what did it matter? His brother, Barlow's father, was nothing more than a plaything for the Dark Lord, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of the rebels. Honor was merely a facade, a manifestation of vanity. Indeed, despite his snobbishness, he was a Death Eater, a mere opportunist swaying with the winds. The fact that he was a Death Eater was known to very few, which speaks volumes about his cowardice. Titus would strike Barlow with the utmost severity, employing the most unforgiving of curses, the Cruciatus Curse. Though his lack of magical talent rendered it ineffective, merely inflicting physical pain without touching the soul. Titus leisurely picked up the newspaper, furrowing his brow at the day's headline. "A young wizard earns the second-class Merlin medal? Goodness, which little rascal has pilfered their ancestors' secrets?" Viewing the article with skepticism and scrutiny, Titus burst into laughter. The Order of Merlin is regressing. Such ineffectual potions have somehow established a system. Greg Dunlop, the great potion master, was indeed correct. It's mere child-ass play that has led the Potion Association astray, losing both tradition and dignity. Barlow, however, held a different perspective. Although his seniority was questionable, it did not imply a lack of insight. For some potion wizards, their lack of combat prowess necessitated the search for unique potion ingredients. The emergence of a new potion system addressed their deficiencies in battle. Moreover, for ordinary wizards, the arrival of potion tools significantly simplified their lives. Most importantly, the advent of these tools offered a distinctly new perspective on what potions truly represented. If not for Charles' potion system still being in its infancy, he would have rightfully earned the first-class Merlin medal, a recognition reserved for those who alter history. This was the fundamental reason for Barlow's disbelief. How could a mere 11 or 12-year-old wizard rival legends at such a tender age? Even the Dark Lord Voldemort could not ascend to legendary status, merely being a historical figure at best. Legendary wizards are characterized by their ability to rewrite history. Throughout the ages, figures such as Merlin, Michael Scott, and Paracelsus are truly considered legendary wizards, not only for their extraordinary wizarding experiences, but also for the miracles that reshaped the wizarding world. And he, Barlow's rival, was a wizard destined for legend, as long as he did not falter or lose his way. Calming down, Barlow felt as though his head might explode. Having idolized the strong since childhood, he held his father and Voldemort as the paragons he wished would come to his rescue. Yet, what did reality present? In Slytherin, no masterful figures had emerged for nearly 3 decades, which starkly contradicted the notion of pure blood superiority. If pure blood merely served as a means to consolidate one's status, then did true strength even exist? This realization struck Barlow as a collapse of faith. "Barlow, you little rascal, didn't you hear me calling?" Titus glared, exasperated, as he noticed the boy standing there, motionless and oblivious. "I am speaking to you. The newspapers claim that a young wizard named Charles Shafiq is a student from Slytherin. I've heard you are the head of Slytherin. Is this true or false?" Barlow snapped back to attention, stammering, "I don't know him. It must be false." Shafiq hailed from a long-established pure-blood family. Yes, it had to be false. It must be a family secret. Barlow couldn't help but think that it was indeed the case. Otherwise, how could a mere young wizard achieve such feats? Surely, it was just another age-old tactic employed by pure-blood families to elevate their children's names. Pure-blood families? Was he referring to the Shafiq who, despite not attending, had not been disqualified? What a commotion. Titus could not resist flaunting his knowledge, adding with sarcasm, "Ever since Cantankerous not published the pure-blood registry, our pure-blood families have formed the pure-blood council. Aside from that chaotic Weasley and the inexplicable Shafiq who did not attend, who among us has not contributed to the cause of pure blood?" Barlow remained silent. What could he say? No one understood the enigma and terror of Charles more than he did. That young wizard seemed like a figure shrouded in shadows, utterly inscrutable in his true thoughts and intentions. A week later, with 4 days remaining until the end of the Easter holiday, Freya set off on the return journey with Charles. "I read in the newspaper that this year's Merlin Medal will be awarded in America, with the ceremony scheduled for the first Sunday of December. Perhaps your mother and others could attend." Freya radiated joy from within, for the Merlin Medal represented the pinnacle of honor in the wizarding world. "Grandmother, don't you find it noisy?" On their return trip, from the French Ministry of Magic to the British Ministry, staff members clamored for photos with Charles, and a blonde beauty from France nearly suffocated him with her enthusiasm. Upon arriving back at the cottage, they were astonished by the scene before them. The chubby creature was pursuing 3 reporters, incessantly pecking at them with its beak. The 3 wizards were utterly defenseless. After all, magic failed to work, and physical means were futile against a bird that could teleport. "Well done, Chubby 1. Charles chuckled, unaware that Rita Skeeter, perched on a nearby tree, had captured the moment perfectly. The witch was filled with delight. The torment she had endured from this pesky bird had not been in vain, for a splendid article was about to emerge. The rise of the malevolent young wizard. Could he be the 3rd Dark Lord? Paired with the recently captured image, the wicked grin was simply perfect, absolutely brilliant, ha. For days prior, on the day after Charles's rise to fame, a beetle had stealthily flown in. The unsightly beetle, Rita Skit, an illegal animagus, was poised to clandestinely capture some of Charles' secrets. However, she soon found herself in the sights of a plump creature known as the Fat Blob, which fixated intently on the erratically flying Rita. Startled, Rita pondered, which magical pet isn't confined to a cage? Thus ensued a frantic chase between the bird and the beetle, with the Fat Blob teleporting effortlessly, nearly pecking Rita into submission. Exhausted from the pursuit, Rita reverted to her original form, causing the Fat Blob to halt, tilting its head in curiosity and emitting a few curious cries. What a peculiar thing. It can transform into a human. In her fury, Rita attempted to retaliate with a devastating attack, yet the Fat Blob deftly evaded her assault, resulting in the destruction of a nearby closet. Realizing her miscalculation, Rita hastily fled, leaving the pondering Fat Blob behind. Subsequently, reporters arrived to capture the scene, while the Fat Blob valiantly defended its territory. Chapter 53. A Journey in the Gloomy Night. Where am I? Upon awakening, Charles discovered himself in a desolate wilderness, sparse shrubs resembling monstrous figures scattered about. What transpired last night? He vaguely recalled dining with Freya before retiring early. How did he awaken in this place? Pinching himself with force elicited a sharp pain. Observing his surroundings with resignation, he rubbed his reddened skin. Remaining stationary here would be tantamount to courting disaster. Drawing his wand, Charles steeled his resolve and chose a direction to advance. Before long, a colossal mirror materialized before him, revealing an elderly man in slumber. Clad in medieval clerical garb, the man's hair was as white as snow, obscuring his face, though his expression seemed tranquil. Who is this? Charles furrowed his brow, questioning the presence of this figure in such an unexpected location. Yet an instinctual awareness suggested that his arrival here was intricately linked to this individual. Wait a moment, the person in the mirror. Michael Scott, Charles exclaimed in astonishment. His words acted like a switch, as a sudden mist enveloped everything within his field of vision. It was utterly impenetrable. Michael Scott, why have you drawn me into this place? Charles lunged forward, attempting to collide with the mirror, only to find himself crashing into emptiness, tumbling awkwardly due to inertia. Damn, this old man operates outside of reason. I must remain calm. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Charles raised his wand and declared, Lumos. In an instant, a brilliant light emanated from the tip of his wand, illuminating the surroundings. Yet, the dense mist remained, impenetrable to even the brightest light, rendering everything before him invisible. Michael Scott, if you possess any skill, let us face each other directly. The oppressive fog instilled a sense of dread within Charles. Prolonged exposure to such obscurity could unravel even the most steadfast spirit. Damn coward, Charles taunted, masking his own trepidation within the shroud of mist. After wandering for a while, he found nothing. The mirror that had been just ahead had vanished without a trace. As Charles found himself in a predicament, the mist suddenly began to swirl, striking his face with an overwhelming force. He instinctively closed his eyes and shielded his face with his hands, crouching down in a tight ball. The once silent mist now resonated with voices echoing the name, Ding. Odin, Odin. The sounds grew closer, culminating in a fierce roar seemingly emanating from beside him. Startled, Charles opened his eyes and raised his wand, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. Yet, as the mist cleared, he beheld only a parched spring, a tree grotesquely devoid of branches and leaves, and a figure suspended upside down from its boughs. In disbelief, Charles cursed, Michael Scott. You shameless old fool. How dare you hang me up there? The figure dangling from the tree was none other than Charles himself, with one eye gouged out, a grotesque reflection of his own age and height. Odin, the harbinger of supreme wisdom, hung from the world tree, much like Niven. Charles swiftly regained his composure, contemplating a means to escape. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest, causing him to topple over. Blood streamed from the inverted Charles's orifices, only to reverse course, crawling back towards his feet. Just before losing consciousness, Charles seemed to witness the inverted version of himself descending. Gasping for breath, Charles awoke, hands spread wide, unharmed, and surveyed his surroundings, his own room. Was this merely a dream? He pressed his hand against his chest, unwilling to endure that pain again. Outside, the dawnlight barely pierced through the fog that enveloped London. Ah, how delightful it is to be alive, Charles mused, reflecting on his near brush with death. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Dumbledore read a letter from Grindelwald, sighing deeply as he acknowledged the passage of time. The correspondence concerning Charles foretold of a great spirit returning because of him, a figure shrouded in ambiguity, yet undeniably noble. It rode an 8-legged steed, wielding a wooden spear as it traversed the unending mist. Odin indeed. Dumbledore was no fool. Sleipnir, the 8-legged horse, and Gungnir, the eternal spear, were unmistakable symbols. Prophecies, at times, do not manifest directly. Odin represented the inevitable twilight of the gods, a harbinger of unavoidable defeat. Emerging from a mist signified an unknown conflict brewing. Grindelwald suggested that Charles would be the catalyst for the world's unraveling, thereby summoning Odin's return. But who then was Odin? I am indeed growing old, Dumbledore reflected. While Dumbledore did not dismiss Grindelwald's prophecy, he recognized that interpreting prophecies was an art in itself. Many predictions are only understood in hindsight. By noon, Charles found himself in a dire situation, besieged by journalists eager to conduct an exclusive interview. However, he had no desire to engage with their foolish inquiries, particularly the question of which individual might ascend to the position of Minister of Magic, a question likely posed on behalf of a candidate for the British Ministry of Magic. What more could Hogwarts possibly impart to you? Clearly, this is a question posed by a befuddled individual. Do you have a favorite little witch? Or perhaps a young wizard would suffice. A quintessentially absurd inquiry from the British press. The journalists present did not inquire about the innovative potion systems nor express curiosity regarding future potions. Grandmother, why are these individuals able to approach us when we possess the unwavering loyalty charm? Charles indignantly remarked that these reporters were as bothersome as flies. It is likely that something has gone awry, especially since our confidential informant has mysteriously vanished. Suddenly, Freya realized something and worriedly remarked, could it be that band of desperados led by Shafiq? Missing? Kieran Hansen is a somewhat renowned adventurer. He is likely trapped in some ruins. I had inquired about him with Baldur over 4 months ago, and he mentioned that Hansen had not been seen for quite some time, purportedly having traveled to Finland. Freya began to fret over the possibility that Hansen had met with misfortune. Otherwise, how could the unwavering loyalty charm have failed? What if we relocated to the Muggle residence? If we were to go there, you would be unable to utilize magic at home during the holiday period. Furrowing her brow, Freya noted that their current abode housed many residents from the wizarding world, and when Charles used magic, the traces would be disrupted, attributed to the surrounding adults wielding spells. It's fine, I can brew potions, I just can't use my wand, and school will be starting soon anyway. Charles, feeling rather fatigued, lamented that he had not slept well the previous night, having been awakened abruptly. Then, he was besieged by a horde of inept reporters, leaving him utterly drained. One absurd situation. Chapter 54. Confrontation with the Professor. Part 1. Charles, you've arrived. In the office of the Ravenclaw headmaster, Flitwick was engaged in conversation with Hunter, who expressed his recent struggles with sleep. Upon Charles's entrance, Flitwick, with keen eyes, welcomed him warmly. Professor, there's no need for such formality, Charles replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed, noting that the headmaster was far more amiable towards him than his very own bat. No, Charles, I wish to congratulate you, and also to apologize. Flitwick's words left Charles perplexed. After all, he had been troubling the professor weekly for dueling lessons, and had even shared the professor's dueling knowledge with the Slytherin students for testing. Why the sudden formality? You don't remember? Truly, the lion forgets the chirping of the sparrow. Flitwick, whose not so youthful visage was alight with joy, continued merrily, 3 months ago, you proposed a rather unconventional idea to me. You inquired whether potions could be utilized in wizard duels. I immediately dismissed it as a form of cheating. Then you suggested an external potion that could induce some interference for the opponent. At the time, I thought you were merely boasting, as I had never encountered such a potion. Thus, I bluntly remarked that you ought not to entertain such dubious notions, for not all duels can be fought without scruples. However, allow me to pay homage and express my regrets to the master who has pioneered the potion and magical apparatus system. Perhaps you truly can revolutionize wizard dueling. Frivy was anything but conventional. Upon learning about the magical implements, his immediate thought was of the new dueling system that Charles had once mentioned. By utilizing these implements alongside wands, the variability of wizard duels could be enhanced, in other words, enriching the arsenal available for wizards in combat. As an ardent enthusiast of wizard dueling, having been champion for 3 consecutive tournaments, he yearned for the duels to be more engaging and challenging. Charles, taken aback for a moment, nodded vacantly. The details of the matter eluded his memory. Observing Charles's discomfort, Hunter suggested, friends, why not engage in a fair wizard duel? Frivy felt as though Hunter had voiced his innermost thoughts and nodded vigorously in agreement, then turned to Charles, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Who could possibly deny the hopes of a charming old gentleman? Very well, but I must prepare first, Charles sighed in resignation, supporting his forehead under Frivy's gleaming gaze. Hunter chuckled, resembling a clucking hen, entirely unbothered by the weariness of sleeplessness. It's 2 in the afternoon. Let us meet by the Black Lake near the Forbidden Forest at 3. Upon hearing Hunter's words, Charles recalled that location was indeed the garden tended by Hagrid and the house elves of Hogwarts. Returning to his dormitory, Charles was startled to find a witch wandering in his room. Who are you? His sudden query startled the witch, who had been searching for something. She turned around in alarm. Standing at nearly 175 centimeters, Charles had to look up to see her face clearly. Her complexion was as pale as snow. Her cheeks round like a plump egg, exuding a certain charm akin to a duckling in early spring. Yet, the only blemish on her allure lay in the frantic glint of her eyes, imbued with a hint of malice, indifference, and hostility. Charles furrowed his brow, wondering if she was perhaps a sister from another house. Who are you? The witch took a step back, fixing her gaze on Charles, and then suddenly realized. I am Selena from Ravenclaw. I must have accidentally wandered in. Charles raised an eyebrow, wholly skeptical. His dormitory was quite a distance from the common room. How could one mistakenly end up here? However, he was disinclined to dwell on it and coolly replied, then I kindly asked this older student to leave quickly. The temper of a Slytherin wizard is not to be trifled with. The witch seemed taken aback that Charles did not pursue the matter further and, with a taut expression, exited the room. Only after she had distanced herself did a smirk of mockery emerge at the corners of her mouth. Charles noted that his dormitory had not been disturbed and remained oblivious to the witch's true intentions. Perhaps he would subtly inquire with his roommates later that night. Approaching his bedside, he pulled out a small trunk from beneath his bed and began packing some potion vials. Ah, how fortunate that my grandmother crafted 2 potion pouches. Each of the 2 white bags bore the emblem of the Quidditch team and could hold 20 vials of potions. He slung one on each side, testing their accessibility to quickly retrieve potions, and nodded in satisfaction. Charles departed from his dormitory, heading towards the garden, unaware that the witch was closely trailing him. Having taken a sip of a potion, the Hogwarts garden was vast, spanning over 30 acres, filled with a plethora of vegetables, primarily those commonly consumed in England. Similar to the sweet beetroot, there are kale, parsnips, arugula, fennel bulbs, pumpkins, broccoli, potatoes, spinach, and romanesco. This vegetable patch is typically tended by house elves, and occasionally, Hagrid comes to plant some vegetables and gather provisions from magical creatures. At this moment, the house elves are busily collecting fresh ingredients for dinner. Charles, over here. Hunter waved, and Charles noticed 2 figures a few dozen meters away from the vegetable patch. Professor, I have arrived, Flivvy exclaimed joyfully, and Hunter nodded in acknowledgement. Let's commence. I shall serve as the judge, Hunter declared with enthusiasm, producing his wand and standing between the 2, signaling them to step back. With a surge of magic, Hunter waved his wand, and a beam of white light shot forth, tracing a circle with a 5-meter radius around him on the grass. Those who exit the circle are defeated. Those who are knocked down are defeated. The use of internationally prohibited spells is forbidden. Flivvy and Charles nodded in agreement. Excellent, Hunter said with satisfaction. May the duelists salute each other. The match begins. He swiftly teleported out of the circle, wand at the ready to prevent any unnecessary harm during their fierce contest. Flivvy bowed elegantly, while Charles performed a rather stiff salute. Quickly bind him. Flivvy initiated with a binding spell, while Charles simultaneously cast a protective charm and darted to the side. Tarantaligra. Flivvy advanced towards Charles, casting spells in rapid succession. Charles, caught off guard by the relentless barrage, found himself struggling to evade the onslaught. Flock of birds. Flivvy directed his wand at Charles, and a swarm of birds erupted from the wand, chirping as they charged towards him. You've fallen for my ruse. Charles, initially reluctant to reveal his full strength, decided to cast a protective and acceleration spell as a means of evasion, despite his clumsiness. With his free hand, Charles hurled 2 potions. One potion shattered upon impact, creating a thick fog that disoriented the flock of birds, causing them to chirp chaotically within the mist. The other potion froze some of the birds, but they quickly shattered, losing their magical support and dissipating into nothingness. This must be the fog potion and frost potion mentioned in the newspaper. Sensing something amiss, Flivvy quickly retreated to create distance from Charles. Meanwhile, Charles plunged into the fog, activating his magical eye to perceive the magically charged Flivvy. Got you. Chapter 55. The Duel with the Professor, Part 2. Got you. Charles waved his wand, casting a transfiguration spell. The handful of grass in his grip transformed into a beetle, which he commanded to dart out of the fog towards Flivvy. I see through your intentions. Flivvy had already discerned Charles' plan, and unsurprisingly, one of the beetles contained a potion. However, Flivvy had not anticipated that Charles could see through the thick mist, which obscured vision entirely, making it nearly impossible to discern anything within. Fiery blaze. Flivvy swung his wand, conjuring a brilliant fire that morphed into a soaring eagle, engulfing the swarm of beetles in flames. The vial of potion was unexpectedly struck, resulting in an explosion midair. It was mist. Now, the fog enveloped 2/3 of the arena. A fierce wind howled. In an instant, Flivvy devised a countermeasure, channeling magic through his wand to conjure a powerful gale that dispersed the fog. The dense mist dissipated neither hastily nor slowly, but it afforded Charles ample time to strategize. A swarm of birds. Charles unleashed a flock of birds as a diversion. Once again, this tactic, Flivvy swiftly teleported to evade the approaching birds. Indeed, the flock exploded, and 2 vials of potion detonated amidst them. One landed on the ground, creating a swamp 1 meter wide, its depth unknown, while the other simply produced more mist. Behold my fog strategy. Charles dove into the mist, tossing another cloud of fog at his feet as he entered. Flivvy raised an eyebrow. This maneuver merely intensified the wind. Just as Flivvy prepared to act, A multitude of spiders suddenly erupted from Charles's previous position. These spiders, the size of fists, lunged frantically at Flivvy. He had no choice but to incinerate the oncoming spiders with flames. At that moment, Charles launched a fireball composed of blazing flames straight from the mist toward Flivvy. Armored protection. Flivvy calmly cast an armor spell, deflecting the incantation. As the two engaged in their duel, the witch closely trailing Charles gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. This was merely a novice wizard, yet he was holding his own against the dual champion. Had she been in his place, perhaps the swarm of beetles would have ensnared her. Damn it, how could this be possible? The witch ground her teeth in frustration, lying in the vegetable patch, while the domestic pixies dared not come near her, skirting around the area. Flivvy smiled gently. This was the end. The whirlwind swept clean. Although the wind was not as potent as the powerful gale spell, it effectively cleared the mist, and Charles was gone. Disappeared without a trace. Flivvy stared ahead in disbelief, while Hunter wore a bewildered expression. The witch, initially stunned, then erupted in joy. This lad was surely doomed. At that moment, two unnoticed ants beside Flivvy suddenly exploded, creating two 1-meter-wide swamps. Flivvy, who should have fallen into them, astonishingly floated above. Levi Corpus. Hunter marveled, noting the incredible reflexes. Flivvy had cast the levitation spell, allowing him to hover momentarily. This required precise control over magic and a deep understanding of a levitation charm. Truly, a spell professor. I've got you. Flivvy anticipated Charles's location, but Charles was swifter. A figure suddenly leaped from the swamp amidst the mist, aiming a disarmament spell at Flivvy. But Flivvy was indeed Flivvy. Even caught off guard by Charles, the armor spell he had cast on himself rebounded the disarmament charm. Swiftly ensnare. Flivvy's spell struck the mud-covered Charles, yet it proved ineffective. The armor spell. Charles had already enveloped himself in the protective charm. At that moment, a smile crept across Charles's lips, the scales of victory tipping in his favor without surprise. From the swamp, two more ants revealed themselves before exploding. The frost of winter congealed, rendering even the floating figures immobilized. Except for your weapon. In an instant, Char invoked a spell. A fiery shield enveloped him. Finally, Flivvy utilized a powerful incantation, summoning a wall of flames that encircled him, repelling the spell and dispelling the frost. Char was somewhat taken aback, yet he chose to evade the Tarantella dance unleashed by Flivvy behind the firewall. Hunter watched with great delight, astonished that such a young wizard could employ potions with such cunning strategy. Any ordinary wizard would have been defeated long ago. Only a dual champion, seasoned in combat and possessing extraordinary strength, could probe the depths of potion usage. Meanwhile, the witch in the vegetable patch had long been cursing Char as a shameless scoundrel. Suddenly, a scheme formed in her mind, her gaze towards Char brimming with vengeful satisfaction. Professor, my magic is nearly depleted. In 1 minute, we shall determine the victor. Char shouted quietly, then hurled 6 vials of mist, enveloping the arena and its surroundings in a shroud of fog. Futile. Cyclone, clear away. Flivvy unleashed a surge of magical energy, dispersing the mist in mere 3 seconds. Yet, that brief moment was sufficient for Char to execute his plan. A swarm of spiders surged from all directions toward Flivvy, who was compelled to cast the fire shield again, incinerating the spiders while thwarting Char's ambush. Here, the spiders suddenly exploded, engulfing the fire shield in a larger blaze. Oil potion. Now is the moment. After casting the iron armor spell upon himself, Char charged toward Flivvy with several vials of potions in hand. Let us perish together. Char no longer contemplated victory. He had exhausted his magic, while Flivvy had likely barely utilized half of his. At this juncture, the advantage had shifted, and the fog strategy offered limited disruption. Char, you have no chance. Flivvy chuckled, for he had long set a trap. Char suddenly found himself ensnared in a quagmire, and at that moment, a spell flashed in his mind, the Transfiguration spell. Unbeknownst to him, Flivvy had laid a mud trap fashioned from the Transfiguration spell nearby, derived from Char's own studies in swamp potion making. Char raised his hand in surrender, only to be pulled out by Hunter. Ha ha ha, you are but a small mudman. Yet Flivvy did not mock him. Rather, he was exhilarated and undeterred by Char's muddy hands, grasping Char's hand and exclaiming, "Marvelous! Marvelous! If only there were more varieties of potions. The duel would be even richer in content. Char, you're a genius." Flivvy's heartfelt excitement was genuine and infectious, even affecting Hunter, who subdued his smile and adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "Char, you have even transformed the very framework of wizard dueling. In the future, those wizards not suited for combat may also protect themselves through potions." Flivi contemplated further. Char's groundbreaking actions, aside from invigorating the potion system, would have far-reaching implications. Should the system be robust, perhaps the Merlin-level medal would be awarded to Char for his epic-making innovation. Suddenly, Flivi had an idea, and the little old man laughed heartily. I have decided to write to the Wizard Duel Event Committee to devise a new set of regulations governing potions. I've already lost. Char rolled his eyes. Flivi expressed with a hint of regret. However, if faced with a freshly graduated wizard, perhaps you would have triumphed. The potions not only allow for swift casting, but also can be unleashed without the need for magical power, significantly bridging the gap in magical prowess. Charles, you are indeed a prodigy. Encouraged Flivi, he recognized that Charles's defeat was merely due to his youth. Had Charles possessed more magical energy, the outcome might have been different. Flivi would have faced loss. Thus, Flivi's victory stemmed from age and experience. Chapter 56, Hypocrisy and Fury. Following the duel among the Hogwarts Vegetable Garden wizards, Charles, accompanied by the two professors, pondered over the battle while making their way back. Once the trio had distanced themselves, a shadowy which emerged from the garden, her countenance darkened. Inspired by the insights and suggestions from the professors, Charles conceived several tactical enhancements. As he confidently stepped into the Slytherin common room, he was enveloped by the assembled Slytherin wizards. The seventh-year Mert bust, adorned with a broad smile, greeted Charles, exclaiming, "Look who has returned. It is the new master of potions." Charles, the young wizards, as if prompted by an unseen signal, erupted in unison, chanting, "Charles, Charles." In that moment, it felt as though a new king had ascended the throne. Charles raised an eyebrow, his expression betraying no particular emotion. The true helmsman of Slytherin, the esteemed scion of the Mert bust family, had unexpectedly chosen to curry favor. Rewind to the previous night. Within the Mert bust dormitory, several upper-year purebloods congregated, deliberating upon signals from their families. My father believes that Shafiq's resurgence in the wizarding world is unstoppable, akin to the Malfoy family, who have amassed substantial political resources through their wealth. Mert remained calm, yet his tone reflected a palpable sense of discontent. Charles's conduct since the commencement of the term had evidently diverged from the ideals of the pureblood faction, and initially, the prominent pureblood families had no intention of wagering on Charles. However, as the Shafiq family's social circle expanded and their status elevated, coupled with the rise of Charles Shafiq as a burgeoning star in the wizarding realm, it became evident that Shafiq was now the most likely candidate to helm the pureblood families. Unlike Voldemort, the Shafiq family currently embodied a representation of power. Thus, the heads of several pureblood families found it unwise to directly engage with Charles. Instead, they opted for a more circuitous approach, seeking to connect with him through their own offspring. Moose Avery, a striking beauty and a cousin of Mert, was born merely a month apart from him. My grandfather echoes this sentiment. Currently, over half of the Ministry of Magic's representatives are fervently allied with the Shafiq family, and my grandmother boasts significant connections within the American Ministry of Magic. Moose was equally vexed. In her eyes, Charles was an upstart, inexplicably challenging her cousin. Fortuitously, they had not severed ties with him, merely allowing that fool Barlow to take the lead. Yaki Flint, with a sinister smile, reveled in employing underhanded tactics to sow discord. Primarily, the current student council president, that mediating Hufflepuff, prevented the seventh years from suppressing the younger wizards. Otherwise, I would have acted long ago. In a fleeting moment, Mute's feigned tranquility shattered as he struck the bed with a heavy fist, causing it to creak and groan under the force. He had missed the opportune moment to suppress Charles, originally intending to wait until this year's graduation ceremony to create some trouble for Charles and his Slytherin cohort, which constituted a third of the house. Yet, astonishingly, this little fellow had quickly become a rising star in the eyes of the upper echelons within just a year. Particularly vexing was his father, who questioned why he had failed to forge a relationship with such a prodigious talent. How absurd! He could hardly believe in the pure blood theory. His father had truly lost his senses. Moose, witnessing his cousin's furious outburst, felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. To them, their father's choices and admonishments seemed to betray the family's illustrious legacy. Meanwhile, the ever-venomous Yaki Flint possessed a deeper understanding of Slytherin than this pair of cousins. Everything revolved around interests. If this duo were ardent supporters of the Slytherin pure-blood ideology and Voldemort's followers, Yaki leaned more towards the ideals of the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald, advocating for a greater good. In truth, the prominent pure-blood families prioritized their interests above all else. However, the lingering influence of the second Dark Lord attracted rebellious young wizards. The Slytherin team merely bore the name of their house. They shunned the study of dark magic, a fact that Mute found utterly contemptible. How could they call themselves Slytherins without delving into the arcane? Indeed, a bunch of cowards. Moose scoffed, his disdain unmistakable in his eyes. Yaki remained silent, a cold smile playing on his lips, his mockery directed either at the siblings or at Charles himself. Nevertheless, he resolved to extend an olive branch the following day. Regardless, this year's House Cup scores had distanced them from Ravenclaw, and he had contributed in a minuscule way. Feigning generosity, Mute was soon echoed by Yaki and Moose. The discussions from the previous night had paved the way for the warm reception they received today. Charles Shafiq, I apologize for my previous prejudices. You are undoubtedly a worthy Slytherin. Mute beamed, though the smile was insincere, yet he maintained a facade expertly. Oh, come now, Senior, there are no prejudices here. We are all from the same house, and should stand united. Charles responded with a smile, his composure starkly contrasting Mute's insincerity. Yaki's eyes glimmered with mockery as he concealed his emotions and stepped forward, feigning concern. Charles, I've already sent for Barlow. What enmity could last overnight among housemates? Charles smiled faintly, offering no response, as if entrusting everything to Yaki. However, Yaki was taken aback by Charles's nonchalance and remarkable restraint, unexpectedly feeling a sense of camaraderie. Meanwhile, the two vice-captains of the Slytherin team exchanged worried glances, fully aware of Yaki's hidden malice, knowing that Charles and Barlow were sworn enemies. Shortly thereafter, Barlow arrived, somewhat disheveled, as if he had come in haste, with mud still clinging to his shoes. Senior Yaki, you summon me for something? Below feigned a smile. Having anticipated the situation upon his arrival, with so many individuals in the lounge, even a fool would know that they called him forth for a reason. Yaki nodded, affectionately patting Below's attire, and gently remarked, It is thus. Mutt and I believe that unity among our house is paramount, and we must not allow any rifts to form, lest we become the subject of ridicule from other houses. Although Below was not one to cause a stir, he possessed his own subtle cunning. Therefore, he pretended to be oblivious, exclaiming, Indeed, we Slytherins are united. I have never forgotten the earnest teachings of my seniors. When I bow my head, it is in accordance with your bowing. This revealed Below's personal ambitions. Mutt frowned, contemplating how Below had become so obstinate, and mused that the Caro family was truly waning in influence. Yaki chuckled lightly. You have learned well. We too are merely beginning to grasp the fundamentals. Charles observed the performance of these individuals in silence, while the other young wizards awaited a reconciliation, excluding Charles's staunch supporters. Particularly, Guy Jean felt a knot of anguish in his heart, unwilling to see his king reconcile with such a character. Below, we hope you can join Charles in striving for Slytherin's cause. Mutt could no longer contain himself and directly address the topic. Yet, upon hearing these words, Below fell silent, lowering his gaze. Reconciliation? That would be tantamount to surrender. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, Below lifted his head and pointed accusatorily at Yaki and Mutt, exclaiming, You, and you, are nothing but petty opportunists, parading under the banner of pure bloods while forgetting the honor that comes with it. Charles Shafiq, I recognize your strength and your exceptional talent. But at the end of the term, our duel shall be to the death. Below declared with fervor before turning on his heel and departing, leaving Yaki in a state of shock and Mutt with a grim countenance. The former was taken aback by Below's sudden defiance, while the latter felt as if a dog had bitten its master. Only Charles found a new perspective on Below. This display of courage was far more refreshing than a hypocritical smile. Looking at the two, Charles shrugged, indicating that this matter did not concern him, and then turned to leave. Below, I shall make you pay for this. Mutt clenched his fists, realizing that he could not touch Charles, nor could he deal with you, a nearly desolate member of the Caro family, let alone the fact that the only two capable members of your family remain imprisoned in Azkaban. Chapter 57, Revenge and Mischief. Below did not seek reconciliation, much to Jean's delight. In his view, Charles should not make amends with anyone. He would rightfully claim all that was his. The number one fan had solidified his stance. Charles continued to pursue his own endeavors, seemingly unfazed even as all his teachers bestowed blessings upon him that week. He regarded it as no great matter. Such an attitude led some to believe that Charles was merely putting on an act, displaying a depth of cunning at such a young age. Others deemed that true geniuses are always unconventional. Otherwise, how could they establish new paradigms? The Weasley brothers remained completely indifferent, being the only two unaffected by Charles's accolades, as they felt that such honors had not inspired any new prank inventions worth their attention. Cedric, the little wizard who remained steadfast in his attitude towards Charles, possessed an innate aristocratic demeanor and discerning vision. To him, the honor bestowed upon Charles was entirely deserved. During herbology class, Cedric sat beside Charles and spoke softly What a pity that I'm only in my first year. Otherwise, I could join our Hufflepuff Quidditch team. This expression of discontent surprised Charles, as Cedric, usually so bright and cheerful, seldom exhibited such sentiments. Sensing Charles's astonishment, Cedric smirked and said, "Charles, you are simply exceptional." In truth, I'm not lacking either. Indeed, though young, Cedric was fair-minded and persuasive, with remarkable magical talent, regarded by the current Hufflepuff head and student council president as a worthy successor. Had it not been for Charles, Cedric would have undoubtedly been the Starflyer of this year. "No, I never implied you were lacking. I have always believed in you," Charles replied, rolling his eyes, as children often do, displaying their sensitivity. Cedric chuckled warmly, as if Charles's endorsement held immense significance. "Quickly gather the fruits. I still need to rest for a while," Charles huffed, swiftly tending to the herbs at hand. Meanwhile, the twins, preparing to prank Filch, stumbled upon a scene that piqued their interest even more. Mert, accompanied by two sixth-year Slytherin wizards, cornered Barlow, reprimanding him. "Barlow, who do you think you are to flaunt your lineage and speak of pure blood?" Mert sneered, his words dripping with disdain for Barlow, a wretched creature raised without parents. Had it not been for Mert's support, Barlow would have had no claim to the position of head boy in the current Carrow family. "Just because of that equally useless uncle of yours?" Barlow curled up silent, yet his crimson eyes and clenched fists betrayed his turmoil. "Fight!" Mert coldly commanded, and the two sixth-years exchanged glances, their mouths curling into malicious grins as they tightened their fists to unleash upon Barlow. The unfortunate Barlow, tightly coiled, resolutely bit his lip and remained silent, displaying a modicum of spirit. "Rest assured, I will not remove your head boy title. After all, that position is reserved for Archie's cousin. Oh, and remember this. You are merely a dog nurtured by me," Mert bossed, "so do not raise your voice again." With that, Mert gestured for the two to desist, standing aside to watch Barlow tremble. "Let us depart." As Mert prepared to leave, two black spheres suddenly soared toward them from an unknown source. "Little pest." Mert dodged, while the spheres fell to the ground harmlessly. "Who did that?" Mert shouted, just as the spheres exploded into a cloud of smoke, which emitted a foul odor reminiscent of garlic mixed with rotten eggs. Ugh! A cacophony of retching ensued from the smoke as several stumbled out, gasping for fresh air, only to be confronted by a swarm of spiders, exuding a pungent scent, crawling toward them. On my eyes, Mutt and his companions were reduced to tears by the pungent odor, and without their wands, they resorted to physically swatting at the spiders with their clothes. Hilariously, Slytherin was in distress. Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist, appeared with a broad grin, his large mouth and bright, round eyes gleaming with delight. Indeed, this entire escapade was orchestrated by him and the Weasley brothers, who were, by nature, a rowdy bunch of pranksters. "Peeves!" Mutt bellowed, completely shedding the dignified demeanor expected of the current Slytherin pureblood leader. Coincidentally, this spectacle was witnessed by many. It turned out that the Weasley brothers had stealthily sought out the current Gryffindor leader, and in collusion with Peeves, they had led Mutt into a considerable predicament. Initially, the Gryffindor leader was skeptical. After all, Mutt, his old adversary, possessed considerable magical prowess, including knowledge of dark arts. How could a first-year wizard possibly be his equal? However, the Weasley brothers vouched for him using Charlie's credibility, which prompted the Gryffindor leader to gather a dozen or so individuals to investigate the situation. From a distance, they caught a whiff of the foul stench, and soon enough, they beheld Mutt, consumed by rage and humiliation. "Ha ha! Mutt, where's your poise?" Poise. Perhaps it was whisked away by the wind. The laughter was relentless, and witnessing the comical display of the current Slytherin leader, especially one who was an insufferable old rival, was an amusing experience. Meanwhile, some Slytherins had arrived, likely alerted by the news of Gryffindors approaching their territory. Yaxley and Moose brought a few companions to see what was amiss. To their dismay, they were met with the same noxious cloud. At this moment, Peeves decided to escalate the chaos. He produced 4 black balls from his pocket and, amidst Mutt's terrified gaze and desperate cries of protest, hurled them forth. Boom! 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 4 successive explosions erupted, unleashing a wave of foul-smelling smoke that engulfed the entire corridor, ensnaring the Gryffindors watching the spectacle, the arriving Slytherins, and the tearful Mutt alike. The cacophony of retching sounds harmonized into a grotesque symphony within the fog. The density of the smoke rendered everyone disoriented, tripping over one another in confusion. Mutt, caught off guard, was suddenly splattered with vomit from an unknown source, a projectile filled with both precision and malice. Oh dear, what has transpired? Professors McGonagall and Snape rushed to the scene, only to be repelled by the noxious fumes. Wind, cleansing charm. Professor McGonagall was the first to act, swiftly dispersing the smoke from the corridor to the outside. What lay before her was astonishing. The ground was strewn with vomit and the small wizards who had been trampled in the chaos, some leaning against the walls, retching, while Mutt, the most unfortunate of all, was covered in the mess, too horrified to wipe it away. What on earth has happened? Professor McGonagall was utterly flabbergasted. It was evident that an altered potion was to blame. The master of potions, upon observing the shattered remnants of the balls and the recent fog, deduced the situation. However, it did not bear the hallmark of Charlie's handiwork. He would never concoct something so repulsive. The existence of such a gifted potion maker within the school was indeed a surprise to Snape. Professor McGonagall pondered. Her skepticism regarding the involvement of Charlie was palpable. It was Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist. The exhausted Gryffindor was on the verge of tears, feeling the weight of the situation. Both Snape and McGonagall exchanged glances, fully aware that Peeves was incapable of brewing potions, yet they could not tarnish the reputation of a young wizard. What is going on? How did you come to be here? Professor McGonagall demanded sternly. Consequently, the Gryffindor leader spilled the beans, conveniently omitting the fact that it was the Weasley twins who had informed him, instead claiming that Peeves had announced his intention to prank Slytherin. Naturally, the internal strife within Slytherin was also brought to light, resulting in Mute bullying his classmates and a deduction of 30 points, leaving Slytherin and Hufflepuff tied. Snape regarded the group of students with disdain, bemused by their juvenile antics. Chapter 58, Conflict and Glory in the Slytherin Common Room. The atmosphere was rather oppressive. A cough acted as a switch, opening the floodgates of conversation. I say, if it weren't for Charles's potion, Mute wouldn't be in such a predicament. Indeed, it was astonishing that Charles could not properly safeguard his own concoctions. These were Mute's followers, voicing the interests of the pureblood faction of Slytherin. With their leader having suffered such humiliation and point deductions, they naturally sought to deflect blame. Jadar's tone was devoid of warmth. His experience in the Slytherin team had fostered his growth, marking a departure from his former self. Well, who can prove that it was our captain's potion? Our captain would never develop such a shoddy concoction, hitting the nail on the head. It was clear to all that the potion did not bear the hallmark of Charles's ingenuity. Thieves always claim to be innocent. The two troublemakers from Gryffindor are rather chummy with Charles, Ella remarked with a laugh. Pray tell, who among us lacks a few friends from outside our house? The Weasley family is at least pureblood. They are traitors, the pureblood faction retorted, denouncing the Weasleys as a disgrace to pureblood lineage. In their view, this foolish family dared not acknowledge their pureblood status, even claiming ancestral ties to Muggle-born wizards. This was an affront to the pureblood lineage guide and an insult to the purity of the other 27 families listed therein. The pureblood families were not a monolith. The Malfoy clan looked down upon those outside their circle, particularly the Weasleys. Conversely, the Weasleys and other families rejected their extreme purity ideology. However, it was Mute who lost points, not Charles. Wright boldly stepped forward. The last time the Slytherin team had not rallied to defend Charles, but this time, there would be no compromise. The pureblood faction turned their icy gazes toward Wright, scrutinizing the young wizard. Under their watchful eyes, the entire Slytherin team instinctively took a step forward in unison. Unity, a certain elderly man, cloaked in invisibility, was secretly observing the unfolding events from a corner. He was certainly not a mere bystander. He was there for the safety of the young wizard, on high alert. Whose child are you? I don't believe I've seen you before. The pureblood faction displays such arrogance. Everyone here, apart from the pureblood families, is deemed worthless. Although Wright remains unafraid. A tinge of trepidation lingers in his heart, as he inexplicably feels inferior. Ella scrutinizes the expressions of her teammates and the neutral parties, noting the somber demeanor of those not belonging to pureblood families. This is the current state of Slytherin, lacking the grace of nobility, yet embodying its flaws. Indeed, it was the Sorting Hat that chose him for Slytherin, reflecting the will of Salazar Slytherin, not you or you, nor the so-called pureblood ideology. Ella, with fervor and indignation, points an accusatory finger at the pureblood faction. Meanwhile, the elder with the white beard longs to exclaim, "Where's the applause?" The Sorting Hat is a fool. What does it understand of pureblood theory? The pureblood faction remains obstinately steadfast, convinced that pureblood ideology is infallible. At that moment, a fragment of memory flashes through Ella's mind. One morning, she intercepted Charles on his way to breakfast. "Charles, why are we Slytherin?" "Because we simply are Slytherin. It is our nature." "Is it because we are purebloods?" "Why think that way? The choices were made by us and the Sorting Hat, were they not? Character shapes choice, and choice shapes destiny. Is pureblood ideology flawed? I do not know. I only know that consanguinity breeds foolishness. Has anyone ever told you that you bear a striking resemblance to a young Salazar Slytherin? I am not him, nor would I ever choose that path. This memory, though fleeting, is etched deeply in a rebellious girl's heart. Ella proclaims, Slytherins, is it not, because we are innately Slytherin that we have become Slytherin? Character determines choice, and choice determines destiny. Is it only pure bloods who can embody the Slytherin spirit? Each one of you here is a Slytherin recognized by Slytherin. Her words resonate powerfully, akin to thunderclaps reverberating within the hearts of those present, more compelling than the theories of the pure blood faction. We are born Slytherin. Glory is destiny. Long live Slytherin. In that moment, nearly 2/3 of the Slytherins join in the fervent cheers, while the pure blood faction finds itself in an awkward predicament. Some among the pure bloods recognize the validity of Ella's assertions, realizing that their ideology has become antiquated. Others perceive Ella as a nemesis, as she transforms a condemnation of Charles into a trial against the pure blood faction. In a corner, Dumbledore's eyes shine brightly. He seems to see in Ella the spirits of those exceptional witches, equally dignified, equally tenacious, and equally compassionate, broadening their vision beyond pure bloods to encompass all of Slytherin. Ella silently absorbs the cheers around her, a new emotion blossoming within her heart. Captain, you were right. The last remnants of Charles's hesitation evaporate. She is now a staunch supporter of his cause. Jean's eyes, too, shine with enthusiasm. Oh my, this story is magnificent. The witch seated upon the throne raises her arms in triumph, and the Slytherins collectively roar in celebration. The throne of the king shone brilliantly, akin to the newborn sun finally breaking the shackles of darkness. This character, reminiscent of a cunning dragon, had already envisioned an epic mythos within his mind. The king proclaimed, Fate is chosen amidst an endless array of choices dictated by one S character. In the internal strife of Slytherin, with both leaders absent, the Slytherin team emerged triumphant, securing the emotional backing of the neutral faction and sowing discord within the pure blood ranks. What bears greater weight? The will of Slytherin or the theories researched by his descendants? Meanwhile, in Madame Pomfrey's infirmary, Mutt and others exited with ashen faces. It was evident that their disgrace had spread like wildfire throughout the entire academy. Mutt cast a fierce glance at the still unconscious Barlow before departing. Unbeknownst to them, their home had been robbed. As for Barlow, he had long since awakened, but was at a loss on how to confront these individuals. On one hand, he felt an indirect vengeance towards Mutt and the others due to the Weasley twins' actions. Yet he also harbored a deep disdain for the close ties between the twins and Charles, making him feel as though Charles had aided him. This assistance only accentuated his own insignificance. Charles, the very center of attention, was presently engaged in conversation with Hagrid and a centaur. This centaur, whom Charles had encountered once, was now clearer in his appearance. He was strikingly handsome, with remarkably blue eyes and shimmering platinum hair. His upper body was that of a robust man, featuring sculpted abs and skin that gleamed like polished marble, while his lower half was the light golden form of a silver-maned horse. Chapter 59, The Sigh of the Gargoyle. I recognize you, young wizard, said Firenze, extending a warm welcome to Charles. In his mind, this young wizard's fate was inextricably linked with the stars above, a destiny befitting a legendary figure. I remember you too, Firenze, Charles replied with a slight smile. However, Hagrid interjected with concern. Recently, there have been some unidentified creatures in the Forbidden Forest, and many little animals are terrified. The centaur frowned, his tone darkening. Damn those gargoyles. The church has unleashed that wretched lot again, just as detestable as the Dementors. Charles raised an eyebrow, surprised to hear of the gargoyles. These were creatures steeped in legend. They remained immobile as stone statues under the sun, yet sprang to life under the cover of night. Thus, evil and darkness were their defining traits. In truth, they were a species that fed on fear, their terrifying appearance designed to intimidate others and siphon off their fearful emotional energy. Muggles have spun numerous tales, one claiming that Saint Romanus captured a creature through various means. This beast purportedly possessed dragon-like wings and a long neck capable of breathing fire. Rumor has it that Saint Romanus subdued it with a cross and holy water, while others suggest he used prisoners to trap it. The creature was then subjected to a fiery execution, yet its head and neck could not be burned away, and thus it was encased within the newly constructed church, intended to ward off malevolent spirits, hence its truly terrifying and fearsome appearance. In the wizarding world, gargoyles served as emissaries of the church, a formidable tool for oppressing witches during the dark medieval era. Currently, Many wizards aspire to eradicate gargoyles, as they are undeniably terrifying. The Holy See has overstepped its bounds, brazenly tearing asunder the Vatican Treaty. Hagrid seethed with fury. Although this gentle giant adored magical creatures, it did not imply that he cherished the infamously malevolent gargoyles. He heard the priest, who was tethering the gargoyles, claim that he had received the approval of the International Magical Congress. Firenze's tone carried a hint of mockery, suggesting that this was indeed a matter of the wizard's own making. A sudden thought struck Charles, as his hand instinctively grasped the playing card hanging from his chest. Could it be that they were seeking this trinket? Firenze, noticing Charles's furrowed brow, assumed that this diminutive wizard was also frightened by the gargoyles. "Fear not. Your life star shines as brilliantly as the sun." Firenze consoled. "You are deserving." Charles forced a smile, pondering the troublesome burden that Gregory the First had handed him, realizing the church's palpable anxiety. Just as his mind wandered, a shadow loomed overhead, and a colossal statue floated above them. A figure clad in black approached, surveying the trio before finally fixing his gaze on Charles. The priest's attire unmistakably marked him as one of the Vatican's exorcist guardians, akin to the folk's demon hunters. Hagrid stepped forward, shielding Charles, and declared gravely, "We are wizards from Hogwarts." The priest remained silent, merely drawing the gargoyle closer to him. This silence was laden with inquiry and menace. Suddenly recalling Dumbledore's instructions, Hagrid shouted, "This is Charles Shafiq, a child of the pure-blood Shafiq family, blessed by the Lady of the Lake." Upon hearing Hagrid's words, the priest paused momentarily, then respectfully bowed to Charles behind Hagrid, leading the floating gargoyle away. "You possess the blessing of the Lady of the Lake," Firenze exclaimed, his curious eyes sparkling with admiration. He did not know much about the Shafiq family, but he held a deep-seated reverence for the wise Lady of the Lake. "I am not quite sure," Charles admitted, aware of his lineage linked to the Lady of the Lake, yet entirely oblivious to this blessing. No one had ever spoken of it to him, and his grandmother Freya had never mentioned it either. The blessing of the Lady of the Lake entails that at least 3 lake maidens sing the elven song for you at your birth, bestowing upon you their protection. While it does not grant you any tangible gifts, it signifies that, in times of life-threatening peril, at least 3 lake maidens will intervene on your behalf. Firenze understood this well. He had speculated on the distinctiveness of Charles's emerald-hued eyes, which mirrored the clarity and purity of lakes and gemstones, resembling that of the elven kin. To his astonishment, it turned out to be the bloodline of the Lady of the Lake. "How did you come to know this, Hagrid?" Charles inquired, his soul probing for answers. "Dumbledore informed me," Hagrid replied. There was no fault in this statement. Perhaps the old man with the white beard truly possessed knowledge, albeit he enjoyed shrouding it in mystery, often leaving his words half-spoken to provoke thought. Indeed, he was a remarkable teacher who encouraged his students to ponder. The pastor led the stone statue into the depths of the dense forest, where the rigid figure suddenly came to life in the darkness, unfolding its nearly 3-meter-long wings. Its grotesque visage exhaled a sigh of comfort. "Why do you drift there?" The pastor inquired calmly, perhaps displeased with the statue's audacity to provoke the lake's enchanted fairy. "That child, I hold a peculiar fondness for him. I cannot quite fathom why, but I yearn to draw near to him." The pastor scoffed, "You wretched beings from hell. Do you even comprehend the notion of affection?" His tone dripped with derision, dismissing the gargoyle that could easily devour him. The gargoyle remained silent, lamenting the fate of its kin. Had they not lost the holy war of yore, they might have become divine messengers spreading the gospel rather than mere pawns of the Vatican. Jesus, truly a sorcerer whose depths are unfathomable. Is it not true that the benevolent are often the most indifferent? Curiosity piqued within him. He mused why they adhered so fervently to the Vatican. The pastor harbored ambitions of advancement. Uncovering more secrets might serve him well. "You ought to ask our patriarch, that gargoyle lounging on the back of the Pope's throne." The gargoyle, unwilling to elaborate further, asserted that the child was indeed extraordinary, while others appeared as a cacophony of chaotic colors in his eyes. That child alone was an abyss of darkness, evoking the essence of hell, the flavor most cherished by their kind. After concluding his conversation with Firenze, Hagrid departed the forbidden forest with Charles, cautioning him against venturing into the woods alone, insisting that he must call upon him should he do so, even if he doubted his ability to confront the gargoyle. Charles retorted, "Hagrid, not every wizard must resort to magic to resolve matters. A bit of martial arts from Shaolin could enable one to vanquish foes with sheer physical prowess." Jokingly, he mused that if he possessed Hagrid's rugged resilience, he would surely conquer the wizarding world with his fists. With innate resistance to magic and boundless strength, Hagrid understood that Charles was not mocking him. He could only respond with a resigned admission of his own ineptitude. Charles then declared his intention to procure a copy of a Shaolin training manual for him. Perhaps he could take Hagrid to Chinatown in London, where Eastern martial arts schools abound, allowing him to learn the art of Chinese kung fu. As Charles contemplated this on his way home, the idea grew ever more enticing. He genuinely wished to take Hagrid to explore this possibility. Chapter 60. Examination Mobilization. The clock of fate relentlessly marches forward. The weather in London at the end of May remained lethargic. Yet the young wizards had begun to don an assortment of mismatched attire. Some wore woolen sweaters, as if still enduring winter, while others sported light garments, as if ushering in summer. On the last Saturday of May, the Slytherin team transformed their usual study atmosphere into a rally for final examinations. The first week of next month heralded the onset of these assessments. The House Cup would also be contested anew at the end-of-term banquet, and the Slytherins were determined to claim victory. Initially, due to a 30-point deduction by Mutt, the younger Slytherins had frantically amassed points over the past month, finally surpassing Hufflepuff by 15 points. As long as Slytherin achieves the highest GPA in the final examination, they can earn a commendable 15 points. The second place will yield only 10 points, while the third will grant a mere 5, and the fourth will result in a dismal return home to eggs. To ensure that our esteemed house continues to defend its title in the House Cup, it is imperative that our performance in the final exams competes fiercely with Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Thus, Charles has decided to forego this week's usual tests in favor of a motivational assembly. Dear members of Slytherin, greetings. Charles elegantly stands at the podium, and the young wizards below respond with enthusiastic applause, some even shouting cheers in spirited excitement. As the academic year draws to a close, our next gathering will be post-summer, as there will be no meetings during the exam week or the subsequent break. This year, I am confident that each young wizard has made significant progress, both academically and in our team training. However, my friends, if we simply bask in our improvements in training, neglecting the stars that adorn our skies, such growth may prove trivial. Dreams, a magnificent word, hold an importance akin to the will of a wizard. In my view, wizards are rendered great by their dreams, and to lose sight of them is akin to losing all sense of life itself. There is no need to hastily establish your dreams at the conclusion of my speech. Rather, plant the seeds now and nurture them throughout the coming year. I look forward to sharing our innermost desires during our assembly at the end of next year. The pre-exam motivational assembly, in Charles's eyes, is a chance to relax, to approach the examinations in the most tranquil state, thereby fostering optimal performance. This reflects the educational wisdom of the East. In my previous life, I experienced countless such assemblies. Unlike the West, which holds one exam per year, the East conducts two. As Charles concluded, the young wizard seemed entranced by his distinctive address, which appeared to resonate deeply. Dreams greatness, they suddenly shouted in unison, raising their arms in fervor, seemingly inspired by an unseen leader. Following the assembly, nearly all the young wizards of the various houses commenced an ardent and focused review for their upcoming examinations. However, compared to Gryffindor's erratic study patterns, Hufflepuff's calm demeanor, and Ravenclaw's individualistic approach, Slytherin exhibited a peculiar sense of unity. The members of Slytherin engaged in mutual learning, having cultivated a habit of studying together, while even some neutral parties sought to contribute by gradually joining the study groups. Some were drawn in by their roommates, while others participated out of a sense of house honor. Yet within the pureblood faction, conflicts arose. On one side were the older students, led by Mute, who focused solely on their own pursuits, disregarding the house, while on the other, Barrow led a group that sought to mimic Slytherin's methods through internal study teams. Nevertheless, Mute's group boasted a larger membership. To the neutral factions, the actions of the purebloods were starkly evident. If they could not even uphold the honor of the house, then their exalted pureblood theory appeared nothing more than a guise for self-interest. Slytherin may embrace self-interest, but it must not be for selfish gains. Such self-interest should be founded on a basis of cooperative benefit, rather than a singular focus on oneself. If the essence of Slytherin is merely self-serving, devoid of the notion of mutual benefit to pursue greater interests, then it hardly deserves to be one of the four esteemed houses. The neutral wizards have completely altered their perception of Charles and his team, as the contrast between their actions this year and those of the purebloods are starkly evident. Perhaps joining the Slytherin team would not be such a poor choice after all. As everyone prepared for their examinations, Charles finally completed the last batch of potion supplies. With ample wealth at his disposal, why should he toil so hard for these? Upon finishing the final order, Charles suddenly realized he had fallen into a blind spot. In his previous life, he indeed struggled financially, but in this life, he was born into a prosperous family. Over the past year, he earned a substantial sum by submitting articles to the Daily Prophet, profiting from a sale of magical materials sourced from the Forbidden Forest, and recently, he had secured several lucrative contracts for potion supplies. Perhaps I should make the formulas public. After all, I am not in need of money, and sharing the formulas could entice more individuals to delve into the study of potion making. With this thought in mind, Charles took out pen and paper and began to write beside Hagrid's hut. Dear International Potion Association, I voluntarily wish to disclose the formulas for potion supplies and provide research insights, hoping this initiative will encourage those interested in potion making to contribute to the refinement of the craft. Upon completing his letter, Charles entrusted it to Hagrid to be mailed to the International Potion Association, and then returned to his dormitory to commence his revision. A week passed swiftly, and by the first day of June, the wailing of young witches and wizards could already be heard. Most examinations at Hogwarts comprised two components, a written test and a practical assessment, though some subjects featured only a written examination. In the former case, the written test accounted for only 40%, while the practical assessment held a weight of 60%. Results from written examinations took a week to be released, whereas practical assessments yielded immediate feedback. In the flying exam, Charles achieved a perfect score. For the transfiguration test, where students were required to transform a button into an insect, Charles produced a beautifully intricate beetle that was indistinguishable from a real one and could move. Professor McGonagall praised him profusely, declaring him the most gifted student in transfiguration she had ever taught, awarding him a perfect score. In the potions exam, although Snape had a disdain for Charles, he was somewhat moved by Slytherin's diligent efforts, and, recognizing Charles' groundbreaking contributions to the potion-making field, declared that Charles would be exempt from the examination this year, granting him a perfect score. In the defense against the dark arts exam, Charles not only deciphered the incantation "Submit to my skirts," assigned by Hunter, but also innovated a modern application of the spell, demonstrating a remarkable understanding. Naturally, being a defense against the dark arts class, there was also an assessment of weapon accuracy, in which he unsurprisingly achieved a perfect score. During the charms examination, he flawlessly demonstrated the 6 spells learned this year, leaving the audience in awe, and Professor Flitwick generously awarded him full marks. Lastly, in the herbology exam, which tested the skill of harvesting frozen fruits, Charles did not falter. Pomona commended his bravery, bestowing upon him a perfect score. After all, he had previously been hospitalized due to this endeavor. The astronomy examination, a purely written assessment, saw Charles embody the spirit of the Eastern examination tradition, his paper filled to the brim. In the subject of magical history, also a written exam, Charles found it wholly unnecessary to review. He could sit for the test with ease. Most of the questions were directly derived from the textbook, with only a few being rather obscure and challenging, while the majority were quite straightforward. The final question required an analysis of historical events, something that the Elven Prince could address with remarkable ease. With the conclusion of the magical history exam, the week-long Teacher's Week came to a close. Huzzah! The young wizards joyfully tossed their books aside and gathered in groups to engage in games. However, Charles felt little interest. He had received a letter from the International Potion Association, which lauded his noble spirit of fairness and claimed that he had made an indelible contribution to the modern potion industry. Thus, he practiced his combat skills while independently studying divination, eagerly anticipating the wizard duel at the end-of-term banquet a week later. Chapter 61, An Unexpected Wizard Duel, Part 1. On the evening of June 16, 1990, the Hogwarts end-of-term banquet commenced. I challenged Charles to a wizard duel. A resounding declaration shattered the jovial atmosphere. Jane, momentarily stunned, could only recall that the announcement began with the names of the little wizards who achieved full marks across all subjects. 6 from Slytherin, 6 from Ravenclaw, 4 from Hufflepuff, and 3 from Gryffindor. Amidst the cheerful clamor, Professor McGonagall tapped her glass for silence, and the esteemed Dumbledore rose, prompting all wizards to hold their breath in anticipation of the annual classic. If memory serves, it was time for the presentation of the House Cup. The current scores are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor with 433 points. Sparse applause erupted, though the twins clapped vigorously. 3rd place, Hufflepuff with 457 points. The largest contingent, Hufflepuff, applauded enthusiastically. After all, they had not finished last. 2nd place, Ravenclaw with 464 points. Another round of applause followed, as a fair-minded Hufflepuff acknowledged Ravenclaw's impressive comeback based on their academic performance. Finally, in 1st place, Slytherin with 472 points. Furthermore, this year, we have additional points to reward the noble character of our wizards. First-year Slytherin student Charles Shafiq not only established a new system for potion apparatus with his exceptional talent, but also unconditionally contributed all his findings. Such noble character is worthy of emulation by every wizard. Oh, the applause, enduring and overwhelming, resonated throughout the hall. The younger wizards celebrated with pure delight, while the older students exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that such a person truly existed. The professors, too, were delighted, joining in the applause. This marked the first time in Slytherin history that one individual received heartfelt congratulations from the entire school. Jean distinctly recalled glancing at Barlow's expression at that moment. A gaze filled with complexity. Was it envy? Understanding? Respect? It appeared there was no trace of animosity. As the jubilant cheers subsided and the attendees prepared to indulge in the sumptuous feast of the end-of-term dinner, Barrow abruptly rose to his feet. An action that captivated the attention of those seated nearby, quickly spreading throughout the hall. I, Barrow Carlow, a fifth-year Slytherin, hereby challenge Charles to a wizard duel. At this moment, Jean's mind snapped back to the present, gazing at the calm-eyed youth standing before him. He was transformed, no longer the reckless and cowardly Barrow of before. Charles nodded lightly and stood, declaring, "I accept the duel initiated by Barrow Carlow." A flicker of gratitude flashed in Barrow's eyes. Had Charles declined, no one would have protested, and Barrow would have been mocked for bullying the younger student. Yet, Charles solemnly accepted the challenge. Beneath Dumbledore's thin lenses, a spark of curiosity ignited. He had previously heard from Flitwick that Charles's potion dueling technique was revolutionary, which piqued his interest. In his youth, while wandering with Grindelwald, he had relished in wizard duels, exchanging spells with vigor. Dumbledore rose and waved his wand, causing several long tables, along with their occupants, to shift aside, clearing a spacious area in the center. Let us enrich our end-of-term dinner with an additional segment. Dumbledore teleported to the middle of the hall and, with a flourish of his wand, marked a red dueling circle. Barrow stepped confidently into the arena, followed closely by Charles. "Let both parties bow," Dumbledore commanded with a nod. The two young wizards inclined their heads slightly and assumed their dueling stances. "I declare the duel. Commence." No sooner had he spoken than Barrow launched his first attack. Disarm. Under ordinary circumstances, a novice wizard would have been unable to evade such a swift and precise strike. Indeed, Barrow's disarm charm was exceptional. However, Charles suddenly appeared over 40 centimeters to the left of his original position, deftly dodging the assault. The professors watched in disbelief. How could this be? Apparition was forbidden within Hogwarts, except for the headmaster. And how could a first-year student possibly master such a skill? Admiration glimmered in Dumbledore's eyes. He quickly discerned that Charles had not used apparition, but rather a displacement spell evolved from the ball and bird transfiguration. Undoubtedly, this distance was the limit. Barrow, unperturbed and composed, understood that any unreasonable act from Charles was within the realm of possibility. His very existence was miraculous. Thus, Barrow followed up with another disarm charm. Advancing toward Charles, Charles evaded the spell with a sidestep and cast the ironclad charm upon himself. Serpent emerged. A colossal python slithered forth from the tip of Barrow's wand. Lunging at Charles. Flock of birds. Charles responded with poise, his wand movements akin to a conductor guiding an orchestra, exuding elegance. The swarm of birds repelled the serpent. While Barrow seamlessly continued with his disarm charm, Charles teleported away, tossing a potion bottle. A mist began to envelop the area, causing some members of Slytherin and Gryffindor to suddenly cover their mouths and noses, leaving the spectators bewildered. Is there any peculiar flavor? None at all. As Barlow observed Charles stepping into the mist, he swiftly initiated a whirlwind, dispersing the fog. This reaction caused Charles to momentarily hesitate. While Flitwick on stage raised an eyebrow, wasn't that his technique? Barlow immediately countered with the disarming spell, and Charles swiftly adjusted, executing a sideways dive to evade the attack, then aimed at Barlow to unleash the disarming spell. Remarkably, Barlow did not evade. The disarming spell was deflected. When did this happen? The audience was perplexed, having not witnessed the silent casting of a shield charm. Meanwhile, Dumbledore wore a satisfied expression, silently casting a spell. A fifth-year wizard had mastered the silent casting of a shield charm, indicating he had prepared thoroughly for this duel. The serpent emerged from its den. Barlow employed the same tactic again, but this time, the swarm of birds released might not be sufficient to repel the serpent. A smile crept upon Charles's lips. Unbeknownst to everyone, he had already grasped the potion in his right hand. Freeze! Upon contact with the serpent, the potion enacted a freezing spell, and the serpent transformed into a shadowy figure, obediently frozen. To everyone's astonishment, at the moment Charles acted, Barlow also utilized a potion bottle. What is this? Professor Flitwick, who initially found the spectacle tiresome, stood astonished on the table, his eyes igniting with intense interest. He had anticipated a traditional duel of spells, only to find that both combatants had resorted to potions. Who truly excels? The founder of potion crafting or the inventive user? Hush! The Weasley twins mocked. You're engaging in piracy. The Gryffindors feigned taunts as well. The Slytherins were unfazed. After all, what was wrong with using underhanded tactics for victory? Cedric felt a twinge of concern. Evidently, the unfolding events had exceeded everyone's expectations. Charles teleported away from the incoming potion bottle, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes. So it was her. Chapter 62, The Unexpected Duel, Part 2. Charles recalled the Ravenclaw who claimed to have taken a wrong turn. Unexpectedly, Barlow had this peculiar penchant. Noticing the smile at Charles's lips and the playful glimmer in his eyes, Barlow understood his disguise had been unmasked, causing his face to stiffen involuntarily. The potion bottle that had been thrown earlier now lay on the ground, forming a layer of frost. Potions could be utilized for far more than this. Since his encounter with Professor Flitwick, Charles realized that potions could not only serve as traps, but could also enhance accuracy through the method of throwing. For instance, the banana toss. Charles swept his right hand across his waist. A small potion bottle nestled between his fingers, then directed his wand at Barlow to cast the disarming spell. His right arm fluidly tossing the potion bottle, an elegant sequence of movements. Barlow, unable to teleport, could only reinforce his shield charm while rapidly zigzagging to close the distance with Charles. He decided to engage in close combat. The disarming spell was deflected by the shield charm, and the potion bottle struck Barlow's wand-holding left hand with precision. Bang! A dense mist enveloped Barlow, while Charles sheathed his wand, declaring, "Allow me to show you the true art of potion dueling." Regaining composure from the initial chaos, Barrow swiftly employed a whirlwind spell to disperse the lingering fog. Yet, just as the mist began to clear, he beheld Charles hurling 2 vials of potion with precision, one in each hand. The spell was lethal, capable of obliterating solid forms. However, he could only shatter the potion approaching from the right. The one on the left struck Barrow's foot, transforming the ground beneath him into a quagmire, into which he became ensnared. En explosion ensuite. Realizing his predicament, Barrow resolved to trigger his ambush prematurely. It turned out that during the very first obscuring of the mist, Barrow had covertly transformed 2 vials of oil into ants, instructing them to stealthily approach Charles. Charles's leaps and instantaneous movements fortuitously created distance from the ants. Otherwise, Barrow would have activated them long ago. Nonetheless, it was not too late. Yet, Charles appeared to anticipate this move. Before Barrow could brandish his wand, a potion bottle struck his arm and froze him in place. "Imitating me quite well, are you?" Charles remarked. "However, those who mimic shall thrive, while those who imitate shall perish. Blindly replicating my tactics is ill-advised." Possessing the magical, I allowed him to foresee his opponent's magical intentions, and as the potions were of his own invention, he could discern their nuances merely by their subtle hues. Charles brandished his wand and bowed. The atmosphere ignited with a fervor previously unseen, showcasing an innovative approach to wizard dueling. Compared to traditional methods, incorporating potions into duels appeared far more adaptable, liberating practitioners from constraints of magical potency and casting experience. The prospect of a comeback against the odds became tangible. Dumbledore raised his wand, proclaiming, "In this duel, Charles Shafiq emerges victorious." The pure blood faction at the dining table, particularly the Mutt faction, was decidedly discontent, muttering disparaging remarks. Charles approached Barrow, who was gradually succumbing to the mire, and said, "You ought to carve out your own style. Nonetheless, you've done remarkably well. Your growth is commendable." The dynamic between them resembled that of an upperclassman and a novice. Their height difference of nearly 30 centimeters further fueled the admiration of certain onlookers. Releasing his grip, Charles returned to his seat, wiping the mud from the tablecloth. Seemingly indifferent to the cheers and applause, Barrow exited in dejection. Yet the younger wizards continued to deliberate over the duel. Some argued that it was cheating to utilize props, claiming such practices were forbidden, wondering if they too could employ sacred relics in duels. Others contended that potions had no place in wizard dueling, deeming it a challenge to the established rules, labeling Charles a rebellious Slytherin willing to breach regulations for victory. Conversely, some praised Charles for rejuvenating the waning interest in wizard dueling, asserting that traditional duels had lost their allure, overshadowed by the fervor of Quidditch. Indeed, He had breathed new life into the moribund sport of wizard dueling. However, Charles remained unfazed by the discussions. After all, potion usage was not explicitly prohibited in duels, and he had no intention of participating in such events in the future. For now, mastering divination was his foremost priority. As Charles delved into the study of tarot cards, Quinn, seated beside him, was unceremoniously dismissed by an upperclassman. Leidora, an acquaintance from the beginning of the term, had evidently become a person of considerable stature. Despite sharing the same college, they had scarcely crossed paths this year. Surprised to see you become quite the figure. Do you still remember me? Leidora provocatively inquired, keen to gauge Charles's response. Leidora, my memory serves me well, Charles replied, unwilling to engage, uncertain of her intentions. I'm about to ascend to 7th grade, and the neutral faction is considering me for leadership. Do you know why? Charles shook his head, disinterested and indifferent. This is the perfect opportunity to rally us. With the pureblood faction embroiled in turmoil, you should align with us to suppress them, thereby taking the reins of the purebloods. Faced with Leidora's enticing words, Charles remained wholly uninterested. The Slytherin team was merely a pawn in his strategy. Fundamentally, it was a reluctant act of defiance against being subjugated by the purebloods. Leidora was uncertain whether Charles's apparent detachment stemmed from genuine disinterest or if he harbored profound ambitions beneath his calm exterior. She preferred to believe the latter. From her Slytherin perspective, sharing knowledge of potion-making without ulterior motives was implausible, unless he sought something more substantial. Sometimes, what is offered for free is the most costly of all. In a state of urgency, Leidora decided to lay her cards on the table. The neutral faction chose me precisely because I have interacted with you before. Initially, I was merely disenchanted with the atmosphere within our house, which drew me closer to the neutral faction. However, I never anticipated being thrust into the role of leader. Our demands are straightforward. We wish to join your Slytherin team, but we cannot be sacrificed for your dominance over the academy. Upon hearing her words, Charles sighed. Such matters should not be directed at me. Our 2 vice-captains are the ones truly in charge. His dismissive tone was earnest. A company should be managed by its general manager, not merely its chairman. I have sought your assurance, Leidora insisted earnestly, recognizing Charles's good reputation. He was known for his honesty. I will offer you no promises. The Slytherin team does not operate on my whims alone. Charles opted for nonchalance, yet to others, he appeared noble. To abandon an organization he had founded so readily showcased remarkable magnanimity and spirit. Dumbledore, overhearing this exchange, felt a subtle sigh escape him. Had he understood this earlier? Had Grindelwald grasped this sooner, perhaps none of this would have transpired. Darwin's gaze was filled with admiration, and even Ella regarded him with newfound respect. The team members were entirely unaware of Charles's expansive mindset. In truth, they would not reject anything he proposed. Who wouldn't cherish a leader who shows them respect? Chapter 1. 221b, Baker Street. Following the end-of-term feast, the next morning, the young wizards boarded the Hogwarts Express for their return journey. Once home, Charles luxuriated in bed for an entire day, disregarding Freya's admonitions. Charles, while I dearly miss you, you cannot spend the entire day in bed. The morning after Charles' return, Freya urged him out of bed. All right, what am I supposed to do? That tarot reading was utterly nonsensical. Dressed in pajamas and clutching a deck of tarot cards, Charles emerged from his room, his mood decidedly dismal. He had spent the entirety of the previous day engaged in tarot divination, yet he was unable to derive a single useful insight. For instance, when he sought to assess his career, the results revealed a right-side-up magician, an upside-down empress, an upside-down high priestess, and a right-side-up justice card. Employing the classic 3-card spread, the predictions regarding his career appeared utterly incoherent. A collection of seemingly unrelated cards formed an obscure glimpse into his professional fate. The upright magician signified exceptional imagination and confidence, while the reversed empress indicated indecision, passivity, and disinterest. The reversed high priestess suggested clumsy generosity, sensitivity, helplessness, and fragility. The upright justice card represented rationality and fairness. Charles found himself utterly unable to interpret the results. He could force a connection, but could that truly be considered divination? The tarot deck comprises 78 cards, including 22 major arcana and 56 minor arcana, which can be utilized separately or in conjunction. However, wizards typically employ only the 22 major arcana, believed to possess extraordinary magical power and favored by fate. Interpreting the cards often proves more challenging than the act of drawing them, as destiny is seldom so easily discernible. Frustrated, Charles slammed the cards onto the dining table and began to nibble on some bread. Oh, Should I not have urged you to rise? Freya, arriving just in time, was taken aback to witness Charles' anger, mistakenly assuming it was her fault. No, that's not it. I'm just irritated with the tarot. Charles suspected that the blank card given to him by Gregory the First might represent a specific tarot card, though he was uncertain which one. He guessed it might be the Magician, as this card held a unique significance for wizards. Tarot cards? You actually play with those? Freya expressed her surprise, believing Charles to be indifferent to such matters. It seemed to her a mere whim. Charles shook his head, feeling utterly perplexed by the tarot cards. There are numerous methods of divination beyond tarot. Freya encouraged him, suggesting that if he was intrigued by divination, there was no need to stubbornly fixate on tarot. But it has to be tarot, Charles muttered under his breath, suddenly realizing a crucial point. He didn't actually need to learn tarot. He could easily seek out an adept diviner to assist him in making sense of certain matters. I've been trapped in a mental loop, he lamented, covering his face with his hands in frustration, berating himself for his foolishness. Freya gently teased, "It seems our little gentleman has found the answer." Charles rolled his eyes. This old woman was rather tenacious, clearly referencing his earlier sulkiness, despite his attempts to explain himself. "Very well, I shall refrain from losing my temper next time. Yesterday, I devoted an entire day to studying the tarot cards, yet to no avail." Charles once again offered his explanations. "The eggs this morning were delightful, and the honey-glazed bacon was cooked to perfection. I could indulge in a little more." Freya smiled, and her youthful face, surprisingly, bore the traces of laughter. "I find it perplexing that we do not have house elves in our home." Charles suddenly recalled Ella often mentioning that her house elf was quite old. Freya's expression turned serious as she stated, "Aside from the haughty night elves, both our lake nymphs and forest sprites are prohibited from enslavement. Vivian has said that those who enslave the fates of others are themselves bound by destiny." Charles retorted with a rather irreverent remark. "So many legendary figures have perished. Yet the lake nymph Vivian still lives. How old is she?" Freya was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this young wizard would have the audacity to inquire about the age of a legendary being. However, it seemed that, for the fairies, this was not a secret. While ostensibly, your elven lineage grants you the right to know, Vivian's current existence differs greatly from the elves you envision. You should be familiar with Avalon Lake. Nowadays, Vivian embodies Avalon, and Avalon is synonymous with Vivian. Death is the inevitable conclusion of life. To evade the Reaper's judgment, one must relinquish their innate form of existence. Freya reflected, "No life is devoid of an end. Even the phoenix merely undergoes a fiery rebirth to commence a new life." How intriguing. Charles was astonished to learn that Vivian had become Avalon. It seemed that virtually all legendary figures had fallen. Indeed, only the Grim Reaper endures eternally. At noon, Charles organized the items he had brought back from school and discovered a protruding note tucked within the pages of his History of Magic book. Curiosity piqued. He extracted the note, which contained Pomona's writings. Paracelsus, 221B, Baker Street. Upon reading the note, Charles recalled that Pomona had once recommended a remarkably skilled diviner, residing in the same location as the illustrious Sherlock Holmes. How fortuitous it was to have such a figure to consult. He decided to go that afternoon, perhaps inviting Cedric along. Otherwise, he might struggle to find the way. Thus, Charles penned a letter inquiring if Cedric was available for an outing that afternoon to meet a diviner highly endorsed by a professor. "Be a good lad and deliver this to Cedric." Charles tucked the letter into the beak of the plump owl, instructing it to deliver the message. The owl nodded and vanished in a flash. Meanwhile, Cedric, not far from where he lived, was preparing for next year's courses when he was startled by the sudden appearance of the owl on his desk. "Ah, it's you, plump owl." Cedric recognized it. Calming himself, "Is this a message from Charles?" Then, under the owl's disdainful gaze, Cedric awkwardly retrieved the letter, quickly scanning it before pondering. When did Charles develop an interest in divination? Without a doubt, at the conclusion of the letter. He inscribed OK and mentioned that he would seek him out at 3 in the afternoon. Handing it to the stout fellow, he said, "I appreciate your help." The stout fellow nodded and vanished in an instant. Truly, he is a master of the art of disappearance. Cedric felt a twinge of envy. Such rare and magical creatures are indeed a rarity. After perusing the letter, Charles nodded and subsequently picked up a tome concerning the Rosicrucians. Awaiting the arrival of 3 o'clock. Chapter 2. The Oracle. The afternoon sun was no longer glaring, and seated in the living room with a book, Charles, feeling somewhat drowsy, was roused by a rhythmic knock at the door. It must be Cedric. Just as Charles was about to rise to answer the door, Freya had already taken the initiative to open it. "Oh, it's young Cedric," she exclaimed, affectionately tousling Cedric's soft hair, her tone warm and her gaze gentle. "Good day, Mrs. Shafiq." Cedric greeted with a cheerful smile, then inquired, Charles asked me to accompany him. Where is he? Oh, the little sluggard has finally decided to venture out. He always prefers to stay indoors. At his age, a young wizard ought to be more lively, Freya chided. Charles can be rather insufferable at times. Surely he must be pondering something extraordinary, hence his reluctance to step outside. Cedric offered, providing a natural excuse for Charles's reclusive tendencies. Upon hearing this, Freya burst into laughter. Young Cedric certainly adores Charles, but that is hardly a valid reason. Just then, Charles emerged, having gathered his belongings, rolling his eyes as he remarked. When discussing the subject in question, do consider the feelings of the subject. Hearing Charles's rare display of humor and complaint, the two exchanged amused glances. Very well. Do take care as you depart. After Freya's admonition, the two set off, arriving at a broad road where Cedric halted Charles. Perhaps we can employ a more convenient means of transport, Cedric suggested. Charles, puzzled, responded, You've learned to apparate? Not quite, Cedric replied, extending his hand, which usually grasped a wand, and raised it as if hailing a cab. To Charles's astonishment, a deafening roar erupted, followed by the sudden appearance of an eye-catching bus before them. This was no ordinary double-decker. It was a triple-decker, drenched in vibrant purple. Its windshield bore the grand inscription Night Bus in golden letters. Is this truly possible? Charles marveled at the existence of a bus in the wizarding world. A head poked out from the bus, belonging to a boy of around 16, sporting large, flapping ears and a few small blemishes on his face. Welcome aboard the Night Bus. This service is designed for witches and wizards in distress. Simply extend your wand and step aboard, and we shall transport you to your desired destination. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I shall be your conductor this evening. The cheerful demeanor of the young wizard was infectious, and under his watchful eye, Charles and Cedric boarded the bus. To 221B, Baker Street, Cedric exclaimed with great enthusiasm. The two individuals appeared to be together. Thus, one would require 11 silver sickles, while the pair would need a total of 22. However, if you were to pay 14, you could acquire chocolate, for 15, a hot water bottle, and a toothbrush of colors of your choosing. Charles couldn't shake the feeling that this was some sort of sales pitch. No, it's 22 silver sickles, he stated flatly, proceeding to settle the bill without any intention of indulging in anything, nor did Cedric share such a desire. Well then, are you ready? We must be off. The young man reluctantly accepted the silver sickles and shouted towards the driver. Uncle Ern, it's time for us to depart. The driver, an elder wizard adorned with thick glasses, nodded in acknowledgement before starting the bus. At that moment, Charles felt an urge to leave a negative review. The old man's night bus seemed to have a penchant for colliding with the sidewalk, yet miraculously, it never struck anything. Rows of lampposts, mailboxes, and trash bins leaped aside to avoid being hit, only to return to their original positions once the vehicle had passed. It was indeed rather magical, yet exceedingly uncomfortable. Upon disembarking, Charles inhaled the fresh air deeply and remarked to Cedric, Doesn't it seem like this fellow's business is not thriving? Cedric scratched his head and replied, It's not too bad. It's not like Quidditch. Charles shook his head, indicating there was nothing more to discuss, and suggested they seek someone out. As they approached, they noticed a uniquely charming house among the others. This must be the place. An old, worn sign read 221B. Charles knocked on the door, only to hear a cacophony of pots and pans clattering to the floor from within. Shortly thereafter, a beautiful witch donned in a blue pointed hat and flowing azure robes opened the door. Her chestnut hair framed her face, and her large eyes held a blend of languor and scrutiny, as if assessing the newcomer's potential to spend. With plump cheeks and a hint of apple-like fullness, she exuded a warm and approachable demeanor, even without a smile. We are first-year students from Hogwarts, recommended here by Professor Pomona Sprout. Oh, students of Pomona? Then you must be delightful Hufflepuffs. The witch's eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm, as if she had stumbled upon something truly remarkable. I hope you bear no prejudice against houses. This boy named Cedric is a Hufflepuff, Charles pointed out. And I am a Slytherin. The witch paused for a moment, then exclaimed, I only know about Hufflepuff, ha. You did not graduate from Hogwarts? Of course not. I am an Ilvermorny graduate. My ancestors hail from England, so I returned here after graduation, at least to have a place to stay. I am a goblin. Charles chuckled, indeed quite fitting. Every Paracelsus is a healer. Cedric nodded in agreement, recalling his previous trip to America, where he learned that goblins preferred to associate with benevolent and noble healers. Well then, please come in. Under the guidance of Paracelsus, the two entered the room, where books dominated the scene. Books upon books. A mere glance revealed their connection to divination and medicine. It seems you possess some knowledge of Paracelsus. Each successor must master the art of healing before pursuing their own interests. As the contemporary Paracelsus, I have chosen divination. Charles surveyed the surroundings, his gaze resting on a framed object hanging on the wall. It was a tarot card, the magician. A strong sensation washed over him. This card must belong to the same set as the blank one he held. Do you recognize it? You give me the impression that you perceive more than just a simple tarot card. Truly, the perceptive abilities of a Paracelsus are extraordinary. Cedric remained silent, sensing an inexplicable rapport between the witch and Charles. I have come here precisely because of the tarot cards. Charles decided to keep some intrigue, wishing to test the witch before uncovering the true nature of his card's connection to the legacy of Paracelsus. If you can assist me in locating Michael Scott, I would gladly gift you this time-honored card. Paracelsus secretly employed her intuitive divination, calculating that Charles's fate appeared to be quite unique. Are you also a prophet? Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Paracelsus exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 3. The Prophet. Paracelsus gazed at Charles in disbelief, then produced a crystal ball from seemingly nowhere, murmuring incantations directed at him. Within moments, her excitement was palpable. Would you be willing to learn divination? You are a natural-born prophet. Charles, hearing Paracelsus's enthusiasm, had no remarkable reaction. Human joys and sorrows do not resonate universally. Cedric was somewhat taken aback. If he were a prophet, wouldn't he have found the golden snitch in a heartbeat as a Quidditch seeker? Paracelsus furrowed her brow, visibly displeased, and remarked with a hint of reproach, "You are not happy? You are a prophet." She recalled how, upon discovering her own prophetic gift, she devoted herself wholly to her divination practice. Moreover, her talent was inherited. Her parents were not Paracelsus, but her grandfather was. Such a title must befit an extraordinary sorcerer. I lack the gift of prophecy. This I'm more aware of than you. Charles mused to himself, having struggled all day with the tarot cards, unable to grasp their essence. How could he be a prophet? Surely, you must occasionally dream fragments of the future. That is one aspect of prophetic talent, precognitive dreams. Paracelsus' assertion suddenly illuminated an understanding for Charles. Familiar with the original storyline, he realized that to some extent he indeed was a prophet, albeit a counterfeit one, as this revelation rested upon the condition that the future timeline remained unaltered. Charles had never relied on his fragmented memories of the original narrative. For him, only reality was tangible. No, I have never experienced such dreams. I believe even the greatest diviners stumble on trivial matters. Charles vehemently denied it, a stance that sowed seeds of doubt in Paracelsus, making her question whether she might have erred. After all, divination is inherently susceptible to the whims of fate. Surely, no aspiring sorcerer would shun the opportunity to become a prophet, for that is a most exalted role. Perhaps the celestial alignments were unfavorable today, clouding destiny's clarity. Paracelsus nodded. Among all forms of divination, the stars offer the greatest stability. She resolved to delve deeper into this matter come nightfall, confident that with the starry sky above, her observational tools would yield greater accuracy. What brings you to me? Charles decided to reveal a fragment of his thoughts, for revealing everything would strip divination of its value. I once encountered a pope from the Middle Ages who shared a tale with me. I wish for you to divine its most significant connection to our present world. Paracelsus, utterly perplexed, responded, "What are you talking about?" Charles then recounted, in one breath, the tale of the seer as told by Gregory I, causing both Paracelsus and Cedric to furrow their brows in concern. Surely, had this been the Middle Ages, you would have been burned at the stake for heresy. Jesus a seer? He is a sorcerer. The church would have condemned you. Paracelsus shook her head, but, under the watchful gazes of Charles, proceeded to divine using her crystal ball. Yet, the more she delved, the more astonished she became. Within 4 minutes, beads of sweat adorned her brow. 13 minutes later, she concluded her divination, gasping in disbelief as she met Charles's calm gaze. This cannot be. It is truly impossible. This tale is actual history. Jesus had 13 silent ones, and Merlin was the 13th who escaped. Paracelsus felt her long-held religious beliefs shattering, for her origins as a pastor dictated a tradition of reverence for Jesus. Yet now, that tradition was upended. Jesus was not a mere folkloric invention, but rather a figure of profound mystery. Cedric, too, found it hard to believe. Though he was not a believer, this revelation shattered his understanding of magical history. No, perhaps my calculations were flawed. I must write to my grandfather. Entrusting him with the divination, Paracelsus reassured herself, unable to accept the replacement of Jesus' existence with some historical narrative of seers. Is there nothing else beyond the truth? In contrast to their turmoil, Charles's demeanor in the face of this revelation was impeccable. Yes, and you will encounter it soon. I cannot articulate it well. It is too nebulous, as if someone is deliberately obscuring the heavens. Logically speaking, no such sorcerer should exist in the present. Their comprehension of the stars transcends ordinary understanding. Unless Charles interjected, a legendary sorcerer. Paracelsus felt as though she were conversing not with a fledgling sorcerer, but with an unflappable elder. As if all of this had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. She glanced at the nearby young sorcerer, whose expressions oscillated between incredulity and confusion, revealing a sense of belated realization. This is precisely the array of expressions one would expect from a typical young sorcerer, rather than an indifference, as if nothing were amiss. The tale just recounted is rife with absurdities. So, are you suggesting we pay another visit after some time? Charles surmised that they would have to await a response from her grandfather. Very well, perhaps a week hence. I shall perform another divination. Paracelsus is all about skepticism. Until one collides with an immovable wall, they shall not turn back. The two of them had no choice but to depart, and it was evident that Cedric's current state of contemplation was ill-suited for a nightly conveyance. Thus, they strolled along the road for a stretch. Is that so? Darn it. My grasp of the magical history from both the Mythic and Enlightenment eras is rather scant. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Cedric believed he had seized upon something significant, yet he lacked a crucial fragment. Charles was lost in thought, pondering Paracelsus's quest for Michael Scott. Could it be related to that mirror? What a coincidence it would be if all these encounters were interconnected. Furthermore, logically, there should be a total of 22 tarot cards. Currently, only the magician and the blank card in his possession are known. Where, then, are the remaining 20 cards? What relevance do all these inquiries hold? A dense fog obscures the true history. Who among us can unravel the enigmas laid by posterity to uncover the truth? Oh dear! Charles stumbled as he was collided into, while the one who bumped into him fell squarely to the ground. Oh, my apologies, I didn't see the road, he said with concern. Yet the little girl who had fallen seemed momentarily dazed. She appeared somewhat disheveled, with unkempt hair that was impossibly tangled. After a brief moment of distraction, her eyes regained their focus, shining with intensity. Alas, her front tooth marred her otherwise exasperated expression. It's also my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going. The girl rose, brushing off the dust from her clothes, and picked up a hefty tome, her apologetic tone tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Let's call it even. However, do be cautious on your way ahead. Charles chuckled and continued on, for Cedric, lost in contemplation, was completely oblivious to Charles lagging behind. The little girl lingered, watching Charles depart, and softly remarked, "He is truly quite handsome." Then her expression dimmed, likely resigned to the fact that they would never meet again. Just as she was about to open the hefty book in her hands, she recalled Charles's earlier caution to be careful on the path ahead. Indeed, reading while walking is hardly a prudent habit. Chapter 4. The Non-Existent Prophecy. The night was heavy, the stars hung inverted, a rare occasion for divinatory weather. The heavens had aligned. Paracelsus produced a finely crafted astrological instrument, a bronze contraption the size of a basketball, bearing an uncanny resemblance to an Eastern armillary sphere. I am eager to ascertain whether the error lies with me, or if you're concealing something. Once Paracelsus recovered from her astonishment, she was convinced that Charles was withholding information from her. Thus, seizing the fortuitous weather, she retrieved her finest divination apparatus, intent on peering into the threads of fate. A surge of inspiration coursed through her mind as the instrument in her hands began to rotate in response to her incantations and the manipulation of her magical prowess. For a brief quarter of an hour, the instruments continued their oscillations, suggesting that the intricacies of fate were far too convoluted. This should not be the case. It felt as if an anomaly had intruded into the preordained river of destiny, akin to an incongruous fish swimming in waters where it ought not to exist. Paracelsus had encountered such perplexities before. The last instance arose from her inquiry into Merlin's true fate. Has it ceased? The apparatus abruptly halted, revealing a trajectory that starkly contradicted the celestial movements above, as if the very heavens were in turmoil. I recall that this fate signifies. For the first time, Paracelsus found herself doubting her calculations, for this particular fate could only manifest under the auspices of a singular name. Jesus. This fate embodies both the destroyer and the creator of the wizarding world. In the annals of history, only the name of Jesus signifies an inscrutable destiny, for the divine cannot be directly gazed upon. And now, a mere young wizard has managed to compute the same outcome? Perhaps I should await my grandfather's response. It must be my mind playing tricks on me of late. Meanwhile, The previous Paracelsus, Ferdinand, seemed to have regained several years of youth, his visage aglow with vitality. Beside him, an 11-year-old boy gazed curiously at his mentor. "Oh, Octavius, you may be unaware, but I have uncovered a most splendid secret. One that reveals our pursuit is not a mere castle in the air, but a tangible reality." "Teacher, I do not understand." "Octavius, you are the 13th child and 8th son of King George III and Queen Charlotte of England. According to Muggle records, on May 3rd, 1783, you received a vaccination against smallpox, yet succumbed to a grave illness shortly thereafter. However, in truth, the royal faction employed a ruse of death to usher the magically gifted Oak into the wizarding realm, aiming to balance certain political machinations. Oak, by nature gentle, despite having passed away before reaching the tender age of 5, was perceived by many as exceptionally amiable and kind-hearted, endearing himself to all. Thus, the loss of his beloved son plunged George III into profound sorrow. Yet Oak seemed acutely aware of the heavy burden he bore. At the age of 5, he was initiated into the wizarding world, evolving from a weeping infant into a capable young wizard. Remarkably, he did not attend school, but learned under Ferdinand's tutelage and the guidance of elder wizards. Such is the privilege reserved for royalty. Oak, Paracelsus devoted his life to the belief that Jesus is knowable, unlike the omnipotent deity. He firmly believed that only an immortal soul could ascend to divinity. In his quest to create perfect life, he later transitioned into alchemy, crafting the artificial being known as homunculus and possessing the legendary Philosopher's Stone, an achievement rivaling that of Nicholas. The prince nodded, half comprehending, aware that his knowledge of Paracelsus was limited. In essence, Jesus is a wizard, a magus of such greatness that he forged a new world. Not only that, but he also shares an enigmatic connection with Merlin, which has piqued my curiosity regarding the secrets concealed from the mythic era. Ferdinand exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with light. This sense of hope granted him an unparalleled experience, as if he had regained many years of youth, brimming with vigor. At that moment, Charles penned a letter to Dumbledore. For Grindelwald had previously mentioned a visit during the summer, and Charles was determined to fulfill this promise. Moreover, he sought to glean some knowledge through Grindelwald. The following day, Dumbledore collected Charles, and they journeyed to Nurmengard. Summer, in its arrival, offered a degree of comfort. Grindelwald, lounging ungracefully against the wall, displayed no surprise at the arrival of Charles and Dumbledore. "I wish to inquire about something," Charles said politely, for he was indeed seeking assistance. Grindelwald glanced at Dumbledore, who gave a barely perceptible nod of assent. Thus, he provocatively remarked, "You are quite respectful this time." Charles, undeterred, earnestly stated, "I wish to know about the 22 special tarot cards." Grindelwald, taken aback, responded, "Have you encountered someone from the Paracelsus family?" Charles nodded, while Dumbledore interjected, "In fact, there is one person who knows well, our school's Sybil Trelawney. She possesses 3 special tarot cards, said to have originated from her Muggle father." Upon hearing this, Charles was about to express his desire to meet the professor, but Grindelwald interjected, "What you seek to understand extends beyond the whereabouts of the special tarot cards. You wish to comprehend their true purpose. I can enlighten you that these 22 tarot cards were crafted by the first generation of Paracelsus through alchemy, intended for divining the whereabouts of Jesus. That clergyman firmly believed Jesus to be a great wizard. Otherwise, he would not have collaborated with Luther on the religious Reformation. It is said that collecting all 22 tarot cards would unveil Jesus' location. Consequently, both the Rosicrucians and the Golden Dawn have been in pursuit. I know that the Rosicrucians have gathered 11 cards. The Golden Dawn possesses 6, and Paracelsus has 1, leaving 4 in circulation. Grindelwald conveyed all this in one breath, and as Charles counted, he realized he had acquired knowledge of the whereabouts of all tarot cards. The 4 cards in circulation included 3 held by Professor Sybil Trelawney and 1 that remained with him. It appears he must seek out the professor for discussion. Dumbledore suddenly added, "Charles, I must apologize for informing you that Trelawney vanishes during the holidays. No one knows her whereabouts." Meanwhile, the Trelawney Charles saw was presently indulging in revelry at a vineyard in France, alongside Chiron and Zachary. "Damn it, why won't you, foolish centaur, accept me?" Trelawney lamented, "Having indulged a bit too much. You are the daughter of my friend. Though your father is a Muggle, he has imparted many adventurous lessons to me." Zachary took a hearty swig of wine, recalling his youthful escapades sneaking into the Muggle world to learn the art of trap setting under Sybil's father's tutelage. Thus, for the eccentric Trelawney, he tended to her more as a caretaker than with genuine affection. "Damn Chiron," Sybil exclaimed, taking another large swig of her drink. Chapter 5. The Entrance to the Norwegian Ruins. After returning from Numengard with Dumbledore, Charles meticulously organized all the clues at his disposal. 122 tarot cards, 11 belonging to the Rosicrucians, 6 to the Golden Dawn, 1 to Paracelsus, and 3 to the Divination Professor, along with an unknown blank, accounted for the whereabouts of all the tarot cards. The special tarot cards were alchemical creations of Paracelsus, specifically designed to locate the whereabouts of Jesus. It was highly probable that if the 22 cards were collected, they would reveal the location of Jesus. One of the 4 great heads, Ravenclaw, had ties to the Rosicrucians, although the specifics of their relationship remained unclear. Pope Gregory I had his own intentions for the tarot cards, undoubtedly connected to the seer, a matter in which Vivian was also involved. Furthermore, Merlin had once participated as well. This was all the information Charles possessed. His current speculation was that Jesus, as a betrayer among the seers, was likely the most formidable of them all. What purpose would finding him serve? Moreover, it was highly unlikely he had escaped the clutches of death. How foolish, Charles lamented. Could it be that Jesus held the secret to divinity? Suddenly, he realized that unless they sought to become divine themselves, what could possibly attract them? It seemed that the ancient beings from mythological times were not quite themselves anymore. Besides the allure of divinity, what else could compel them? Yet, gods are not immortal either. Shaking his head, Charles felt a throbbing headache. It was all so bewildering. Meanwhile, Chiron received a letter from Freya and stealthily donned his equipment, leaving the drunken Sybil behind. This woman was utterly outrageous, always coveting him. Freya entered Charles's room exuberantly, exclaiming, "Charles, let us prepare to venture to Finmark County." Oh, I? Charles had forgotten their prior arrangement. Silly boy. To explore the ruins of Odin. Freya, appearing to be in her 40s and quite plump, nevertheless radiated an eager spirit at that moment. Odin, oh yes, and Zachary too. Well, let us gather our gear and meet in the capital of Finmark County, Vardo. Freya was quite delighted. After more than a decade, they would finally embark on another adventure, seeking the legendary ruins of Odin. Indeed, in Norse mythology, Odin was prominent. If Odin were a wizard, it would not be surprising for his tomb to exist in the north. Charles smiled wryly, yet it seemed incredibly daunting. After all, he was the king of the Norse gods. It was hard to imagine that his remnants could be so easily glimpsed. In this modern age, there were no remnants of those mythological figures, only muggles attempting to replicate or certain wizards striving to restore some marvels of the mythic era. For instance, the famous Stonehenge was a mimicry of Greek mythology. But how could a dutiful grandson dampen the spirits of his enthusiastic grandmother? As Freya and Charles arrived at Wadesur, having borrowed the portkey from the Ministry of Magic, Zachary had been waiting there for quite some time. "Zachary, how is it that you arrived so early?" Freya exclaimed, embracing him warmly. Zachary laughed heartily. "Freya, my blood is boiling with excitement. How could I possibly resist the urge to rush over?" This time, the exploration seemed rather straightforward, as numerous adventuring parties had already ventured inside, only to be halted by a magical barrier encircling the stone city. An underground tomb? Is it yet another imitation of ancient relics? I can't shake off this ominous feeling, Zachary mused, suddenly feeling a tinge of disappointment. Constructing an underground tomb is an arduous task, requiring immense manpower and resources. Hence, it is typically well documented. The nature of mythological figures, however, is often nebulous. Yet, they are not immortal. If they fear death, they might resort to peculiar rituals to resurrect themselves. Charles offered a comforting thought. For instance, the Egyptian sorcerers would construct tombs and perform unique resurrection ceremonies for the pharaohs. Perhaps these mythic tales have influenced such practices? His reassurance held considerable weight, providing an alternative perspective on the inconsistencies with established norms. Indeed, Zachary, this is precisely the moment for our Moya adventurers to step up. Freya felt an undeniable sense of duty, particularly since other teams were barred by the magical barrier. They resumed their journey at a brisk pace, utilizing illusions and following maps, until they finally arrived at a shadowy cave entrance. Just as Freya prepared to step inside, Charles halted her. "Wait, grandmother, the enchantment on this entrance is rather peculiar." Charles activated his magical eye. Despite his limited knowledge of the Nivens, he was still able to decipher the significance behind the magical lines. 2 unrelated spells, spatial expansion and reverse sealing, were simultaneously present within the same magical circle. In other words, it was a magical prison. "What's the matter, Charles? Is there an issue?" Freya inquired, bewildered. Zachary scrutinized the surroundings as well. Initially dismissive of Charles's warning, he soon discovered a grave concern. The entire scene appeared to be fabricated within another dimension. This was a secret realm, Not a traditional magical relic. Freya, this is a secret realm, akin to our previous encounter at the vampire ruins, constructed with substantial magical materials and large-scale spell formations. It could very well be Odin's legacy. Freya was equally exhilarated. Uncovering the myths of yore was a dream for every adventurer. Hold on. Charles once again interrupted the two, moving to the side and casting his wand at a dazed lizard, declaring empty-headed. The lizard, struck by the magic, simply stared blankly at Charles. He picked up the lizard and tossed it into the cave, and before Charles could issue further commands, the lizard swiftly scrambled back out. The two watched Charles's actions in astonishment. It can come and go. Isn't it strange? What is this lizard afraid of? It managed to break free from my enchantment due to fear. Charles frowned, his mind clouded by the remnants of the ancient charm, which was meant to be beguiling. Yet, how could this powerless lizard, devoid of any formidable will, have escaped? Perhaps it was instinctive fear. This might indeed be the relic of the Norse god Odin. All right, we can proceed, but I must caution you both. This relic is likely genuine. Charles spoke earnestly, though his companions could sense his unease. Charles, we will safeguard you. This time, we shall not take undue risks. Our primary focus will be on documentation and exploration, Freya reassured him, while Zachary nodded in agreement. Thus, the three ventured into the ruins, and the wheels of fate began to turn. Unbeknownst to Zachary, a mirror had somehow found its way into his backpack. Chapter 6. What a coincidence, they're all here. The trio traversed an interminable corridor, where time seemed to lose its significance, and human intuition appeared to be shrouded in obscurity. They could neither perceive nor feel the passage of time. Charles noticed that Zachary's watch had ceased ticking. Perhaps the magnetic field here was overwhelming. However, when he opened his magical eye, the landscape revealed itself as a tapestry of distorted magical lines, akin to the gravitational curves collapsing in physics that formed everything around them. At last, they abruptly emerged from the corridor, standing before a group of individuals. Oh, you are Freya? Charles? Both leaders of the respective teams were familiar Charles. Kylie, Professor Hunter, what brings you here? Charles exclaimed incredulously. Was the world truly this small? I came upon news of Odin's relic, only to find myself trapped here, Hunter replied with a hint of exasperation. Realizing that a seasoned adventurer like himself had been ensnared within a relic, and worse, witnessed by his own student was quite embarrassing. Charles then turned his gaze to Kylie, who, usually meticulous about her appearance, now bore disheveled hair, indicating a prolonged period of entrapment. Our team has been stuck here for over 6 months, Kylie lamented. If it weren't for our ample supplies and the use of a seamless extension spell on our backpacks, we would have starved long ago. 6 months? Charles was incredulous. This was far too exhilarating. I received a peculiar letter stating that this location contained Odin's relic. I hurriedly assembled my team and came, only to find ourselves ensnared. Kylie elucidated her reasons for coming. Observing the situation, Hunter added, I have been friends with Peggy for years. He showed me that letter, knowing I would be intrigued by such a challenging relic. Additionally, he hoped I could bring his employees back. However, this corridor is a one-way passage. It only allows entry, not exit. To escape, it seems we must shatter this luminous barrier. Hunter pointed towards a shimmering yellow light wall, which was relatively translucent, revealing the stone palace beyond. Suddenly, Charles inquired, but if we cannot escape from here, then who has transmitted the information outside? If neither of these two teams has ventured forth, how then did Freya and her companions acquire knowledge pertinent to this place? Freya shook her head, responding, I do not know. It was Peggy who informed me. How could Peggy possibly be aware of the situation here? Kelly exclaimed in disbelief. A whiff of conspiracy lingered in the air, yet breaking the light barrier took precedence. Meanwhile, Kelly, seemingly invigorated by the arrival of new faces, began to introduce his teammates. Blair Hodge, a Russian with an alarmingly pale complexion and a robust physique, reminiscent of a polar bear. Debbie Nelly, a French priest and linguist, possesses an ordinary appearance but exudes a sacred aura. Donna Arthur, an Austrian historian, strikingly handsome, though a scar at the corner of her mouth somewhat mars her beauty. Observing Kelly's introductions, Hunter followed suit, presenting his own comrades to Charles and the others. Kingland, a German, hails from the lineage of the Grimms, naturally attuned to magical creatures. You are indeed a descendant of the Grimms, exclaimed Zachary Richardson. I am Chiron. The more Zachary regarded the slender man with dark hair, the more he found him agreeable, truly a fitting descendant of the beloved Grimms, known for their affinity for magical beings. Subsequently, the sociable Westerners engaged in animated conversation, as if they were not trapped but rather on a leisurely holiday. Charles, opening his magical eye, scrutinized the light barrier. Something was amiss. The lines of the barrier appeared to be in motion. For the first time, Charles beheld magical lines that not only flowed, but also twisted. Some lines remained fixed, while others, imbued with the essence of magical power, continued to undulate. It was indeed his first encounter with magical lines that could flow and transform, perhaps explaining why this barrier could not be shattered through brute force. As Charles searched for a flaw, a ripple emerged from the mirror in Zachary's backpack, and a faint, ancient voice wafted through the air, seemingly audible only to him. Touch it, touch it. Odin, this phrase carried a hint of seduction, causing Charles to momentarily lose focus before extending his hand towards the light barrier. At that instant, the magical array within the depths of his eyes began to rotate, and the flowing lines of the barrier appeared to find an outlet, streaming into Charles's fingertips and vanishing within him. In less than 3 breaths, the barrier shattered. Truly remarkable, as expected of the elven prince, to unravel such a complex barrier. Kelly exclaimed, brimming with joy. This means we can finally escape. However, those unaware of Charles's identity were taken aback. The elven prince? The historian whose reputation has soared in recent circles? The one said to possess numerous secrets? After all, he had penned captivating accounts of many renowned and obscure historical figures alike. To think he is but a child. Donna remained silent, fixated on Charles. This individual had managed to unlock the barrier that had confined her for 6 months, an impasse that had left her utterly helpless. Could it be that the disparity in historical knowledge among them was so vast? Excellent, Charles. The mystery has been unraveled. Let us proceed. Zachary, unsurprised, led the charge. He had discerned through the shimmering barrier that no magical traps lay in wait behind it. Even swifter than Zachary was Blair, a comrade of Kyrie. The moment the barrier shattered, was already poised to advance. Charles retracted his fingers, sensing nothing amiss within his body, and thus relinquished his inquiries. Prompted by Freya, he embarked upon the path of adventure. Time became an inconsequential measure as the group paused before the stone palace. The edifice spanned roughly the size of a football field, embodying the quintessential Norwegian architectural style, harmonizing with nature and its surroundings. The palace was singular in its elevation, soaring significantly in the middle, with 12 tiers of steps leading up to it. Thus, it was not particularly grand. Indeed, one could describe it as somewhat austere, not befitting the stature of the Norse god Odin. Yet, if Odin were not a deity but rather a sorcerer, this palace, nestled within a realm of magic, might indeed resemble the sepulchre of a god-king. Simple, yet complex. The inscriptions upon its surface were peculiar, not of the Latin family. Linguist Debbie noted that a line of text was etched upon the steps, yet the sequence of letters appeared unfamiliar. I have never seen this before, she remarked, and Kyrie echoed her astonishment, with others joining in their wonder. Perhaps it was an archaic form of runic script. Charles, though unfamiliar with the written language, perceived the latent magic within the sequence. Upon closer examination, it seemed to be a variation of runic script. No, rather, runic script was a derivative of this array of characters. Runic? Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance, Kyrie exclaimed, and Charles's insights illuminated the group's understanding. Hunter pondered further, excitement bubbling within him. Could it not imply that Odin discovered this runic language? Or perhaps that he, as a sorcerer, created it? I leaned towards the notion of discovery. Charles remained silent, yet he began to form a conjecture. If this primordial runic script were to be rearranged, it might resemble the contours of magical lines. This marked the first occasion Charles had encountered such magical lines in reality. Chapter 7, Oppression. Charles now harbored serious doubts. Did Odin possess eyes akin to his own? Could it be that Odin was also a traveler from another realm? Or was the eye of magic a manifestation of a sorcerer's awakening? The more he contemplated, the more chaotic his thoughts became. The knowledge he acquired only deepened his fear and confusion. Freya, noticing Charles's furrowed brow and unsettled demeanor, approached him gently, placing a comforting hand on his back. What troubles you? Is it too oppressive? Are you unwell? Charles shook his head, reluctant to speak. He had plunged into a vast enigma, leaving no room for any other emotions. Beyond the inscriptions, the architectural style itself was peculiarly disconcerting, resembling not a tomb, but rather a dwelling. Hunter struck to the heart of the matter, while Green tugged at his sleeve, his complexion pale and voice low. I feel rather unwell. What ails you? Hunter inquired, steadying Green as the others turned their attention towards him. A sense of oppression enveloped the atmosphere, as if one could hear a beast lamenting. A creature of immense size, seemingly lonely and having existed for millennia. Green articulated his feelings intermittently, and apart from Charles and Hunter, the others harbored doubts. Was this child perhaps suffering from a form of claustrophobia? Charles understood that Green's sentiments were valid. Perhaps only those inherently sensitive to their surroundings could perceive the suffocating confinement of this place. Hunter, having known Green for a considerable time, trusted that his insights were not baseless. Green's innate intuition often guided him through perilous situations, suggesting that the secrets concealed here could be deadly. Odin, the Norse god. Let us proceed. There is little of interest outside. Blair gazed fervently into the pitch-black palace devoid of doors, unable to discern anything from the bottom of the steps. Wait a moment, 12 steps. Perhaps they hold significance. I advise against taking 13 steps on stairs, Donna proclaimed, tilting her head disdainfully at the visibly uncomfortable Charles, as if challenging him. Indeed, 13 is a most ominous number, the others concurred. Hunter glanced at Green, gauging his resolve. The latter nodded. Retreating without uncovering Odin's true essence would surely leave a lingering regret. Consequently, they all consciously took a few extra steps on the staircase. Upon entering the palace, visibility was non-existent, prompting everyone to draw their wands, illuminating the darkness with a collective glow. In an instant, the radiance of 9 wands brightened the surroundings. The keen-eyed Hunter and Kelly noticed several torches affixed to the walls, and in silent agreement, they simultaneously ignited them with bursts of flame. The 2 fireballs ignited the torches, triggering a chain reaction that illuminated all of them at once, 18 in total, 9 on either side. Suddenly, the darkness within the palace dissipated, revealing the splendor before them. The interior decor starkly contrasted with the exterior, being entirely crafted from gold. The floor, ceiling, and walls were all adorned in gold. At the far end of the palace stood a lofty throne, devoid of any occupant yet exuding a formidable sense of oppression, as though someone were gazing down upon them. Why do I feel somewhat uneasy? I too feel a sense of constriction, they murmured. Yet Charles and Green felt none of this upon arrival. The earlier strange discomfort had ebbed. Flanking the throne were 2 golden altars, one completely bare, while the other bore a grand rooster. Why would a cock stand there? Donna questioned. Perplexed by its symbolism, 2 interpretations emerged. One could be that the rooster heralded the twilight of the gods, while the empty altar represented an ending. Alternatively, the rooster might be vigilant over something. Charles, applying his mythological knowledge, calmly analyzed the situation, earning Hunter as commendation. Donna, while scoffing at his theory, secretly acknowledged its plausibility. Some individuals, it seems, possess an unyielding demeanor despite their underlying uncertainty. I tend to be watchful. Upon arriving here, the oppressive atmosphere has diminished. Green was the first to speak, yet this time, apart from Charles, everyone deemed the child foolish. Outside, they felt no sense of oppression. Rather, it was upon entering this place that the weight of the throne became apparent. However, Charles and Green share a similar perspective. Charles posits that within this void lies a seal, or perhaps a suppression of something. The monstrous wolf Fenrir, the earthly serpent Jormungandr, the hellish Houndgarm, the fire giant Surtur, and the black dragon Nidhogg. Charles leans towards Fenrir, for in myth, Fenrir is known to have slain Odin. If the myths are not mere fabrications, then perhaps Fenrir was sealed away by Odin. Yet, do such flawed magical creatures truly exist in the realm of fantastic beasts? Furthermore, in the myth of Ragnarok, Nidhogg emerged from a heap of corpses, gliding heavily across the earth, its black wings adorned with bones. Soon, it descended into the farthest reaches, disappearing into the abyss at the edge of the cosmos. This implies that only Nidhogg survived. However, until now, no one has ever encountered this dragon. If Nidhogg is not real, could be that Fenrir is? Logically, it does not add up. If the void signifies an end, then perhaps stepping upon it would yield results? Donna feels uncertain, while Blair boldly steps onto the empty altar, yet nothing occurs. Inscribed upon the altar are runes. This is Elder Futhark. Debbie circumnavigates the 10-meter-wide altar, her mind momentarily incapacitated. After waiting a while, without seeing Debbie decipher the runes, Donna approaches and shakes her, inquiring, "Debbie, what is wrong? What do the inscriptions say?" At last, Debbie regains her composure, casting a deep glance at Charles and Green before explaining. What they refer to as suppression, not termination. What? Here, the entity being suppressed is the earthly serpent Jormungandr. How can that be? Wasn't he the serpent vanquished alongside Thor? Debbie sighs, then approaches the altar of the golden rooster, examining the engraved Elder Futhark, silently recounting the entire narrative in her mind, before summoning the group and stating, What I am about to share is a record by Odin himself. I cannot ascertain its truth, but it diverges significantly from the mythos. The very record of Odin himself. We may finally unravel the figures of the mythic age. A feat unmatched in centuries. Odin, can the enigma of Norse mythology at last be unveiled? The crowd buzzes with excitement. Yet only Charles notices the panic and fear etched upon Debbie's face. Why? Does the truth greatly deviate from the myths? Chapter 8. Norse Antiquity. Since my entry into the wilderness, 15 years have passed, during which I have relentlessly sought the fabled well of wisdom. In the far north, above the ice fields, floats a solitary island. I employed a flight spell to ascend, where I found an elf residing within, seemingly trapped. We engaged in conversation. He was quite guarded, yet his wariness was particularly directed towards the tree and the spring. He inquired if I was acquainted with Odin, to which I deceitfully replied in the negative. Subsequently, I delved into the mysteries of the spring and the tree, entranced by the latent magic they harbored, feeling the dormant power within me awaken and intensify. The sprite remained anxious, claiming he did not belong to this realm and had stumbled in, yet found himself unable to depart. I attempted to leave, discovering indeed that escape was impossible. All enchantments failed to function here. However, I remained unfazed, biding my time until I could harness immense power to obliterate this place, and thereby liberate myself. Later, the sprite recounted a tale of Odin who, by hanging from the world tree, attained wisdom. But why should I sacrifice an eye for a giant? I am not Odin from his narrative. Yet I could ascend to become a deity of Norse mythology. While he slumbered, I subdued him and extracted one of his eyes. Who would have imagined such a sprite would be utterly defenseless? I suspended him from the world tree, proclaiming that he would attain supreme wisdom. The foolish prophet was always self-righteous. His eye was peculiar, exuding a fragrant aroma upon removal and showing no signs of decay. When I attempted to observe through my own eyes, both corroded simultaneously. Reluctantly, I pressed that eye in my own socket. In that fleeting moment, I beheld the true world. However, when I sought to extract the other eye, the sprite vanished. 7 days and nights, indeed, proved true. I spent half a year on a desert island, studying the authentic realm and deciphering a script imbued with magic, which I would name runic. During those 6 months, I subsisted on the spring's waters, gaining unparalleled strength, which I named Thor. I shattered the island, taking the sturdiest branches of the world tree to craft a magic staff. It was I who unleashed destruction. Then came the latter half of the inscription. A man claiming to be Merlin approached me, inviting me to join Jesus' ranks to overthrow the dominion of the gods. Without hesitation, I acquiesced, for those foolish deities sought to banish me for usurping divine authority. We were led by Jesus, a formidable figure surrounded by 12 silent ones. Who knows how he accomplished that? In my eyes, he was a colossal incantation, a moving harbinger of destruction. Time held no significance during this insurrection. I only knew of our victory. Jesus forged a new world free from the gods' rule, yet he perished. That Merlin, that thief. But I had no time to address him. For a colossal serpent emerged in the north, seeking me. I confronted the wretched beast. This accursed serpent was impervious, capable of spewing venom and warping time with a gem upon its brow. With the aid of my magical companion, Gulene Kenby, I subdued the great serpent, pried out its gem, shattered its venomous fangs, and sealed it, entrusting Gulene Kenby with its guardianship. Yet I too was left weakened, my right hand, Thor, injured and infected by its venom. The cursed venom has the power to transform individuals into standing wolf beasts, ferocious and bloodthirsty, with an overwhelming capacity for infection. I find myself powerless to eradicate them all and have allowed one young wolf to escape, whom I have named Fenrir. I am determined to slay him with my own hands. The spear Gungnir, forged from the world tree, has been damaged. I entrusted it along with a precious gem to the elven race before embarking on my quest to find Fenrir. The errors I have sown must be atoned for by me. Had I not shattered that solitary island, the colossal serpent sealed beneath its icy depths would not have awakened. This battle, which has nearly ravaged the snowy plains, would not have transpired, and I can only spend the remainder of my life seeking redemption. All tales abruptly ceased, and the gathered audience was unable to contain their astonishment at the revelation that the mythic era was indeed such. Donna exclaimed passionately, "There lies a kernel of truth in the myths of future generations, such as the tale of Thor and the world serpent Jormungandr perishing together, which is when Odin's mighty right hand was bitten off. For instance, Odin's creation of Niflheim was, in truth, the theft of the elven race's eyes. The demise of the wolf Fenrir alongside Odin signifies that Odin fell while pursuing Fenrir, even elucidating the origins of the current wolf venom infection. This is the authentic narrative of the mythic age. Except for Charles, who remained pensive, the others were enraptured. Charles gazed at the chicken and pondered. The elven eyes? Can they perceive the true magical world? Is it not akin to his own magical eye, the golden finger? He had assumed these eyes were a gift from his transdimensional journey, only to discover they were a latent ability that could only be awakened within the elven race. Perhaps the awakening of such an ability among the elves is exceedingly rigorous. That poor elf who had his eyes gouged out. Perhaps the world tree absorbed the inverted elves. Or perhaps the method to escape lies in being suspended upside down for 7 days. Moreover, the most crucial revelation, that elf was aware of Odin's inverted world. Could it be that this elf is a predecessor of some transgressor? Just moments ago, he had erred in his assumption that only transgressors could awaken the magical eye. Rather than placing faith in a prophet, it is wiser to trust a transgressor. That elder must have faced a tragic fate, having arrived during the tumultuous era of the gods' conflict. Otherwise, he might have become a legendary sorcerer in later generations. As the fervent discussions came to a close, the realization struck them all. Within another altar lay Jormungandr, the earthbound giant serpent. Yet, there was no indication of how to escape. Kelly was the first to react. Having been confined for 6 months, the weight of the secrets he knew, once past the initial excitement, only intensified his desire to flee. Others began to search around, but Charles ascended the steps towards the throne, declaring, "Perhaps the way out is from here." In Charles' eyes, the throne was entwined with immense magical runes, possibly indicating the path to freedom. Some of those intertwined runes bore a resemblance to the art of transformation. Suddenly, the entire palace trembled violently. Charles barely managed to brace himself upon the throne while others were thrown off balance. The altar is on the verge of shattering. Green was the first to notice the source of the tremors. The tension in the hearts of everyone present tightened. Surely, that serpent is about to break free. We must flee. Hunter was the first to react, swiftly teleporting out of the palace, followed by the others who did the same. Freya first approached Charles, then, grasping him, they both vanished from the palace. Shortly thereafter, those outside witnessed the palace tremble violently before it cracked open, splitting into 2 halves. A colossal one-eyed serpent emerged from beneath the altar, its massive form nearing 8 meters in width, nearly occupying half of the cavern. Odin! The serpent let out a chilling scream, startlingly articulating human speech. It then gazed upon the crowd, exclaiming maniacally, "I am finally free. I never anticipated that fate would offer me a delightful surprise." Chapter 9. Ancient Lincoln Yemagad greedily surveyed the assembled individuals, its icy breath causing the temperature within the cave to plummet. The warmth of spring. The wizards did not remain passive. After casting cold resistance spells upon themselves, they scattered. Shatter bones. Explosive spells. Explosive spells. Charles calmly unleashed the spell he had learned from that potion textbook, the Shadowless Blade. Yemagad showed no reaction to the strike. The spell left not a trace upon its smooth, thick scales. However, the Shadowless Blade did carve a shallow mark into the scales. Such a delightful treat. It's still a bit unruly, Yemagad mused, suddenly springing into action, its maw aimed at Donna. Blair, quick to respond, lunged to rescue the paralyzed Donna. It had been a long time since Yemagad had moved. Being confined for so long had made it forget much. Then, before the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yemagad gradually diminished in size, its silver-white form measuring 10 meters in length and over half a meter in width, surveying the crowd with its icy gaze. Possessing the ability to stretch and compress at will, it could alter its size to adapt to its surroundings. Charles was astonished. Could this creature be the source of many magical beasts? Yemagad swiftly darted forward like a streak of white lightning towards Kelly, while Hunter unleashed several layers of barriers that were shattered effortlessly by Yemagad. However, the delay in Yemagad's speed afforded Kelly a timely reaction. He quickly apparat to a large boulder that had fallen to the side and unleashed a torrent of flames directed at Yemagad. How bothersome! Yemagad hissed, shooting towards Zachary, who adeptly utilized Chiron's powerful legs to leap to safety. You all are exceedingly disobedient. Before a deity, it is your flesh and blood that should be offered. Yemagad lunged toward Charles, convinced of its success, yet Charles instantaneously teleported away, recklessly casting 6 vials of oil potions. Boom! The explosive oil ignited in a blaze, momentarily scorching Yemagad. In response, Yemagad exchanged power and defense for speed. Charles, gaining clarity, shouted. At that moment, his illuminated eyes caught Yemigad's attention, causing the creature to exclaim in terror, Odin. Yet, the wizards present, seasoned in experience, relentlessly hurled high-damage spells at Yemigad. Rather than evading, Yemigad surged through the flames, instantly enlarging itself. The spell struck its dense scales, failing to inflict any damage. Yemigad seemed resolutely fixated on Charles, aiming to engulf him in one swift motion. Freya had previously noted the peculiar behavior of Yemigad and had cast a spell in advance, executing a seamless illusionary transposition to whisk Charles away. However, the serpent's head collided forcefully with the ground, sending tremors through the cavern's interior, causing the walls to fracture and debris to cascade down, leaving the wizards struggling to maintain their footing. Die, all of you! Yemigad seemed to have gone mad, shifting from a desire for sweets to a tempestuous frenzy, intent on wreaking havoc within the cave. The falling stones varied in size, some as large as houses, others as small as hail. Iron armor spell. The wizards quickly gathered together through their transpositions, channeling their collective magical energy to erect a barrier against the tumbling boulders. Hold firm. Kyrie's forehead bulged with veins as he growled. The wizards gritted their teeth, pouring out their magic to withstand the falling stones, while the frenzied Yemigad paid no heed, thrashing about with its immense bulk. I can't hold on. Charles was the first to reach his limit. Had it not been for the magic stored within the Lionheart ring, he would have already succumbed. As one fell, the tenuous iron armor spell collapsed like a line of dominoes. Debbie fell, followed by Green. Finally, it was Freya and Zachary who struggled to maintain their defense. At last, after a quarter of an hour, the maddened Yemigad regained its composure, coldly fixing its gaze on Charles. Indeed, Odin, this thief has long since perished. It then shrank and transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Charles. Zachary was the first to react, propelling himself and Charles aside, but Yemigad's speed still resulted in him biting off one of Zachary's legs. Potion. Green, quick of hand and eye, tossed a vial of blue potion to Charles. Charles caught it and administered it to Zachary, who grimaced after drinking. It seems futile. The wound appears to be inflicted by some cutting curse, rendering it irreparable. Yet Yemigad did not relent in its assault, swiftly turning to target Freya. That old hag is too much an obstacle. Freya dodged nimbly, but Yemigad's attack was merely a feint. Its true aim was Donna. Get away. In a moment of dire urgency, Blair ignited the source of magic within him, a ferocious power burning like tangible flames upon his body. He lunged towards the oncoming Yemigad. For the first time, Yemigad emitted a pained wail, prompting the others to instinctively retreat. No, Blair. Donna wept, questioning why he would sacrifice himself for her. Kyrie seemed momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why his dear friend would choose to perish with Yemigad. Inferno. Freya's expression was grim. Yemigad swallowed Blair whole, the green flames searing through his body, inflicting immense agony. Let me add a little more. Freya extended her wand, and the inferno coiled towards Yemigad like a serpent. This is useless. Do you need my assistance? A familiar ancient voice suddenly echoed in Charles' mind, as if a formidable wizard in a white robe stood beside him. Who are you? Charles pondered inwardly. Me? I am uncertain. I am merely in search of an old friend whom I owe an apology. We all perish on the path to immortality. Can you conquer that serpent? Perhaps. Before Charles could articulate his thoughts, Jormungandr suddenly lunged forth, severing Kyrie's lower half. Had it not been for Green's quick reflexes in pulling Kyrie back, he would have surely been bisected. It had been ages since he felt the torment of hellfire. An indelible memory, yet death cannot claim me. Freya gazed in disbelief at the unscathed Jormungandr. Was the earlier wailing merely a facade? Awaken that rooster with your eyes. An ancient voice instructed. Charles looked up. Despite having traversed the area recently ravaged by Jormungandr's fury, the golden rooster stood proudly against the stone wall. Lincoln. Charles opened his magical eye, directing his gaze towards the golden rooster, and Jormungandr, sensing the attention, surged toward Charles. Stop! Freya's magic erupted, forming a curved light barrier before her, successfully shielding her from Jormungandr's onslaught. Yet, within mere moments, the tremendous force sent Freya flying, while Jormungandr veered past Charles, astonishingly unable to change course. The golden rooster shed its skin, revealing iridescent feathers, its piercing gaze fixed upon Jormungandr. Return, it proclaimed in human tongue, expanding in size and pinning Jormungandr beneath its claw, which the serpent could not escape, no matter how it writhed. You arrived too early. The golden rooster's voice resonated in Charles's mind. Then it cast a significant glance at him before reclaiming Jormungandr and returning to the ruins of the palace. A resounding crow echoed through the cavern, dispelling the fear within the hearts of all present. Gradually, the fragments of the palace reassembled, appearing as they once were. As Lincoln escorted Jormungandr inside, the others regained their composure. Were it not for the myriad traces left by Jormungandr and the missing leg of Zachary, along with Kyrie, who bore 2 broken limbs, and the deceased Blair, they might have dismissed the recent events as mere dreams. "How did you know Lincoln would assist us?" Freya inquired, her confusion evident. Yet, her question also aimed to clarify matters in front of everyone, for some sorcerers might harbor suspicions if left unaddressed. "I don't know. It seemed an old wizard just told me to awaken Lincoln," Charles replied, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. "Thank goodness, we nearly faced total annihilation." As the group pondered, the surrounding scenery shifted. They had emerged. A dreamlike reverie. Chapter 10. Waiting for Opportunity. "So, how was your encounter with the legendary Jormungandr? A bountiful harvest, I presume." As a sigh of relief spread among the group, a familiar yet frivolous voice echoed from a thicket. Clad in a top hat and suit, resembling a merchant rather than a sorcerer, Baldapigi emerged from the woods, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Peggy?" Kyrie furrowed his brow, struggling to rise with Donna's support. Incredulous that his boss had come in person. "It is I. It seems Jormungandr is in a foul mood." Peggy glanced at the injured Kelly, her eyes reflecting a hint of scrutiny, as if Kelly's wounds failed to elicit any additional emotional response from him as her employer. Freya furrowed her brow and stepped forward, warily addressing Peggy. "Who are you exactly?" "Oh, I have yet to introduce myself. Bow Bald Peggy, I am Bald Peggy, the clandestine leader of the Third Order of the Golden Dawn." "Golden Dawn?" Charles exclaimed, astonished at the revelation that the mysterious Golden Dawn had been lurking so close. "Indeed, the Elven Prince has recently acquainted many with the figures of the Golden Dawn. I even feared that my own identity had been compromised." Bald chuckled. "Fortunately, I was mistaken. I had originally intended to send you all to meet the Grim Reaper through Emer, yet only one perished, which truly surprised me." "Scoundrel!" Donna cried out. "It is this very person who caused Blair's demise. Avada Kedavra!" The 3 unforgivable curses intertwined with Donna's ceaseless fury and hatred. TSK, rather unruly, aren't we?" Bald raised his wand, effortlessly countering Donna's lethal curse. But how can one truly master the art of killing when driven solely by rage? Bald's display of skill heightened the vigilance of those present. This man was no novice in sorcery. Initially, he sought to uncover Odin's secrets, but now he considered it more prudent to simply capture one of them. With that thought, Bald commanded attack. Suddenly, 2 dark-robed wizards emerged from the thicket, unleashing a killing curse and a bone-piercing spell in quick succession. Freya managed to intercept one of the killing curses, but the bone-piercing spell struck Debbie. Debbie curled up in pain, prompting Kelly to react with impotent fury. Freya sighed. "Hunter, Donna, provide cover. Green, Zachary, we advance." With a flourish of her wand, Freya cast an exploding curse. Despite having lost a leg, Zachary, imbued with the innate magical prowess of magical creatures, continued to fight valiantly. Hopping on one foot to cast spells, Green placed a stone against his chest and transformed into the long-extinct magical creature known as the owlbear, a creature with a robust, feathered body reminiscent of a bear and large, clear eyes that glared fiercely from its owl-like head. The owlbear lunged directly at the other dark-robed wizard. In an instant, the 6 combatants were entangled in a fierce battle. Freya faced Bald, managing to suppress him overall. Her inherent elven protection allowed her to withstand some of Bald's attacks while freeing her hands to assist her teammates. Zachary, hindered by his missing leg, barely held his ground against his adversary. Without Freya as support, he would have surely succumbed. Meanwhile, the owlbear, with its formidable feathered armor, absorbed most of the magical damage, while Green inflicted several deep claw marks on the dark-robed foe. "Go!" Charles regained some magical energy, retrieving several vials from his pocket. He then discreetly transformed into a small insect and flew towards Zachary's opponent. Boom! As Charles approached the figure clad in a black robe, he whispered softly. In an instant, a surge of magical energy erupted, causing a potion bottle to explode, igniting the dark sorcerer. Seizing the moment, Zachary struck down his opponent. "Oh, we cannot afford to delay. If those fellows discover us, it will be disastrous." Bald was quite troubled, not expecting the enemy to retain any combat capability amidst Emer's onslaught. "Everyone attack!" Suddenly, 6 black-robed sorcerers emerged from the earth. 3 engaged the attacking trio, while the other 3 charged towards Charles and his companions. "Hurry! Do not let them detect us!" Bud shouted. Freya and her allies felt the pressure intensify, caught in a pincer attack. Meanwhile, Charles frantically hurled all his potions outward to disrupt the foes. Black fog, swamps, and freezing spells proved ineffective. The vigilant dark sorcerers would not be so easily ensnared. Avada Kedavra! Donna struck again, her fury distorting her mind and tormenting her spirit. Hunter cast protective iron armor spells on everyone. Charles plunged into the black mist. Hurricane! A fierce wind howled, as one dark sorcerer seemed to summon the wild gusts. The black fog dispersed, and the oncoming sorcerer prepared to seize Charles, only for him to teleport away from the grasp. Boom! The swamp potion and the oil potion exploded simultaneously. The sorcerer inadvertently triggered Charles's trap, 1 foot sinking into the swamp, yet his wand deflected the ignited oil potion. Hunter barely withstood the opponent's assault, while Donna was sent flying by the dark sorcerer. Got him retreat. The dark sorcerer snatched up Kelly, pointing his wand at him, casting a spell that would render him unconscious. Retreat. Upon command, the dark sorcerers vanished. Yet as one attempted to escape, Charles cast a freezing spell, forcing the sorcerer to defend, thus missing the opportunity to flee. Quick to react, Hunter petrified the dark sorcerer entirely. At the last moment, the owlbear tore apart the foe, reverting to its original form as a pale green gasped for breath. The other dark sorcerers departed with Kelly. Donna slammed her fist into the ground. All because of her, all her fault. Let her vent her frustration. Hunter held back Debbie, sighing deeply. Shortly after their departure, 8 bald sorcerers teleported to the scene, their heads adorned with peculiar glyphs. Their tattered black robes hinted at their nature. We arrived too late. Those traitors have escaped. The leader of the bald sorcerers remained calm, betraying no signs of regret. Donna sprang to her feet, charging forward. Take me to them. I will kill them. Do not allow your rage to distort your mind. The leader extended a finger, touching Donna's forehead, and she promptly fell into slumber. Charles raised an eyebrow, performing wandless magic. Greetings. The bald sorcerer bowed to Freya. There is no need for such formalities, Freya replied, recognizing him. Though he appeared to be in his 30s, he was actually an old man of 70 or 80. Vivian held him in high regard. It is my duty. We shall go apprehend those traitors. Farewell. They came swiftly and vanished just as quickly. The 8 individuals disappeared without a trace. Who were they? The others looked at Freya in confusion, sensing that she might know these people. Members of the Rosicrucian Order. They have been capturing members of the Golden Dawn since the last century. Freya smiled wryly, thinking that had they arrived a bit earlier, Kale might not have been taken. The Rosicrucian Order? Charles was taken aback to encounter these 2 enigmatic organizations in a single day. Hunter stepped forward to assist Green, and Charles followed, asking, "You can actually transform into a magical creature using Animagus?" "This is not Animagus," Green replied with a shake of his head, a rueful smile gracing his lips. "It is a unique talent and ritual magic of our clan. Back in the cave, I was unable to transform successfully. I assumed it was due to the overwhelming fear that Yggdrasil instills in most magical beings. That serpent." Indeed, Charles reached into his pocket, clenching a palm-sized scale. He was uncertain when a scale from Yggdrasil had found its way into his possession. Chapter 11. Fate. After exchanging words of comfort, the group split into 3 parties to depart. On the way back, Zachary had a sudden whim and checked his backpack, while Charles, feeling a pang of guilt, offered to help him organize it. After all, if it had not been for Zachary's quick reflexes, Charles might not have survived. "You actually brought the Mirror of Deception?" Charles exclaimed, pulling out the artifact in disbelief. "What other use does it serve besides being a mirror?" Wait, I don't remember taking it," Zachary replied, chuckling. "I've been through so much lately that I might have forgotten, haha." Zachary, with his naturally optimistic disposition, remained cheerful even with a broken leg. "Naughty grits. We have witnessed a glimpse of the mythic era." He cheered loudly, declaring that this discovery might be unparalleled. Charles remained silent, pondering the connection between pursuing ancient truths and the delicate balance of life and death. He found it difficult to grasp such emotions. Beside him, Freya wore a gentle smile. Despite the convoluted journey, the outcome was favorable, as a fragment of the mythic age unveiled its mysteries to them. Within Odin's cave, behind a tall chair, there was an inscription in clerical script that had gone unnoticed by anyone. Had Charles seen it, he might have comprehended its meaning. The death of the progenitor is hidden within the 9 provinces. The ancient direction pointed to the distant east, a realm where heaven and earth converge, the site of the progenitor's demise. Baldur drummed his fingers on the table, looking helplessly at Kale, who glared at him with fury. "You were supposed to reveal these matters. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Damn it, go die." Kale cursed vehemently, unleashing his frustration and sorrow over the loss of his dear friend. "Fate, is so unjust. Kale, don't refuse a toast, and instead ask for punishment. Baldur stepped forward, gripping Kale's throat menacingly. You go die. Kale, struggling against the grip, defiantly cursed back, his face flushed with anger. Baldur scoffed, asserting that only Kyrie, and no one else in the world, possessed the audacity to utter such words. Without him, Kyrie remained a jobless wanderer, living like a mere shell of a man. Devoid of Baldur's support, he would have no capital to pursue his ambitions, and the Kyrie Adventuring Group would have never come into existence. Remember, every gift bestowed by fate is secretly tagged with a price. Baldur sneered, revealing that the most rudimentary form of manipulation is employment, while the highest form is convincing you that you are free. He provided Kyrie with everything he desired and yearned for. Do you know why I wanted you to engage with the Char family? Because I understood that Odin's connection with the elves was more profound than I had imagined. Moreover, the illustrious past of the Maya Adventuring Group warranted my investment. Yet I never anticipated that you would resolve the matter of Odin's relic so swiftly, even managing to escape. Clearly, the records of the Golden Dawn indicated it was a dead end. In a critical moment, Gerlin would only save the last person. Tell me, what transpired? Baldur seized Kyrie and flung him aside, his eyes ablaze with fury. Kyrie crashed heavily into the corner, his already unhealed body emitting a painful groan. I shall not divulge anything to you. Let them unveil the truth. With that, Kyrie succumbed to unconsciousness, having been struck down by a cloaked figure from the other side. Damn, this guy is so obstinate. Baldur muttered in irritation, then grasped his wand, contemplating delivering a harsh blow to the unconscious Kyrie, but ultimately relented, consumed by impotent rage. Cursed fate. Char had just returned home when Plump rushed over, nuzzling against Char's chest with its large mouth, having been utterly bored during his time alone. A whole month had truly passed. Freya once again confirmed that the flow of time had gone awry, leaving her in a state of disarray. The temporal rate within that ruin was entirely inconsistent with reality. Perhaps it was related to that passage, which seemed to harbor time-related anomalies. Did not Odin's records mention a colossal time gem hovering above Jormungandr? Perhaps that passage had once been distorted by the time gem. Char was not surprised. The magical world was surely rife with peculiarities. The time gem. A sudden thought struck him. I should write a letter to inquire. Freya hurried upstairs, neglecting to remove her coat. Char stroked Plump and mused. You have no idea, Plump. We have just uncovered an immense secret. It turns out that the primordial age and the mythical era were indeed like that. Perhaps I should seek out Paracelsus. That ancient voice bore an uncanny resemblance to the name I heard in my dream. Perhaps the mirror of deceit is a living entity. As twilight descended, Char meandered alone through the streets, slightly distracted after his recent encounter with Paracelsus. Just moments ago, Paracelsus had scrutinized his fate, revealing that he had locked eyes with a deity and had been subjected to a grave curse. Perhaps he would perish as a result. Moreover, as the seeker of Michael Scott's whereabouts, Paracelsus does not believe in the existence of the mirror of deceivers. Furthermore, she asserts that the wretched Michael must still be alive, claiming he was responsible for the demise of the first generation of Paracelsus. Were it not for Michael, the religious reform championed by Paracelsus and Luther could have elevated him to the esteemed status of a saint. Yet, the purpose of the 22 tarot cards is to seek Jesus. Why do these individuals pursue one who has already departed from this world? Whether it be the Golden Dawn, the Rosicrucians, Paracelsus, or Michael, does the existence of Jesus truly hold such significance? And what of Ravenclaw? Why does she engage with the Rosicrucians? As one of the 4 titans of Hogwarts, does she require anything beyond safeguarding a future for the wizarding realm? If Ravenclaw is in contact with the Rosicrucians, are the other 3 titans aware of it? What implications does that carry? What does a departed prophet truly signify? Odin has encountered Jesus at that time. Merlin was also present. What was the nature of their relationship? Moreover, Odin is not a prophet. He is regarded by Yggdrasil as a thief, having ascended to a level of existence akin to that of a prophet through the miraculous magic of the mythic age. Furthermore, could it be that the traveler is not alone? Is that elf, like himself, also a traveler, or is it some ancient elfin being? Charles, lost in thought, unexpectedly collided with a small girl clutching a large book. Is it you? They both exclaimed in unison, recognizing her as the same little girl he had previously bumped into. The girl, slightly embarrassed, stood up, explaining that she couldn't resist reading while walking, as the story was simply too captivating. I hope I didn't hurt you. I was preoccupied, she said apologetically. The girl shook her head decisively. No, it was my fault for not paying attention. As twilight descended, she offered, shall I accompany you home? Charles, ever polite, felt a sense of concern for a young girl wandering alone at night. No, my home is just ahead. The girl blushed upon hearing this, picked up her book, and dashed forward, leaving Charles momentarily stunned. At the next corner, she turned and arrived at her own neighborhood, swiftly running home, much to the astonishment of the Granger couple. Hermione, weren't you going to Rebecca's to borrow a book? They inquired. Ah, yes, I managed to borrow it, she replied, then hurried to her room, slamming the door behind her. She threw herself on her bed, covering her flushed face with a quilt, for she had seen that enchanting boy once more. What a twist of fate. Chapter 12, The Greenwich Observatory. Charles, Cedric is here to see you. Freya rushed to the second floor, coaxing Charles out of his week-long seclusion in his room. Look at you. You've practically grown mold. She sighed. But now, there's no need to worry about Baldur and his crew. I've heard the Vatican is also apprehending them. The Vatican? What do they want with the Golden Dawn? Although the Golden Dawn is steeped in a history of paganism, the Vatican's subsequent stance remains rather ambiguous. It appears that the Rosicrucians have clandestinely reached some form of accord with the Vatican. The specifics, however, elude my understanding. In any case, the present is safe, and you may venture outside. Freya urged Charles to step out, and he complied with reluctance. Hello, Cedric, Charles greeted, feeling rather lethargic due to his recent poor sleep. He had initially intended to seek out Dumbledore to arrange a meeting with Grindelwald, but the old fellow seemed to have vanished without a trace. Charles, you seem a bit under the weather, Cedric remarked cheerfully, his sun-kissed skin a testament to his recent return from Hawaii. This summer had been absurd, akin to being tossed into a washing machine and spun around. The three adventuring groups had announced a consensus on historical results, yet their lack of evidence rendered them unacknowledged by academia. Thus, a stone cast into the sea created no ripples. Are you referring to the recent Odin's secret history? I find it far more intriguing than mere fiction, Cedric declared, his enthusiasm palpable. While the narrative diverged from legend, it stripped away the divine aura surrounding the gods. Isn't the lore of wizards more captivating than that of gods? That aside, I am genuinely curious about what True's mythology conceals. Charles scratched his head, feeling considerably more dejected than before. This week, despite piecing together the clues he had gathered, even some wild conjectures, he remained perplexed about what the pursuit of Jesus truly signifies. The mystery of deification? Doesn't Odin's secret resonate more with the tale of an ordinary wizard ascending to godhood? Thus, wouldn't the exploration of Odin's divinity present a more compelling narrative? Who, or rather, what is Jesus? Moreover, numerous historical discrepancies arise. During the era of Jesus' rise, the Eastern concept of absolute communication already existed, suggesting that Jesus may not necessarily embody a true deity. Otherwise, why would he stand idly by and witness absolute communication? That was akin to desecrating the very burial grounds of magic. Furthermore, the ancient history of wizard civilization is essentially a chronicle of wizards striving for divinity. Yet, from this perspective, the quest for Jesus seems somewhat lacking in intrigue. Charles, are you lost in thought? Cedric gently shook Charles's shoulder, calling him back to reality. Oh, where are we? Charles snapped back to attention, surveying his surroundings. Where is this? This is the Greenwich district, the territory of astronomer wizards, Cedric recounted with familiarity, recalling how his father had once brought him here for divination. Divination? Charles queried, puzzled as to how they ended up in such a place. Not entirely. The knowledge of astronomy extends beyond mere divination. Ancient wizards also engaged in agricultural endeavors, Cedric articulated, embodying the wisdom expected of a top student, unlike Charles, who retained information only on topics of interest and discarded much after examinations. I remember now. So, shall we take a stroll? Charles was willing to spend some time with Cedric, if only to brighten his mood. Indeed, Cedric found it quite challenging. Freya had insisted that he take the introverted Charles out for an excursion. Moreover, he could sense that Charles had been in a rather poor mood lately. And it was perplexing that, despite the summer break being nearly halfway through, Charles had seemingly gone through much. As they approached the Greenwich Astronomical District, a street inhabited by wizards of various races and nations, it was believed that this line of time zones possessed magical properties, allowing glimpses into time and fate. Halfway through their stroll, Charles halted in astonishment, exclaiming, "A Taoist?" A young man was fiddling with a divination board, and upon hearing his native tongue articulated so clearly in a foreign land, he looked up in surprise. "Is it you?" The Taoist gazed at Charles with uncertainty, wondering if this handsome foreign boy could truly be his compatriot. Charles smiled and nodded, feeling the heartwarming familiarity of his native language in an alien environment was indeed rare. "My father is Chinese," he explained simply. "How difficult it is to make a living here. The Taoist exclaimed, slapping his forehead. This morning, the bell gifted by my master rang, and it turns out a distinguished guest has arrived. Come, let me offer you a free reading. The Taoist eagerly pulled Charles over, first examining his palm, then inquiring about his birth date, and finally manipulating the divination board. The fluidity of his actions left Cedric utterly astounded. Is this the art of divination from China? He pondered silently, noting that perhaps he could seek Zhang Qiu's guidance on this matter. That is quite peculiar, the Taoist remarked, his expression turning bewildered after completing the reading. What on earth does it mean that the omen points to the vast heaven? I am at a loss as to whether to say you are priceless or that your fate has been tampered with. Scratching his head, the Taoist continued. I have never encountered such a destiny before. It seems that all aspects of your fate are experiencing some insurmountable deviations. Concealing his embarrassment with a smile, he felt an awkward sensation akin to being slapped in the face. However, the Taoist's performance did not go unnoticed. An Indian gentleman nearby seized Charles and proclaimed, the Chinese divination board is merely a trifle. Our naughty leaves are the true favorites of destiny. You nonsense, the Taoist retorted bluntly, feeling that this group from India was far more insufferable than the bald monks. Just watch me. The Indian gentleman produced a mirror and, after inquiring some less than secretive personal information from Charles, recited incantations while reaching into the mirror. He then retrieved a naughty leaf, his expression shifting to one of horror as he quickly stuffed the leaf back and cursed. Damn it, your fate has undoubtedly been interfered with. We must flee immediately. I just pulled out a leaf belonging to Buddha. The damn bald monks will kill me. The Taoist raised a finger in defiance. You pretentious fool. Soon, other diviners also began to showcase their respective methods to read Charles's fortune. In a moment, the entire Greenwich astronomical district was engulfed in a fervent divination, where all self-proclaimed seers, believing themselves to possess extraordinary prophetic talents, sought to unveil Charles's fate through their art. Yet, without exception, all results pointed inexorably towards an unknowable deity. Amidst the commotion, Charles suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance, and a witch, grasping his hand, whisked him and Cedric away through a displacement spell. Paracelsus, Charles exclaimed in astonishment, for the newcomer was none other than the pallid-faced Paracelsus. It seems you do not have much faith in my divinatory skills, she remarked with an exasperated pout, taken aback by the boy's apparent insincerity. Would you believe it was merely a fortuitous encounter? Charles replied with a hint of resignation, to which Cedric chimed in, I can attest to that. Enough. You should return home promptly, and during this time, do not venture near that place. Most of those seers are quite mad. Paracelsus waved her hand dismissively. Chapter 13. The sacrificial love. Are you going to see Grindelwald again? Dumbledore began to express concern for the young wizard before him. His tendency to seek out Grindelwald whenever faced with a dilemma was not a promising sign. There are matters I must clarify with him. I find myself perplexed about certain issues, and I suspect the Dark Lord might offer a rather different perspective, Charles candidly stated. Acknowledging that his request for Dumbledore to facilitate a meeting with Grindelwald was, in itself, a precaution against unwarranted entanglements. Charles, sometimes relying on others is not a wise habit, Dumbledore gently cautioned, expressing his unease that Charles might gradually come to depend on Grindelwald, thereby straying into a realm of confusion. After a moment of silence, Charles replied, Headmaster, you may not believe me, but perhaps I possess a rather mature set of principles that are not easily swayed by others. Dumbledore paused, realizing the depth of Charles's maturity since his enrollment. The hidden identity of the historian elf prince and the identity of the pioneer of potion-making were aspirations that most wizards would strive for throughout their lives. Yet, for Charles, it seemed as though he merely skimmed the surface in certain realms, showcasing his abilities briefly before retreating. The elf prince employed diverse historical narratives to elucidate history. The innovation in potion-making merely introduced uniquely eye-catching tools. Charles appeared to be a creator of novel ideas, lacking the depth of mastery possessed by those who delve deeply into specific fields, undoubtedly because he had not devoted his entire energy to any one area. It seemed as if he were an exceptionally talented individual merely experiencing the magical world. Charles, do you feel a sense of attachment in this world? Dumbledore suddenly inquired. Indeed, I have my family, the Slytherin team, Cedric, the Weasley brothers. Charles recounted with familiarity, revealing that his social circle was quite extensive, with acquaintances in nearly every house. Moreover, his reputation was quite favorable, was it not? Charles, I have once strayed from the path, and I have paid dearly for that lesson. Dumbledore seemed to imply that the bonds I speak of are not merely the relationships you cultivate, but rather the essence of what you are willing to invest. Charles appeared bewildered, struggling to comprehend Dumbledore's words. What is it that one should give? Time, energy. Is there anything more precious than these? Perhaps, in contrast to conversing with a young wizard, our dialogue could be more forthright. Dumbledore adjusted his spectacles, his cerulean eyes now seemingly imbued with scrutiny. Charles, you resemble a breeze, aimlessly drifting without a discernible destination. This is quite common for an ordinary young wizard, who often lacks clarity about their desires. For them, it takes a considerable span of time to discern the kind of person they aspire to become and the pursuits they wish to undertake. However, you, Charles, are different. Dumbledore sighed. As you mentioned, you possess a rather mature perspective. Thus, you ought to understand what you truly wish to achieve. Charles furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He was reluctant to ponder such matters, or rather, he deliberately sought to evade them. Having lived 2 lives, he simply yearned to exist leisurely and aimlessly, to wander and observe, without imposing additional burdens upon himself. Yet, it was evident that Dumbledore harbored greater expectations for him. Headmaster, please refrain from uttering that with great power comes great responsibility. You may consider me selfish, and indeed, I have acted in such a manner. Charles rebuffed Dumbledore's insinuations, perceiving the old man's words as an attempt to impose upon him some inexplicable weight. But why should he complicate his newfound life with such peculiar encumbrances? Dumbledore appeared momentarily disheartened, as if his spirit had departed. He had not anticipated Charles's profound resistance. Nevertheless, the wizarding world requires a white wizard to serve as a pillar of support. Voldemort may be entrusted to Harry, yet the surging undercurrents of darkness, reminiscent of the medieval era, necessitate more robust shoulders. Grindelwald, you were right. Charles Shafiq will undoubtedly refuse. Must it truly wait until after his demise for him to grasp certain truths? Occasionally, fate thrusts individuals into pivotal positions, where their choices become paramount. Never mind, the time has not yet arrived, Dumbledore murmured, before seizing Charles and using the portkey to transport them to Nurmengard. Go on, ascend by yourself. I wish to admire the scenery here, Dumbledore said with a nonchalant tone, devoid of any discernible emotion. Charles felt somewhat awkward, having just declined Dumbledore's overtures, yet now accepting his hospitality. Upon reaching the summit, he found Grindelwald revitalized, engaged in scribbling upon the walls. Oh, you've arrived? Please take a seat. Grindelwald's tone was jovial, his eyes twinkling with delight, as if Charles's visit had significantly uplifted his spirits. I have come to inquire about certain matters. Charles withheld the information regarding his magical eye and proceeded to share his experiences and speculations. Take your time. No need to rush. Grindelwald chuckled softly after listening, choosing not to immediately assist Charles with his analysis, but instead advising him to remain calm. Leaning against the wall, he hummed a tune reminiscent of a pastoral melody from a German farm, both melodious and imbued with a sense of precision. This is a tune from my homeland. Isn't it delightful? Noticing no hint of impatience on Charles' face, Grindelwald silently admired him before speaking. The connection between the 4 founders and the Rosicrucians is more profound than you might imagine. Ordinarily, this would be a discussion for Dumbledore and you. However, it seems your relationship with him is rather strained. Therefore, allow me to enlighten you. I too have gleaned this information from Dumbledore. The founder of the Rosicrucians, Christian Rosenkreutz, was a student of Hufflepuff. Yes, the legendary wizard Christian was indeed a Hufflepuff. If you examine the doctrines of the Rosicrucians closely, you will find that they resonate with the principles of justice, kindness, and fairness that Hufflepuff embodies. The Dark Ages were a calamity for the wizarding world. The 4 founders took refuge to establish Hogwarts, safeguarding young witches and wizards. Among them, a young wizard, upon reaching adulthood, developed a sense of justice and founded the Rosicrucians to protect wizarding civilization. The establishment of the Rosicrucians was significantly influenced by Ravenclaw. It was her wisdom that inspired Christian, leading him to firmly believe that preserving wizarding culture was the inevitable path to the blossoming of future wisdom and hope. Interestingly, the first members of the Rosicrucians were sent by that old Slytherin, which explains the air of mystery surrounding them, as they chose to conceal themselves in the shadows. Christian was not only the founder of the Rosicrucians, but also the husband of Ravenclaw. Yes, a romance between teacher and student, which made Hufflepuff somewhat uncomfortable, as their own progeny had fallen in love with a dear sister. Gryffindor engaged in a wizarding duel with Christian, and no one anticipated that Gryffindor, the most skilled duelist, would actually lose. You must understand how remarkable Christian was. Many of my own philosophies are derived from the Rosicrucians, Grindelwald praised, harboring deep trust in his spiritual mentor, Christian. The Rosicrucians, it turns out, are quite fascinating. No wonder Helena was reluctant to speak with me. No wonder there is scant information within Ravenclaw's chamber. Wait, the sacrifice of love. Charles suddenly recalled that pivotal phrase. A chill running down his spine as a crucial clue flashed in his mind. Christian did not die a natural death, did he? What transpired among the four founders that led them to diverge and vanish? Was it merely ideological differences? Or was there an underlying catalyst? Charles suddenly exclaimed, startling Grindelwald, who was taken aback by the boy's fervor. Enough! How would I know? Grindelwald grumbled, irritated. After all, he was a centenarian and not accustomed to such startling inquiries. Charles hurried downstairs, rushing directly to Dumbledore and asking, Headmaster, Christian did not die naturally, did he? The sacrifice of love is that spell protecting Harry, isn't it? Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback by Charles's words before letting out a sigh. How is it that you know everything? Have you ventured into Ravenclaw's chamber? Did Helena tell you? Yes, isn't that so? Charles responded eagerly. Indeed, the sacrificial love is the name of that spell, the very same protective charm Lily used to safeguard Harry. A shield born out of pure love that comes at the cost of one's life, impervious even to the killing curse. This enchantment has only been wielded by two individuals, Ravenclaw and Lily Evans. Lily's knowledge of this spell stems from its record preserved by Christian in the library. This spell was created by Ravenclaw to protect Christian, though I am unaware of the specifics. I suspect Grindelwald has shared similar tales with you regarding the four founders. My knowledge is rather limited. Dumbledore sighed, astonished at how much this young wizard had quietly assimilated. So it is like this. Charles opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. It seemed the four founders were intertwined with the quest for Jesus, and the Rosicrucians had origins here. Wait, they couldn't have perished in their pursuit of Jesus, could they? Chapter 14, Death Awaits. As Charles returned from Nimengard with Dumbledore, the initial euphoria of uncovering monumental secrets faded, revealing a greater enigma intertwined with convoluted relationships that separated the medieval from the mythic. Even Merlin's role as the harbinger of the Enlightenment was eclipsed by Odin's records. All right, Charles, it is time for you to return home, Dumbledore said, nodding towards Freya, who stood at the doorway, signaling his intent to depart. Thank you, Headmaster. Charles mustered a smile, though confusion and fatigue marred his expression. He realized that some mysteries simply awaited the right moment to unveil themselves. Dumbledore offered a gentle reminder, as this wise elder always shared invaluable insights drawn from his vast life experiences. Yet, for Charles, such wisdom felt futile. He was not yet equipped to confront the world's enigmas with composure. Upon arriving home, he was astonished to find Cedric making dumplings at the dining table. What on earth is this? Westerners make dumplings too? I heard from Cedric that you encountered a Taoist at the observatory. I thought you might long for the delicacies of Huaxia. Freya laughed heartily, while Charles, taken aback, turned and embraced his plump grandmother, saying, Thank you. This expression of gratitude encompassed not only Freya's affection, but also his appreciation for his parents from a past life. Sometimes, love resonates more deeply when shaped by the distances created by time and space. All right, you must be missing Polea. Rest assured, they are receiving treatment and will recover in a few years, Freya said, patting Charles on the shoulder, witnessing for the first time this mature young man in a moment of vulnerability. Young Angel Cedric put down the oddly shaped dumplings he was crafting and approached, embracing Freya from behind. Charles, we are all here for you. Big brother, this fellow seems to have gone a bit mad, doesn't he? Baldur listened intently to his subordinate's report, then turned his gaze towards Cale, who was dazed and drooling uncontrollably. With a hint of disdain, he remarked, This fellow is remarkably obstinate. Perhaps I should consider acquiescing to the proposal of those ruffians. The vengeance of the lake nymphs could yield sufficient leverage in the face of secrecy. Boss, how should we proceed? The figure in the black cloak regarded Cale with a tinge of disdain. Even under the relentless torment of excruciating spells and the truth serum's brutal onslaught, this individual managed to conceal the truth regarding Odin's relics. However, he was rendered useless now. It would be best to cast him into the dark forest and let him fend for himself, as he had become a nuisance. Baldur, reluctant to stain his hands with Cale's blood, perhaps out of a flicker of conscience or an attempt at nobility, refrained from killing him himself. The cloaked figure complied, taking Cale away and abandoning him in the black forest, chuckling ominously, Here, your wand. Let us see how long you can survive on your own. The Black Forest, the largest tropical expanse in the wizarding world, was rumored to be the battlefield of the Gods' War, where vibrant life thrived even amidst death. It was home to countless magical creatures, encompassing around 80% of all the fantastical beings in existence. The cloaked figure discarded Kale's wand. Yet Kale showed no sign of reaction. He muttered a few curses in disgust before turning to leave. Suddenly, a green light struck him. Avada Kedavra! Kale's face contorted with rage as he seized his wand and cast the spell instantaneously. In that moment, the hatred and anguish within him summoned the wails of the infernal reaper into the realm of the living. No, the cloaked figure had just turned his head when the green light hit him, obliterating his very soul while leaving his body unscathed. This was the devastating power of the 3 unforgivable curses capable of annihilating a soul. Apparition. Regaining his composure, Kale instantaneously vanished. He needed to find Freya. Freya betrayed their location. Before long, Baldur, sensing an ill omen in the absence of the cloaked figure, arrived at the entrance of the Black Forest only to discover the lifeless body of the cloaked man. What is this? Baldur waved his wand, invoking the rewind spell. The events that had just transpired unfolded before him in a spectral projection, darkening his countenance. Well, Kale, you managed to retain your sanity even under such intense interrogation. Suddenly, Baldur's pupils dilated in alarm. No, this rascal has likely gone to inform his allies. You forced my hand. Baldur ground his teeth in fury. Meanwhile, Freya and her companions, joyfully preparing dumplings, were abruptly interrupted by a faint but urgent knock in a hoarse voice. Approaching the door, Freya was taken aback upon seeing Kale in such a disheveled state. Kale, what happened to you? He was reeking, unkempt, and his bloodshot eyes spoke volumes of his ordeal. Run. Upon seeing Freya, Kale expended his last ounce of strength to convey his urgent message. We must get to the hospital. Freya grasped Kale's arm, preparing to cast apparition, only to discover that the spell was inexplicably ineffective. Blocked? Freya silently cursed her misfortune, then dragged Kale into the living room. Calling out to Charles and Cedric, "You two, hide quickly. We are being hunted." After concluding her incantation, Freya cast a protective charm over the dwelling, a fleeting safeguard for the abode. Indeed, a quartet of dark-cloaked individuals led by Bald appeared, alongside Shafiq, a tenacious figure adorned in a black robe emblazoned with the emblem of a falcon. Surrender, Charles. Shafiq's intent was unmistakable. He sought to execute Charles, who had tarnished Shafiq's lineage. Nonsense, Freya retorted with unwavering authority. We demand the truth. Bald was taken aback by Shafiq's lack of cooperation. They had agreed to subdue Freya together, yet this discord had ensued. You show no mercy, and you shall not find it from me. What Kyrie's account? Freya's wrist twisted, and her demeanor darkened ominously. She was enraged. He is mine. I shall do as I please. Bald, increasingly agitated by the mention of Kyrie, commanded attack. Shafiq struck first, unleashing emerald light directed at Freya. Elven protection. Freya activated her innate abilities, soaring into the air as she unleashed a torrent of spells upon her adversaries. Attack. Are you fools from the Golden Dawn? This is a mature lake nymph. Conquering a dragon requires at least a dozen wizards. How much more so for a nymph of superior lineage? Avada Kedavra. Bald retaliated with his own green beams of light. Under the onslaught, Freya found herself in a position of passive defense, unable to counter. This could be fatal. Charles observed from the second-floor window, foreboding thoughts clouding his mind. The lake nymph's bloodline was pure and rich in magic, yet Freya was not a true purebred. She was a descendant of a union between lake nymphs and human wizards. Chapter 15, Counterattack. Charles opened his magical eye, seeking a breakthrough in this seemingly one-sided duel of sorcerers. Guardian of the water deity, Freya invoked the signature protective spell of the lake nymphs, her wand channeling magic into flowing water that spiraled around her, forming a closed loop. Curse be it. The leader of Shafiq understood that this protective charm came at the cost of the lake nymph's lifespan, imbuing it with extraordinary defense. Flame of Hell. Shafiq summoned green hellfire that surged toward Freya. Wail of the lake nymph. Freya's wand tapped the flowing water before her, conjuring small water-formed sprites that shielded her from the inferno, while the remaining sprites emitted ear-splitting wails at the attackers. Damn it! Bald realized the lake nymph was indeed formidable, yet he had not anticipated such resilience. Form a formation. Bald's voice resonated in the minds of his cloaked companions as the quartet arranged themselves into a triangle, channeling their magic simultaneously. The Shafiq faction also grasped Bald's intent, desperately casting spells to thwart Freya from engaging the four. Now is the time. Charles gathered his strength, channeling half of his magic into his wand as he unleashed his most potent spell, Shadowless Blade. The sharp magic, akin to the scythe of the Grim Reaper, swiftly severed the head of the cloaked figure at the center of the triangle. Not a single drop of blood was shed. This incantation, in that moment, exhibited an unparalleled efficacy, even slicing through the very essence of life. Severus Snape was indeed a genius. Charles, you. The little angel Cedric was taken aback by Charles' brutality, the act of decapitation leaving a profound impact on him. Meanwhile, Shafiq and his companions noticed the spell cast from the second floor. After a brief moment of stunned silence, they began to unleash a barrage of spells. Baldur turned in astonishment as his severed neck suddenly gushed forth blood, splattering the remaining two cloaked figures and himself in a crimson hue, simultaneously breeding a sense of terror. In an era dominated by the killing curse, such a violently gruesome method of murder had become a rarity, awakening the deep-seated fears within the hearts of wizards. On the second floor, Charles handed Cedric a collection of potion vials, advising, when the moment is right, you can throw them or use magic to send them over, to disrupt our foes. I still have one more prepared for that individual. Charles had already recognized the leader of the Shafiq. This person was the very one responsible for the death of his father, whom he had never met. Freya had spoken of that man's deep, hoarse voice, reminiscent of autumn's dry streams, and his gaunt figure, who had slain his father with a blasting curse. In truth, Charles did not care much for these details. Even Zachary, who had saved his life, had not elicited a sense of indebtedness in him. However, the sight of Freya resolutely standing before her, willing to sacrifice her own life to protect him, ignited a fire within his rational mind, awakening a sense of empathy. Thus, the future Dark Lord would soon reveal his ruthless nature. Oh, okay. Cedric was still reeling from the spray of blood, slightly dazed. Yet Charles had already teleported to a corner of the room, preparing to launch another lethal strike against their adversaries. The teleportation, derived from the Quidditch bludger, granted him unmatched mobility in this area where apparition was forbidden. Freya remained compelled to defend, as the Shafiq and Baldur once again concentrated their firepower, occasionally feigning attacks on the second floor to distract her, forcing her to stretch her focus thin in her protective endeavors. It was evident to the naked eye that Freya's dark hair began to turn gray from the roots. Within mere minutes, a significant portion had faded. Cedric, disregarding the labels on the potions, simply aimed to throw them at their opponents. After tossing two, but realizing his strength was insufficient, he noticed Charles' abandoned broomstick on the second floor. He grabbed a small pouch of potions, mounted the broom, and soared into the air. As Cedric flew, he skillfully launched potions from the broom, showcasing his innate flying talent as a Quidditch player. The flammable oils, frost, and marsh potions forced the group to shatter the vials as they were thrown, or risk being frozen in place or igniting their clothing. Damn that little brat. The leader of Shafiq unleashed a piercing curse towards the sky, only for Cedric to effortlessly evade it. Freya was aware of Charles's intentions and chose not to passively wait, but instead took the initiative to strike back. With a devastating explosion, a powerful curse obliterated the black-cloaked figure, who was unable to react in time due to being frozen. Baldur swiftly rolled on the ground, astonished that two novice wizards could leave them in such disarray. In a sudden appearance, Charles unleashed a magnificent attack, targeting the leader with lethal precision. The once proud head of the enemy was severed and sent flying, leaving the remaining two Shafiq undeterred as they simultaneously unleashed the killing curse upon him. Yet, with a flick of his finger, Charles activated his ring, channeling his magic to evade their deadly assault. Seizing the opportunity, Freya cast a fierce fire curse that swiftly dispatched the two Shafiq. Realizing the dire situation, Baldur fled in a panic, employing a disillusionment charm to escape. The remaining two black-cloaked figures also attempted to flee, but Cedric's potions inexplicably targeted them with devastating force. Bind them swiftly, Freya commanded, casting a binding spell. However, the two figures suddenly erupted, and a shock wave shattered her enchantments. Cedric was knocked over by the blast, and had it not been for Freya's quick reflexes in casting a levitation charm, he would have surely sustained grievous injuries. In the aftermath, a 3-meter-wide crater and the surrounding magical traces were laid bare to the wizarding world. Before long, the Ministry of Magic's Aurors arrived, but Freya felt confident in her ability to handle the situation. After seeing Cedric safely away, Charles retreated to his chamber, sealing himself within. Damn it, I acted impulsively, Baldur lamented, realizing he had not fled England. He suspected that Charles had mastered some profound spell capable of severing heads, perhaps tied to the hidden truths of the Odin relic. Indeed, if you were the Elven Prince, your involvement in the quest for the Odin relic would undoubtedly cause a stir within the annals of wizarding history. Leaning against the wall, Baldur slowly sank to the ground, relishing his narrow escape. What had seemed a certain victory had turned into a defeat due to the unexpected counterattack from the two novice wizards. Additionally, He cursed the ineptitude of the Shafiq, who were filled with trepidation in wizard duels. Damn it, he growled, realizing he had lost everything, including the secret leadership of the Golden Dawn. He retrieved the tarot card he always carried. The Fool, which typically brought him fortune, now seemed to mock him with derision. Chapter 16. Hiding. In just a few days, news of Charles Shafiq being the Elven Prince spread inexplicably, bolstered by the support of the Daily Prophet. Moreover, another report claimed that Charles had also participated in the quest for the Odin relic, revealing its authenticity alongside 2 other adventurers. Had it not been for the unwavering loyalty charm placed on Charles's home and the fact that Kyrie resided there, they would likely have been besieged. With the school year approaching, Freya felt a pang of concern. The implications of Charles's identity being exposed weighed heavily on their minds. Aside from Baldur, the deeply concealed figure, who else is there? Barnabas Cuff has now ascended to the position of editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet, having purged the remnants of Baldur's influence. Kyrie consoled, noting how this half-paralyzed wizard had survived through sheer willpower, adopting an exceptionally optimistic outlook. Char shook his head, expressing indifference. Isn't it somewhat superfluous what Baldur has done? Everything we observed at the Odin ruins was essentially disclosed, with no secrets hidden. This fellow seems convinced that there is something within the ruins. Char furrowed his brow, pondering that had it not been for Glinken's earlier warning, he would have been told he arrived too soon. Now would indeed be an opportune moment to revisit the Odin ruins. Are you considering another trip to the Odin ruins? Freya probed, hitting upon Char's hidden thoughts, her concern evident. Several foreign adventuring parties have already ventured into the Odin ruins, but regrettably, none have returned alive. The Norwegian Ministry of Magic has classified that site as a 5-star danger zone. Freya disclosed all the information she possessed. Upon hearing this, Kyrie frowned, contemplating Baldur's reaction when he had compelled him to reveal the truth. You're right, Char. It appears Baldur is certain that something of significance lies within those ruins. Kyrie reflected deeply, growing increasingly convinced that Baldur's behavior was exceedingly peculiar. After all, the name Baldur signifies the son of Odin, the god of light, and is a harbinger of Ragnarok. Suddenly, Freya recollected something and could not resist making a jest, aiming to lighten the current atmosphere. Indeed, the son of Odin. Could this be some form of cryptic message? However, there is no mention of Baldur in Odin's recorded journals. Char shook his head, wishing to connect the name Baldur with Odin. Yet aside from their intersection in myth, there was no documentation of such a connection in Odin's diaries. If Odin were indeed a powerful wizard, did he not have offspring? Kyrie joined in to uplift the mood, jesting about their adversary, embodying a sense of optimism. Thor from mythology is also considered his child, yet he symbolizes a certain power. Perhaps Baldur is merely a manifestation of his sorcery. Char temporarily dismissed this, arguing it was illogical for Odin not to mention his descendants in his records, unless he sought to conceal something. I believe we ought not to dwell on these matters now. What is crucial is how Char will navigate his way to school. Freya felt a headache coming on at the thought. Char had already attracted significant attention as the pioneer of potion making. Yet this was not comparable to the recent public revelation of his identity as the Elven Prince. The impact of the Elven Prince phenomenon had swept through the wizarding community for an entire year, far surpassing that of the potion-making pioneer. Not to mention, the Elven Prince and the potion-making pioneer were the same individual, an exceptionally young wizard of merely 12 years. The attention garnered was met with both adoration and skepticism. Not only are British wizards captivated by Charles, but wizards from across the globe are equally intrigued. Reporters from the United States have also arrived in the UK. We could consult Dumbledore regarding this matter, suggested Charles, dismissively waving his hand. After all, it was not the first time they had troubled old Dumbledore. The burden of favors accumulated over time became inconsequential. Well, it appears we have no choice but to proceed in this manner. Unable to conjure a better solution, Freya summoned paper and ink to compose an inquiry regarding Charles's schooling, which she entrusted to the plump owl. The owl vanished with the letter, prompting Kelly to remark enviously, "Truly, the teleporting dodo is remarkable. The Shafiq family is indeed illustrious. What are your plans from here?" Freya asked, her gaze pitying Kelly, who had endured much hardship. "Once my strength returns, I shall journey to Germany, where an old friend awaits. It will be much safer," Kelly replied with a smile, betraying no hint of his dismay. "I cannot fathom the tortures you have endured," Freya sighed, averting her eyes to spare Kelly from her sympathy. "What I have experienced surpasses the trials of most. I find contentment in that," Kelly replied with a narrowed-eyed smile. A week later, "I have come to retrieve you," Charles Severe Snape announced. his countenance as grim as ever as he approached Charles's modest abode. Freya greeted him warmly, recognizing him as the professor who had previously delivered messages from Dumbledore. Charles was taken aback. He had expected Dumbledore himself to arrive, for it seemed illogical that Snape could enter the cottage that had been sealed with unwavering loyalty unless he had visited before. Headmaster, Charles greeted him, his manners impeccable. Yes, I shall escort you to the school. A thestral carriage awaits at the hidden place, Snape replied coolly, his tone devoid of warmth, tinged instead with disdain. Freya felt a twinge of concern. This disheveled professor not only neglected his appearance, but also carried an air of someone wronged. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Headmaster, Charles said politely, gathering his belongings and bidding farewell to Freya. Under her watchful gaze, Snape led Charles away. Throughout their journey, silence enveloped them. Neither spoke, as if they were mere strangers. Upon reaching the academy, Snape finally broke the silence, admonishing, engaging in reckless adventures is not a pursuit for a fledgling wizard. You belong to Slytherin, not a foolish Gryffindor. His sarcasm was but a peculiar form of concern. Understood, Headmaster, Charles replied with a smile. He then entered the Great Hall, surrounded by a throng of young wizards eagerly anticipating the arrival of the new first-year students. Are you well? I heard you were involved with the Odin relic, exclaimed one. Charles, you have been quite dishonest. You are the Elven Prince. Another gasped in astonishment. My word, the historian I admire most resides right beside me. They were oblivious to the fact that the Ravenclaws had been convinced that the Elven Prince was a learned Ravenclaw, only to discover he was, in fact, a Slytherin. In this round, Slytherin emerged victorious. The lively atmosphere pervaded the hall, with a host of young wizards expressing no jealousy, particularly among Slytherins, who had come to regard Charles as a kind of idol. Notably, Jean had even taken it upon himself to concoct a sort of elvish religion, using Charles's words and deeds as the tenets of this faith. This fellow even aspired to author a new Quran. Now silence, please. It is time to welcome our young wizards. Professor McGonagall entered the hall, and, once the throng of young wizards quieted, she gestured for Hagrid to bring forth the newly arrived wizard. The Sorting Hat began to sing, following the familiar routine, with applause echoing around the hall. The only deviation from the norm was the unexpected appearance of someone who should not have been there. Chapter 17. Who is she? Look, why does that girl seem so familiar? A young wizard from Hufflepuff inquired, pointing at the new arrival. Ah, now that you mention it, I feel the same, replied another. Meanwhile, Cedric was astonished and nudged the young witch beside him, saying, Zhang Xiu, that girl looks just like you. Zhang Xiu glanced up, surprised, and exclaimed, indeed, how peculiar. I clearly do not have a sister. Yet, her gaze bore no shock. Rather, it was tinged with nostalgia and familiarity. Charles also took note of this, pondering the possibility of twins. They were remarkably alike, but upon closer inspection, Hufflepuff's Zhang Xiu seemed to possess a more feminine charm, exuding an air of maturity. Unlike this Zhang Xiu, who had yet to be sorted, she quietly turned her head, a hint of fear evident in her eyes. I wager this must be a Ravenclaw. Charles could not help but remark, for her serene demeanor was the very essence of Ravenclaw. Sure enough, the Sorting Hat placed the new Zhang Xiu into Ravenclaw. In the hall, discussions about Charles mingled with conversations regarding the two Zhang Xius being sorted into different houses. Dumbledore appeared to discern something. A flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes before it was swiftly concealed, followed by the customary proceedings. The headmaster's speech and song unfolded, a quintessential tradition. Subsequently, the prefects guided each house back to their dormitories, ushering in a new academic year. However, tonight was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Besides the raucous Gryffindor, Slytherin was undoubtedly the most animated house this evening, fervently chanting Charles's name and recounting his accomplishments, especially after the departure of the Pure Blood faction's leader, which had left the group fragmented. It seemed as though all of Slytherin had rallied around Charles. Meanwhile, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were both engrossed in their fascination with Charles while simultaneously interrogating the two Zhang Xius with relentless curiosity. I am an orphan, as you know. My parents perished during the Death Eater War. Hufflepuff's Zhang Xiu explained, spreading her hands in a gesture of helplessness. Not necessarily. I believe you might be the lost daughter of their family, one astute Hufflepuff suggested, leading others to consider the possibility. As for the Ravenclaw, she remained silent, genuinely unacquainted with the other Zhang Xiu, and while this newcomer evoked a sense of familiarity, she was acutely aware that she had never encountered her before. The enigmatic case of the century may very well become one of Hogwarts' enduring mysteries. A Ravenclaw cannot help but conceive a secret shrouded in the mystique of Hogwarts. With the commencement of a new semester, the arrival of first-year wizards, who are tardy and often misguided, remains unchanged from previous years. However, the second year presents a different atmosphere, as the presence of Charles fills the entire Hogwarts with the joyous spirit of this prodigious young wizard. Yet, Charles continues to engage in the same pursuits as the first years, studying, and more studying. Entertainment fails to captivate him. The whimsical tales of wizards do not pique his interest, and those pink letters are of no significance to him. Immersed in a life of pure magic, he remains utterly focused. This year's notable change is the arrival of a German instructor for the defense against the dark arts class, due to Professor Hunter's injury. This German teacher rigidly adheres to the textbook, transforming what should be a dynamic class into a mere history lesson, much to the discontent of the young wizards. Charles, will you not partake in our amusements? Wright is perplexed by Charles' demeanor this year, which resembles that of a Ravenclaw rather than a Slytherin. Whenever he finds a moment of leisure, he retreats to the library, where he remains for the entire day. I simply find wizard chess uninteresting, Charles replies, shaking his head. The rules of wizard chess pale in comparison to those of Chinese chess, let alone Go. Moreover, its entertainment value is mediocre at best. What intriguing wizard games have you played? Wright inquires, his admiration for Charles evident. After a moment of contemplation, Charles recalls a particularly fascinating card game. I shall require some time to craft a set, he asserts, but it shan't take long. He nods and departs, mentioning a tabletop card game invented in America, which, when infused with Chinese elements, ascends to new heights. In America, the game is known as Bang, while in China, it is referred to as Three Kingdoms Kill. Building upon these foundations, he aims to develop a similar tabletop game titled Wizard Kill, featuring roles such as King, Guard, Assassin, and Usurper, which correspond to the roles of Lord, Loyalist, Rebel, and Spy in the other game. The fundamental gameplay remains consistent, merely adopting a different facade. For Charles, this task is not particularly challenging. The only complexity lies in infusing it with magical effects. This year, it appears that studying alchemy may prove advantageous. Charles shakes his head. Having essentially given up on divination, it is a pursuit he cannot master, and without innate talent, the efficacy of divination is significantly diminished. Meanwhile, two individuals named Zhang Qiu cross paths. Hello, it seems you are reluctant to see me? Hufflepuff Zhang Qiu intercepts the Ravenclaw Zhang Qiu, who attempts to hastily pass by with her head lowered. No, it's just. Zhang Qiu does not continue, nor does she raise her gaze, effectively halted by the other. Is it the opinions of others that trouble you? Zhang Qiu smiles, as if she possesses a keen insight into the thoughts of her counterpart. Indeed, Zhang Qiu replies, surprised to meet the gaze of this girl who bears an uncanny resemblance to her. The opinions of others are sometimes of little consequence, Zhang Qiu suggests, her tone imbued with a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, do we not exist within the perceptions of others? Qiu Zhang's wisdom seemed to prevail, prompting a rebuttal to Zhang Qiu's assertions. Perhaps, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Qiu, orphaned by the war against wizards, now residing with my muggle aunt. With a gentle smile, Zhang Qiu extended her hand in friendship. Qiu Zhang hesitated momentarily before reciprocating the gesture, stating, I am quite certain I do not have a sister. For reasons unknown, Qiu Zhang felt an unsettling familiarity towards this individual before her. I too am quite sure I do not have a sister. Zhang Qiu responded with a hearty laugh, her vivacity and warmth aligning more closely with Hufflepuff's spirit, contrasting sharply with Qiu Zhang's quiet demeanor. Two countenances, two distinct personalities, an intriguing phenomenon indeed. In the eyes of the ancient Eastern civilization, one's appearance is deeply intertwined with destiny and character. Even nearly identical twins exhibit subtle differences, much like the Weasley twins, whose temperaments and features possess delicate variations. At least Charles has never mistaken them. Yet, visually, Zhang Qiu and Qiu Zhang appeared strikingly alike. Unfamiliar observers would struggle to discern any distinction between them. Charles' method of differentiation lay in the mature aura that surrounded Zhang Qiu. I hope you enjoy your upcoming life at the academy, Zhang Qiu remarked with another smile, prompting a genuine smile from Qiu Zhang in return. You should try Quidditch. It's quite exhilarating, and you would surely excel at it. With a wave, Zhang Qiu departed, leaving Qiu Zhang somewhat astonished. How did this person seem to anticipate her thoughts? During this week's flying lesson, the moment Qiu Zhang grasped the broomstick, she fell in love with flight. The fierce nature of Quidditch seemed to starkly contrast with her innate tranquility, yet somehow, it achieved a harmonious contradiction. Chapter 18. The Cursed Family of the Divine. Charles, ISNT the divination elective due at the end of this term? Why are you tinkering with the divination cards so early? Wright inquired, curiosity piqued by Charles' recent fixation on sketching cards. No, it's not what you think. Didn't you all mention designing an entertainment game? Charles replied with an exasperated roll of his eyes. For the past fortnight, he had been primarily corresponding with Freya, seeking assistance in creating the card designs he had envisioned. His sketching consisted mainly of drafting card frameworks and rules. Illustrating characters in an anime style was not his forte. A card game? What is the appeal in that? Wright lamented, his initial excitement waning sharply. Card games in the wizarding world lacked allure. Wizard-esque chess, on the other hand, demanded intellect and boasted a savage charm. Disappointment in anticipation? Charles chuckled with a hint of resignation, though his smile held a deeper significance. Disappointment was not an option at this juncture, for he had invested over 600 galleons into his first edition of Wizard's Duel. The character designs were commissioned from a Muggle animation studio, while he personally oversaw the skill design. In addition, there is the cost of enchanting cards and the enhancement of the wizardly art of dueling techniques. All of this requires money. Upon finalizing the last set of cards, Charles set down his pen, ready to relish the last afternoon of the week. He ventured alone to the observatory on the top floor, languorously leaning against the wall to bask in the warm sunlight. However, it was not long before an unpleasant scent of alcohol wafted nearby. Rising to locate the source of the odor, he sought to alleviate the unpleasantness that had become quite unbearable. You do not appear to be a student, he remarked, as he spotted an older individual nestled in the corner between two large telescopes. Her disheveled hair, reminiscent of expired instant noodles, hung loosely about her, while thick glasses obscured her less than attractive complexion and her listless, vacant eyes. The headscarf she wore was quite distinctive, bearing a striking resemblance to the decorative wraps of women in vineyards, exuding a rustic charm. Her old Scottish attire further aged her appearance, and the myriad of chains and beads dangling from her neck only added to her disheveled air. Upon sensing Charles's confusion, she lifted her head slightly, her murky gaze devoid of vitality. With a sardonic grin, she uttered, "You cannot escape the fate of death. Your nemesis shall slay you when the mistletoe is at its most romantic." Mistletoe? At its most romantic? Christmas Day? Charles pondered, bewildered by her seemingly deranged assertion of his impending demise. However, having grown accustomed to Grindelwald's incessant proclamations of his own death, the moment took on an oddly charming flavor. In Norse mythology, there exists a tale where Odin, the All-Father, and his wife Frigg's son, the god of light, Balder, experienced a dreadful dream foretelling his own demise. Anxious, Frigg implored every entity in existence to vow not to harm Balder, inadvertently omitting a small mistletoe sapling from her oath. Loki, taking advantage of the blind Hod, deceived him into hurling the mistletoe at Balder, the only substance capable of inflicting harm upon him. The branch pierced through and killed Balder, shrouding the world in darkness. Upon learning of this, Frigg was consumed by grief, and along with the other gods, endeavored to restore Balder's life, ultimately succeeding. Grateful, Frigg vowed that whosoever stood beneath the mistletoe would receive a kiss. Thus, the custom of kissing beneath the mistletoe at Christmas was born, preserving its symbolic meanings of love, peace, and forgiveness, essences that embody the spirit of the holiday. Legend has it that couples who kiss beneath the mistletoe shall remain together for eternity. Thus unfolds the tale of the mistletoe. But who is Charles's nemesis? Someone who desires his demise. What characteristics does the one who wishes me dead possess? Charles inquired softly. The disheveled woman belched, the foul stench compelling Charles to employ a cleansing charm. They hail from an ancient race, harboring a deep-seated hatred for elves. Incited by darkness and driven by jealousy, they loosed that arrow. Charles felt a wave of complexity wash over him, an adversary of the elves, a foe he felt ill-equipped to confront. Remember, death is not the end, she concluded, before succumbing to a fit of belching, prompting Charles to take his leave. Perhaps we shall inquire again next time. It may be wise to consult the headmaster, Charles remarked, shaking his head as he departed, unable to endure the overpowering stench of alcohol. Once Charles had exited, the woman, who had been belching incessantly, appeared to regain some semblance of consciousness. She slowly rose, massaging her neck, her previously dazed gaze beginning to clear. "Damn it, I actually fell asleep in this wretched place," she muttered under her breath. Zachary was reluctant to see her, leaving her with nowhere to turn. Thus, she spent the remainder of her time indulging in drink. "Ah, someone inquired about my prophecy?" She pondered, tapping her head, only fragments of the encounter lingering in her mind, the faces and her predictions eluding her memory. Death is inescapable, alas. Death, a great reaper. Why do you show such compassion to the living? With another belch, she staggered away. Upon hearing your description, I was reminded of our Academy's divination instructor, Sybil Trelawney. Dumbledore kindly rushed to Charles' side to clarify his confusion. Trelawney? A descendant of Cassandra Trelawney? Charles exclaimed, astonished. This seer is no mere charlatan. She is a true prophet, one cursed by the divine. This which did not rise to fame in her youth. It was only after visiting the Oracle of Delphi that she adopted the name Cassandra, a title cursed by the sun god. From that moment, all her predictions have proven accurate, yet she has been condemned to live in darkness, swathed in black cloth, unable to behold the sun. She also foresaw the two wizarding wars in Britain, and Charles knew that soon another of her prophecies would come to fruition, a united empire crumbling under spiritual decay. Perhaps it never truly existed. Nevertheless, a crimson tide crossed the icy plains, awakening the lion of ancient civilization. This foretold the imminent disintegration of the Soviet Union in 1991. If she is indeed her descendant, the divinations must be remarkably precise. Charles smiled wryly, for even Grindelwald and Paracelsus could not predict the time or cause of their own demise. Yet she could. Dumbledore fell silent, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. She is an exceptional seer, yet she incessantly foretells death. To many, she is merely an eccentric fraud, regarded as mad by 80% of the Academy. Misunderstanding Dumbledore's silence, Charles continued, Sybil is the priestess of the Oracle of Delphi in Greek mythology, blessed by the sun god with the gift of foresight. Her family harbors great expectations for her. Perhaps they are favored by Apollo. Dumbledore broke his silence. You may seek to understand further before forming your own judgment. I will reach out to Grindelwald regarding this matter. Do not worry excessively. Death is not the end. Perhaps I will die, but that does not mean I am dead. Charles spoke lightly, as if death were but a distant concept. Chapter 19, Grindelwald's Secret. Gellert, what are you concealing? Dumbledore inquired, his tone less than amiable as he gazed at Grindelwald, whose demeanor was troubled within the decrepit confines of Nurmengard. I am not omniscient, Albus. Grindelwald mocked. If I knew everything, I would not have suffered defeat. Albus Dumbledore fell silent at these words. This man had never submerged his ambition. Could it be that he had truly come to terms with his past failures? Do you recall the answers attained by the Buddha during his arduous meditation in the forest? Grindelwald's voice was deliberate, each word weighing heavily upon Dumbledore's heart. Are you emulating him? Dumbledore concealed his own thoughts. In truth, there have been speculations about the similarities between the Buddha and Jesus, both of whom had traversed the ancient wonders of the Middle East. He understood now that mere asceticism, an attempt to unify with nature, could not lead to salvation. Ascetic practices were not the ultimate path. Only wisdom could liberate one from ignorance, which encompassed greed, hatred, and delusion. This, too, was the essence of a wizard's meditative practice. Dumbledore found himself perplexed by Grindelwald's current demeanor. What exactly are you trying to convey? Grindelwald abruptly shifted the conversation. If Charles were to bring calamity upon the world, would you still wish to save him? Dumbledore was taken aback by this sudden change of topic. He's a good boy, is he not? Dumbledore mused, feeling his intellect somewhat inadequate in this moment. I have spent many tranquil years here in contemplation. In my arrogance, I once believed wizards should rule the world, never considering an alternative path. Grindelwald sighed. I am certain that Charles is treading a different road. Wizards and muggles coexisting peacefully? Dumbledore questioned, noting the unusual nature of Grindelwald's remarks, as he had merely come to inquire about the prophecy of Charles's demise. Yet Grindelwald had rambled on about a plethora of peculiar notions. Albus, you have truly aged. Is it your mind that has rusted, or do you simply fear to contemplate that direction? Grindelwald's lips curled into his iconic smirk, a demeanor Dumbledore had not witnessed in many years. It inevitably evoked memories of the youthful, vibrant Gellert and the ambitious dark wizarding era. Gellert had always exuded strength, far surpassing Dumbledore himself. It seems you have grown old, rusted, forever reminiscing about the past, seeking solutions within bygone experiences. Grindelwald sighed, recognizing that their era had concluded alongside Dumbledore's aging. Gellert, we cannot escape death. Dumbledore endeavored to console his old friend, akin to comforting a weary companion. Excess energy and strength could not withstand the relentless march of time and mortality. How many methods exist for attaining immortality? Grindelwald shifted the topic once more. 3. Through miraculous alchemical products like the Philosopher's Stone to prolong life, through the infusion of one's soul into alchemical vessels to achieve eternal life, and through dark magic to procure immortality via life itself. Grindelwald continued, the first method leads to a frail soul and withered body, with severe side effects. The second results in mere consciousness, devoid of corporeal form, often rendered dormant. The third, most notorious, involves Horcruxes, the splitting of the soul. Alas, the greatest drawback of this method is the fragmentation of the soul, resulting in an extreme personality and ultimately devolving into a being that is neither human nor ghost. An eternal aberration. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, for they had both witnessed the stark realities of these cases. In truth, there exists a genuine method for achieving eternal life in this world. Grindelwald laugid e archide, exclaiming, Jesus, Buddha, merely myths. Dumbledore retorted, do you not comprehend that Charles has already handed you the fragments of the map? Are you still oblivious to the reason why they pursue him? It is for eternal life. That is the essence of Grindelwald's secret. He too has passed away, has he not? Dumbledore countered, doesn't this precisely illustrate that eternal life is non-existent? What if I assert that he and they have not truly perished? What if part of them endures to this day? Dumbledore, unwilling to entertain Grindelwald's mad assertions, scoffed. How could they possibly survive to the present? Let me reiterate, Grindelwald pressed on. What if Charles intends to bring about the end of the world? He persisted, as if to paint Charles in the darkest of lights. I refuse to believe it. He's a good boy. Dumbledore, filled with fury, prepared to depart. Wait, Albus, Grindelwald attempted to halt the obstinate elder. Yet it was evident that Dumbledore had no intention of lingering or turning back. Remember your current judgment. It is of utmost importance. Once Dumbledore departed, Grindelwald cast a glance at the dark corner and spoke softly. Do you not wish to meet him? The shadows appeared to stir, as if in response. I care not for your tricks, yet I must thank you for delivering the final piece required for the prophecy. The future indeed appears splendid, alas. I shall not live to witness it. The newly launched card game has gained remarkable popularity. Renowned card master Robin praised Wizard's Duel, stating, this card game breaks conventions. The strategy of multiplayer card games is as intricate as the ancient wizarding wars. Wizard's Duel encapsulates the past knowledge of the Elven Prince, a groundbreaking amalgamation of strategy, history, and psychology. Never has a card game been so delightfully engaging. While the favorable public opinion may be purchased through trending searches, the game currently reigning supreme at Hogwarts is none other than Wizard's Duel. Incredible, simply astounding. How did Charles conceive of such a marvel? Even the little wizards who previously paid no heed to Charles' accolades have been captivated by this innovative card tabletop game. Here are the diaries of 3 young wizards sent to their families. Diary entry 1. A few days ago, my brother gifted me a box of Wizard's Duel, the card game that has taken the entire academy by storm. Initially, I was unsure of how to play, but after perusing the instructions several times, I learned there are 4 types of cards: identity cards, commander cards, stamina cards, and game cards. The king and the guards unite to vanquish the assassins and rebels. I find this game somewhat challenging. However, through these cards, I have come to learn more about historical figures. Undoubtedly, a Hufflepuff. Diary entry 2. On October 6th, True and I played Wizard's Duel with friends in the common room. We began selecting our commanders. I chose Dumbledore. True selected Gregory the First, and Mare opted for Vivian. Next, it was time to draw identities. I picked the king. True drew an assassin, and Mare also chose an assassin. The game commenced, and as True launched an attack, I countered with a dodge. Thus, we engaged in a back and forth for an hour, culminating in my victory. After a while, we gathered for a meal. Today's gaming session was truly delightful, and my spirits soared. Diary entry 3. Today, in the lounge, I played Wizard's Duel with friends. As the card distribution began, I found myself with rather lackluster characters. Though my ultimate skill was commendable, each time they attacked, I deftly dodged. We continued our fierce contest until I exhausted my cards, ultimately leading to my defeat. This tabletop game is rooted in historical narratives, allowing players to embody various roles, striving towards a shared objective through strategy and collaboration. The identity cards dictate each player's character, which may include a king, guard, assassin, or traitor. The wizard cards represent the sorcerers each player commands, each possessing unique skills and characteristics. The health cards indicate each player's vitality, while the game cards serve as instruments for combat, play, and skill utilization. This game necessitates both cooperation and struggle to achieve its goals, requiring a measure of strategy and intellect. Engaging in this game fosters a deeper understanding of history and its figures, while also honing one's analytical and decision-making abilities. Chapter 20. The Genealogy of Emer. As Wizard's Duel soared in popularity within the British wizarding community, our protagonist, Charles, found himself returning to his previously mundane existence. However, an incident on this day sparked a shift in his perspective. On a Wednesday afternoon, Charles was assisting Hagrid in sorting through the recently gathered materials of magical creatures. The cramped cottage was suffused with the delightful aroma of toasted bread mingling with boiling tea, accompanied by the crackling of burning firewood, creating a warm atmosphere that contrasted sharply with the chill outside. While engrossed in wrapping various materials, Charles overheard a voice. "I'm so hungry." That child seems quite delectable. Charles frowned, wondering if the remark was directed at him. He lifted his gaze and surveyed the surroundings. The only creatures capable of producing sound were a cage of Norwegian long-haired rabbits, a bowl of deep-sea nautilus, a jar of Dead Sea beetles, and a delirious black snake within a glass case. Surely, none of these could speak. Charles rolled his eyes at the empty air and resumed his task. It looked at me, but now it's not. Upon hearing this, a suspicion blossomed in Charles's mind. Could he understand the voices of certain animals? He recalled a notion from a book he had read, which suggested the existence of a language for conversing with animals. Parseltongue. As the name implies, it is the language of snakes, understood only by a select few snake speakers. In truth, there exist not only snake languages, but also those of merfolk and fairies. Elvish tongues also exist, though most have been lost to time. The pronunciation of Elvish is the closest to the ancient language. Is it you? Charles set down his materials, cautiously grasped his wand, and approached the delirious black snake. This creature was an unintended creation of a wizard named Delirus, born from his studies of serpentine beasts. The direst black snake, cloaked entirely in obsidian scales, possesses a robust and formidable physique. Its rounded head is devoid of venomous fangs, yet its mouth is lined with an intricate array of serrated teeth, adept at constricting and tearing apart its prey. Once bitten, the wound bleeds profusely, necessitating the application of magical potions to stem the flow. The maximum length of a direst black snake reaches merely 1 meter. Specifically, once it attains this length, it ceases to grow further. However, one can ascertain its age by examining the thickness of its scales and the patterns adorning them. "Are you speaking?" Charles inquired of the direst black snake. "Remarkably, there exists a young sorcerer capable of understanding my words." The direst black snake raised its head, fixated intently on Charles. Not surprising, Charles thought, retrieving the scale of Emer from his chest. Without needing to deduce, the scale's effects were evidently clear. Upon sighting the scale, the direst black snake immediately coiled itself into a tight ball, shutting its eyes and trembling as it stammered. "That is a most terrifying object. How could you possess it?" "Fearful? Do you comprehend what this is?" The direst trembled as it responded. "Time. It embodies time." Emer, aside from him, no force could instill such dread in a serpent. Charles tucked the scale away and remarked, "You were aware of him? Were you not created by wizards?" To Charles, it seemed improbable that a being fashioned by wizards would possess knowledge of ancient serpent legends. "I sense mockery in your tone. However, I am over 240 years old." The direst black snake lazily coiled itself, still shaken from the encounter. "I fail to understand. Are you suggesting that your longevity has naturally bestowed upon you vast knowledge?" Charles spread his hands, recognizing his novice status regarding magical creatures, particularly those of a created lineage, which he knew little about. "Certainly not. I merely wish to convey that I've lived a long time. As a serpent, I am inherently aware of the deepest imprints within my lineage. Moreover, Emer is not singular. They're the progenitors of serpents. The one you encountered is Emer, the master of time, yet there exist others. Emer that can consume all, the one with 1,000 heads, eternally cloaked in darkness, and the one that devours itself. In essence, Emer encompasses a vast lineage. This direst black snake indeed exhibited extraordinary intellect, a testament to its 2 centuries of existence, clearly indicating that it had not squandered its time. Emer, the basilisk Shetsa, Apophis, and Ouroboros. Charles mused, astonished, recognizing these as some of the most renowned serpents in the mythologies of various cultures, each playing a significant role throughout the mythic age. At that moment, Hagrid returned from his patrol, opening the door to find Charles admiring his prized possession, the direst black snake. "Oh, Charles, how goes it? Is it not the most magnificent creature?" Hagrid approached, gazing affectionately at the snake. The direst black snake, appearing somewhat weary, addressed Charles. "Could you kindly inform this oaf not to cradle me in his arms while he sleeps? It disrupts my slumber." Charles raised an eyebrow at this revelation, bemused by Hagrid's playful antics. "Damn it, his skin is too thick. I can't bite through it." Truly infuriating. Dirus, the black serpent, lay coiled. This behemoth is utterly mad, and, astonishingly, his hide is thicker than that of a giant, akin to a layer of soft steel plating. This black serpent was a gift from an old friend who claimed he had grown too old to care for the little creature. Hagrid looked on with delight. occasionally teasing Dyrus with his hands. Yet the black serpent could only endure. Even when it bit in anger, Hagrid merely interpreted it as playful engagement. Truly insufferable. You foolish giant. Dyrus ceased to resist, allowing Hagrid to toy with its body, despite every scale protesting vehemently. It could not comprehend why its appearance, devoid of any charm, drew such incessant attention from this simpleton. I fondly recalled my former master, who, being a snake enthusiast, at least engaged me in conversation. This wretched fool only seeks to play with me. Charles, unwilling to endure the incessant ramblings, addressed Hagrid. I recall reading in an ancient text that Dyrus, the black serpent, is reluctant to form close bonds with humans, preferring to maintain a certain distance for optimal health and growth. What did I misinterpret? Mister. He clearly stated that it is quite amiable towards people. Was I mistaken? Hagrid, somewhat troubled, recognized that this young wizard was no ordinary child. His insight might hold merit. Hastily, Hagrid placed the serpent back in its enclosure and, after a sigh, asked with curiosity, "It's Saturday. What brings you here? Is there something amiss?" "Indeed, I am to introduce you to a teacher, hailing from the ancient East, who can impart methods of protection without the need for a wand." Charles, with a hint of mischief, noted that this teacher was unlike any traditional instructor. Nevertheless, the teacher's arrival affirmed his belief in the differences between this world and his original one, even if he lived to the age of his birth. He doubted he would emerge into existence. A teacher? Hagrid pondered, what sort of instructor could teach me methods devoid of a wand? He glanced at the little red umbrella, remaining silent. Chapter 21, Masterma. Charles, this hardly seems a residence for wizards. Hagrid was left astounded as Charles led him from the realm of sorcery to the world of muggles, halting before an office building. Their appearances drew the attention of passers-by. A towering, rugged figure resembling a Viking, clad in a coat that made him look like a large brown bear, alongside Charles, who was dressed like a nobleman, creating an odd juxtaposition. Certainly not. Hagrid, do you truly believe a wizard could impart wisdom? Charles shook his head, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming events. Well, aside from wizards, who else might teach me anything? Hagrid frowned, growing impatient with the curious stares of those around them. We shall ascend, Hagrid. Trust me, and trust in the ancient East. Charles guided Hagrid to the third floor where, upon registering at the counter, they entered a cultural setting entirely distinct from England. The intricate patterns on the wooden floor resemble celestial carvings, and the walls are adorned with numerous certificates, while the ceiling displays various ornaments inspired by Eastern elements. A middle-aged man is instructing a group of relatively young individuals, their synchronized punches and shouts momentarily causing Charles to lose his focus. This is the place, Charles exclaimed to Hagrid, who appeared bewildered, questioning, what is this? It seems like martial arts? The middle-aged man, sensing the newcomers, turned around, revealing a face that is hard to forget at first glance. The most striking feature was his thick eyebrows, suggesting a particularly serious demeanor. His neatly cropped hair lacked any superfluous embellishments, with a standard square face radiating righteousness. The only imperfection was the noticeable asymmetry of his eyes, which lent his visage an air of joviality. Additionally, his broad nose contributed a touch of dullness to his overall appearance. He possessed an average build, seemingly unremarkable, yet donned in traditional martial arts attire. He exuded a certain dignified presence, devoid of pretense. Who among you wishes to train? He inquired in a booming voice, his eyes scrutinizing them, although his somewhat clumsy English was overshadowed by his imposing aura. Master Ma, this is my elder. He wishes to learn martial arts for self-defense, Charles replied in Chinese, eschewing English. The authenticity of his accent momentarily stunned Master Ma. After recovering from his surprise, Master Ma hesitated, asking, an Oriental? My father is of Chinese descent. Thus I consider myself mixed. Charles responded with a smile, his youthful appearance fostering a sense of familiarity with Master Ma. Nodding, Master Ma then scrutinized Hagrid and furrowed his brow. You wish to practice martial arts for self-defense? It was understandable for Master Ma to ponder this, given Hagrid's imposing stature. It was unlikely anyone in the mundane world would dare challenge him to an arm wrestling match. Indeed, Charles interjected on Hagrid's behalf. The elder Vikings have a custom of hunting at the end of winter, followed by contests. Learning some Eastern martial arts would be highly beneficial. I cannot guarantee that what he learns will be applicable. Master Ma replied thoughtfully, but let him study for a month first, and you can assess the results before making a decision. Master Ma, displaying commendable integrity, proposed a plan that would not deceive an Eastern individual. Had he been dealing with an Englishman, he would have focused solely on profit. What would he learn next? Our martial school practices Xing Yi Quan and Tai Chi. Hence the term Wen Yuan Xingyi Tai Chi. We offer 3 exceptional skills: the Ma family's 13 knife techniques, the lightning 5-linked whip, and the Jihua Fa. The Ma family's 13 knives are our ancestral martial arts, originating from the 8th saber of the 29th Army Saber Squad and the Wujin knife techniques. The lightning 5-linked whip is an amalgamation of various martial arts, based on the philosophy that the swiftest cannot be overcome and is indestructible, which I have devised for offensive purposes. Jihua Fa is a superior martial art I created, drawing from the essence of Tai Chi, transforming defense into offense. Initially, one employs finesse to lightly receive an attack, then utilizes inner strength to absorb the impact of the whip kick, subsequently redirecting that force back to the attacker like a spring. These 3 forms of martial arts represent the culmination of my lifelong dedication. With tears glistening in his eyes, Master Ma embodies the profound longing for his homeland that he feels while in a foreign land. "Let us learn from this," he said. "I shall speak with my elders." After greeting Master Ma, Charles took Hagrid aside and remarked, "While I cannot ascertain the depths of his martial expertise, it is evident that his foundational skills are solidly established. This master possesses a lineage of knowledge. Although you may currently be unable to wield magic, mastering martial arts could safeguard Hogwarts and alleviate some of Dumbledore's burdens." Charles understood that nothing else would capture the attention of the gentle giant as much as Hogwarts and Dumbledore. However, Hagrid scoffed at the notion that a Muggle could offer any real value. He believed that Charles was merely jesting at his expense. "Hagrid, you must not underestimate Muggles. Every individual in this world harbors immense potential, including you." This statement from Charles momentarily quelled Hagrid's agitation. Presently, there was no imminent crisis, and Hagrid lacked the motivation to rise to the occasion. Thus, Charles produced a letter penned by Dumbledore and handed it to Hagrid, which contained Dumbledore's wish for Hagrid to set aside his prejudices and trust in Charles. Hagrid paused, muttering, "Even Dumbledore thinks so." In truth, the letter had nothing to do with martial arts. It was one of several introduction letters Dumbledore had written last year when Charles sought to connect with figures from the Academy, and unexpectedly, it found relevance here. "Very well, I shall learn, but I can only come once a week," Hagrid argued, expressing his discomfort with the atmosphere, feeling as though he were under scrutiny. After persuading Hagrid, Charles guided him through the enrollment process, and soon, the two were confronted by Master Ma, who wished to test Hagrid in a sparring match. Hagrid, confident in his strength, believed he could easily defeat Master Ma and, harboring some resentment, threw a powerful punch. However, Master Ma, agile as a willow, effortlessly absorbed the blow, rendering Hagrid's might futile. Transformation. Master Ma's voice resonated like a bell, and with a slight movement, he channeled his internal energy through his arm, sending Hagrid flying. Hagrid could scarcely believe it. He had been sent airborne? Charles stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. What had begun as an intention for Hagrid to learn some basic techniques, utilizing his brute strength, had taken an unforeseen twist. Remarkable. The Master's technique is truly awe-inspiring, akin to torrents cascading from great heights, as if the Milky Way were descending from the heavens. Finally, one of the disciples, attempting to be poetic, caused Charles to grimace. What Hadley Bai's poetry become relevant here? Charles opened his magical eye and perceived a different kind of power. Previously, he had witnessed only shades of pale blue or white magical energy, but now he observed a faint yellow force emanating from these individuals. Could this be Chi? Chapter 22, The Bloodline. Traversing the enigmatic tropical line, the ancient basin traversed by the Congo River conceals the age-old secrets of sorcerers. Is this the tomb of the Shadow Veil Master, the Assassin Grandmaster, the True Prophet, and the Pope Apollo I, sealed by the Holy See? Bald gazed upon the sepulchre before her, seamlessly blending with the surrounding mountains. This pyramid was nearly indistinguishable from the rugged landscape. Had it not been for the pagan Achilles at her side, none would have been able to locate it. She was the most revered pope, betrayed by her most devout followers. Despite being the one closest to the divine, she was suffocated by the very institution she served. Achilles, the pagan, had once conspired with the terrorist Ali Aya to assassinate Pope John Paul II in St. Peter's Square a decade prior. Since then, he had lived a life of exile. Shrouded in secrecy, he had attempted to join the Rosicrucians, but was rebuffed. He vehemently condemned the Rosicrucians for having lost their original purpose, reclaiming his identity as an assassin and traversing the realms of muggles and wizards alike, until he was approached by Bald. The Golden Dawn had also been betrayed by the Rosicrucians. They had long forgotten their initial ideals. Achilles believed the entire papacy was still clandestinely manipulating the world, and he was consumed with the desire to obliterate the Vatican. Bald remained silent. She would not disclose to this fervent youth the sordid entanglements between the Rosicrucians and the Golden Dawn. Instead, she would entice him towards extremism, endeavoring to mold him into a master assassin capable of delivering a fatal blow to the present-day Rosicrucians. Indeed, the Rosicrucians had formed the Freemasons and the Brotherhood, the latter of which had established the Assassins' Guild. However, they had now become mere lapdogs of the papacy. Bald condemned them, yet her gaze remained fixated upon the sepulchre, pondering whether it concealed the Rosicrucians' gathering place. It was crucial to remember that this self-proclaimed Pope Apollo was a childhood companion of Salazar Slytherin. She had prophesied the unification and subsequent division of the four great leaders, and had fervently advised Salazar to flee overseas in his youth. But alas, how could a proud nobleman heed the counsel of a farmer's daughter? Fate has a penchant for mockery. The farmer's daughter transformed into a pope for 3 years, almost bringing an end to the dark Middle Ages. Had she not risked her life to save Salazar, she would not have been suffocated by the very devotees she sought to protect. Intriguingly, this prodigious sorceress, a natural prophet, was also one of the founders of the Rosicrucians. Her ideals were absorbed by the later Freemasons, who believed the world was shrouded in a veil of shadows, and they sought to reconstruct the threefold great light to return to the realm of the divine. Bald not only believed that Apollo I, Selena, held the key to the Rosicrucians' secret gathering place, but she also suspected that Selena possessed fragments of divine prophecy and secrets of ascension. These were precisely what the Golden Dawn desperately sought. For the Golden Dawn, nothing was more monumental than the pursuit of divinity and the creation of gods. Let us proceed. Bald's lips curved into a smile. The phenomenon of which Slayer had spread from England to the entire wizarding world. In just over a month, the name Charles Shafiq had once again ignited fervor. This young sorcerer was ever bursting with imaginative ideas, constantly defying convention. At this very moment, the ingenious young wizard was conversing with a serpent in Hagrid's hut. Is this serpent not overly wise? Recently, Charles engaged in conversations with other serpents, yet none possessed the extraordinary wisdom and memory akin to that of the direst black snake. Even the so-called wise king cobra, adorned with hex glasses, lacked such intellect, unable to recall past events with such clarity. Within every tribe, unique individuals inevitably arise. You and I are no exceptions, are we? The direst black snake coiled around the branches in the glass cabinet, coldly scrutinizing Charles. I am not a unique individual. I am a hybrid, he asserted, waving his hand. His magical prowess far surpassed that of his contemporaries, and during this rapid growth phase, his power was comparable to that of a fourth-grade wizard. Indeed, the essence of elves is most exquisite. I have not inhaled such a scent in ages, mused the direst black snake, as if it had once been intimately acquainted with elves. Having lived for so long, do you possess any knowledge of the events that transpired during the Dark Middle Ages? Charles probed, sensing that the serpent was concealing something during their month-long dialogue. I regret to say that I was in a deep slumber during that tumultuous period, overwhelmed by the wails of banshees echoing outside. The direst black snake shivered, discomforted by the unpleasant memories. I had hoped to glean some insights from you, perhaps regarding Gregory I, Charles continued. The serpent shook its head, indicating its ignorance. Should you recall anything pertaining to that era, please do inform me. Charles bowed and departed, pondering whether the snake's hidden secrets were relevant or merely a distraction, as the approaching Christmas season stirred a sense of unease within him. Why would he meet his demise during the Christmas festivities? Once Charles left, the cabin fell into silence. The black serpent descended from the branches, biting its own tail, thus forming a distorted figure eight when viewed from above. The essence of Gregory I, Vivian Paracelsus, they are all old acquaintances. Ah, and you too, Odin. Freya received a letter from Avalon, plunging her into a profound bewilderment. An engagement? A pact between the lake nymph and the bloodline? Freya perused the letter, which detailed the millennia-old covenant between the bloodline and the lake nymph. A 12-year-old boy wizard of lake nymph descent was to be wed to a 12-year-old noble girl from the bloodline, a relic of an ancient vow from a millennium past. Upon reflection, Freya realized that this implied her offspring had acquired a fiancé, a noble bloodline girl, no less. Freya felt somewhat perturbed. The origins of the bloodline were not steeped in ancient lineage, but rather stemmed from a failed ascension ritual. In a sense, the bloodline could be viewed as flawed deities, or perhaps as deities that had failed. Freya held no fondness for the bloodline, though she did not harbor any animosity either. Why must it be Charles? Freya was at a loss as to how to convey to Charles the news that he had an unseen fiancé. This was a delicate matter to articulate. Meanwhile, across the vast Atlantic, a little girl with wine-red hair stealthily slipped out of her home. She possesses exquisite features and fair skin, reminiscent of a charming porcelain doll. Her azure eyes shimmer with the fluidity of the Atlantic tides, while her crimson lashes add an enchanting allure. One cannot help but declare that she is a masterwork of creation. Marriage? What jest? How could I, Joyce Aaliyah, ever what a stranger? Such a significant affair should be governed by fate, not by parental decree. After the young girl fled the cold castle, she remained oblivious to the two individuals at the window on the castle's highest floor, observing her every move. Shall we permit the young lady to act so recklessly? Perhaps this, too, is the hand of destiny at play. Old Merlin has deceived us. That ancient one, aside from his loyalty to King Arthur, has only that fairy from Avalon to rely upon. Let fate toy with us. Our most pressing concern now is to reach out to that individual and uncover Jesus's whereabouts to rectify the imperfections of our lineage. The Rosicrucians must be concealing something. Chapter 23. Professor Binns. Professor Binns's office? Professor McGonagall scrutinized Charles, who held a paper in his hands, her gaze slightly peculiar. Yet upon recalling that this child was the elfin prince who had monopolized public historical discussions last year, she nodded unconsciously. His office was rather antiquated, for he had not moved during the faculty office exchange 15 years prior, remaining in the old administrative area, which had now become a makeshift library and storage. Professor McGonagall pondered this memory, as Professor Binns was known to be quite solitary. He had been quite aged at the inception of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Yet his vast knowledge, quick wit, and clear reasoning led to his appointment as the history of magic professor, until one day, he forgot to bring his body to class, and thus met his demise. Nevertheless, he did not cease his teaching endeavors, becoming the sole ghostly professor at Hogwarts. According to the lore circulating within Hogwarts, Professor Binns remained oblivious to his death. One day, he stood up to teach, inadvertently leaving his body in an armchair by the fireplace in the staff lounge. Consequently, this solitary specter was not well acquainted with other staff members. Had it not been for Professor McGonagall's position as deputy headmistress, she might have been unaware of Professor Binns's whereabouts. Filch should know his office. I will have him escort you, Professor McGonagall stated before leading Charles to find a shadowy Filch. Along the way, Charles could not suppress his whimsical thoughts. During a night excursion, he had seen Filch, lantern in hand and nightcap atop his head, and suddenly realized this image resembled a character from a game he once played. The Warden, Thresh. Perhaps Filch would be well suited for a cosplay of the Warden. Before long, Charles was handed over to Filch, whose disdainful gaze pierced through him. Not only did he recognize Charles as a favored child, but he was also aware of the boy's frequent nocturnal adventures with the Weasley twins, never having caught them. "Boy, I will catch you," he muttered. Filch's gaze was fixed on Charles with an ominous intensity, as if the latter were a nefarious villain of the worst kind. Indeed, the resemblance was striking. Unfazed, Charles raised an eyebrow, silently reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. It must be said that Filch was rather diligent in his duties, eventually guiding Charles to Professor Binns' office after a convoluted journey. "Right here. I presume you can find your way back," Filch muttered, perplexed by the boy's feigned ignorance of the academy's layout, despite his frequent nocturnal escapades. If Charles had been privy to Filch's thoughts, he would have assured him that ever since mastering the disillusionment charm, he had largely ceased his late-night ventures with those two troublemakers. Mainly, he feared their recent obsession with peculiar artifacts, which he found rather odorous. "Thank you." Charles expressed his gratitude, stepping into Professor Binns' office under Filch's astonished gaze, having never received respect from a Slytherin student before. "Good day, Professor Binns." The office bore a musty aroma, reminiscent of damp wood, yet it lacked any foul stench, instilling a sense of timelessness. "Who are you?" Professor Binns inquired, lifting his gaze and surveying Charles before muttering, "Goodness, what brings a young wizard to my abode?" "Professor, I have written 2 papers. The possibility of the existence of the Emer lineage in the mythical era and the connection between Parseltongue and serpent worship." Charles had gleaned this knowledge from the mouth of a direst black snake, organizing it into 2 scholarly essays that examined the historical roots of the wizarding world and the acquisition of Parseltongue from a mythical perspective. Such articles? Professor Binns' expression soured at the mere mention, his already wrinkled visage contorting further, resembling a gnarled tree trunk. He harbored a particular disdain for the history of the mythical era, finding it vague and rife with unsubstantiated claims, often fabricated. Not only did he intentionally skip over this topic in his lectures, but his famous adage was, "My course is the history of magic. I study facts, not myths and legends. Place them on my desk, he instructed, adopting a responsible demeanor as he directed Charles to set the papers down. Babylon, Professor Binns muttered under his breath, summoning a similarly aged house elf from beneath the desk. The elf skillfully assisted the professor by turning the pages of the papers at appropriate intervals, while Charles observed with curiosity. It became clear that the incorporeal Professor Binns relied on the house elf to carry out his work. Charles's thoughts wandered to the end-of-term exam grading. The professor would likely summon numerous elves to help, perhaps directing them to lay out the assignments while he floated about, marking and correcting as he instructed. After all, he had rarely heard of Professor Binns seeking student assistance for grading. Furthermore, he had a penchant for assigning short essays. Recently, Charles had engaged in a discussion with Dumbledore regarding ghosts, pondering the relationship between ghosts and the state of the soul. Firstly, it must be acknowledged that ghosts cannot directly interfere with the reality of the world. They lack the magical capacity to do so. Furthermore, ghosts can be influenced by spells, yet they cannot be vanquished. The fact that the 3 unforgivable curses can affect souls, but not ghosts, illustrates the distinction between the two. Dumbledore perceives ghosts as imprints of souls, a confluence of emotions and memories, incapable of acquiring new knowledge. While they can mimic, they fail to comprehend the novelty behind their mimicry. For instance, Professor Binns possesses all the knowledge he had in life and retains his former personality. However, he is unable to innovate. New historical knowledge can merely corroborate his experiences, yet he cannot grasp it. Charles regards Professor Binns as a computational machine, validating the differences between his papers and the current lethargic historical discourse. To his surprise, Professor Binns appears deeply engaged, his ethereal brow furrowed, murmuring incomprehensible dialects and ritualistic phrases. The name Salazar, Slytherin echoes in Binns' words, striking a familiar chord in Charles. It seems I have forgotten something. After perusing the article, Professor Binns appears somewhat disoriented, his already listless demeanor growing even more somber. Forgotten? Charles did not anticipate that Professor Binns would not question the 2 papers, but rather fall into introspection. Does this imply that, from Binns' perspective, the papers are not beyond verification? I have forgotten. With that, Professor Binns rises and vanishes, leaving Charles in a state of bewilderment. I ought to consult Dumbledore. Charles collects the papers, scratching his head, and reluctantly remarks. How should he articulate that he had written 2 papers that left the ghost befuddled? Chapter 24, The Mysterious Tomb. Dumbledore paces back and forth in his office, while Charles stands obediently to the side. I have reviewed your articles. Aside from certain unverifiable arguments, the overall logic is coherent, and the comprehensive genealogical depiction holds substantial research value. Dumbledore pauses, addressing Charles with a note of reassurance, albeit his tone carries a hint of fatigue. Yet, Professor Binns has already been missing for a week. Charles expresses regret, explaining that since the day Professor Binns floated away, he has not been located. Attempts to use the Marauder's map have yielded no results, indicating that he has entered some sort of hidden chamber. I hope Peeves can bring some good news. Dumbledore sighs, noting that the current events far exceed his expectations. This marks the first instance of a professor's disappearance at Hogwarts, particularly one who is never late. Just as Dumbledore concludes his statement, Peeves cheerfully pokes his head through the ceiling, announcing, "Our professor is in a peculiar hidden chamber." What kind of chamber? Dumbledore inquires. It has unsettling patterns and is quite empty, Peeves replies before vanishing with a swish, leaving Dumbledore seemingly aware of something, which plunges the two into a brief silence. Ultimately, it is Charles who breaks the quiet. "Headmaster, you seem to be familiar with that place?" Charles cautiously inquired, sensing an intuition that this location was somehow linked to Professor Binns' unexpected deviation from convention. The site in question was the sepulchre constructed by Ravenclaw for Christian Rosencreutz. It dawned on him that, quite likely, Professor Binns had once been a member of the Rosicrucians. Dumbledore sighed, realizing with dismay that matters were becoming increasingly convoluted. Various threads intertwined, revealing that Hogwarts, seemingly devoid of any connection to the Rosicrucians, indeed harbored a professor related to them. Christian Rosencreutz, also a Parselmouth, might have resonated with the content of Charles' thesis, stirring something within Professor Binns. Dumbledore felt a weariness settle upon him. Initially, the issue at hand was solely Voldemort. Yet now it appeared that the latent secrets of the wizarding world were resurfacing in light of the young boy before him. Casting a glance at the seemingly harmless Charles, Dumbledore contemplated the tempest that this boy might incite. "Let me take you to see the professor," he declared resolutely, rising and striding purposefully toward Ravenclaw's domain. After a brief detour on the 3rd floor, Dumbledore waved his wand, and a spectral staircase materialized before them, imbued with the essence of antiquity. Charles gazed in astonishment at the formation of this ethereal staircase, never expecting that what had been a portrait of Ravenclaw just moments prior had transformed into a portal. At that moment, a ghostly blue figure emerged from the doorway, none other than the irate Helena. Spotting her visitors, she glared indignantly and exclaimed, "Keep Professor Binns away from my father's resting place." Before vanishing without a backward glance, her outburst unprecedented. It seems I am not yet so aged as to forget everything." Dumbledore chuckled softly, masking the awkwardness of the moment. It was indeed absurd that Professor Binns had dashed into the concealed sepulchre of Rosencreutz. As they pushed open the door, the sconces upon the walls flared to life, illuminating the entire chamber. This pattern? Charles blinked, recognizing it as strikingly similar to the design he had previously encountered in a book. The sacrificial love, he mused, recalling that it was the incantation for an immensely powerful protective spell, one that demanded a life in exchange for another. Dumbledore reflected, his gaze drawn to the coffin at the room's center, a diminutive yet intricately adorned casket. These engravings had not been crafted by Ravenclaw, for she had long since departed. The artist behind the carvings was the second headmaster of Hogwarts, who had sought to fulfill the wishes of her predecessor. This coffin was no ordinary vessel. It had served as an instrument in the vampire transformation ritual, the methods of which had been lost to time. However, the Muggle adventurers, to which her grandmother belonged, had unveiled the details of the vampire transformation ritual, allowing us to discern that this coffin was intended for the transformation of a dying wizard into a vampire. Dumbledore, undeterred by the wooden figure of Professor Binns beside the coffin, continued, "I cannot fathom what they endured, why Rosencreutz was unable to complete the transformation ritual, and why they fell, one after another. Vampires." Charles gazed upon the coffin, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. Why did this coffin seem so reminiscent? Wait, its design was distinctly not Western, but rather Eastern. The Eastern coffin, larger at one end and smaller at the other, symbolized the duality of yin and yang, with the deceased resting within, embodying this interplay between the two realms, the earthly and the celestial. In contrast, Western coffins are uniformly box-like, demonstrating a clear stylistic divergence. The Western wizarding community regarded the unique coffin style employed in the sanguine transformation ritual as mere ceremonial necessity. However, possessing knowledge of Eastern civilization, Charles could not overlook this detail. The dark medieval era corresponded to the Tang and Song dynasties of China. Yet, what could this imply? Had the Chinese alchemists previously conspired with Westerners to fabricate the ancestors of the bloodline? Suppressing his thoughts, Charles turned to observe Dumbledore approaching Professor Binns. "Professor Binns, you ought to resume your lecture," Dumbledore gently intoned, his words acting as an incantation to reawaken the spectral professor. Binns lifted his gaze, dazedly surveying his surroundings, his wooden eyes springing to life as he exclaimed, "Where is this? Oh, I have a class." With that, Professor Binns floated away. "Is this truly it?" Charles pondered, bewildered by the bizarre proceedings. "I am merely attempting to apply my experience. Let us proceed to aid Professor Binns in recalling his memories using the pensieve." Dumbledore waved his hand, feeling somewhat reflective, as the situation unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. The pensieve? Charles suddenly recalled an introduction from a previous reading of the Unreliable Guide to Hogwarts. The dangers posed by the pensieve were more closely related to its inherent powers than to the memories or thoughts contained within. The magic of the pensieve vividly manifests memories, extracting every detail buried within the subconscious to faithfully recreate them, thereby permitting the memory owner or a second party, this aspect concealing potential peril, to enter and navigate within memory. Inevitably, anyone harboring secrets, feeling shame for the past, or wishing to safeguard their privacy would be particularly wary of the pensieve. In a moment, you shall encounter this ancient artifact. It predates even the four founders. Dumbledore remarked with a mysterious smile. The two departed, entirely unaware that Zhang Qiu, concealed in a corner, had witnessed the scene as it restored itself upon their exit. Where's this? Chapter 25, A Misjudgment. Returning to the headmaster's office, this time Dumbledore had taken a circuitous route, bringing Professor Binns along to the office. The professor surveyed the unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar surroundings of the headmaster's chamber in silence, unsure of why he had been summoned. Dumbledore retrieved an odd vessel from the cabinet, a basin. As anticipated, it was the pensieve he had just mentioned, crafted entirely from intricately carved stone and etched with modified Saxon runes, resembling a vintage artisan piece steeped in history. According to an unverified legend, It was at the very site where the founders of the school chose to establish their institution that they stumbled upon a meditation basin, half buried in the earth. This basin was not empty. Within it swirled a silvery mist reminiscent of soup, drawing all eyes irresistibly towards it. Is this memory? Charles gasped softly, as he perceived intricate patterns emerging from the mist, the basin resembling the head of a giant. The art of crafting such a basin had been lost to time, and the only means of retrieving it seemed to lie in excavating the grave of a wizard. Dumbledore carefully placed the basin in a more secure location. Professor Binns, would you mind if we took a look at your memories? Dumbledore's gaze was gentle, yet imbued with an unspoken insistence. Professor Binns frowned slightly and tilted his head, saying, I hope you won't be bored by tedious history. With that, he drifted beside Dumbledore, closed his eyes, and fell silent, allowing Dumbledore to proceed. Dumbledore directed the tip of his wand near Professor Binns' temple and extracted some shimmering silver memories from his mind, depositing them into the basin. As the memories melded with the silvery mist, Dumbledore finally made contact with the substance within the basin. Then, he closed his eyes and became still, entering the realm of memory. In this memory, Professor Binns appeared much younger, passionate about myth and legend, a stark contrast to his current demeanor. He had discovered alternative interpretations of Parseltongue through his studies of the mysterious chamber of Slytherin, suggesting that Parseltongue could have been a sacrificial language of ancient deities. This lead astonishingly inspired the ever-curious Ravenclaw to uncover connections between the four founders and the Rosicrucians, filling Professor Binns with excitement as he felt he was on the verge of unraveling a historical enigma. However, the memory abruptly faded, revealing that at some point, Professor Binns had begun his tenure as the history of magic professor at Hogwarts. Dumbledore opened his eyes and murmured, a confundus charm, or perhaps a forgetfulness charm. It is indeed so. He realized he had misjudged Professor Binns, mistakenly believing him to be a member of the Rosicrucians, whereas the professor himself seemed unaware of his own affiliation. Dumbledore gestured for Charles to step forward and then guided Professor Binns aside, attempting to discern whether, as a ghost, he could sense the effects of the confundus and forgetfulness charms. After all, ghosts are embodiments of memory. Charles quickly finished observing, casting a curious glance at Professor Binns, pondering what events had transformed such an inquisitive professor into the rigid figure he was today. Well, the use of the meditation basin? Charles smiled, remarking, it's quite similar to watching a movie in the Muggle world. The basin allows one to witness past events, and those appearing in the memory cannot perceive your presence. In that sense, it resembles a Muggle film. Dumbledore, with a hint of resignation, added, the unfortunate news is that memories cannot be restored. Professor Binns' trail of clues has thus come to an end. The good news is that your thesis is fundamentally sound, and I have a vague understanding of what Professor Binns has experienced, likely stemming from an early Rosicrucian upheaval, which has subsequently birthed the Golden Dawn. Did he witness it all? Indeed, I have now discerned the location of the Rosicrucian Society. Once I confirm it, I shall pay a visit. Dumbledore has resolved to support Charles in unveiling history and stepping into perilous realms. Perhaps only through such trials can Charles truly evolve. How splendid! Charles's eyes sparkled, finding the process more seamless than anticipated. Meanwhile, Bald emerged from the tomb, albeit with a rather grim demeanor. Is it not absurd that the Rosicrucian Society's address would be situated there? What purpose do those things serve, that I've never noticed them before? Bald inhaled deeply, his gaze darkening gradually. No one noticed the faint luminescence emanating from his forehead. Were Charles present, he would perceive the mark of luminescence as strikingly similar to that of a meditation basin, with both bearing closely aligned meanings from a linguistic perspective. Just as Bald stealthily departed, a bat, hanging upside down from a nearby branch, suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a sardonic human-like expression. The Rosicrucian Society. Is it within your grasp? That is indeed a reincarnation of the ancestors. The bat then took flight. Hagrid, brimming with excitement, delivered a powerful punch to the iron frame before gracefully leaping aside. Quite commendable, yet your proficiency with the lightning 5 whips remains lacking. Thus far, you have only managed to execute 1 whip. Professor Ma's countenance turned stern, his tone harsh. Yet, internally, he berated the peculiar creature that had knocked over the iron frame anchored to the ground. Why had this fellow unleashed a Taiji strike from the 5 whips? Could he possibly be a natural martial arts prodigy? Very well, teacher. The prowess of Eastern martial arts is indeed formidable. Hagrid grinned widely, baring his teeth and giving a thumbs up. During this period of training, he primarily focused on basic stances, the lightning 5 whips, and the techniques of receiving and redirecting energy. Among these, the 5 whips allowed him to harness tremendous strength, his punches erupting with the force of thunder. The entire martial arts academy held Hagrid in the highest regard. Such a punch was beyond the capability of an ordinary person to withstand. This single strike could render him unrivaled in London. The advantage of his giant bloodline, coupled with Eastern martial arts, had unleashed such extraordinary power. Your lightning 5 whips are still underdeveloped. You must practice more. The mere thought of Hagrid's unrefined lightning 5 whips caused Professor Maux's heart to ache. It was a veritable modification of the original technique. In the silent hours of Hogwarts, a shadow emerged from the usually tranquil Ravenclaw corridor, wielding a wand to mimic Dumbledore's gestures in an attempt to elicit a response from the portrait. Yet, despite various attempts, the portrait remained utterly unresponsive. Surely, the item must be within. This time, I must secure it. Suddenly, the figure vanished, and shortly thereafter, Charles cast the disillusionment charm to arrive at the scene. Upon dispelling the charm and waving his wand, a staircase materialized. The portrait transformed into a door. This could be troublesome. I must ascertain if anything is inscribed above. Driven by curiosity regarding the coffin, Charles found himself returning once more. However, he failed to notice a small tail stealthily following behind him. Chapter 26, Thievery. Charles stepped forward and opened his magical eye, yet discerned nothing of significance. He had anticipated discovering something remarkable. A frown creased his lips, his mood considerably soured. The once infallible magical eye had failed him, leading him to ponder whether this object was merely an ordinary coffin, merely adorned with the sacrificial love rune formed by the surrounding patterns. Shaking his head, he closed the magical eye, unaware of a butterfly fluttering past him, occasionally glancing back, particularly at his eyes. Charles pinched the bridge of his nose and proceeded to scrutinize the coffin closely. For reasons unclear, he felt an intense intuition that this coffin bore an extraordinary connection to him. It was not large, merely the size of an infant. Far too small to accommodate an adult. Rosencruz was certainly not short. Historical records depicted him as extraordinarily handsome, with a long neck and features reminiscent of Greek sculptures. Resembling a captivating peacock, such a figure could not possibly fit within. Thus, 2 hypotheses emerged. Either the historical accounts had embellished Rosencruz's stature, suggesting he was a dwarf, or the coffin served not for a person to lie within, but as an instrument for a transformation ritual, intended for another purpose. The first hypothesis appeared implausible. If Rosencruz were indeed a dwarf, how could he possess such beauty, which surely would have attracted the formidable and enchanting Witch Ravenclaw? This which was accompanied by 2 friends, one of noble birth, possessing an alluring and cold beauty, embodying the archetype of a powerful CEO, and the other, a sunny and cheerful young man, a night wizard with the physique and striking features of ancient Greece. In the West, there existed a palpable prejudice against dwarfs. Charles examined the underlying patterns surrounding the coffin once more, suddenly recognizing a series of motifs that were familiar yet elusive. Where had he encountered these designs? He crouched down, focusing on the pattern styles and directional lines. It seemed each motif held a distinct significance. This section formed a closed circle, reminiscent of a serpent devouring its own tail. The Ouroboros? Destiny. In that instant, Charles recalled where he had seen these patterns before. The major arcana. The Fool, the Magician, the High Priestess, the Empress, the Judgment. The World. This was a representation of the major arcana, the tarot cards. Charles swallowed hard, sensing he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Each segment of the pattern seemed to correspond to a specific tarot card. The motifs flowed continuously, yet the meaningful designs were spaced at intervals resembling cards, encircling the base of the coffin, culminating in a closed loop between the Fool and the World, symbolizing the cyclical nature of prophecy. Could it be that the 22 major arcana cards could be affixed upon this surface? And what, then, was the connection to Jesus? Why was this a transformation instrument for the bloodline? The more Charles pondered, the more exhilarated he became, abruptly rising and pacing the room. How could he fail to comprehend this? Once, someone had sought to attain divinity. This individual shared an extraordinary bond with Jesus and had deep ties with Eastern alchemists. Together, they endeavored to unravel the secrets of apotheosis, yet their pursuit must have encountered complications, resulting in the emergence of the bloodline, strikingly akin to deities. With a life steeped in antiquity, formidable resilience, and profound magical prowess, these beings are nearly divine, save for their absolute vulnerability to silver and their insatiable thirst for blood. Similar to the Blood Clan, werewolves also share 2 critical flaws. However, most werewolves lack rationality, which is their most perilous trait. Additionally, The contagion of werewolves is alarmingly potent, rendering it an infectious ailment, in stark contrast to the stability of the Blood Clan. Thus, all inquiries begin here. Charles finally comprehended the essence of their pursuit. Every quest for Jesus is, in fact, a quest for the secrets of divinity. Perhaps among all seekers, only Odin discovered a certain truth through the Sky Island. With this realization, Charles dashed outside, determined to document his findings and request leave this weekend to consult his grandmother regarding the Blood Clan's transformation rituals. After Charles departed, a butterfly gracefully descended from the ceiling, landing precisely where he had just stood. Then, the anima magus was dispelled. A long-haired girl gazed excitedly at the coffin before her. The tomb of the divine. It truly resides here. She appeared overwhelmingly familiar with the object, circling the coffin and solidifying her suspicions. The 22 gifts of fate. Surely that is what it must be. With a long exhale, she released the pent-up emotions that had been confined within her heart. As she tilted her head back to breathe, her features emerged from beneath her flowing hair. A petite round face, exquisite features, and an enchanting Eastern grace. It was none other than Zhang Xiao of Hufflepuff. How remarkable that she would venture into Ravenclaw in search of artifacts, seemingly well acquainted with the surroundings, yet undetected. Astonishingly, she had mastered the anima magus and recognized this ancient object, though her terminology diverged slightly. While Charles and his companions referred to the coffin as the Blood Clan's transformation device, Zhang Xiao called it the Tomb of the Divine. The 22 tarot cards are commonly known as the Major Arcana, yet Zhang Xiao termed them the Gifts of Fate. Her interpretation had never been documented within the current wizarding community, as if she had brought forth knowledge from elsewhere. No time could be wasted here. She had to depart. Transforming into a graceful butterfly, Zhang Xiao flitted through the wall, vanishing like a specter. The picturesque landscapes of France remain captivating even as winter approaches. Zachary, weary and supported by Cain, trudged step by step from the vineyard back to his cottage. Ever since his leg was severed by the mysterious power of Emer, no magical remedy had sufficed for restoration. It was Charles, however, who sought out a human prosthetic surgery, allowing him to once again stand upon the earth. Thinking of Charles brought a smile to Zachary's face. He was indeed a determined child, clever beyond compare, far surpassing Wellington's era. Yet, upon entering his cottage, he was infuriated by the chaotic scene that greeted him. The cottage had been turned upside down, every item strewn about in disarray. Suddenly recalling his collection room, he hurried inside, only to discover that little seemed to have been stolen. However, as he completed a thorough inspection, he found himself frozen before one particular shelf. The mirror has vanished, taking with it the most valuable treasure among his collection, the realm of deception. Who could it be? Chapter 27. The Emergence of the Bloodline. How is this possible? He has escaped. With only half a month until Christmas, today's edition of the Daily Prophet is particularly explosive. One entire page features an empty cage, devoid of any content, leaving no indication of what it signifies. Yet, the headline boldly proclaims, "The first Dark Lord Grindelwald has escaped." There are no details, no speculations, just a full page of photographs, akin to a grand curtain tantalizing the audience. Charles is utterly bewildered. How could this be? Just recently, he had seen that old man, who sat silently against the wall, seeking refuge from the cold. And now he has fled. Why? What reason could he possibly have to abandon his self-imposed imprisonment in Ermengarde? While the world trembles with this shocking news, the very man everyone is fixated upon is impeccably dressed, enjoying coffee in a Muggle cafe. It is hard to fathom that this prophet of heterochromia, once the most disdainful of Muggles, is now quietly relishing the trendy music of the Muggle world and even savoring their coffee. It is quite delightful, richer than the brew he had in Austria, although wizards' taste pales in comparison to that of Muggles. Grindelwald smiled faintly, despite his aged appearance. His striking noble elegance and unique eyes drew the attention of many. A short distance away, several Muggle girls gazed, their eyes sparkling with admiration for the handsome old man. Perched upon Grindelwald's shoulder is a raven with striking azure eyes, whispering softly, a sound only Grindelwald can hear. Your escape has utterly disrupted the timeline, unlike his transformations. Your every decision directly influences the course of history. The raven's gaze is filled with scornful amusement. Logically, you should seek your true master, yet you have ensnared me, allowing me a glimpse into a fragment of the future. Grindelwald's expression shifts to one of intrigue. This creature appeared unexpectedly in March. Initially a mass of darkness that gradually transformed into a raven, claiming to hail from a destroyed future. Some have attempted to stabilize the future, while others, discontented, have opted to upend the game altogether. The Raven continues to chuckle disdainfully, as if history itself serves merely as a pawn in his hands. Are you truly certain he will become the third Dark Lord? I can perceive him emerging from a sea of corpses and blood, yet I cannot ascertain the true implications of his actions. Grindelwald shook his coffee cup, taking a sip of the bitter brew that bore a charred aroma. It reminded him of the coffee he once shared with his father in Vienna many years ago. How long has it been? 90 years? A century? Grindelwald can no longer recall the details of that time. The taste of the coffee transports him once more through the confines of time, allowing him to savor the flavors of deep-seated memories. Amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a mere destroyer cannot ascend to the status of the Dark Lord. He is unlike you and that serpent. He once wandered with the gods and engaged in profound conversations with Jesus by the flickering flames of a campfire, destined to reshape the world. Grindelwald, regaining his composure, chuckled softly. I await with anticipation. However, what shall we do next? I presume you have a particular course of action in mind for me. I believe we should seek another serpent, for it was he who ensnared Tom. Had Salazar not been so prideful, perhaps he would not have met such a tragic failure. The Raven pondered, recalling how the serpent that dared to challenge the sun's dominion had its corporeal form severed by a divine sorcerer, yet its soul traversed an unknown river of the underworld, residing within a sculpted relic. In days of yore, Tom was tempted by this entity, embracing absolute evil, thus becoming the second Dark Lord. Yet, he failed to grasp that this Voldemort feared the possibility of him cultivating an evil that surpassed his own, ultimately submerging him beneath the Nile's depths. Historically, he was salvaged by a merchant last year and now resides within the collection of a wealthy connoisseur in France. Do you not fear being swayed by him? Grindelwald was taken aback by the Raven's audacity, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of being influenced by that malevolent deity. What makes him capable of ensnaring you? If divinity is but an illusion, then you too are a deity. The Raven appeared to harbor a profound irreverence towards the divine, displaying an uncanny familiarity with their circumstances, yet exhibited no interest in them whatsoever. As for the gods, I would rather let death carry me away. Grindelwald's tone mirrored that disdain, embodying the spirit of the first Dark Lord. What merit do the gods possess that warrants respect? They are merely fortunate, endowed with an excess of magical prowess. Aside from Jesus, no magical being has ascended to divinity through their own efforts. Moreover, those gods may not even be the equals of legendary sorcerers. Many legendary sorcerers are, in fact, God's layers. The Raven held legendary sorcerers in high esteem, considering those gifted individuals to be the enduring hues of history. The so-called deities were merely foolish beings occupying a throne of privilege without merit. As chaos enveloped the wizarding world, the shadows that had sought refuge emerged in the wake of the turmoil. The once discreet Rosicrucians began to appear frequently throughout Europe, provoking astonishment and curiosity among numerous wizards. Simultaneously, some ancient families resurfaced at various soirees. Charles, do you know what I have just seen? The bloodline, the vampires, my goodness. Wright exclaimed, raising a newspaper to showcase a photograph from a ball. A particular corner of the gathering was captured, revealing a striking couple engaged in revelry. Their blood-red eyes set them apart from the ordinary, prompting other young wizards perusing the paper to cast glances. The accompanying text elucidated that descendants of Alexander, a pure-blooded millennium-old lineage, were re-emerging in the wizarding world. Alexander? Is this truly considered a descendant of Alexander? Wright murmured incredulously. Charles, too, was captivated. He had previously been informed by his grandmother of a betrothed vampire hailing from the Alexander family, an ancient bloodline. It was rumored that Alexander, yearning for immortality, was transformed into a vampire through a blood conversion ritual devised by a certain sorcerer. The truth remains elusive. However, how could the Blood Clan re-emerge so suddenly? You would dare to lay hands on your own niece? Balder found himself amused by the striking middle-aged man before him, who naively believed in the primordial path of the Blood Clan. Conceal your facade. You have no inkling of the true strength possessed by Alexander I. Were it not for the accursed Holy See, our Blood Clan would undoubtedly reign supreme over the world. The middle-aged man scoffed, perceiving Balder as no different from a wretched stray. To dominate the world? Perhaps, but what are the prize I seek? Illicit. Our transaction requires an exchange of currency for goods. Balder produced a vial of dark blood, from which anyone could sense the potent vitality contained within. Is this the precious blood sample you hold in such high esteem? Illicit could not restrain himself from licking his lips, even through the test tube. He could detect the surging life force. It is what I desire. Balder replied impatiently. Here, a worthless broken mirror, a waste of my time. Illicit tossed a silver mirror back, its reverse concealing a prison of deceit akin to that of Nimue. The mirror of the deceiver lost by Zachary. Merely a rumor. Very well. Let's part ways. I have no intention of participating in your farce of hunting down your own niece.